This guy is one of us, so don't judge him by his clueless look. With a single punch, a 1,000-year-old demon beast makes all the cultivators in the world tremble on the scoreboard, instantly shocking the genius next to him into self-destruction. It's incredible because our Kwamin has an extremely powerful check-in system. On the first day, he received the cultivation of a 10,000-year-old beast, and on the second day, he obtained a technique that could send half the city flying with a single punch. Just 30 days of check-ins and one punch can send the entire universe flying. And Vuong won't waste any more words, let's get started. A cold electronic voice rings out. All 1,000 saviors have arrived. The test begins. At that moment, Somach's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the scene before him, and I didn't fully understand how serious the situation was. Except for someone as ordinary as me, the other 9,999 saviors are all cultivators, along with the monsters of various shapes and sizes that we are about to face. That mechanical electronic voice sounded again, saying there are 365 days left before the gods from another world appear. Somach looked at the electronic screen and couldn't help but curse. It's really like shitting on oneself. The system screen now shows the message. Login activated. Day 1, login. Reward of 1,000-year-old beast's power. Day 2, login. Reward of legendary divine weapon combat experience. Since the system notified me that I received the legendary divine beast battle experience reward, my body has transformed from an ordinary person into an extremely powerful immortal cultivator, arguably the strongest in the world, giving me absolute confidence. Logging in for 30 days, I can destroy planets with a single punch. Now, welcome to 30 days of login to crush planets. So, Mach's deep voice echoes through the general hospital. I have nothing to do with you anymore, so even when faced with those pointing guns at me, I am not afraid. Jiang raised both hands to protect Suoyan, who was unconscious behind him, and with a furious look, he growled, "Get out! This is my sister's hospital room."
Tống Tủ, cấp dưới của anh ấy, thấy anh nội chuyện thổ lộ với sếp của Minh Thi Quạt. Somach, cậu lại dậm nồi như vậy với Từ Tống, xem ra phải khiến cậu tỉnh lại một chút. Anh ta dinh tiếng lên dạy dỗ anh một trận thi Từ Tống giả ngắn lại.
He raised his hand to order his subordinates. All right, put down your guns. We run a serious company. Don't just point guns at others. Let's talk things through. The subordinate listened and obediently agreed. Yes, President 2. He looked at So-Van lying in the hospital bed and asked him, Somach, is this your sister? I heard your parents died early and she raised you alone to adulthood. But before she could enjoy her happiness, she was struck with a serious illness. At this point, his voice carried a threatening tone. The treatment costs were paid up front by the company to save her life. But you show no respect to me at all, not even calling me president once. How could Somach be successfully threatened just because of this? Even though his sister's medical expenses are covered by the company, he still refuses to bow down. His voice was firm. I will pay back the treatment fee that the company paid in advance. But if he wants me to suffer injustice and owe a large debt for the amusement park project, I can only resign. Seeing Somach Lee like that, President 2 didn't get angry, but instead smirked. Don't forget, at first, it was your urgent request that led me to promote you to the head of the amusement park accounting team. Of course, I also understand that you fought for this opportunity because you wanted to pay for your sister's treatment. He said that while walking towards So-Van's hospital bed. You know, I believe in karma. You promised because of your sister, but then suddenly resigned without taking responsibility. After talking for a while, he still used So-Van's life to threaten Somach, trying to force him to obey. Aren't you worried that your sister might be in danger? Somach sensed the threat behind his words and clenched his teeth in anger. You bastard, are you threatening me? Just as he was about to rush forward and punch him, two subordinates stopped him. At this moment, he could no longer maintain the calm expression he had at first. His anger made his face look fierce. What do you want to do to my sister? I definitely won't let you get away with this. Two subordinates, seeing Mr. KHHCS move like that, shouted loudly, Step back, don't go near President 2. At this moment, Director 2 no longer smiled. He frowned, half threatening, half advising him. Somach, I am not a cruel person, and I cannot bear to see misfortune happen. This poor girl is just a project at a government-funded amusement park. Someone has to take responsibility for its huge deficit, even if it means paying with her life. Have you thought it through? If you and I fight to the death, who will take care of your sister? But if you help the company's reputation, the company will also give you the opportunity to cover your sister's non-treatment for the next 10 years. I can pay you in advance. After President 2 finished speaking, Somach gradually calmed down. He lowered his head in silence, as if contemplating his offer. Seeing that Somach was no longer agitated, he felt his words had sunk in. He extended the deadline for you until tomorrow. Think it over carefully today, and after you've made your decision, come to the company to find me tomorrow. The next day, Somach dressed neatly in a suit and shirt and arrived at the company. Ha-teo-man saw him from afar and was a bit surprised. Team leader. Somach approached to greet her. Ha-teo-man, it's been a long time since we last met. She looked at him and hesitated before saying, Team leader, I have something to tell you. Can you come with me for a moment? Somach followed her to the company's rooftop, thinking about his current tense situation. A sense of compassion rose in him as Ha-teo-man shyly leaned in, showing the innocent girl falling in love and confessing to Somach. I don't mind. I know the timing isn't perfect right now, but if I miss this chance, there might not be another one. Team leader, no, Brother Mach, actually I've always liked you, and I want to know if you feel the same way. Faced with this sudden confession, he was a bit surprised and lost in thought, showing interest. Then he quickly rejected her confession. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to think about this right now. Rejected. Ha-teo-man lowered her eyes sadly. So that's how it is? I understand now. She suddenly made a proposal. Mach, can you close your eyes? I want to give you a farewell gift. Even though I don't understand, Somach didn't think much and agreed right away. All right then. She stepped closer and whispered into Somach's ear that she already knew he would be made the scapegoat. I heard that if your team leader survives and leaves, the company will make you take the blame for the amusement park project, so her expression changed even faster than a pancake. From her shy demeanor to her now malicious and gloating look like a wicked witch, she reached out and forcefully pushed Somach down. Even if it's for you, can you let me go and die? Somach never expected her to lure him out to the balcony and push him off. At this moment, everything in his eyes seemed to slow down. He looked at her in disbelief and confusion. Huh? With a spirit like that, you'd even drag someone down with you to die. Somach tightly grabbed Ha-teo-man's wrist, causing her to lose her balance and fall into his arms as she screamed wildly and cursed. Are you crazy? Somach let go and said, If you offend President Tu, can't you just obediently go and die? If you don't want to die with me, pull me up. Let go of my hand. I can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Ha-teo-man's face shows clear fear of death. She screamed loudly, and then the thing below startled her. I am falling. Wait a minute. What is that? In front of her is a large stone door opening. Then a huge hand catches Somach's body, and a door appears on the ground, pulling him inside. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope arose within her. There's still a chance. If she just steps through that door, she might survive. But the hand that had supported Somach withdrew, and the door closed again. She couldn't believe what she saw. The door is about to close. Don't do it. And there is no longer any hope for her. Her body fell heavily to the ground, and the bystanders witnessing the scene screamed in fear. Hey, what's going on? There's a girl's body here. Call the police quickly. A girl jumped from the building. In another world, there was no one falling from the building or the screams of fear from the people around. Only silence remained. Somach sat on the ground, unharmed, stunned that he was still alive after falling from the rooftop. And only after confirming he was alive did he look around and realize there was no one in sight. Although this is a strange, familiar place, it's still the company building and street I used to know, but there's not a single person around. What exactly happened? As I was pondering, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my ear. All 10,000 saviors have arrived. The experiment begins. Somach was startled when he heard the system's announcement. Where was that sound coming from? What kind of test hero is that? Suddenly a girl runs over, shouting to warn him, Get out of the way! Vuong, wielding her sword, passed by Somach, who looked on in astonishment, as her blade gradually emitted a wondrous glow. Vuong unleashes her spiritual illusion technique on the demon beast in front of her, her sword aura shining brightly in the dark scene. Somach, almost overwhelmed by what he sees, stands frozen. Can a human really do this? After defeating the demon beast, Vuong gently turned to look at him. She realized he was just an ordinary person, with no strange spiritual power. This was a secret realm where cultivators were chosen to conduct the test for the savior. She looked at Somach in confusion. How could an ordinary person with no spiritual power like him get in here? Just now, the demon beast was right beside him, almost costing him his life. Knowing that she did this to save him, he gratefully said, Thank you for saving me. I don't know why I am here either. Can you tell me how to get out of this place? Vuong felt that him staying here was too dangerous, but she had no way to get him out. Once the Savior's test began, there was no free access or exit, and they could only leave after completing the test mission. It's just that everywhere here is filled with monsters, which is too dangerous for you, so I suggest we stick together for now.
Vuong, sứ mùi, bị canh không phải là nỗi dễ lắm từ thiện dầu. Rồi với tử chấn gia chúng ta, vậy là một tuyệt gia vợ cũng nguy hiểm.
If you insist on carrying this burden, then I can only ask you to leave my team. Seeing him say that, Vuong hesitated a little, but leaving an ordinary person in the secret realm made her uncomfortable. Does he really want to leave him behind? Seeing his determined look, Vuong couldn't bear to ask for mercy. Senior brother Tron, knowing he didn't want her to stay in the team, Somach stepped in to stop Vuong. Don't worry about me. I was already very grateful when you saved me earlier. Now you should focus on your own matters first. Even if I am alone, no matter what method I use, I will definitely survive and return. He remembered So-Van still waiting for him in the hospital, resolutely saying, "Because I have a reason to return. My sister is still waiting for me." Tran Pham, hearing that, only felt he was bragging, and a look of contempt was clearly visible in his cold eyes. A vulgar person dares to speak so arrogantly. I'm very curious to see what your truly desperate face will look like. Suomai couldn't believe that everyone just walked away without looking back. I never expected people's hearts to be so cold. Are you serious? It turns out that what you said earlier was just to provoke those people. I feel a bit disappointed as I look at the sword Vuong left me. I thought after all that heartfelt talk, Vuong the cultivator wouldn't just leave. Even though I left her spare sword, I don't know how to use it. Oh well, I was just trying it out anyway. In times of crisis, you can only rely on yourself. Only the weak hope for help from others. As if to cure his confusion, the system announced, logged in, and activated in front of him. The black text appeared with the message system login. Log in at the secret realm to receive a generous reward, especially today. So, Mach looked at the yellow screen in front of him, confused, raising his eyebrows and gazing at it with curiosity. Wow! Suddenly, a strange light and sound appeared. Although confused, Somach still followed the system's instructions and raised his hand to click on the reward claim to receive today's reward. As soon as he pressed the claim button, the system immediately infused a 1,000-year beast's power into his body. First day login. The reward is the strength of a 1,000-year beast, and the reward has been upgraded. Please check the host. Somach felt the powerful energy flowing through his body. He pursed his lips, raised an eyebrow, looked at his palm, and couldn't help but marvel at the miracle of this. The power has been awakened, and the fatigue from staying up all night yesterday is completely gone. It's incredible. At the same time, in the real world, the system announces that the invasion of the otherworldly creatures has been detected, and the secret realm is about to be activated. In the city with towering skyscrapers, the gloomy sky makes the system's announcement sound even more strange, and a total of 10,000 cultivator clones have gained the identity of the savior. In the secret realm where you fight against invading beast demons, it will be broadcast live worldwide and tied to the fate of humanity. If the chosen savior fails the trial, in 365 days the demon gods will descend and human civilization will be destroyed. Everyone walking on the street heard this announcement and asked confusedly around, where's that sound coming from? Can you hear me? I also noticed someone watching their phone and realized a strange app was being installed on their device. Strange, my phone automatically downloaded an app called Secret Livestream. Others hearing this also checked their phones. My phone is the same, damn it. The content of that sound wasn't real, right? If it's real, then that's good. There really are cultivators in this world. I want to become one too. Some people get pessimistic when they see this and start cursing. You fools. Maybe in a year we'll all be dead and there's no point in cultivating immortality anymore. Those saviors going to fight the monsters. If they died, they'll be the first to go. What is there to fear? There are also people who are not afraid of that at all and find this really interesting. The live stream of the Secret Realm is set up. Let me check it out. Welcome to the Secret Realm live channel. The Secret Realm is an intermediary zone between the real world and the other world. Ancient cultivators built the Secret Realm as a defensive position on Earth to resist invasions from other worlds, and the Savior achieved victory within the Secret Realm. At that time, the Earth will restore its spiritual energy, entering an era where everyone has the chance to attain a long life and a great power. After the introduction and explanation of the cultivation world, Lai Tuong appeared before everyone looking super adorable. Hello everyone, I am Vubo Super Key Person, the host Li Tuong from the fictional universe. Very honored to be invited as the livestream host for the Secret Realm. I hope everyone will support me a lot in the coming days. Then the girl points to Li Kui Tin and Dich Suong sitting behind. The little girl introduces him to everyone. The two hosts beside me are from one of the 4 great immortal sects, the 6th elder of Tai Yi Fire Palace, Kui Tin, and the world's most famous beautiful idol, Dich Suong, both experienced hosts. The little girl quickly asked a question to draw everyone's attention to the two of them. Senior Kui, Sister Dich Sung, before the show officially begins, Is there anything you'd like to share with the audience? Li Tin calmly answered the little girl's question. In the face of invasion from another world, the various sects of cultivation had prepared well. Beasts may be fierce, but we cultivators are always ready to fight. Vuong gently added her words from beside him. The message from the elder truly reassures everyone. After praising him, she began to guide and explain the details of the fate coin to everyone. There is one more thing to remind everyone: the Mysterious Realm livestream app also has a special feature: rewards from the audience. Each viewer's account in the Daily Secret Realm livestream generates a different amount of fate coins, which can be used to reward their favorite savior. The reward coins can help the savior in the Secret Realm increase their strength. In the future, I will also introduce the most anticipated savior during the live broadcast. Thank you for your statements. Our live broadcast room will randomly show the rescuers fighting in the dungeon. You viewers can also choose to watch the dedicated live rooms of different saviors and interact using Bullet Sin. So let's open the live stream of the first lucky savior. And the very first room everyone watched was Tron Fom's. He no longer looked proud and disdainful of our team, but instead appeared broken in his live stream room. You can see on the screen that he is crying and begging the monster to spare him. Please, let me go. Viewers started to feel disappointed with Tran Fam's first live stream room, and comments expressing frustration kept appearing. I was originally very hopeful about the future when the host started the introduction, but this is what I got from the live stream. Tran Fam's live stream room, the three hosts have started to slap themselves. The savior just entered the secret realm and died instantly. Is this really a cultivator? Isn't it just delivering supplies to the magical beasts? Even Li Tuong didn't expect the first room to be slapped so hard. The little girl didn't know what else to do, so she moved on to the next room. Let's see what happens in the next live stream. But the next room still slapped the whole gang hard. Long Vu's live stream room. Long Vu screams in fear as the monster wraps around him. Save me, I don't want to die yet. At this point, all three of them are sweating more and more. The girl wipes the sweat off her face with a towel before reluctantly moving on to the next room. The next rooms still leave people disappointed, as the girl's screams to change rooms continue to echo. Next room, another next room. Ditch. Sung feels very guilty about this and wants to apologize to the fans who are spending their time watching their live stream. I must apologize to my fans. My failure to master lightning is my fault. Tin was extremely disappointed to see that none of the monks could fight back against the monsters. I said it was a fierce battle live stream, so why did it turn into a terrifying escape live stream? I should have known not to join in the first place. But when he looked closely at the live stream, he realized something was wrong. Not quite right. The first trial of the secret realm should have been at the various difficulty levels. At this moment, the system pops up an urgent notification to everyone. The gods from other worlds are increasing their invasion into the secret realm, raising its difficulty level for the first time to the maximum forced level. A beast that has cultivated for 500 years will appear. Li Tuong was very surprised to see the new notification. So, it's just a new announcement from the secret realm. The girl was terrified and exclaimed when she heard about the 500-year-old beast. But there are 500-year-old magical beasts. Elder Kui, Vuong, doesn't seem to know much about this. She asked Tin curiously, "Are 500-year-old beasts very strong?" And his expression suddenly turned very serious upon hearing there are 500-year-old beasts. The longer a mystical beast lives, the stronger its power becomes. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, even the strongest cultivators currently only have combat strength comparable to a 1,000-year-old beast. Moreover, the young cultivators chosen by the secret realm are relatively weak, so even when a 300-year-old demon beast appears, they will still face a fierce battle. Li Tuong looked at the screen and sweetly asked the audience, "Dear viewers, I believe you've all heard the clear explanation from Elder Kui." The little girl took out a fate coin to encourage everyone to donate to the cultivators, because for the future of Earth, these saviors are fighting hard against extremely dangerous monsters. Use the coins in your hand to support them more. These saviors shouldn't be laughed at. Please use your respectful and heartfelt feelings to watch the next live stream. In the mysterious world, Somach is now sitting on the ground, continuously eating noodles. Surrounding him are empty candy wrappers, and viewers watching Somach's live stream, where he is just focused on eating noodles, start to feel disappointed. What did the host just say? Despite the tough battle, some feel that his live stream room is the highlight that makes the fight more interesting. The originally somber atmosphere suddenly turns cheerful again. This guy's got it. Instant noodles with fries and Coca-Cola. Is he on a road trip? He really changed his style suddenly. While other livestream rooms are fighting live to survive, he's just eating. None of the three expected to see a cultivator sitting and eating like this while chaos raged outside. Vuong, to break the awkward silence, forced out a couple of awkward laughs before giving his assessment. The strength of the immortal cultivator eating this noodle must be very powerful, right? I didn't expect him to be so calm. Ting Ting looked around, Somach, and was shocked to realize he was not a cultivator. Cultivator? He has no spiritual energy at all, just an ordinary person. How could the secret realm choose him as the savior? After finishing the bowl of noodles, Somach put it down, and the screen immediately focused on that bowl. The viewers also heard what Kui Tin said earlier. They're shocked. Did you hear what the host just said? The savior named Somach is just an ordinary person. In Somach's livestream room, they see him looking for food and can't help but mock the cultivators. The immortal cultivator is humiliated online. Even fighting in the secret realm isn't as impressive as a normal person laughing. He's just lucky if he faced a demon lord, he'd be frozen solid long ago. So let's bet on how long he can keep going. Who would reward that guy anyway? Wasting coins on an ordinary person is pointless. Better to give to another cultivator. I want to see how he dies. But at this moment, the camera shifts to the door behind Somach, where a strand of demonic aura is trying to seep into the room, and it has succeeded. The demon beast gradually condensed, a powerful aura spreading through the room, making it more ominous and eerie, as the comments section exploded upon seeing this. Hey, in the livestream corner, it looks like a demon beast is approaching. Somach, keep going, the guy who doesn't know how to cultivate. Somach van giữ vẻ mặt bình thần, nhìn con yếu thủ trước mặt, không chực sợ hai trên khuôn mặt anh. Some people, like Teo Cook, think it's highly likely that Somach will end up dead. He's definitely going to die. When Deech Swung learns that he's just an ordinary person with no spiritual energy at all, he'll be terrified. What kind of useless secret realm is this? I didn't expect it to summon an ordinary person as the savior. Elder Lee, can you release Sumai from the secret realm? Kui Tin also feels that Sumai's life is probably over this time. He closed his eyes in pain, unwilling to watch this tragic scene. This secret realm was created by ancient cultivators, and we can't control it, plus it's too late now. In front of a 100-year-old beast, this mortal man lives no more than 3 days. Returning to the secret realm. Somach and the 100-year-old beast stare at each other silently, neither making a move as if they are competing to see who can look longer. Unlike everyone's fear and worry, he was very relaxed at this moment, stroking his chin and evaluating the beast in front of him, surprised that this beast had 6 eyes and looked much larger than the previous one. Is it a super powerful version? Even though I gained the strength of a 1,000-year-old beast through the login system, I still find it a bit terrifying. Monsters in ordinary comic novels usually come from thousands to tens of thousands of years ago. While he was thinking, the beast immediately acted. It reached out to grab him. The light-footed move allowed him to jump high and dodge that attack. He didn't forget to think to himself that its speed was indeed quite slow, and just dodging could avoid it. So it can't be truly weak, right? The demon beast looked at its empty hand with great surprise. I can't see it anymore, but even though the creature's speed seems a bit too slow, Somach remains vigilant. He furrowed his brows tightly, forcing himself to stay alert, because this beast might be very slow but highly defensive, so it's probably deliberately using this tactic to lure him into attacking first, by attacking it to cause injury, which could turn into a fatal wound. Somach decided to test whether its ability was like that, reaching out for the sword given to him by Vuong. Then I will test my hypothesis a little and see if the immortal cultivator Vuong left behind a sword to attack the beast with. Then he swung the sword to slash the beast's body. Seeing that he hit, he silently thought, I got it. The beast also sensed that it had just been cut, sweating nervously as it looked at him. But when it saw it was unharmed, it happily raised both hands in excitement, still intact. And just as Somach predicted, that beast's ability really is a counterattack. He looked at the broken sword with no surprise. As expected, Somach looked at the broken sword and felt lucky for being careful. This beast was exactly as he predicted, tricking him into attacking and then causing counter-injury. Luckily, I used my sword to attack, or I would have been the one injured. The viewers watching the live saw that not only did I not die as Kui Tin said, but I also managed to cut the beast, making them laugh out loud. Elder Lee has already slapped himself several times, saying he only has 3 seconds to live. So, Mach is too powerful. He couldn't even touch a single piece of the monster's belongings. This level of dodging, I guess even a demon would be impressed. Some people think quick evasion is useless. Your sarcastic comment shows how much you look down on him, no matter how fast. So Mach's livestream room dodges. It still doesn't help. Didn't you see his attack earlier? His sword is even broken now? Just scratching the beast's itch? Someone immediately stepped forward to counter the other. You think he's very professional? Somach is an ordinary person, just showing that much is already very impressive. In Li Tuang's private room, the little girl stroked her chin, and from her tone, it was clear she was very surprised by Somach. Wow, I didn't expect Somach to be able to dodge all of the beast's attacks. Vuong also didn't expect you to be so powerful. She asked Kui Tin for his opinion about you. Librarian Li, what do you think? He also didn't feel ashamed to admit that he had been too objective. I have to admit, I was wrong. Seeing Somach's fighting display earlier, he must be someone who trains in martial arts regularly, and his skill is very high. But he also mentioned that to kill a demon beast, you need to use spiritual power, and only with an attack of spiritual power can you harm the beast. Only cultivators can defeat magical beasts, although he can rely on martial arts experience to dodge their attacks. His counterattacks against the beasts cannot cause any injuries. So, Mach's live stream room. He watches the screen showing Somach dodging the beast's attacks, and from his tone, it's clear he feels a sense of regret for a talented person like you. It's a shame for this mortal. It will be an extremely hopeless battle. Even if Somach dodges countless attacks, just one hit is enough to kill him instantly. He landed softly after dodging the beast's attack, feeling a bit annoyed that he was cornered and realizing he had been careless about the terrain earlier, which led to him being pushed into a dead end. Seeing the beast radiating a powerful aura and intent on destroying himself, he was at a loss, running out of places to dodge. At this point, Somach realized that evasion was no longer the best option and decided to fight back, only able to gamble on one move, pretending to attack and gently pushing the beast. His hand clenched tightly. As long as it hesitated in fear for a moment, he could take the chance to escape this dead end. When the beast was distracted, Somach reached out and pushed against it, but it seemed his strength was too overwhelming. His face shows clear confusion. I only pushed lightly, right? The 100-year-old beast would be gone forever with just that push from me. Somach still doesn't realize how overwhelmingly strong he's become. He even mocks the beast, which is already pretty weak. Everyone watching can see this scene. They laugh and mock the noble spirit. What did Elder Li say just now? Only cultivators can defeat the demon beasts. So Mach Landan's live stream chat started to become lively. Mach Thon is so talented, I want to give him a little monkey. The false savior is chased by monsters and flees elsewhere. The true savior, I only pushed the monster lightly and it was gone. At this moment, everyone started to donate wildly to him. You have the money, no one can stop me. I must reward the system notification to Somach about everyone's donation behavior. Respected savior. Somach has received over 5,000 shu in rewards from the audience, increasing his combat power by 50 points. Somach looked down at his hand. For him, these notifications felt strange, and they sounded like the alert from the secret realm. Fans are donating. Is this a new feature? Feeling no change in his body, he was suspicious, but even though it was said to increase his combat power, he felt nothing at all. Noticing his doubt, the system screen displayed Somach's combat power, with a login prompt and a suggestion to check for increasing the host's combat strength, currently at 10.50. At this moment, at Somach's old company, his subordinate, seeing that he is still alive and live streaming, hurriedly runs to inform Tong. From Tong, it's a big deal now. Somach, that kid. Somach is back on live stream again. This is just a small matter. There's no need to be so surprised. What's the point of being panicked anymore? Seeing him so calm, the subordinate hurriedly wanted to die, explaining to him. No, President 2, listen to me. That's not an ordinary live stream. It's a secret realm live stream. That kid, Somach, was chosen as the savior and even killed a demon beast inside the secret realm. What if it comes out to seek revenge on us? But he still issued the order without any emotion, blaming everything on Hatioman, who had already died. Fine, I already know about this. This morning, the construction worker jumped from the building, and Hatioman took all the blame for the project's deficit, her face appearing in the general manager's mind. Tongtu, have you ever considered that Somach might refuse to reconcile with us? But someone like President 2 who has seen too much is not afraid of Somach. He believes that he just has some minor martial arts skills that won't pose a threat to him. You think I agreed to the reconciliation because I was afraid of him? He's just an ordinary martial artist who happened to kill a 100-year-old demon beast. So what if he's a cultivator? A confident smirk curves his lips. For the upper class of society, the existence of cultivators has never been a secret. I can invite a few cultivators to join forces and attack Somach at any time. So, if Somach doesn't want to reconcile, I can only help him ascend to immortality. Let's return to Li Tuang's chamber. Somach made a breakthrough, regaining her initial confidence. She also thanked Kui Tin for the very detailed explanations that made the show more exciting. Since the secret realm opened over an hour ago, the situation has begun to change. The immortal cultivators keep defeating powerful monsters, and we hope the audience will continue to reward the heroes with coins. That's right. We also have to thank Elder Lee for his very professional commentary, so that ordinary people like us can understand the details of the battle. Vuong sat beside me, smirking with a humorous remark. But I think Elder Lee is the most effective when commenting on your friend Suo Mai. I kind of want to invite Elder Lee to join the deep game programs too. He crossed his arms and stared intently at the screen with Vuong. Please spare me. I don't have the mood to joke right now. Things are not as optimistic as you all think right now. His face still shows a heavy expression since the 100-year-old demon beast appeared in the secret realm, followed by the 30-year-old, then the 100-year-old, and now the 200-year-old demon beast. The difficulty of the secret realm will increase over time. According to the assessment standards of the secret realm, a 100-year-old demon beast has a combat power of 100, a 200-year-old demon beast 300, a 300-year-old demon beast 500, a 400-year-old demon beast 1,000, and a 500-year-old demon beast 2,000. When a 500-year-old demon beast appears, cultivators will face the most difficult challenge. Faced with his negative attitude, Lai Tuong calmly shared her different perspective. I, on the other hand, see things differently from Elder Lee. The saviors are fighting desperately, and we should also have faith in them. The little girl uses Somach as a prime example, just like before. Who would have thought Somach could easily kill the demon? A 100-year-old beast at this point. Maybe we should continue watching Somach's live stream. Perhaps he can create a new miracle. Returning to the secret realm after eating his fill and killing the 100-year-old demon beast, Somach did something no one could have expected. He went to sleep. While others are fighting deadly beasts and risking their lives, my own family member is peacefully sleeping. The audience watching this scene can't help but laugh out loud. Liu Li Tang has also failed. Don't come to this live stream room anymore. It will bring misfortune, as creating a miracle means peacefully sleeping for half an hour in a dangerous secret realm. Somach's livestream room. Some viewers feel helpless. I even rewarded him before, but in the end he just kept sleeping. The brainless hero gets up and gives him his fate coin, which is worth more than a pig. Someone who doesn't like him starts to speak bitter words. If you don't want to be a savior, then just stop and find a factory to work at. Fine, there are many saviors trying their best, but if you're so unreliable, there's nothing worth supporting. It's better to check out Bingjun in the nearby livestream room. I'm also watching Bingjun's livestream. Just now he used the weak to defeat two 200-year-old monsters, and now he's apparently challenging a stronger one. So handsome. Li Tuong was slapped in the face so quickly that the girl was visibly annoyed. The little girl stared intently at Somach on the screen and said that he is not a cultivator, so we shouldn't be too harsh on him. Dan Mac, please speak rationally. Quitin also agreed with the girl's opinion. I agree with Liu Li Tuong's way of thinking. After all, he is just an ordinary person, the one who didn't kill Somach's previous demon beast. Actually, he's not as gentle as he appears. He's just constantly dodging attacks from the demon warrior to buy time, allowing him to strike back. Ditch Sung was a bit disappointed to see that he was just sleeping. She suggested switching to a different live room. Suo Mai's condition really is a bit disappointing. Earlier Dan Mo mentioned Bai Mengjun, so maybe we should check out his live stream room. The comments started pouring in. Mong Quan is so handsome. Come on, Mong Quan, I'll give you a coin as a reward. The live stream room of Bai Mengjun. Someone saw Bai Mengjun and made a comment. Just came from Somach's live stream room. This person looks like a trustworthy savior. In front of him, a demon beast with its mouth wide open was gathering strength to attack. It shot out demonic energy, and a powerful glow illuminated the entire area. Someone who can't see the outcome of the battle gets annoyed and comments why there's only smoke on the screen. Who ultimately won? The destructive power of this demon beast is just too strong. Bak Mong Quan's live stream room still shows the scene of the demon beast releasing demon energy. And some people feel that he's so powerful he must be fine. There's some smoke but no injuries. Mong Quan will definitely be fine. Rewards are coming. Rewards are coming. Everyone hurry up and give Mong Quan some rewards. Tu Ting immediately recognized that the beast Bai Mengjun was facing was a 300-year-old demon beast. He thought only a madman would challenge such a powerful creature. Is this a 3-year-old beast daring to challenge a 300-year-old beast without knowing his limits? Is this kid looking for death? Li Tuong found his words confusing. Elder Li, weren't there already some saviors who defeated the 300-year-old demon beast before? He immediately provided an explanation based on the information about Bai Mengjun. Why did he say it like that? Not like before. In the past, those who killed 300-year-old demon beasts were core disciples of the 4 great sects, all with top-tier talent and equal strength. Bak Mong Quan, according to the information, he is just an unaligned cultivator with average talent. Normally, being able to kill a 200-year-old demon beast is already a miracle. Challenging a 3-year-old demon beast is suicide. Inside the secret realm, the thick fog gradually disperses with the wind. Bingjun walks forward slowly, standing tall in the wind with a voice tinged with disappointment. Is a 300-year-old demon beast really only at this level? I'm so disappointed. When will I finally face an opponent I can fight with all my might? As soon as he finished speaking, he approached the 300-year-old demon beast, which opened its sharp-toothed mouth and stared at him intensely. His fans are very happy and commenting that he's unharmed. That's great, Mengquan is fine. Elder Li, why did you turn the car over again? Sui Miao isn't here this time. Bak Mengquan's live stream room shows his 3-year confrontation with the demon beast. Someone points out, look, there's someone coming out from the wreckage over there. All right. Just a quick look and the audience will immediately recognize who's coming out. Isn't this Somach? Who just said Somach wasn't here earlier? Bak Mengquan's live stream room, where the screen shows Somach just waking up confused and walking out. And Bak Mengquan also senses it and turns around. The audience sees you come out and feels that fate truly is a miraculous thing. Elder Li, I've found the reason I flipped the car. Amazing. Just coming from Somach's live stream room, I ended up seeing Somach here. What kind of fate is this? Somach, with good intentions, worried he couldn't handle the 3rd-level demon beast, stepped out to help Bingjun and woke up to find his house completely destroyed. The secret realm is truly dangerous. Do you need help, brother? That beast looks tough to handle, but he confidently refuses your offer of assistance. Stay here and don't go near this beast. I can handle it alone. Bak Mengquan's sword emits a blue light. He shouted the name of the technique and swung his sword at the beast. Mastery of swordsmanship. Chao Min. The flash of light nearly blinds everyone. The audience watching this scene was terrified. Some even sent 4 question marks to express their shock. Keep going. With one strike, he knocked the head of the 3-year-old beast away. Bak Mengquan's live stream room. His fans seeing this only become more passionate. Mengquan is so impressive. No wonder he's the man I admire. I thought the beast had been defeated, but no. It seems this beast has a very strong regenerative ability. It's still alive after his last move. Viewers watching this are worried. Strange, that creature's head has grown back. Mengquan is cautious behind, yet it's still alive. Could this be super fast regeneration? Bak Mengquan also realized this and frowned, watching it cautiously. Its almost shattered head has now been reborn. Everyone watched the beast open its mouth to counterattack, feeling anxious. Moreover, the spiritual energy on its body reacts more strongly than before. A reversal. But Bingjun would not give up because of that. He leapt into the air and swung his sword down. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. Kai Shan, the beast screams in pain. This sword aura carries the power to spread to other places, and the rumbling sound continues non-stop. Somach found a safe place away from Lan Qianhua to sit and eat chips. As he munches, he can't help but marvel at how incredible it is. Is way stronger than in the movies. Every time he puts a chip into his mouth, he hears Bak Mengquan shouting the name of a technique. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. Duan Hai, Kan Kim, sword technique. Yue Van Men, as if he's not in a secret realm but at a movie theater, eating chips and drinking water while watching others fight. The audience watching is amazed that the beast still hasn't died after 3 years. Is this beast unlocking its bloodline power? It's been heavily injured over 10 times, but still alive. It's unbelievable. Bak Mengquan is having a hard time. No matter how he fights, he won't die. If it were me, I would have been mentally broken long ago. Bak Mengquan's live stream room. Some people were about to criticize Bak Mengquan, but seeing his relaxed demeanor, they hesitated. They initially wanted to scold him for being too reckless, fighting for so long and still having the beast hopping around happily. But after seeing Somach, they chose to stay silent. They all rely on peers in the same field to stand out more. Somach's achievement, a bag of potato chips, is truly a remarkable battle. Without comparison, there's no sorrow. Lao Lai, do you really think this beast can't be killed? He glanced at the girl and explained, rapid rebirth mystical beasts are the most difficult to deal with among all monsters. If you can't inflict a fatal wound instantly, you can't kill it. Usually, it takes multiple cultivators of the same level attacking together to truly kill this type of monster. Bak Mengquan is a genius, an ordinary talented cultivator. Yet he can prove that his fighting strength is no weaker than the core disciples of the 4 great sects. If it were in ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant, his achievements would be unimaginable. It's a pity he lost his life here, and indeed his current condition is really not looking good at all. After a fierce battle, he stood still without moving, feeling that the spiritual energy in his body was almost gone, and a wave of regret surged within him. The spiritual energy is running out. My strength is reaching its limit. Am I going to die here? I refuse to accept it. In an era of declining spiritual energy, I still chase the footprints of ancient legends, abandoning wealth, challenges, and hardships, finally finding a cultivation sect, only to be told I lack talent and fate. The path ahead is cut off. I draw my sword clearly, fighting for creation, seizing opportunities, and claiming treasures. He thought about everything he had done to get to this day. Winning the position of savior arranged for the Navy, attracting viewers from other live stream rooms to receive rewards. I also don't feel ashamed or regretful about this. The path to becoming an immortal is a fight. If you hesitate for a moment, you'll fall behind for a lifetime. Only by seizing the opportunity can you stand at the top. After all the effort to attain this level of swordsmanship, how could I die here so easily? An ancient secret technique learned by chance carries a high risk of death, but now is the time to risk everything. After deciding to use the secret art, Bingjun did not hesitate and used it to fight the demon beast for 3 years. His sword tip, infused with powerful sword energy, clashes with the equally strong demonic aura. Watching the intense battle from a safe corner, Somach munches on chips, unable to help but marvel. Such a flashy display! Is this really his true strength? But after the light disappeared, when I still didn't hear any sound, I started to feel strangely worried. Why is there still no response? Could he be injured? Are you worried he might die? You stand up and walk over to him, still thinking you should check on him. When he arrived, he looked down and asked Han with concern, "Are you okay, brother?" After using the secret technique, Bingjun's body became weak and unable to stand. He lowered his sword to the ground and replied without falling, "I'm fine, it's over. This beast has finally been defeated by me, but the beast is not dead." The white smoke disperses, revealing the beast unharmed, standing there, baring its sharp teeth, glaring at him. Bak Mong Quan looked at it in disbelief. How could this be? The beast still hadn't died. Seeing it about to attack, he hurriedly shouted at him, "Watch out! Get out of the way!" Somach calmly stepped forward and deflected its attack. The golden light flashed blindingly. He thought Bak Mong Quan had said something, but he couldn't hear clearly, so he turned back and calmly asked, "Sorry, what did you say earlier?" I couldn't hear clearly. After seeing the incredible strength just now from Suomai, Bingjun felt extremely ashamed of his attitude. "I want to apologize for my previous condescending attitude." He looked at the half-destroyed beast in front of him, indicating he wanted me to join him. "Your combat strength isn't lower than mine. The 5th secret realm is only for disciples of small sects and wandering cultivators. Meeting someone like you is my luck. If we join forces, we can definitely defeat this beast. But isn't this beast already dead? Don't be careless. This is a rare, super-fast reincarnating beast. It won't die that easily." After speaking, he stepped closer to the beast. Usually, to deal with this kind of beast, at least 4 cultivators of the same level are needed. But if we work together, we might be able to eliminate it completely. A look of worry appeared in his eyes. "The only problem is that my body is about to reach its limit. I must decide the outcome in the next attack, or we will both become prey to that beast." "I see. I'm still not cautious enough compared to you. I agree with your proposal." Seeing that he has agreed to my request, he looks at me and says, "All right, you will coordinate with my attack." He channels his spiritual power into his sword and shouts loudly, "The move must be executed when the beast is reborn to deal a fatal wound. We still have 5 seconds to prepare the 10,000 phenomena Yuan formation." Bak Mong Quan clenched his sword tightly, ready to wait for the beast to wake up. Somach, like a bubbly kid, eagerly began to learn new knowledge. Seeing him strike such a heroic pose, I also considered copying it, but I was too embarrassed. What exactly should I prepare during the countdown? Do I look really handsome like that? I'm so embarrassed. It's better to fight in the usual way. 5 seconds pass, 20 seconds pass, a minute passes, but the beast still lies there without any sign of revival, and a silence falls between them. Somach, seeing that it's been a long time, turned to ask Bak Mong Quan, "The beast still hasn't revived. Should we keep waiting?" But when he turned to look at him, he saw him starting to cough up blood and shouted in panic, "Hey, are you okay like that?" He started coughing up blood. He forced himself to reassure Somach. "It's okay. Just keep the fighting stance to avoid overburdening your body, and you'll be fine in a moment." Only now does he realize that Somach's move has already taken the beast away. This guy really took out the demon beast in one move, yet he's always eating, so how come he has more rewards than me to boost his strength? Old man, or did he already have power far beyond mine before entering the secret realm? Your reckless thoughts made him forget that he was still channeling his energy, pushing his body to its limit. I'm going to die. I shouldn't have overthought earlier and ignored it completely. The veins on his arm started to bulge, a side effect of maintaining the 10,000 images of the primordial for too long. And finally, his body couldn't take it anymore. His orifices began bleeding profusely. He shouted in pain, and the spiritual energy inside him spiraled out of control. His body arched backward in a curve that no one else could achieve, a blinding light emanating from his dantian. And Bak Mongquan, unwilling to accept death, shouted loudly, "I don't want to die yet." Boom! That was the explosion from Bingjun's dantian. A cloud of blue smoke billowed up, and Somach sensed the danger immediately and jumped away. Xiaoma has no idea what's going on. The explosion startled him so much, he jumped. What's happening? We were just talking a moment ago. This, brother, suddenly exploded. Not even a bone remains. You still naive enough to think this explosion was caused by that cunning beast? Was it an attack from it? That's terrifying. I haven't even sensed its method of attack. We underestimated it too much. While it's still pretending to be dead on the ground, we need to leave quickly. Truly the most miserable beast in the world. Even after dying, it still gets blamed unfairly. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, his eyes narrowing as he stared ahead in suspicion. The viewers watching the entire scene were utterly shocked beyond reason. The beast never actually revived, and Bingjun even blew himself up. Where are the brainless fans who insulted Mach Thon earlier? Come out here and face the truth. Why are you afraid now? Somach's live stream room. His fans are thrilled to see this scene. Mach Thon is truly the best, taking down the beast with one move, but some people just start criticizing regardless. Stop attacking already! Clearly, Somach waited until both the beast and Bak Mongquan were weakened before sneaking in to kill. Can you just save some face? I'm dying of laughter. The hardcore fans of Bingjun are above. The owner has already passed away. Who else do you want to protect? Li Tuong's room. Di Suong propped his chin on his hand, asking the noble star a question. The outcome of the battle was indeed unexpected. Somach, called an ordinary person by Elder Lai, suddenly unleashed such great power, and the genius Bak Mongquan unexpectedly self-destructed. Elder Li, what are your thoughts now? Hearing such a sharp question, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at her. His voice sounded hoarse as he answered Di Suong's question, the death of Bak Mongquan. I'm really sorry he died from overusing his techniques beyond his limits. It's truly helpless. As for Somach's fighting style, it reminds me of an ancient, long-lost cultivation school. The body refining school is a cultivation sect that mimics a certain mythical beast from ancient times. Cultivation mainly seeks a state of harmony between man and heaven. In battle, they use their own spiritual energy as bait, or as a bridge to awaken the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, unleashing a destructive power far beyond their own strength. The mainstream immortal cultivation sect belongs to the body refining school. The school of body cultivation is a method that mimics the training of a certain type of beast, directly refining spiritual energy into pure physical strength. When fighting, they can only use their physical strength, and then the human body reaches its limit. Although initially their growth rate surpasses that of orthodox immortal cultivators, the strongest body cultivator can only reach the combat power of a 1,000-year-old beast. Therefore, the body cultivation school eventually declined. After explaining the sect, he shared his thoughts on Somach's strength. Using pure strength in battle doesn't emit spiritual energy. I suspect Somach inherited an ancient body cultivation school along with the many rewards earned from his impressive performance during the livestream. That's why he was able to demonstrate the combat ability far beyond the ordinary. Mach's old company in real life. General Tu also watching Li Tuong's livestream, and upon hearing his comment about Somach, he was so frightened that he turned pale. The body cultivation school kills 300-year-old demon beasts. Is Somach that strong? The subordinate was confused by his panic. Wasn't the general manager earlier saying he could invite some immortal cultivators to join the siege against Somach? Moreover, there is still no potential in the body cultivation school, so is there really no need to worry so much? Hearing that, he immediately cursed at his subordinate. You fool! Even if someone practicing the body cultivation can only reach the combat power of a 1,000-year-old demon beast. Did you forget Elder Li's words? From his eyes, he could see the panic when the person he thought could crush him easily, like an ant, now possessed such overwhelming power. He turned to his subordinate and continued, the Earth's spiritual energy is now depleted, and even the strongest cultivators only have the fighting strength of a 1,000-year-old beast. The current Earth Somach is a monster capable of killing a 300-year-old ordinary cultivator, and I can't even challenge him. Seeing his pessimism, Tu Tong quickly said, Tongtu, please stay calm. No matter how helpless the situation has been, you have always been able to handle it easily, and this time is no different. President Tu, encouraged by his subordinate, gradually emerged from despair. He took a deep breath and said, You're right, it's not yet at the point of no return. The large-scale amusement park project is led by the third son of the tycoon, Lee Hanling. Besides this unexpected event, don't expect to get a penny from him. No matter what, we must bring Lai Ham Lin down and get him to provide support. Before that, we have to do our best to delay time, and you will be responsible for the most important task of going to the hospital to kidnap Somach's sister. She is an important hostage. The subordinate, seeing him regain his composure and issue the order, immediately straightened up and responded loudly, "Yes, President Tu, I will definitely not let you down." After a moment, he softly told his men, "Also, tell the brothers to leave the company today and give them a day off." "What?" "Mr. Tu, I was about to say that the security team in the company is too weak, and I want to bring in a few more people." Mr. Tu, knowing what he's worried about, then calms him down. "Don't worry, I'm not falling myself. I just don't want them to die in vain against the power of a cultivator. From a useless person on the street to where I am today, every step I took was on bloodshed, and my sins can only be cleansed in hell." Looking at the cityscape below, his voice clearly shows determination and an unwillingness to accept fate. "I will absolutely not give up my life easily." His face now looks fierce. "Before going to hell, I want to see the view from a higher place." Returning to the secret realm, Vuong's teammate was covered in wounds. He turned back and shouted loudly, "Run! Vuong, run fast!" A tentacle from the demon beast suddenly appeared in the air. Just as the teammate was about to say more, Xiao Beast swung his tentacle down forcefully. Vuong is lucky to have her teammates help and managed to escape, leaning against the wall behind her, gasping for breath. At this moment, despair and hopelessness surround her.
"They're all dead. All of my teammates are gone. You can level up by fighting monsters without trouble or exhaustion, and even save the world, but it's all just a lie."
At first, I shouldn't have believed such nonsense propaganda about becoming a savior. The exhaustion of my physical strength and helplessness against the power of the beast made me fall into fatigue. I really can't take it anymore. When will this nightmare finally end? Realizing she was falling into despair, Vuong comforted herself and kept running until the secret realm mission was over. As long as she could survive, that was enough. Suddenly, Somach appeared out of nowhere and called her. Vuong, when she heard the call, she looked up. She turned her head to Somach and was very surprised that he was still alive. "You're just an ordinary person who appeared when the secret realm opened, Turtle. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Realizing her words sounded rude, like insulting him, she panicked, waved her hands, and apologized. "Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just hard to imagine. Being able to survive in the secret realm despite the rampant slaughter of monsters is really not easy."
Somach also paid no mind to this and modestly replied, "I just got lucky to be alive so far. I still have to thank the sword you gave me."
"Unfortunately, it's already broken." "Yes, where are your teammates?" Mentioning these teammates, her mood immediately sank and a look of sorrow appeared in her eyes. "They are all dead. Chasing dreams, becoming the protagonist, saving the world, monks like us from small sects who have fallen into decline should never have harbored such hopes. No matter how hard we try, we are no match for the core disciples of the great sects. In front of the powerful beasts, we are even less than our dragon robes, just cannon fodder." As she spoke, Suomai suddenly thought of Bingjun, her short-lived comrade. Indeed, the power of the demon beast is truly strange and terrifying. Not long ago, a fellow cultivator was blown up right in front of me, leaving nothing behind. Even now, I still think it was the beast's doing, not that fool blowing himself up. I couldn't even tell when the beast's attack started. If it weren't for his sacrifice, I might have been the one to die instead. Vuong saw that he no longer had a teammate, and that he was in the same situation, so he made a suggestion. "Maybe you should come with me now. We find a place to hide, wait for the elders to defeat the final boss, and then we can return to reality. If danger arises, I will do my best to protect you." The viewers almost burst out laughing when they heard her say that. What did this little sister just say? She wants to protect Mach Than. Think again, and remember the great elder right beside her. Suo Mach's live stream room. The other viewers see that he still doesn't realize Bak Mong Quan died by his own mistake, and laugh out loud. Mach Than is also so adorable and silly, yet he doesn't realize that Bak Mong Quan's death was caused by an explosion. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Mach Than is clearly cautious. "Save some face for Bak Mong Quan and stop insulting the dead." The sky in the secret realm is starting to turn gloomy. Vuong, to protect the person believed to be Somach, who is unarmed, steps forward to survey the terrain and follow me. Based on my experience, this area is quite safe. Just as she finished speaking, he faintly heard some kind of sound. He hesitated and said, "But I think I heard some sounds nearby." Vuong looked back in confusion and asked him, "The sound?" and as soon as she turned around, she encountered the beast that had killed all her teammates. Vuong turns around and runs toward Somach. She shouts loudly, urging him to run quickly, don't look back, and head toward that skyscraper. Are you serious? If we go into the building, there will be nowhere left to run. Vuong was running and explaining, I've encountered this kind of beast before and managed to escape. As she explained, the beast charged at her at full speed. It growled with terrifying roars. Seeing that they were moving too slowly, she lifted him up like a princess. In the end, just trust me, I guess. You said this place was safe earlier, but in the blink of an eye, we ran into a monster. I can't trust that anymore. Suomai was carried like a princess and shouted in surprise, Hey, what are you doing? Vuong, after feeling confident that she was holding him securely, replied, There's no time to explain anymore. Then she hugged him, jumped up, and ran quickly, saying, Just trust me. Inside the tall building, a long corridor came into view. Somach carefully looked outside and sighed in relief when she saw the beast was not chasing after them. Actually, that beast didn't chase after us at all, but I managed to cut it off. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. After running with him for a while, Vuong was also exhausted. She tried to steady her breath before explaining further. That creature's vision is extremely sharp, but it has poor hearing and slow touch senses. Entering the complex building makes it easier to escape its pursuit. We're temporarily safe, but we can't let our guard down yet. Let's go to a higher floor, wait another 10 minutes, then leave. Knowing she has more experience, Somach didn't say anything and followed her plan. Okay. Hearing her, he remembered the diagram he saw when entering the building. When I entered the building, I saw a directional diagram, and the stairs were probably on the left. But Vuong casually dismissed his suggestion to take the stairs. Sir, let's take the elevator. Somach hesitantly looked at her, confused. You don't know? The scene of the secret realm replicates the city we live in, including the power system, so the elevator can still be used normally. Somach obviously knew that, but what confuses him is why not take the stairs for safety. Sir, isn't taking the stairs safer than the elevator? Vuong obviously knows this would be safer, but her current stamina has reached its limit and she pouts and complains. Honestly, from a safety perspective, taking the stairs makes more sense, but you didn't think about the fact that ever since I entered the secret realm, I've been running and escaping, carrying you all this time. Do you know how much you weigh? I'm exhausted now, and I don't want to take another step. Seeing her constant complaints, Somach finally understood. He looked at her helplessly and said, So Tu Tianjia's physical strength is really that weak? Seeing him say that, she snapped back annoyed. Do you think our cultivation method is just muscle training in a sealed room? Vuong, she believes that the monsters are only strong but not very smart. Using the elevator is no problem, and occasionally using some sharp modern weapons isn't a bad idea. The beast that appeared earlier wasn't smart enough to know how to use the elevator either. Vuong gently pressed the up button, and the two of them stared intently at the elevator door, waiting for it to open. When it finally opened, the bodies of the fellow cultivators lay inside, proving that even they believed the beasts were too stupid to use the elevator. Somach, with a calm expression, looked at the unfortunate people dead in the elevator and told Vuong to go upstairs and check if the wounds were caused by the demon beast that had been chasing them. It seems a beast has learned to use the elevator. Vuong, can you tell if the wounds on their bodies were caused by the beast that was following us earlier? Vuong approached to examine the wound and realized it wasn't caused by the chasing beast. Her eyes widened in shock. This was done by another beast. This building is the territory of a different beast. It could be worse than we think. It's just a trap to lure us back to this building, aiming to cooperate with the beast inside and kill us together. She looked toward the glass door of the building, and knowing that staying here any longer was no longer the best option. We don't have much time left to hide. She thought for a moment and suggested going somewhere larger. If they form a sandwich, we're definitely doomed. We need at least a spacious place with hiding spots. After losing one of the monsters and escaping from the building, Suomai, with his superhuman memory, remembered the entire layout of the building. He immediately identified the location Vuong was referring to. I know there's a huge office on the upper floor shown on the map. You immediately run ahead to lead the way. I think they finally reached the largest office in this building. A tentacle appeared. It was the monster that had been chasing them for 8 blocks. Somach, feeling it searching around for them, nervously asked Vuong, Is it really safe to hide here? Vuong covered her mouth, trying to steady her heartbeat. She whispered carefully, It can't hear us talking, and even with good eyesight it can't see our hiding spot, so it should be fine. The viewers watching start teasing him, saying, Run, little beast, or you'll be killed by Mach-Than. Mach-Than appears terrified on the surface, but in reality he is very composed. So, Mach's live stream room. Some people think you've just been pretending all along to build suspense in the live stream. Mach Than, stop pretending. It's time to kill the beast and stir up the atmosphere. At this moment, the beast is still scanning the surroundings for the two figures, even carefully using its third eye to search every corner. Vuong, from where the uncle is watching, immediately warns Somach to be careful, not to let its tentacle eye see her. Somach, seeing this for the first time, finds it incredibly miraculous. He couldn't help but marvel at how agile its tentacles were. The body of a monster truly is extraordinary. Vuong immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. If we are discovered, I will try to hold the monster back, and you take the chance to escape. Somach is a man, so of course he wouldn't really let her stay and fight alone with it when he hears this. Besides, she's so kind that he definitely can't do that. I can also help. I once defeated a very weak demon beast, so if we have to fight, I won't drag you down. Vuong only felt that he was just trying to show off, so stop bragging. Protecting ordinary people is the duty of a cultivator. Don't overthink it. She still tried to speak casually, saying, "Hold this beast off for a while and then run away. It's just a small meal for me, so just trust me." At that moment, Suo Miao heard another sound. You can sense that something is coming this way. It's you who's pretending to be innocent. Wait a moment, let me speak first. I think I hear another sound approaching us. If you hear another beast coming, you'll be terrified. It's over. Could it be another beast? Vuong listened carefully, but couldn't hear anything herself. But your hearing is pretty impressive too, isn't it? I didn't hear anything at all. You and that sharp-eyed beast together form the heavenly eye and wind-flowing ear combination. All right. So seeing your serious expression, Vuong shrugged and calmly replied, "Isn't all we can do now just go with the flow and tease?" He helplessly covered his face, feeling that she was right. It really made sense. While they were talking, a thick-lipped beast entered the office. Vuong, sensing the pressure from the thick-lipped beast, silently thought to herself that she was doomed. This oppressive feeling could only mean it was a 300-year-old demon beast. The beast's hand resting on the desk where Vuong was hiding, she immediately sealed her mouth and nose, afraid that even the slightest sound would reveal her. How can we hide it? The thick-lipped beast stares straight ahead. It seems like it and the tentacled beast are exchanging something with their eyes. The audience also can't help but feel fear from the dark and tense scene of the replay. Some even joked, "Is this really a horror movie? Are you serious?" The old master hiding under the table getting caught is the real horror movie of the beast, right? Seeing Mach Than honestly hiding under the table makes me want to laugh. So Mach's livestream room. Everyone is excitedly betting on whether he can punch it to death in one hit. Just bet. Just bet. Everyone guess how many punches it will take for Mach Than to blow them up. Come on, come on. This is the part you want to see, and you can see Mach Than pretending to be naive again. The eye of the tentacle beast is starting to move toward where Somach is hiding. It sensed a living person's breath and shouted, "The language of the beast has been detected." Just as it was about to crouch under the table to investigate, the 3-year-old beast's arm shot up. "Big brother, do you really have to be like this? Every time you suddenly put your foot on my head, just keep going." The 300-year-old beast snapped in annoyance. "You think I enjoy speaking like this? If it weren't for your poor hearing, I wouldn't bother using this method to talk to you." It has figured out that Somach is under the table. Not wanting Shuktu to die, it recounts to it the story of the beast that was killed by him when they were with Bak Mong Quan. The language of the beast. That kid really is a monster. One punch has taken out all the fangs. We just pretend not to see anything and leave naturally. When Shuktu heard this, he was amazed and innocently asked the thick-lipped one, "Is the language of the beast really true? So why do they have to hide?" The thick-lipped fish paused at its question. "Actually, I don't even know why myself, but my instincts told me to do so." How would I know the language of the beast? Since I kindly reminded you once, if you want to seek death, I'll go ahead and leave first. Seeing the thick-lipped one try to run alone, the tentacle, scared, curled up and chased after it. The language of the beast. "Big brother, I was wrong. Wait for me. I'm pulling back too." After the two monsters leave, the office falls into silence. Not hearing any more sounds, Vuong cautiously asks him, "Somach, are those monsters really gone?" Somach stepped out of the hiding spot, looked in the direction they ran, and replied to her, "The sound of them has disappeared. They probably went somewhere else." Vuong let out a relieved sigh upon hearing this. "Great, we're really lucky. I thought we wouldn't be able to escape this time." The audience was extremely disappointed that they couldn't see Jingsui Miao take action against the two monsters. I thought I would finally see Mach Than take action when those two monsters came out, but nothing happened. I've never seen such a cowardly monster before. They didn't even dare to fight 2 against 2. So Mach's live stream room. Someone couldn't help but find it funny that the 2 beasts were so scared of death, laughing to tears. The first time I saw a beast run away on its own, the survival rate of the beast behind it warmed people's hearts. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, breaking the peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. The secret realm announced the appearance of the final boss for the first mission. The beast taming difficulty is 500 years, and the mission location is the 5th secret realm in Songvan district. Both of them also heard the announcement, so Somach didn't expect they would have to fight the final boss so soon. Another notification from the secret realm. Have they already had to fight the final boss so quickly? Vuong clearly states she won't get involved.
It doesn't concern me anyway. This time the difficulty of the secret realm is insanely high. I didn't expect the final boss
To be a 500-year-old beast? Is that toy really something I can fight? Her current plan is to hide somewhere safe until someone defeats the 500-year-old beast. Anyway, let's find a place to hide first, wait for those elders to finish their task. Then we can leave the secret realm together. Suddenly, Kwang remembered that she was right here in Songvan district, where the 500-year-old beast appeared. It seems we are now in Songvan district. Vuong, terrified out of her mind, panickingly shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let's run!" But it seemed like it was already too late. A beam of light appears in the Songvan district. Somach looks toward the source of the mysterious glow, where skyscrapers dominate the scene, and the peaceful atmosphere makes it hard to believe that monsters are running rampant here. After pulling Somach along for a while until they were almost out of breath, Vuong stopped to catch her breath. "We should be safe now." Just from a quick glance from afar, I could tell the final boss was terrifying. Somach also agreed with her, feeling like he was being deceived. That's right, even normal magical beasts are already strange and terrifying, so the final boss is just a magical beast. 5 years, it's really unreasonable. The illusion isn't feeding us false news, is it? Vuong thought for a moment and also felt that the current secret realm was full of traps. A look of worry appeared in her eyes. Based on the previous signs, it seems possible. As long as we stay far enough away, these things won't be our concern. Suddenly, a young man approached and called out to them, "Hey, wait a moment!" Ngontin Kim quickly introduced himself to the 2. "I'm a disciple of Tai Huyenmon Ngontin Kim. Please join us in destroying the final bot So-So with our Tai Huyenmon." Ngontin Kim saw her refuse and tried to persuade her, explaining that avoiding battle would not help them pass the test, and honestly shared their current situation. A look of determination and a desire to survive appeared in his eyes. The only way to keep living is one. Your sect has a magic weapon capable of killing 500-year-old demon beasts. Our Tai Huyenmon has a magic tool capable of killing 500-year-old demons. The Imperial Thunder Flask just needs some preparation time to activate. Before activating the Loi Bin, we need to find a way to hold off the demon beast, so we need more people. Although we have summoned many cultivators, it is still not enough. The more people involved, the higher the chance of success. For the final victory, join us. At this moment, Latianheng walked out of the building, his expression emotionless as he looked at the boy. "Ngontin Kiem, you're back?" Much faster than expected. You walk over and stand beside him to report on the recruitment progress. "Young Master Tiu, the recruitment is basically complete, except for our Tai Huyenmon disciples and the cultivators we could find." Overall, Latianheng was surprised that the number of participants was so few, and he felt a bit disappointed. Only 164 people. Just 164 people. Is that all? The number of those who entered the 5th secret realm was 2,500. He frowned and said bitterly, no one expected the difficulty of the secret realm to increase so rapidly. The number of cultivators who have fallen far exceeds expectations. Considering the current situation, you cautiously ask him, "Young Master Tiu, with the current number of people, can they hold off the demon beast long enough for you to activate the Loi Bin?" Latianheng looked at the Loi Bin on his hand and softly replied, "Yeah, that's enough." Deep in his mind, memories of that day returned, the Loi Bin carefully placed on the table. His father's cold voice echoed. "In our Tai Huyen sect, the Spirit Thunder Bottle is one of the most precious magic tools, and it can only be used once. Your father entrusted it to you, but not to see you in such a weak state. Even though I know he's trying to help me, I can't do what he wishes." "Dad, I'm sorry. I can't do it." He was angry, but still tried to carefully analyze the pros and cons for him. Is that really so difficult? Gather all the immortal cultivators in the 5th secret realm, using the need for preparation to control the Thunder Vessel as a reason for them to go weaken the demon beasts and accumulate the strengths and weaknesses of the final boss. Only when the demon beasts have endured all the advantages and disadvantages should you use the Thunder Vessel to deal with them. With his kind heart, Latianheng couldn't commit such inhumane actions. but doing so would cause unnecessary casualties. Moreover, isn't the summoning thunder vessel a magic tool that can be used anytime without preparation? It basically requires no time to get ready. Seeing that he refused to comply, he frowned and looked at him fiercely. Have you forgotten already? The method to become stronger in the secret realm, besides relying on the audience's reward and killing the final boss of the secret realm, also grants a large amount of fate points, and you are forced to take that reward. Tianheng obviously would not agree with this cold-blooded approach. He immediately refused, saying, I don't need to rely on such sneaky methods to kill the final boss, and I shouldn't dirty my hands for that small reward. Dad, do you not believe in my strength? He ignored his words and rejection. In his eyes, the fifth secret realm was now the path for their sect to shine. Have you forgotten our dream? To make Tai Huiyan sect a cultivation sect equal to the 4 great sects? He placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke earnestly. In the past, if Dad had expressed this idea, he would have been laughed at. Dad has worked hard for 30 years to make Tai Huiyan sect the strongest cultivation sect outside the 4 great sects, and this is the peak we can reach. Seeing that he didn't respond, he repeated the story of how he was humiliated by a normal disciple from the 4 great clans to provoke him. Do you still remember being insulted by an ordinary disciple of the 4 great clans? In the eyes of all cultivators, the sects in the world of cultivation are only 2 types. The 4 great sects and the rest. This is the reality. As he said this, his face darkened and hatred and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. No one considers us on par with the 4 great sects. But now that the secret realm has appeared, this is the greatest opportunity for cultivators, so we must ensure that no mistakes happen. To stand equal with the 4 great sects, you need not only strength, but also the ability to sway people's hearts. Holding the divine thunder bottle in his hand, he taught Tianheng how to manipulate people's minds, while also making the 5th secret realm's cultivators feel fear and despair. Then using his hero identity to face the monsters and unite the cultivators within the 5th secret realm under his command. Only then could he gain the strength to oppose the 4 great sects in the future, surpass them, and become the #1 sect in the world. In the end, after his words, Tianheng was swayed. Although his heart was torn apart inside, he could only accept and say, I know what I have to do now. Returning to the present, Tianheng couldn't contain the guilt in his heart, but since he had been brainwashed by his father, he could only apologize to those who were about to sacrifice. Sorry for the Tai Huiyan sect and my father. Seeing the monks with both Somach and Vuong in front of him, he muttered in anguish, Your sacrifices are indispensable. The group of monks involved in the delaying plan all look towards the source of the light. Someone has begun to doubt Tiancheng's plan. Can the thunder suppression cauldron really destroy the last barrier? So delaying time isn't an excuse for us to become cannon fodder, right? Young master of Tai Huiyan sect Tiantan. I hear he's known for his integrity, so he probably won't lie. Even though they were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. Besides trusting him or waiting to die in the secret realm, was there any other option for us? The brown-haired boy thought for a moment and also agreed. You're right, I've thought it through. Instead of just waiting to die, why not take a chance? If you're lucky enough to kill the final Duso boss, you might get the great fate coin reward. The friend frowned when hearing this, thinking he's being too optimistic. Surviving is already good enough, let alone aiming for the reward. Among more than 200 people, only one can get the fate coin reward by killing the So-So boss. Do you think you're the destined protagonist? Back at Somach's place, Vuong, fearing he might die, kept urging him to run away, but he refused and firmly said, Don't try to persuade me anymore. I won't run away alone. Vuong felt helpless seeing his stubbornness, realizing he was just trying to act tough. Hey, you're really planning to fight. So with us for the final time? It's very dangerous. What can an ordinary person like you contribute anyway? Somach tried to explain that he was not weak, and that he had the ability to fight alongside them. I received the reward of the fate coin, so I do have some fighting ability. Everyone here is preparing to risk their lives fighting monsters. I can't just stand by and watch helplessly. Vuong was extremely surprised to hear him say he had a coin of fate. No wonder he was able to use it to boost his fighting strength. No wonder he earned the right to enter the secret realm. Somach gently tilted his head and told her openly that when he first entered, he received a reward of the destiny coin. Not long after entering the secret realm, he was lucky enough to get the destiny coin reward, which increased his combat power once. But then he received another reward, yet his combat power did not increase any more. Regarding this, Vuong was not surprised at all. She just thought his body had reached the limit of absorbing the destiny coins. Not wanting him to misunderstand, she carefully explained, Isn't that quite normal? If her combat power had increased significantly because of this, Vuong stroked her chin. playfully teasing him with a joke. What's even stranger is that you can use the power of fate coins, but there's not a hint of spiritual energy reaction on you. Aren't you some high-level veteran hiding your identity and coming back to fight those little monsters? Somach, knowing she was joking, also played along with a line he had read in a comic book. I'll be honest, Vuong immediately recognized that he was quoting a line from the story she liked to read. Isn't that the classic line from the story about me training alone in the secret realm to become superhero? Very powerful but overly cautious. I didn't expect you to also enjoy reading comics. When I saw you knew that particular book, I was also very surprised. Somach didn't expect these cultivators also read stories. I was also very surprised. You cultivators also read novels and comics? Hearing this, Vuong looked a bit helpless as he explained. Of course, do you think all cultivators now are primitive hermits hiding in the mountains? Express delivery can't be made because food can't be delivered. Vuong gently lowered his eyes and explained the current situation of the cultivation world. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, no matter how hard they try to cultivate, progress is very difficult. With the current situation, only a few top talented cultivators are still bravely and diligently practicing. Most cultivators are actively engaging with modern society, and there are even many who are obsessed with power and money. In the real world, at Somach's former company, the 3 cultivators invited by Tongtu were overjoyed after receiving a hefty deposit for eliminating Somach. We have received Tongtu's sincerity. He really was too generous with his actions. Seeing how satisfied they were, he even added, "That's just the deposit. There's more bonus money after the job is done." The leader, seeing that extra reward, became even more dedicated to the task and said solemnly, "We will wholeheartedly complete the job for the money. Dealing with a kid like this, needing all 3 of us to act together, really shows how much they value him." General Tu said nothing more about it, calmly telling the 3 elders, "The information about Somach has already been sent to you. In the secret realm, he blew up a 300-year-old demon beast with a single punch, showing impressive strength. Chief, don't worry, we've never failed before. Truly, Somach can kill the monsters in the secret realm that are currently causing a stir. Based on his behavior in the livestream, he's just a body cultivator, a brute force fighter with no advanced martial skills and lacking experience fighting monsters and cultivators, and at this point, a murderous look appears in his eyes along with ruthlessness, while the Earth's spiritual energy is depleted. In the secret realm, cultivators use fate coins to boost their combat power, but can't bring everything back to Earth. So now, even with our combined strength, Somach can be killed. From the overall view, hearing him speak in such a sarcastic tone also made him feel more at ease. He smiled with satisfaction. I see. It turns out I was overthinking. Look, the difficulty of the secret realm has increased again. And yet the final boss is a 500-year-old demon beast. It seems Somach and the others are about to surround and fight the final boss. One of the 3, hearing that, just found it amusing. Maybe before it's our turn to act, Somach has already been killed by the demon beast, so we didn't waste a trip, right? President Tu really is patient to kill Somach. And if he can connect with these monks, he won't lose either. The big-hearted and rough-talking Tuan told the 3 in front, if Somach dies in the secret realm, their reward will still be the same as usual. The monk felt even more pleased when he heard that. With what President Tu said, I feel assured now. Suddenly, a stream of air seeped into the office. So dense it could be seen with the naked eye. The monk, sensing the aura, fearfully called out the leader's name, "Big brother, outside!" And the leader also felt this overwhelming pressure. He furrowed his brows, fearfully looking toward the door. What could this terrifying surge of spiritual energy be? From the boss, there is no sign of worry or surprise, as if he is very pleased that the person he has been waiting for has arrived. You're here already? I didn't expect it to be so fast. He reassured the 3 cultivators, the 3 immortal masters, not to worry. They are my guests. I specially invited experts to deal with Somach. He looked at the man, exuding a powerful aura as he introduced him to the 3 others, a senior advisor from the Li Thai Financial Group, and said, I hear he's a bounty hunter known as an immortal assassin. Now Tuthu, after 500 years, has appeared before the monks inside the secret realm. A dark voice echoes as the rules of the secret realm are shattered by the God Lord of the alien world, 8055, whose strength far surpasses 500 years. A terrifying beast with immense power appears behind Vuong, its purple light blazing from its eyes as it stares fiercely at her. Somach then appeared from its right side, and the sound of electronic machinery echoed as the battle quickly intensified. A beam of light burst forth powerfully. Lathian Han stood on the rooftop, looking toward the open door in the distance. He asked Nantin Kim in a low voice, Are everything arranged now? He immediately reported, Yes, young master. The cultivators have dispersed and arranged themselves around the final boss's location. According to the previous plan, once the beast escapes the beam of light, the cultivators will split into groups to lure and attack, keeping the target within the range of the summoning thunder flask. Before the preparation time of the Loi Bin ends, they will do their best to help the young master hold off the demon beast. Seeing that everything is arranged properly, he turns his face to look at Non Tin Kiem. I understand. I will quickly use the Loi Bin to minimize unnecessary casualties. Somach was surprised and asked after learning that not everyone rushed to fight the So-So boss. So it turns out not everyone was attacking the So-So boss together in the end. Vuong, after hearing the plan, helplessly rubbed her aching Taiyang. Does she think this is just a copy of the game team? If we really have to fight head-on, our entire army would be wiped out in less than 2 minutes. So we split into 50 small groups, fight, and then retreat, taking turns to attract the attention of the monsters, which might buy us some time to use the thunder suppression pill. Somach felt this approach still wasn't quite right, but having the group serve as bait for the beasts would be very dangerous. Vuong knew this well, but she had no better options herself. Having lived in a world of cultivators for years, she understands that sometimes you have to accept sacrificing the few to protect the many. There's no other way. This is the plan of Tai Huiyan sect. Sacrifice the few to save the many. If you happen to be killed by the beast, you can only blame your bad luck. But when it comes to escaping, I am also very confident in myself. Before seeing the outcome of repaying the debt, I said I killed the Demon King in Tanthu village and I won't die. To keep the atmosphere light, she joked about her favorite comic, the super popular national comic that has been published for over 100 years. This joke also made Somach stop thinking about it. The fact that she shares the same favorite as him makes him feel a bit closer. I am also a loyal fan of that comic. I recently faced a difficult situation and happened to read it again. It gave me strength and love for life. Seeing how much you liked that comic, Vuong said kindly. I see. After we get out of the secret realm, I will introduce you to that comic artist. Somach's face lit up, and he excitedly asked her, Really? Wait a minute, are you serious? I didn't expect you to know the manga artist. The crazy hermit has never taken part in any activities and is known as the mysterious artist. I've always wanted to get his signature. At this moment, Vuong revealed the author's secret to him. The crazy artist is also a cultivator, part of the same circle as us. His goal of practicing cultivation was just to stay healthy and draw better comics. Somach truly admires his unwavering spirit for the profession. Thinking about the possibility of meeting him, I am even more excited to publish the new cultivation comic. You truly are a model worker in your profession. I hope you will arrange for me and him to meet. Seeing the lively and spirited expression on his face, Vuong also felt happy. You said your sister is still waiting for you, and now you have another reason to keep living. We have to try to go on. Her words made Somach pause. He smiled softly and said confidently, We will definitely be able to leave the secret realm safely. The door leading to the 500-year-old demon beast gradually turned purple as loud noises echoed and its foot stomped onto the ground. He stepped out of this door and assessed the current secret realm. This is the secret realm. To get here, I specifically requested Lord God to lower my combat power to that of a 500-year-old beast. Thinking about the terrified screams of the monks when they see me, his blood boils with excitement as he says, I can't wait, the scent of cultivator's flesh. Time for a fun hunt. Seeing the monks in front of him, he lowered his body as if gathering strength to attack. The monks, upon seeing him, immediately boosted their morale, drawing their weapons and preparing. That beast is paying attention to us. The young man with brown hair furrowed his brows and stared at him cautiously, planning to strike separately. But with the fifth boss right in front of him, these monks are just like ants for him to toy with. He killed 2 of them at lightning speed before they even felt any pain. The young man with brown hair, still confused about what was happening as his face was squeezed in his hand, thought to himself, what the hell is this speed? A cloud of white smoke rises, obscuring the scene below. As the smoke disperses, he lifts the young man with one hand, shouting excitedly, Come on, shout a little louder. If you can help me lure out all the remaining cultivators, I'll let you die a bit more comfortably. The young man with brown hair, still in his grasp, refused to submit, coughing and sneering at him. A wild beast with an undeveloped mind, yet able to speak human language, truly a miracle of nature. The fifth boss, so provoked by such teasing, becomes furious and clenches his fists, crushing the young man's head. I like the most those brave kids, especially when I squeeze the life out of them. After dealing with the monks here, he immediately caught a human scent nearby. His eyes flicked to the right. All right, where's the next target to hunt? The strongest scent is on the right. and unfortunately, Vuong is the closest cultivator to him right now. She still doesn't realize she's about to become his next prey and is wandering around. The fifth boss touches and sniffs each person's aura. From the smell, I can tell approximately how many people are hiding in each place. I can smell the aura of spiritual energy. Although everyone split up to hide, there are at least 2 people in each place. Seeing Vuong standing alone, he felt very suspicious and curious. But you're the only one here. I'm very curious. What is the reason? Standing in front of the 5th Sora boss, she was neither afraid nor panicked, but instead wore a calm expression, even joking around. No way. You can't even see this, dealing with a fool like you. I alone am enough. Her taunting words excite him, and he snorts before shouting, "Interesting woman, let's see what you're capable of." Vuong immediately followed his command, unleashing her most powerful strike, a stream of pink-purple spiritual energy shooting straight at him as if on cue. The aura spread everywhere, illuminating the scene. After taking a blow from Vuong, his body showed no sign of injury at all, which left him extremely disappointed. How pathetic. Is this really your limit? The modern immortal cultivators are so weak that it makes me laugh. At this moment, Somach suddenly appeared on his right side from nowhere. He gathered his strength, clenched his fist, and raised it high, preparing to deliver a thunderous punch. Seeing it was ready, he slammed it down on the ground, and a stream of spiritual energy shot straight toward the 5th boss. He sensed the danger and quickly dodged, his body's instinct making him evade instinctively, which surprised him since he didn't realize he was avoiding unconsciously. Knowing that there is someone who can make me reach this level of strength and still instinctively dodge not only makes me afraid but also more excited. Interesting, this is so interesting. Even among cultivators there are such powerful beings. All right, let's start the fight properly. But when he regained his senses, he couldn't see Somach anywhere. "Where are you? You've run away." Lee Tuong's lounge. The little girl, who had been watching the match intently, also heard the system's announcement. The little girl expressed confusion about the 5th So-So boss being a mutant. The final So-So boss in the 5th secret realm is a mutant. What does it mean to be a mutated form? Vuong quickly looked through many documents to answer the little girl's question. According to the program team's provided data, the stronger the beast, the more its appearance resembles a human. And the final boss, So-So, appearing in the 5th secret realm, has already begun transforming into a human form. In normal cases, only monsters over 800 years old have this ability. Lee Tuong was so shocked to hear that this feature appears in monsters of 800 years old. Isn't this against the rules? It was clearly stated that the final boss is a 500-year-old beast, but now an 800-year-old beast appears, and it's in the 5th secret realm, which has the weakest average strength. Goitin is not like the little girl. He has seen a lot and doesn't feel too worried. He knows that the opponent's strength being reduced to 500 years just makes the fight more difficult. The announcement about the secret realm won't be wrong. It's just that although they are both 500-year-old beasts, the difficulty of the final boss in the 5th secret realm is higher. Just after leaving the other secret realms, Vuong suddenly posed a difficult question, but such a powerful beast was able to dodge Somach's attack. What is Elder Lee's opinion on this? This question really stumped Tin. He quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face and remained silent. After thinking it over without coming up with an answer, he had to force a polite smile and say he would respond later. For now, I will keep my previous opinion on this. Let's move the dream back to the 1st secret realm first. The final boss of the 1st realm is about to reach the last moment. Back in the secret realm, Vuong managed to escape thanks to Somach drawing the attention away. She is now standing in a relatively safe corner. That blow to the snout just now almost sent her to the afterlife. Just thinking about it makes Vuong feel like her heart is about to stop. She sighed and said, "It's almost death time," pretending to be aggressive in front of the final boss, so it was too exciting. I almost had a heart attack. According to plan, I will attack first to distract the beast. Somach took the opportunity to ambush and provoke the beast using a safe method. Thinking about his strength just now, she felt more and more frustrated. That bastard Somach is clearly stronger than me, yet he pretends to be scared in front of me, worrying about him all day long. And in the end, even the last boss, So was scared off by his surprise attack. At this point, Vuong hesitated, realizing she didn't know whether the beast was still chasing them or not. Wait a minute. The last boss didn't chase after us. Did that beast lose us because it was too scared? If it escapes the attack range of the summoning Thunderbell, it will be troublesome. But unfortunately, the 5th boss, Sora, relied on the scent to find where Vuong was hiding. He stood behind her, speaking in a deep voice. What a pity. He curled his lips into a wide smile, then with a sinister tone added, "My target was originally your teammate, but
But unfortunately, I couldn't catch his spiritual energy, and then I suddenly thought, if I kill you, maybe I can lure him here.
What's going on? I can't move at all. My body feels frozen.
I'm going to die. I'm about to die.
The fifth Sora boss reached out with its claws, but luckily Suomo quickly stepped in to block the attack. The fifth Sora boss saw him appear and smiled contentedly. You're so skilled, a human powerhouse, you finally appeared. Let's continue the fight from earlier. The viewers watching this scene are extremely excited, and the barrage of comments quickly floods in to cheer for Somach to defeat him. Come on, attack, attack, Mokthon is finally stepping in. Can you be a little quieter? I don't think the situation looks good. Wasn't it Elder Lee who said earlier that the strength of this final boss far exceeds that of a 500-year-old demon beast? Somach's livestream room. Some believe in his strength, while others do not. They think Somach is also that powerful. Wasn't Mokthon also running away earlier? I think even he isn't confident. It's hilarious. Don't you think Mokthon's strength and caution are proportional? I want to see the thunder-suppressing cauldron move faster. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted, illuminating the entire area. Several hidden cultivators nearby were stunned by the sight and the continuous sound of fighting. Are you sure there's no mistake? The sound of fighting continues non-stop. Someone is fighting head-on with the final boss. Jia Ngam stares intently at the source of the fighting sounds. He thinks this is his chance to win and claim the reward. This is the opportunity. The others heard him say that and thought he had truly gone crazy. An opportunity? Are you crazy? You don't really want to kill the thief right in front of everyone, do you? Greed has blinded him, he spoke with great confidence. What are you afraid of? Try turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Don't you want to take the reward for killing the boss face to face? If we work together, we can split the prize equally. The accomplices, hearing him say that, also started to waver and finally decided to fight to the death with him. Fine. Let's go with that. Although the risk is high, I don't want to miss this chance either, and the reward will be shared equally. You better keep your promise. Seeing that his accomplices agreed, he smiled smugly and said, We've cooperated so many times before. Don't you trust me? Moreover, there is a powerful fighter whose name I don't know holding back the beast, so there's nothing to fear. The fifth SSS boss slashed his sharp claws toward Suomo, his deep voice echoing. Isn't this good enough? Luckily, before his claw hit Somach, he leaned back and dodged it. His quick attack caught him off guard, giving boss So, the fifth, a chance to seize the opportunity. He punched Somach in the stomach. Where are you looking? This punch of his was quite powerful. Somach was knocked back and his body slammed into the building. Boss, So, the fifth is very happy to see that even after taking one of his punches, he still has the strength to fight back and continue fighting. As I suspected, my intuition was right. With just a few exchanges, he figured out that Somach doesn't know how to control the flow of energy within his body. There is a tremendous power hidden within you, but you don't know how to use it, which is a real waste. The Somach haters are very happy to see you take a hit from the fifth boss and comment on it. Who was bragging about Somach before? They claimed to be Mokthon, but in the end, they were just a punching bag. Unreliable when it really mattered. Someone who read that got so angry they responded back, If you're so good, go fight the demon beasts yourself. When Auntie saw that comment, he started smashing the keyboard and laughing himself to death. You should know how to cook if you want to judge whether the food at the restaurant is good or not. I'm not a hero to save the day, so I shouldn't be fighting monsters. Somach's live stream room. Some people in the neutral world are starting to speak up and ask everyone to donate to him. Stop talking about these things. It's useless. Honestly, for you viewers with money in hand, supporting Mokthon with cash or gold is pointless. Mokthon's look of disappointment is even worse than waiting for the thunder to strike. Back in the secret realm, the fifth So boss begins to attack. Somach furiously, with his attack speed nearly reaching the speed of light. He looked at Somach, struggling to withstand his attacks, showing kindness and advising, Just surrender and let him finish you, no matter how much you resist. If you keep taking these hits, your body will break down soon. Let me end your suffering. After unleashing the chain attack, he paused, his body tense, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a rope tightly wrapped around his ankle. It's Vuong. She shouted the name of the move in her mind and controlled the whip to coil around the body of Boss So, causing him to halt. Only then did he realize that his entire body was tightly bound by a rope, and he couldn't move to escape. What is this move that Bo So the Five is panicking about now? I can't move anymore. I'm doomed. Suoma also seized the opportunity to gather strength and attack him, delivering a thunderous punch straight to the face of the fifth squeeze. A punch that sent him flying, made him crash into a tall building. After using that whip, Vuong coughed harshly. She clutches her lost arm and whines. What kind of trash divine tool is this? Using up all the spiritual energy in my body only kept that demon beast alive for less than a second, and it also caused me to get injured and die from the pain. Is your right arm broken? She asked softly, looking at Somach.
I can only help you this much. Somach, don't die.
At this moment, Somach still maintains his fist-throwing stance, staring at the fifth boss lying on the ground, and he also realizes that his punch just now still couldn't injure the beast. Moreover, he also felt his body starting to ache. Although he took the opportunity to attack the beast earlier, he didn't cause much injury to it. Unfortunately, even though I wasn't injured, my body started to feel numb. The latent power inside me that the beast mentioned, how can I actually use it? As he was thinking, he heard footsteps approaching. Someone is coming this way. Those are the two guys from earlier. They saw the fifth Sora boss fall and thought their chance had come, so they ran over to cut him down.
Great, we're just in time. Boss So is badly injured and has fallen to the ground. Let's go together.
The accomplice quickly replied,
Yes, boss.
Seeing them about to run over, Suomai shouted to warn them.
Hey, stop! Don't come any closer. This beast is still very dangerous, but the thug not only didn't appreciate it, he thought you were lying to him.
Do you think I would believe that after finally defeating Botsoso, the reward is about to be stolen by someone else? I definitely wouldn't accept that, right? Useless. The reward belongs to us. But before he could finish speaking, he choked and couldn't say another word. The reason is that his teammate betrayed him. The sword pierced through his body, blood starting to flow out. His voice was dark and hoarse. Hey, the reward is mine. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and he couldn't believe that his teammate would betray him at this moment. Damn it! Didn't you all say we would share the reward equally? What right do you have to criticize me? Even if I didn't act, with your personality, you'd definitely kill me to take the reward for yourself. I just acted first. What's wrong with that? I never expected that I would be the one to kill, boss. So, the fifth boss. So now wakes up and looks at him. When he woke up, his words reached his ears and annoyed him. He extended his claws toward him and asked, Who do you want to kill? You little pest, don't interfere with my fight. His pressure renders him unable to move. At this point, he finally felt regret. What kind of joke is this? Isn't this beast close to death already? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. From above, La Tien Han and Gon Tin Kim stand on the rooftop, observing everything. La Tien Han looks down and softly says, I never expected the final boss to be a humanoid beast. This must not be the difficulty level of a 500-year-old beast, right? Gon Tin Kim, fearing he might worry, spoke to comfort him. Young master, the Loi Bin is our Tai Hui insect's most precious treasure. Killing a 700-year-old demon beast is well within his power. There's no need to worry. He's still staring intently below. What worries him isn't the Imperial Thunder Flask, but the safety of Suo Miao. I'm not worried about whether the Imperial Thunder Vessel can kill the beast. What concerns me is the young man fighting that beast. In La Tien Han's eyes, Somach's body radiates an incredibly powerful aura at this moment. He thinks of his own talent and then smiles bitterly. Besides the four great sects, I didn't expect there to be such a genius. Even the core disciples of the four sects can't compare to him. He truly has a talent that makes others envious. Gon Tin Kim also sees this, but he still feels that he can't defeat the fifth. So boss. Indeed, with the strength that beast displays, ordinary cultivators shouldn't interfere in their battle. But given the current situation, even if that man is stronger, facing a beast beyond his limits won't last long, and feeling time running out, he hurriedly asked him about the summoning Thunder Flask. Young master, how much longer until we can use the suppression Thunder Cauldron? If we can coordinate our attack with him, we will definitely be able to kill that beast. La Tien Han immediately replied, I've already done my best to speed up the activation of the Thunder Control Vessel, so we wouldn't lose a genius like Somach. He tried his hardest to accelerate it, because a genius like him dying at the hands of a demon beast would be a loss for all of us cultivators. No, for the entire world. For the sake of the cultivation world, he would never let Somach die. No matter how difficult it is, I will do my best to save him from the beast. At this moment, Boss So S the 5 has finished dealing with the obstacle he believed was blocking the way. Next, he turned to deal with Vuong. That little bug bothering me in the fight, now you're the only one left. Somach saw him target the girl, frowned and shouted, Puppy, my opponent is me, don't confuse the target. Boss, so. The fifth paused, glanced back at Somach and said, I've always hated using magic to support fighting. The strong only need to use pure violence to settle everything. At this point, a strange light appeared in his eyes. But for that human, today I am willing to make an exception for you. The dark prison. Suddenly, a black aura appeared beneath Somach's feet. Seeing the black aura surrounding him, he was stunned and widened his eyes, shouting inwardly, "What?"
Boss sờ thứ năm. Nhìn thấy nhỉ? Từ bóng tối ra hoàn toàn bảo vệ. Sợ mắt, hai lòng nổi. Vậy là pháp thuật thiên phu của tôi, dù chỉ sử dụng trong chocolate.
He reached out to Vuong, who was now unconscious due to his power. "With your strength, escaping this cage would take about 20 seconds. Enough for me to kill your teammate 10 times, so if you want to save your teammate, try to break your limits, or you'll only see a shattered corpse." Somach listened in silence inside the dark prison. He frantically punches the barrier of the dark prison, cursing Boss So-So Thunam non-stop. "Damn it, is that all you know how to do?" Seeing that he had provoked Somach Boss, So Fifth smirked maliciously and said, "I'm just joking, no need to wait for you, I will kill her now." But at this moment, Somach had already broken out of the trap he created. He roared loudly, "So what? You have no more chances." "Boss, So Thunam, I didn't expect you to escape so quickly. How is that possible? But you managed to get out? I didn't expect his dark prison to have assistants that helped me understand how to use my power." In Somach's eyes now, they had turned to a bronze color. He curled his lips and looked at him with a cold smile. "Maybe I should thank you. Thanks to your prison, I think I've figured out how to use my power." Even though Somach escaped the dark prison he created, the fifth boss, So was amazed but not overly worried. It only made him more interested. "That's interesting. You really surprised me. To reward you, I will return your teammate to you." After revealing everything, he releases his control over her. Vuong, who is now in a coma, immediately falls backward. Somach saw her like that and was very worried, running over to shake her. "Vuong, wake up! Can you hear me?" Boss So Thunam, seeing his concern, kindly reminded him, "Don't worry, she's still alive, just temporarily unconscious, so you won't be able to escape easily." His actions truly made him angry. His cold yellow pupils glared at him fiercely. "I won't run away before knocking you out." "Boss!" So Thunam suddenly stiffened like stepping on a tail, then roared angrily, "Don't be proud, I just happened to break my weakest spell. Try this." He then channeled demonic energy into his palm and shouted the name of his dark spell. But what seemed like a powerful attack that could hurt him was easily broken by Somach with a gentle wave of his hand, leaving him a bit disappointed. Somach looked at him coldly and said, "You bastard, so this is your second weakest spell. Do you have any that are a bit more powerful?" Seeing you break one of my moves, he grimaced and his eyes turned fierce. "This kind of power really has underestimated you. Humans are powerful beings. I will no longer insult you with weak magic you're not used to. I will swallow your flesh and blood, then keep your skull as a trophy." But while he was rambling, Somach had already moved in front of him. He placed a finger on his stomach and said irritably, "Enough, you've been talking too much. How is this possible?" This kid quickly closed the distance, just a small human, and before he could do anything, Somach channeled spiritual energy and struck him with a palm. A flash of golden light flickered along with the agonized scream of Boss So the Fifth. To justify his use of spiritual power, Somach revealed everything he had been doing. "You said you wouldn't use magic to fight me anymore, so what is this and the shadow exchanging places for if not a trick?" Boss the Fifth has been shattered by his attack. Now only a small piece remains, squeaking and crackling on the ground. With his superior regenerative ability, his body gradually reassembled from that small fragment, and for the first time, he held his face and questioned the meaning of life. "Humans? Are you really human? I've trained my body to this level, and you're more like a beast than I am." But with the pride of the strong, he refused to let himself tremble before Suomai, and boldly demanded that he pay the price. "You did kill me once, but you should also regret it. My strength has been weakened to enter this secret realm. Unfortunately, dying this time has pushed my strength to its limit. Pray, because in the rules of the secret realm, before killing me, how many seconds can you survive if you attack me with full force?" At the tall building, Non Tin Kim, with a surprised expression, turned to ask La Tien Han, "Young master, did you see that? It's unbelievable. That immortal cultivator didn't expect to have the upper hand in the fight against the demon beast. He merely responded with a faint, what a coincidence." Seeing him just look at the divine thunder flask, the celestial sword hesitated and asked, "Young master, do you mean?" It turns out that while Somach was fighting the fifth boss below, La Tien Han took the opportunity to speed up the activation of the Spirit Thunder Vessel. Now, the Spirit Thunder Vessel is ready for use. He kept channeling spiritual power into it and said, "The Spirit Thunder Vessel is ready. It's time to finish this dungeon mission." Hearing that the Spirit Thunder Vessel was fully activated, he exclaimed with great joy, Great, young master, let's go help now. But a burst of light suddenly appeared, making him panic. Wait, that beast. Unexpectedly, after the burst of light, the demon beast's power was unsealed. When Ngon Tin Kim saw this, he was so scared he lost his soul. Oh my god, that beast has become even stronger again. Spiritual energy is terrifying. 800 years, tame beast 900 years, maybe even more powerful. Is this the first time a beast like this has appeared in the Secret Realm mission, trying to wipe us all out? La Tianhong's previously confident expression now froze in surprise. This action of the beast is no different from slapping him in the face. Not noticing his expression, you hurriedly ask, young master, should we go help now? Who would dare to rush forward at this point? La Tianhong looked extremely calm and let out a sigh. I realize I was mistaken earlier. To protect his honor and life, he lied and said, the preparation time for the Divine Thunder Basin hasn't actually finished yet. I guessed wrong. He can deceive you, but all the viewers watching have seen through his lie. The comment barrage starts to flood in, and those who love the strong suddenly become cowardly. You're quick to turn your back, I knew it. In critical moments, you still have to rely on La Tien Than's Mach Than to protect the live stream. Someone couldn't resist and made a snide remark. Were you about to steal the credit just now? Your control over the operation is very good. Don't join the group again next time. A purple light flashes and then spreads throughout the surrounding area. Now that the fifth boss, So has broken the seal, he has returned to his human form, and his aura is now stronger than before. Moreover, a fierce wolf's head appeared in his hand, which finally returned to its original form. Seeing his current human appearance, Somach thought this guy was truly two-faced. You're so hypocritical from the start criticizing humans, and now you turn into a human form. I think you were cuter when you were just a puppy. He roared in anger and retorted, shut up, I am different from your kind. Through the wolf head in his hand, he gathered his demonic energy and confidently said to him, you are just food. Only our beast demons represent the ultimate point of creature evolution. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf head immediately lunged forward, opening its wide mouth to bite him. An excited voice echoes from Li Tuang's lounge, announcing that from boss So 1 to boss So 4, all the strategic plans in the secret realm have been completed. It's really thrilling. I'm getting excited. Ditch Shuang's blood is boiling from this intense battle scene. She looked at the screen and then thanked the immortal cultivators and the audience. I believe you are just as moved as I am. We would like to thank the immortal cultivators once again for risking their lives in battle. Kui Tin also quickly added her words so everyone wouldn't forget herself. The power of the divine in the other world is undeniable, even directly affecting the secret realm and forcing the difficulty of the mission to increase. I am both surprised and very pleased with the combat results. I truly underestimated the miraculous secret realm created by the seniors and the efforts of the junior cultivators. If we have successfully passed the first to the fourth secret realms, then let's once again focus on the fifth secret realm, which makes others anxious. In the livestream room of Somach, the appearance of the fifth boss is visible on the screen. What is this? The final boss just had a second form. Kui Tin also didn't expect the fifth boss to be a humanoid demon beast. You can see the worry in his eyes. The final humanoid boss is actually a humanoid-shaped beast. Only those who have lived over 1,000 years can evolve into a human form. Ditch Sung was also very surprised to hear that it was a 1,000-year-old demon beast. She looked at Kui Tin worriedly and said, a 1,000-year-old demon beast. This is a serious violation. Baoting begins to analyze and estimate Somach's current combat strength based on her perception, with a 500-year-old demon beast having a fighting power of around 2,000 and a 1,000-year-old demon beast about 10,000. This is the highest level of cultivation expert on Earth, according to his abilities. At this point, his voice was no longer as calm as before, which means that the boy, Somach fighting that beast is the strongest person on Earth. Inside the secret realm, Somach and the fifth, So boss have been fighting non-stop, both moving at incredible speeds, with each strike echoing loudly. Even when facing a strong opponent, Somach still shows no sign of being on the back foot. He channels more spiritual power into his hand and strikes him. This punch of yours sends him crashing from the sky, his body smashing into the ground and kicking up thick dust that obscures him. Sensing he's still weaker, Somach glances at him with a look of disappointment. Puppy, this is your full strength. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Boss, số thu nam dùng vậy, mặt hắn dẹn kít lại gần giống nổi. Nguội gia thăng sao? Khi ngang dầu lẹn, hắn nở nử cúi dậy giữ tồn, nổi ra lý do bản thân không dùng hết lực, nằm mơ gì, dễ trì hoãn thời gian bị camera cửa, bị cảnh Phật hiện. Earlier, I only used 30% of my strength. Seeing that he was only using 30%, my disappointment was replaced with a feeling of relief. Hearing you say that, I feel reassured. Earlier, I only used 2 parts of my strength to compete. Then he suddenly changed his tone and said, I was mistaken. I only used 1 part of my strength before. Knowing he's trying to compete with me, I sneered and said, evenly, Is that so? Your math skills are also pretty bad. After saying that, both of them charged at each other again, their heavy fighting sounds constantly echoing through the scene. Some viewers from the Secret Realm live room saw this scene and got extremely excited, having just come from the first Secret Realm livestream and feeling that the magic effects were truly amazing. Until I saw Somach fight, I realized this is what true men's combat looks like. Viewers in Somach's livestream room bet on him and feel incredibly lucky to have kept their money after seeing how strong he is. Great. I've sent all my money to Somach. Brothers, let's follow him. I think Somach is already so strong that we might as well reward other immortal cultivators to improve their fighting strength. Strangely, I posted a comment already, but why are so many people pointing at me? Big brother, you're still watching? Somach's livestream, now advising the audience not to reward. Somach no longer makes sense anymore. He still feels that what he's doing is necessary. What do you understand? Right now, Somach's strength might be a bit weaker, so he's more likely to be eliminated by the beast, and lying in bed earning money isn't a good idea. That's right, where's old third? Why has he been gone to the bathroom for so long? When mentioning the third brother, he hesitated to look him in the eye but still stammered out the reason. He had just texted earlier and suddenly remembered he forgot to prepare food for his cat, so he went home for a bit. Hearing this reason, the leader immediately understood that the third brother was scared and ran away. He stood up abruptly, cursing loudly. That bastard is already so cowardly. Somach in the Secret Realm is so powerful, isn't it just because of the audience's reward? Once he leaves the Secret Realm and loses his strength, he's nothing to fear. But halfway through speaking, he hesitated, doubt flashing in his eyes, making him seem harmless. The leader's face froze as he pondered whether to be cowardly or to go all out bravely. But the more he thought about it, his face grew darker, and then he immediately went to President Tu to awkwardly excuse himself with the reason of cleaning the cat's litter and slipped away. Sorry, Tu, I just remembered I forgot to clean the cat's litter. I'll go home for a bit and come back right away. The battle between the two has now alerted the system, which immediately notifies everyone that the 5th boss is a high-level mythical beast. The Secret Realm has announced that the final boss's combat power exceeds the upper limit of the mission's constraints, reaching the level of a 1,000-year-old beast. 1 minute later, the elimination process will automatically begin. Boss. So the 5th also heard this and let out a regretful sigh, saying, Already discovered so quickly, I wanted to settle the score with you before the Secret Realm found out. Sorry, human's strongest. But how could Somach let him escape? What are you talking about? There's still a minute left. Don't worry, I'll deal with you first, and then you won't have any regrets. Boss. So the 5th never expected him to still be so passionate, which made him feel extremely excited. He decided to use the remaining minute to continue fighting him. Are you starting to understand the joy of fighting? Humans, let's have some fun. Before time runs out, as the two rush at each other, the countdown has already begun. The countdown has reached 50 seconds. In the real world, at Somach's former company, in President Tu's office, he is no longer sitting at his desk, and the entire room has fallen silent. He tilted his head and asked Advisor Zhou if he was really confident that the 3 cowardly cultivators he hired had fled and that they could handle Somach. He saw that he didn't trust him and asked again, Why are you afraid? Most modern cultivators are inexperienced fighters who only bully the weak and fear the strong, so there's no need to worry about those 3 useless ones who ran away. I never expected them to help. Even knowing this, President Tu still couldn't shake his worries. But Counselor Zhou won't do that. If I do that, it's no different from saying he's useless. Do you want me to show my incompetence to my boss? Or do you want to make a big deal out of the project deficit at the amusement park to embarrass Mr. Lai Gong Ham Lin in front of the family? With his abilities, he is very confident and reassures the worried boss. Don't worry, after deducting bonuses, his combat power and mine are probably equal, but a life and death battle truly depends not only on ability or fighting strength, but on something else. Although he has more potential than others, he lacks experience in combat, and that is the reason for his failure. While they were talking, Somach and the 5th boss had already fought hundreds of moves against each other. The sound of heavy strikes echoed loudly, and their fighting speed was almost impossible to see. The system's countdown sounds, 20 seconds remaining, 10 seconds remaining, but this dangerous punch was dodged by Boss S the 5th. With 5 seconds left on the countdown, they each hurried to see who would be the loser. Now in the final moments, with 3 seconds remaining, Somach paid no attention and threw a stronger punch at him. And luckily, in the final second, his punch killed the 5th boss. The system immediately broadcasted the news to all the cultivators inside the secret realm. The secret realm announced that the final boss of the 5th realm had been slain by the savior. Somach, as its final combat power exceeded the initial difficulty limit of the mission. Somach's reward is 2 million fate coins. After killing the 5th boss, he calmly looks at its corpse on the ground. Viewers watching the live stream still find it hard to believe. They think Somach is the real hacker here. Clearly, the monsters are hacking to cope with the rookie's mission. Why do I feel like Mach Than is the one hacking? Shenmao was the first to receive a large number of rewards, which makes sense given his strength. So, Mach's live stream room. Everyone has also heard the announcement that he received 2 million, and they all silently pray for the future of the demon beasts. Now the secret realm rewards Mach Than another 2 million, and future missions will surely quickly defeat opponents, a moment of sorrow for the beasts. Someone, noticing the serious expression on his face, asked confusedly, "Doesn't everyone think Somach looks a bit serious? It's obvious we've won and received so many rewards," so someone who watched from the beginning quickly explained to the upper floor. "Are you a new fan just joining the live stream?" Mach Than remains as steady as ever, and the more favorable the situation, the more cautious Mach Than becomes. In Somach's live stream room, they believe that only by being so cautious can he survive until now. Such an attitude is the reason why Mach Than has become so strong. This is the exclusive control panel of the secret realm. Only Mach Than can see it. The cold electronic machinery of the system sounds. The secret realm announces that the 400,000 destiny points reward from the mission has been transferred to the Savior's account, now fully unlocked with new functions. Besides increasing combat power, the Manhwa Dong can also be exchanged for pills, equipment, and other supplies in the Baikon's general store. Somach frowned as he looked at the notification board, feeling amazed at the remaining balance. So, where did the remaining 16 million destiny coins go? The percentage fee, channel costs, marketing expenses. It can't be, right? Cultivators have advanced to such an extent that using fate coins to boost combat power to the limit must also have benefits in the treasure shop of the secret realm. At this moment, Vuong has also woken up, and she is extremely surprised as she approaches Somach and asks, "You really scared me. You actually eliminated that boss with the wolf head?" "Lang Vuong, why did you suddenly get up?" "Lie down quickly. Moving around will break your bones. You need to go back to the hospital for treatment."
The secret realm, my wounds have fully healed now. Hearing that my injuries have recovered, Suomai also feels relieved.
I see. So sometimes the secret realm can be helpful after all. Thinking he might still be injured, she asked with concern, "Could your wound still be not fully healed?" He honestly replied, "I am not injured." Vuong was even more amazed to hear that he was uninjured. She couldn't believe her eyes. He's not injured, and he single-handedly defeated the boss? Is this really the world of masters? Are you truly not a disciple of the hidden sect, or a cultivation genius born 1,000 years ago? What crazy theories are those? I'm really just an ordinary person. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, and the secret realm began to blur. Somach watched this with confusion, unsure of what was happening. Then he realized the illusion was collapsing. Vuong was already very familiar with this situation. She remembered the bathtub at home. The mission in the secret realm was complete. Of course, we will have to return to the original world. The first thing I want to do after returning is take a hot bath and sleep peacefully. When Somach heard that they could go back, he was overjoyed. Is that so? After finally returning, so many things happened. Although it only took half a day. It felt like a month, but I can finally return safely to reality. That's really great. Hearing that, she looked annoyed and shot him a deadly glare. Shut up. Old master, you came to the secret realm just to have fun. Don't act like you're one of us clueless amateurs. Seeing her pouting, he asked her, puzzled, why does she look so unhappy? Could it be that it's checking her fate coin balance? At this moment, the system once again reports to Suomai. The system has detected that the host has completed the novice mission in the secret realm. Excellent performance. You are specially rewarded. The passive skill, the ability to solidify spiritual energy in the domain, is unaffected by the environment's spiritual energy. The host's combat power remains unchanged. Even on a planet with sparse spiritual energy, one can fully unleash their fighting strength. A pet is expected to be released in 2 days. The owner should prepare to receive it. Returning to the real world, there is no one on the street. As the blue light fades, the voices of passers-by start to be heard. Hey everyone, look, it's Moshe. Everyone rushed over to take a photo with him to post online. Mok Than, can I have your autograph? Mok Than, can we take a photo together? I want to film a TikTok clip. After fulfilling all the fans' requests to take photos and record TikToks, their admiration for him only grew stronger. I didn't expect Mok Than to be so patient. Damn it. Goodbye, Mok Than. I'm so happy I got a group shot with him. Now I'll post it on Facebook. Seeing the crowd leave, Somach finally let out a breath and said tiredly, "They've finally gone. What exactly is going on here?" Vuong then steps in to explain why everyone is so eager to chase after him. Everything that happens in the secret realm is broadcast live worldwide. The other saviors may not know, but I can be sure that your fame has definitely surpassed all A-list celebrities. Maybe in a while, a brand will come to you to be their ambassador. Somach didn't expect such good news and felt that her medical expenses were no longer a concern. Is it really true that Kwa Truong is coming? That would be great, so I won't have to worry about money anymore. Hearing that, Vuong asked curiously, "Are you really short on money?" "That's right. To treat my sister's illness, I have already borrowed a lot of money, but that hospital couldn't fully cure her either. If I really had money, maybe I could find a better hospital." Vuong was surprised by this and kindly offered her help. "You should have told me earlier. I could have contacted good doctors and some talented immortal healers. Then I would be considered to have money, so you wouldn't need to worry about treatment costs and medicine." Somach is also pragmatic and doesn't refuse help. He took her hand and said gratefully, "I appreciate it. If I can find a suitable hospital, that would be great. I will pay for the treatment and medicine later." Vuong chuckled and said, "Don't be polite with me. You saved my life, so this treatment fee is nothing." After taking care of Somach's sister, she was so hungry her stomach pressed against her body. "Let's find a place to eat first. I've been hungry all day, then we'll check on your sister's condition." And he agreed immediately. "Okay, you take out your phone to call a tech ride to pick us up, so I'll call a ride first." But before she could call a car, a white vehicle had already stopped in front of them. She looked at the car in confusion and said, "Strange, I haven't ordered it yet, and the car is here." "Wow, now you have human-like intelligence and abilities?" Somach looked over and knew right away this wasn't a ride-hailing car, frowning as he said to her, "I think we're in trouble." Vuong doesn't see it as a hassle. The driver got out of the car, politely apologized to both of them for his abruptness, and then explained the reason for his visit. "Sorry to bother you both. Mr. So has arranged for you to come to the company, hoping to clear up some small misunderstandings from before." So, Mach just found it amusing. He refused to meet today, a minor misunderstanding, but can he really believe that he could casually dismiss the fact that he forced me to admit guilt and attempt suicide as just a small misunderstanding? "Even if you don't come to find me, I will come to find you to clarify this matter. But I have something to do today. I will go tomorrow." The driver was left speechless and also felt helpless after being scolded so harshly.
Brother,
So, I'm just helping Boss 2 pass on a message. What I'm about to say might not be pleasant, so please don't be angry. Knowing he was just the messenger, he asked what message the boss had asked him to deliver. Hearing this, the driver's face suddenly turned pale. He stammered, unable to speak clearly. "Boss 2, if I understand correctly, it means your boss has already invited your sister, so to come first, and if you don't show up, they'll threaten." So Van again. The atmosphere immediately changed, and the murderous aura around him intensified. "I really underestimated your limits. With your current strength, Somach no longer needs to fear any father and son. Touching Sovan is like touching the scales on his chest. Maybe you also overestimated my patience." The driver saw him getting furious and broke out in a sweat. He hurriedly explained, "Mr. So, I'm just an ordinary worker. This is all the boss's task. I have elders above and children below, plus rent to pay. I really have no other choice." Hearing that he has family too, also a person of necessity, he immediately controlled his emotions. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away with my emotions. Lead the way and complete your task." Then, Somach and Vuong get into the car to be taken to their destination. The driver took the two of them back to the company headquarters and said, "Boss 2 is waiting for you upstairs. I won't go with you anymore. Please go ahead." "Yes." Looking at Vuong, he begged her, "Please, I really hope you won't tell Boss 2 that I brought you here." "Of course I won't say anything, rest assured. Your desire to survive is very strong." "Thank you. I'm over 30 now and it's not easy to find a job outside." Seeing how sincere he was, Vuong also felt a bit embarrassed. All right, you should leave now. This place might not be safe later. I'll go ahead first." Somach didn't want her to get involved in his affairs, so he told her, "Vuong, I can handle this. Wait for me downstairs. You obviously won't agree to this request." "What are you saying? I'm not someone who would act unjustly." That dark-hearted boss saw how you performed in the secret realm and even dared to threaten you. He must have another trump card up his sleeve. She also worried that he would get hurt since this place was no longer a secret realm. After all, the increased strength gained from the secret realm couldn't be brought into reality through fate synchronization. Even you might face danger. Somach was about to tell the truth that she wasn't like that, actually So I contacted some of my fellow cultivator friends nearby and asked them to come here, so everything should be fine now. At this moment in President Tu's office, Advisor Zhou, sensing his intense emotions, spoke coldly. Your feelings are starting to become chaotic, and he straightforwardly replied. Am I not allowed to even feel fear at the boundary between life and death? Hearing this, he began to lecture the president. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, it is said that soldiers win by winning first and then challenging, meaning the outcome of a battle is decided before it even begins. But Tu Tong is not as confident as he is. Do you think you've already secured the victory? I'm really jealous of your optimism. After all, your match is none of my business, so why should I care about how I feel? That's not quite right. You've contributed a lot to my match, Advisor Zhou. The general, confused about what he has contributed, asked back. Contributing? He explained to him. Cultivators may seem strong, but they also have their weaknesses. The effectiveness of their spiritual energy depends on their mental state. Cultivators with unstable minds cannot fully exert their strength in battle. Their hearts must be free of distractions and unaffected by the outside world. Such cultivators are the most troublesome. Fortunately, very few cultivators can reach such a state of mind. You once said that Somach cared deeply about his treatment. You kidnapped his sister and moved her to a hideout. That was enough to disturb Somach's state of mind. Even if he is an unusually talented body cultivator, his strength will still decrease significantly. It turns out Director Tu had someone take So Van away. At this moment, she is seated in a wheelchair with a guard standing nearby, and he even came up with a better idea. It would be better if you kept the workers here and continued working normally, considering the safety of your colleagues who live and work together day and night. Even Somach would be helpless in the fight. No matter how ruthless the general is, he cannot sacrifice 100 lives. He fears that when Somach goes mad, he will kill everyone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He criticized Advisor Chow. Does it really have to go that far? Those are hundreds of lives. Don't you have any sense of compassion at all? If it causes heavy casualties, my company won't be able to continue operating. He was criticized for lacking compassion and awkwardly looked at him. Seeing him get angry, he had to calmly explain and also hoped that President Tu could be confident enough to outsmart Somach. This is my habit. When facing a strong opponent, the first thing I do is use every means to eliminate them. If you have rejected my advice, I at least hope you can show your confident emotions, especially in front of Somach. I don't want him to suddenly become spirited because of your panic. After listening to him speak calmly for a while, his emotions gradually calmed down. Just try to control your feelings and show a confident attitude without worry. I hope the small details you pay attention to can truly play their full role, Mr. Kwang Bach Chung. In the company lobby, Vuong looked around and saw that no one was here. She whispered to Somach, "There's no one in this building. It seems the boss has already prepared for battle. Are you really not going to wait a little longer? My friend is coming soon." Mach nodded softly, his voice filled with determination. I've made my decision. I can't just wait here, not knowing if my sister is alive or dead. Seeing how determined he was, Vuong didn't try to persuade him and agreed to go in with him. All right, then I'll go with you. Somach won't let you get on that train. He gave a reason for her to agree to stay downstairs. Sir, you should stay here. It will help me more. In case of an emergency, you and your friends can still support me from outside. Vuong isn't stubborn. She told you to be careful. So be careful. Try to buy some time. And once my friends arrive, they'll come to help you immediately. Mach nodded softly and said, Yes, I understand. He went upstairs and opened Mr. Zai's office door. He slowly stepped into the room, and what caught his eye was General Tuo is sitting at his desk while Advisor Zhou is on the sofa across from him. With a calm expression, General Tuo politely greets, Suo Miao, we meet again. Did you enjoy the game dungeon? Somach cut him off impatiently. Stop with the formalities. Where is my sister? Seeing his tense attitude, he tried to stay calm and said, Calm down, I invited your sister here as a gesture of friendliness. As long as you can forget the misunderstanding between us, I won't hold you responsible for the deficit in the amusement park project, and I will even give you a substantial compensation. Somach doesn't want to hear any of this. What he wants is to see his sister. Let my sister go first, then we can discuss other matters. The president isn't stupid. He needs to know if you'll become an ally so he can bring out So Van. This can't happen. I need to prove myself trustworthy or become friends with us. Until then, your sister remains an important hostage. Somach asked coldly, "What if I refuse?" Tutong looked unfazed and said, "Then I can only ask Advisor Joe from the Lie Corporation to try to persuade you." So at that moment, Advisor Chow also got up from his seat and went to his desk. His task. Hearing that, Somach no longer restrained his aura, but released it. His dangerous gaze fixed on him. Advisor Chow is now so overwhelmed by his powerful aura that he is frozen with fear. What is this kid's deal? The murderous aura on Somach's body seems to turn into substance, spreading through the space. Feeling his body stiffen, an unnamed fear rose in his heart. Cold sweat poured down Advisor Chow's body as he was unable to move. Just thinking about attacking him makes even my finger freeze. My sixth sense, honed through countless crises, constantly warns me. He desperately shouted in his mind. Intelligence alone couldn't make up for the gap in combat ability. I will die. If I fight him, I will definitely die. Somach at this moment stared at him like a beast, his deep, hoarse voice like a demon from hell asking, "Advisor Chow, are you in league with the kidnappers of my sister?" Chow's desperate desire to survive made him quickly turn face, even faster than flipping a pancake. He raised both hands and forced a smile to show goodwill, even forgetting to shift all the blame onto President Tu. "Xiao, you misunderstood. I am a senior advisor of the Lie Group. Just call me Xiao Zhou. This time I came here because I heard you were being treated unfairly, so I came to uphold justice for you." At this moment, President Tu is also stunned by this betrayal from Khan. He looked at him in disbelief. Oh my. Advisor Chow whispered a negotiation to Somach. The partner of the Lie Group has appeared, and from now on, any trash like the boss is our responsibility. Mr. So, your sister will be taken back safely immediately. To make amends, we will do our best to fulfill any request you have. This level of professionalism truly impresses Somach, but he still wants to get to the bottom of it. Oh, really? What if I want to hold Manager Zai accountable? Hearing that, he still responded very calmly. Of course it's not a problem. Even if you don't speak, we will give you an explanation. Soon after Advisor Joe identified the person in front of him, my secret can greatly increase my awareness of danger, so my intuition cannot be wrong. I really can't believe it. Could it be that before entering the secret realm, Somach already had top-tier combat power? Or perhaps Somach has mastered some method that allows him to manipulate fate in reality? If I can uncover his secret, I won't be his match alone. So now I can only buy time for the Liu Corporation's support. General Tu, unable to bear it, sharply asked him, "Advisor Chow, what do you mean by that? Why is the Lie Corporation afraid of a kid like Somach?" Faced with this hostility, Advisor Chow calmly explained, "President Tu, our Lithai Corporation values fairness and justice. If you have done wrong and Somach wants to kill you out of anger, we will allow him to do so." Hearing this, President Tu's face suddenly grew more proud, as if dissatisfied with that response. "It seems Lie Corporation wants to turn me into a discarded child. Aren't you afraid I'll die in the gutter?" Hearing that, Advisor Chow decisively switched to a rough tone and retorted sarcastically, "You're just a broken net. Threatening me, you're nothing but a thug trying to make it in the underworld. Do you really think you are someone with influence? You're not wrong. No matter how hard I try, my old power and resources from before are nothing compared to the Lie Corporation. I don't have supernatural powers like you guys, so what? Even a rat facing death would struggle to escape. Somach, do you know what's underneath the amusement park?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was cut off by his harsh tone, and with lightning-fast action, General Guo Tzu threatened him. "Shut up or I will kill you." Yet this time, Somach saved him in plain sight, approached and whispered to Advisor Chow, "Let him speak, boss. Please go ahead." With Somach's permission, Tutong, looking thoughtful, immediately revealed a long explanation. Beneath the amusement park is a hidden base secretly built by this corporation. The amusement park is just a cover to deceive everyone. As far as I know, there are not only one hidden base like that. Some of those corporations already knew about the beast invasion, and even contacted the beasts early on. The amusement park project has been infiltrated. It's also because that useless young master Lai Ham Lin of the Lie Corporation, who only seeks to make some pocket money by teaming up with me for the sake of fairness and justice of the Lie Corporation. Don't make a fool of yourself. The Sangha Corporation is the biggest enemy of you cultivators. Soon after Tong's words, Somach softly said, "I'm fine." His unusually calm demeanor surprised him. Huh? Seeing President Tu's surprised and stunned expression, Somach also clarified that the Lie Corporation's underground base has nothing to do with me. I just want to hold him accountable. Boss Tu, you've been secretly investigating quite a few things. Before you could finish speaking, Advisor Chow cut him off, confirming that the hideout indeed exists. But if you want to frame the corporation as colluding with monsters, you'll need more concrete evidence. In addition, framing and kidnapping your sister were all his plans. He narrowed his own path. Listening to their back and forth, General Tu suddenly took out a mysterious item he had hidden inside his shirt, his voice deepening. It seems there's no more room for negotiation. If I have to go to hell, I won't go alone. The time for this game has already begun. Advisor Joe, you must know what's in my hand, right? Realizing the tense situation ahead, his eyebrows subtly furrowed, clearly showing his displeasure. The spiritual energy from the ancient relics can weaken the strength of both the immortal cultivators and our hunters. Even though it's a disposable item, it has high value. I didn't expect you to have it. Making such a small move in front of me, you really have underestimated you. As for President Tu, his eyes were fixed intently on the cube in his hand, recalling past events and emphasizing each word to him because, from the very beginning, you never regarded an ordinary person like me as anything. You killed Tu Xianjia when you still had the ability, so why are you now looking down on ordinary people? Suddenly, Advisor Joe's pupils constricted, and he asked in a low voice, "A small gesture means nothing. Even if it reduces my fighting ability, what can a normal person like you do?" He was once majestic and imposing, but now he is completely the opposite. General Tuo calmly reveals shocking news while sitting defeated on the ground. "I have planted bombs throughout this building and the amusement park. Just press the remote control." As he finished speaking, suddenly a sharp knife like a pig slaughtering blade stabbed into his back, causing a spray of chili sauce to burst out. No one plants sweet potatoes in this land. That was the final blow Advisor Joe dealt him, and just as he was about to confess everything to him. "Mr. Somach, I'm sorry to prevent casualties from the explosion at the amusement park. I could only use this method to stop him." Just as I was about to meet my grandparents, Mr. Tu still kept joking around and spoke. "You're worried about the hideout under the paper beneath the amusement park, right? Looks like you haven't seen a coffin without tears." In an instant, his face darkened and his voice sharpened like a katana. "A dog that barks for 3 years won't become a person, but someone who speaks 3 words has already become a dog. Is this important? You can no longer press the remote control now. Living openly as a reckless bastard is even more disgusting than G and I." The more the general heard Advisor Chow say this, the more he enjoyed his impulsive actions. "The stupid remote control is right in my heart." A bright yellow light like fire suddenly flashed, shining through Advisor Chow's bewildered face as he was caught off guard by the 2 statues spraying glue and stiffening, realizing he's dead and didn't have time to dodge. As soon as I thought of it, the sound of the explosion immediately erupted like a super powerful intro. Then the explosion given by the general to the 2 of us was so massive it spread everywhere, creating a deafening roar that shook the entire world. Suddenly a thought flashed through my mind, filled with strange suspicion. How could I not be injured? In the case of restricted spiritual energy, I should have been seriously injured, but somehow, through some kind of magic or artifact after the explosion at the ceiling, Advisor Chow still survived and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed my mind that there was no way to escape safely. Even though Somach was as fierce as a rhinoceros, he was now carrying him on his shoulders. Advisor Joe also quickly realized that it was Suo Miao who saved him. How could this be? Despite being restricted by the suppressed spiritual energy, he was still able to carry himself away before the explosion occurred. His strength is undeniable now. While being carried upside down by me, Advisor Joe, he glances at the one who saved him and thinks to himself, "But this is also the best opportunity now that Somach is completely unprepared, with his spiritual energy restricted and in his weakest state. If I can strike him hard at this moment, I can secretly seize his greatest secrets." Suomai turns around calmly and observes the situation. What kind of explosive is this? The whole building was blown up, really fierce. Then he started to mock him. Advisor Joe, did he faint from the scare? His mental resilience is really poor. At this moment, Advisor Joe's body is lying on the ground under his watch, as Somach suddenly remembers something and questions it. "That's right, where's Vuong? She should be fine, right?" While Somach was distracted, he half opened one eye, thinking that everything was going more smoothly than expected. Somach had shifted his attention and was searching for someone. Now was the best moment to strike, but this damn feeling of fear makes even my finger not move. Now, his hand is holding a small marble along with thoughts to motivate himself. I won't wait for the Lie Corporation's rescue. Only I can uncover Somach's greatest secret, overcoming fear and pushing past limits. At that moment, Somach's image appeared in his mind. Facing opponents stronger than myself who seem unbeatable, I still have to fight to the death. This is what I have experienced every day for the past 10 years as a bounty hunter. And Advisor Joe begged his own body, "Please, body, move for me. Just this once, even if it's only today. I want to go back to being a bounty hunter like before. Not Ko Van Chow from the Lie Corporation anymore. I don't want to keep being a dog for the corporation." Hundreds of immortal cultivators have lost their lives to this secret treasure. This high-level treasure was obtained from deep within the Red Continent relics and is known as the Assassin of Immortal Cultivators, along with a massive source of power bestowed upon it. Today, fulfilling the Master's expectations, that beam of light shot straight into Somach's back with great force. But then the incredible power suddenly turned against itself and attacked Advisor Chow, leaving him stunned. How can Bingjun be so strange? Oh my God. After that counterattack, Ko Van Chow's pupils gradually turned gray, but his mind was still constantly thinking. Somach must have been suppressed by the spiritual energy of the method, making him weaker. Bao's attack couldn't even break through his defenses. Moreover, Bao's attack was reflected back onto me. Is the distance between us really that far? Is this really funny? Am I about to be killed by myself? At the same time, Somach still seems unaware of what's happening, only feeling discomfort in his shoulder. What's going on? Suddenly my shoulder felt a bit sore earlier. He started moving his arm and slowly guessed. Could it be the result of working overtime so much recently? Looks like I need to take some time to look around. Right now, Advisor Joe secretly manifests, still holding on to hope that he doesn't want to die here. Somach is a cultivator. He must have a spiritual medicine to treat his wounds. His weak voice sounded. Somach, Somach. As soon as you spoke, Somach quickly took notice. Advisor Chow, why are you vomiting blood? Strange, I clearly saved you after the explosion, and you're badly injured. Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? In this life or death situation, Advisor Chow threw aside his pride and begged desperately. The ambulance can't make it anymore. Spirit medicine, Somach, please give me the healing elixir, save me. I will definitely repay you. His response was only a look of confusion. What is a spiritual herb? The first time I heard this, Advisor Joe was stunned. Are you lying to me? How could a cultivator not know about spiritual herbs? Suddenly, Somach's face darkened along with his bloodshot eyes. So, that's how it is. I understand now. Only at this moment does he realize his words have gone beyond Beach Company. It's over. Just now, Somach was only probing, suspecting that the attacker might have been himself. In the end, I kept talking about spiritual pills, mainly used to treat extraordinary wounds. At this moment, Advisor Joe could only cry out to heaven, crying and lamenting. Her eyes gradually filled with despair. She looked down on him. I thought he was just a reckless guy, but I never expected his true face to be so dark and cruel. But my death is my own decision. The fire-wind serpent poison will ultimately stay in my heart. No one has done anything to touch it. Contrary to his wicked scheming, Somach acts very honorably. Advisor Joe, wait a moment. My teammate and I are cultivators. She probably has a spiritual pill in her hand. Wait until I find her, Advisor Joe. Why are you coughing up more serious blood now? You're about to faint again. It didn't take long for his 3 souls and 7 spirits to start leaving his body. That's where it ended. Advisor Joe died because of his stupidity. The scene shifts to a quiet space where the red-haired girl, like a firefinch, looks in that direction with a curious and regretful whisper. He was blown up inside that building. Hearing that, Vuong said with a voice full of regret, "Yeah, it's my fault. It would be great if I could go up there with him." Saying that, she turned her back and walked away. Seeing that, the 2 friends with him started to comfort him. Vuong, don't worry, let's keep looking. The person next to him also raised his voice, saying that Somach is ranked first in the secret realm, and he will definitely be fine. Somach, despite his fame, is only at this level now that he's back in the real world. The boy in the red hat then secretly and mysteriously guessed. Using explosives just shows the enemy is only an ordinary person. If it were me, I could easily control the opponent and prevent the explosion. These words made the red-haired girl, like a fiery bird, feel annoyed and uncomfortable. So, she shut her mouth. If she didn't know how to speak, she should just stay silent. What's the point of bragging now? The young man with brown hair from the other side spoke up again. Everyone, stay alert. I think I saw Somach over there, to the east. He is running towards us, apparently carrying someone else in his hand. As soon as I saw Advisor Joe lying in Somach's arms and slowly approaching them, I immediately shouted in disbelief. It's a ghost. The person he's carrying is the legendary immortal assassin. In such a short time, he managed to take down the legendary immortal assassin. It's hard to believe, and he wasn't even injured. Once again, Ko Van Chow's body was thrown by Somach like a trash bag on the roadside. He was now unconscious, lying flat on the street. Somach realized everything from what he saw in front of him. So that's it. Everyone here is Vuong's friend. Then he sincerely expressed his gratitude, truly thanking everyone for taking the time to come and help. Hearing that, the girl with fiery red hair also asked, "How is Somach doing?" "You're a hero saving the world. Whatever difficulties you face, we will never abandon you." The friend in the red hat, covered in sweat, also added, "And we actually can't help you much either." In response to their words of gratitude, Somach quietly said, "Don't mention it. I am already very grateful that everyone came here." Then he recounted what happened, and I believe everyone has heard what Vuong said. "I have a bit of a conflict with Boss too. He kidnapped my sister. The leader of the gang is now dead, but my sister's whereabouts are still unknown." Advisor Joe was also there at that time. After a friendly exchange, he chose to help me uphold justice and defend righteousness. Unfortunately, he is now seriously injured. Then the scene shifts to him lying collapsed on the ground, so Somach's calm voice continues to echo. "Advisor Joe might know where my sister is, but he needs a spiritual medicine to treat her." At this moment, Somach's image in the eyes of Kwang Vuong's teammates, along with the meaning of the previous words, shows Somach fierce with bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura surrounding him, with a voice that is 3 parts threatening and 7 parts calm. "I have already dealt with the leader." The immortal assassin, after a close fist exchange, was caught off guard and beaten. But I need to extract all the information he knows now that the spirit medicine has come to save him. Then a voice rang out, "Leave Somach to me. I'm good at healing." It was none other than your friend in the red hat, who hurriedly ran to Vice President Chow, carefully examining his body and making judgments. Different wounds require different spiritual medicines for treatment. Hearing that, his face remained calm, and his voice was full of reliance on him. "So please, if Advisor Joe really dies, it would be quite troublesome." Suddenly he looked like he was caught in a trap. His mouth kept stammering as he called out So's name. Then his face turned pale, and he spoke in a low voice. "Oh, it seems he's already dead." Hearing the news that he has passed away, eaten a bunch of bananas, a whole chicken, Somach's expression remains unchanged, still indifferent, still very calm about the news. "Is that so? Then there's no other way. To find my sister, I guess I have to do something a bit extreme." Hearing every cold word from Somach made him freeze in place. I must be really crazy to want to flatter such a ruthless boss and show off, risking ruining everything. Am I really going to let him kill me out of anger? Then the voices of the others also rang out. "So I know many people in this city, and they might be able to help you find your sister." "Yes, Mr. So, please stay calm. We will also help." "Oh, help," the boy next to him immediately added. "It's a small matter. You don't need to get involved. Rest assured, we will definitely help you find your sister." The scene then shifts to a towering skyscraper, with inside showing mailboxes in shades of brown and gold. Next, an employee was already stationed to wait for Somach and stood in front of the locker, slowly revealing that Somach's sister had been found nearby, and her subordinates had already been controlled by us. Next, there is an image of him being captured by 2 men in blue shirts. "If you need any further assistance, please contact our Dongvan Corporation immediately." "Somach, we're leaving now." As the staff member just left, a man with a clown-like face and a mischievous smile sneered. Sure enough, he was still taken by Dongvan Group first. That steady voice announced that most of Donghai City was mobilized to find Z of Suo Mai. Truly formidable strength. No wonder it's Dongvan Corporation. But what's even more terrifying is Suo Mai himself. After finishing his part, he also fell silent and listened as the veteran employee raised her voice and said, "The power of the Dongvan Corporation is not as strong as you think. Even the 4 major immortal sects or bounty hunter organizations all highly regard them." Soon after, he quietly revealed that such a large corporation would lower itself to be friends with Somach. Because he is the top savior in the secret realm, even without considering his strength, the influence of the savior in the hearts of the people is very important to the big corporation. Normal companies like us don't stand a chance to win. Somach's favor. After hearing all his lofty words, the veteran employee crossed her arms with a look of admiration, not knowing how the world of cultivation, secret realms, and alien invasions would change in the future. At this point, the elevator door closed, and the space suddenly became eerily quiet. A familiar voice echoed, but beneath it was a deep sense of admiration. "Vuong, your friends are just like you, both enthusiastic and friendly." Somach kept staring at Vuong and said, "Thank you." Thanks to them, I was able to find my sister so quickly. I had planned to invite them for a meal, but I didn't expect they would leave so fast. After hearing this, Vuong looked a bit lost for a moment, then spoke again in a lively and friendly tone, even inviting them to dinner, perhaps worried they thought she found them too clean and hygienic before eating. But in reality, no one has done anything or touched anything. I know that, but I still hesitated when I heard Vuong use that word, meaning clean and hygienic. Right after that, she reminded him of the original purpose. Don't worry about practice. Just visit your brother first. I feel a bit strange. So hearing that, Somach also took the opportunity to bring up this issue. Do you also feel it? I thought it was just my hallucination. His own doubts started to come out of his mouth. Why does my sister have the aura of a beast on her? Although faint, it's definitely not wrong. Just as Somach suspected, at the same time a thick black mist appeared around Suovan, blending with the aura of the demon beast we encountered in the secret realm. A few months ago, my sister suddenly fell into a coma. It seems it was not just an ordinary illness. Anxiety gradually showed in his eyes. Does the invasion of the alien monsters really start today? That night, in the large house surrounded by trees, Somach, with his hands on the wheelchair, hesitantly asked, "My sister and I might cause trouble. Can we really stay at your place?" But Vuong quickly denied it. "It's okay, you can stay as long as you want." Then she added, "The corporation might be colluding with the foreign realm. Xiaoshu had already sneaked into Earth before, and your sister's coma could be part of a conspiracy. Don't panic, it's not a big deal. If the big corporation really colluded with the monsters, the four great sects wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. But the secret realm might also have dark secrets within the four great sects." After defeating the final boss, the secret realm awarded me 2 million destiny coins, but I only received 400,000. The ranking of the fate coins only shows the order, not the specific values. It's not just me. The fate coins of other saviors might also have been reduced. In the worst case, even the cultivators from the four great sects have allied with the demon beasts. Hearing Somach's words, Vuong suddenly stammered as he reasoned, "Calm down. If the four great sects all betrayed Earth, the secret realm would have collapsed long ago. The loss of the fate coins might also be because the broken relics of the secret realm gave rise to North. The worst case is that a small number of cultivators seek refuge with the monsters, and at that moment, a thought appeared that made her break out in a cold sweat. If you think that way, then the problem is indeed very serious." Hearing these words, Suo Miao spoke more clearly. "I understand. I will look for a safer place to stay." Realizing her words had slipped out, Vuong quickly waved her hand to brush it off and raised her voice to emphasize, "I didn't mean it." I didn't want Somach to misunderstand any longer. Vuong's voice gradually lowered, calm and analytical. "Although your sister's physical condition is very good, if she were an ordinary person and her aura had been corroded by the beast's energy for so long, she would surely have died. But to recover her health, she must use spiritual energy techniques to restore her balance. It would be better for you two to stay at my place. If others outside find out that your sister has the aura of a beast on her, it could cause you trouble." It seems Vuong's worries were unnecessary after all. He didn't bother thinking much and just opened the system panel to flash something, directly playing mind games. So this fate coin is like the rent money. What can I say? Now I can only admit defeat to him. All right, I'll accept it then. If I don't take this rent money, you probably won't feel at ease living here. Then just give 300,000 for this matter. Your account has received a transfer from Savior Somach. 600 menchtien. Seeing that number in front of her, Vuong was so shocked she gaped. 600. In response to her attitude, Somach calmly said, "The fate coins can no longer increase my combat power." Your words surprised her a little, and she quickly explained, "Do you know how much these destiny coins are worth? Even if you can't use it, you can find another savior to exchange for cash." Somach continued to push. Sovan, who was unconscious, sitting in the wheelchair, then slowly revealed in a calm voice, "I needed money before for my sister, but now that you've healed her, what do I need all this money for? Just consider this my investment. If you become stronger in the future, you can also protect me." But seeing a hint of happiness on his face, Vuong also couldn't help but smile softly. Of course, it has to be that way. As soon as she finished speaking, long and winding thoughts appeared in her mind. I've heard that cultivators often need to train their bodies, and the highest combat power is comparable to a 1,000-year-old beast. But in the future, even stronger beasts will appear. There's also the blackout from the corporation and the secret realm. Although it's not obvious on the surface, Somach's pressure must be immense. I have to try harder. At the same time, Somach's voice continued to insist firmly once more. Surely so. Then immediately afterward, he sank into his own thoughts, unable to place all his hopes on the login system. This time I completed the secret realm mission and the login rewarded me with a pet, which will arrive tomorrow. Who knows, maybe next time the login will reward me with a steak. The scene shifts to a neatly decorated interior, and then a high-pitched voice rings out, "Where is my beefsteak skewer? Aren't you finished? Your restaurant doesn't want to keep running, does it?" The butler immediately bowed 90 degrees to apologize. "Please wait 2 more minutes, Mr. Ha." "Just 2 minutes, please. I'll be done right away." Soon after, there were rumors spreading that Lai Ham Lin was actually the illegitimate child of the Lai Corporation. Lai Ham Lin? Even now, he still dares to come to the restaurant for a meal. Lai Ham Lin, what reckless thing did you do again? Don't you know yet? He has involved the top-ranked savior in Somach's secret realm. His amusement park was blown up. The subordinate, who was dubbed the bounty hunter assassin, also got killed by Somach. The unfriendly gazes quickly shifted to the right where he was sitting. Even more sensationally, below the amusement park, the Lai Corporation and the Tran Corporation's construction shelters were exposed. Half an hour ago, rumors flooded online, with all kinds of conspiracy theories claiming that the corporations only wanted to survive alone and had relied on some kind of beast to do so. The man just kept his eyes on his phone and asked, "So that's strange. Why can't I find any related news?" Hearing that, the other person responded. Of course, the rumors have been dismissed, the keywords are banned, and the hot topics are cancelled to prevent those with malicious intentions from stirring up conflict. Anyway, since it concerns the reputation of the Lai Corporation, before I could finish speaking, that voice quickly interrupted. "Hey, stop talking. Lai 2 has arrived." Just as expected, at this moment, a foot slowly stepped forward. When Lai Ham Lin turned her face, she saw Li Tu, so she quickly expressed herself. "Why are you here, brother? It's been a long time since we last met. I really missed you." Without even glancing at my younger brother, his cold voice immediately issued an order. "Take him away." "Yes, boss. Even in this situation, you're still thinking about food. Wait a minute, Bobby Tet Welling that I used to have hasn't even arrived yet." The scene shifts to Lai Ham Lin being knocked back 2 meters, lying sprawled on the ground, coughing painfully. Lai Tu crosses his arms, turns away, and questions him with a stern look, telling him that after a good lesson on the wall, he should remember what he did wrong this time. "I shouldn't have interfered with Somach, which exposed our hideout." Hearing this response, his face darkened and he immediately denied it. "No, that's wrong. You were wrong for not killing." Somach and your subordinates, just like that bounty hunter assassin cultivator, is also useless, but insulting you is insulting the Lai Group. Insulting the people of the Lai Thi Corporation must lead to death. Somach must die. Li Tu stands in front of Li Ham Lin and says these bitter words. "Does it hurt that much?" "Feeling pain is justified. I have important matters to attend to, and I also have to help a useless guy like you clean up the mess." "I am in more pain than you." Lai Ham Lin glanced up at him with a look of deep sorrow and coughed a few times. Then before leaving, he added a few more words, saying, "Plus, beating you up is my dad's order. I'm not acting as a private enforcer, so don't blame me. Just stay here and reflect on yourself." Everything around gradually faded into darkness, except for the lights from the houses still on. Lai Ham Lin glanced away slightly to avoid eye contact. "So you haven't even fought yet? Do you want to fight me again?" That person crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly, seemingly not intending to hit Li Ham Lin, but instead giving a notice. "Your brother Li Tu left about 10 minutes ago." "Ah, Chu, how long have you been watching from over there? You don't mean to ask me to save you, do you? How could that be? You are an important pawn. I can't let your identity be exposed now." Lai Ham Lin's face, smudged with dirt, gently revealed. "Today it was you showing off in the secret realm, not Somach. You were willing to give up your identity as the savior for me, so how could I be angry with you?" Before I could be moved, Hachu responded with a deadly reply. "Don't say such disgusting words anymore. I gave up my role as a savior to investigate the conspiracy of the corporation and the cultivators. Honestly, I still don't fully trust you." Li Ham Lin, lying lazily on those bags, speaks with a calm voice. "But do you have any other options? Someone without your strength can do nothing either. Besides creating death, your investigation is meaningless." His eyebrows furrowed slightly, looking very displeased, directly revealing his confusion. "Were you really proud to sacrifice your comrades to obtain intelligence? How do you feel knowing your trusted teammate is suffering and dying? What were you doing when Tao Min died? And was he also your friend?" Talking about this painful past, Li Hanling's face suddenly darkened, each word seeming to choke in his throat. "I remember each of Thakbak, Tuong An, and Tudich Chan." Then, that voice slowly and deeply said, "Old Tao, you're almost 70? Instead of staying home playing with your grandson, come and mess around with our lives." The image of Lai Ham Lin playing with the dog in front of him also appeared. Then, that voice continued. "At the Baesong base, he volunteered to become bait to support us. That day was his birthday. He said that as long as I was alive, the younger kids wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves." Tuong An, 16 years old, a cultivator still attending school, has a girl he likes. At that time, he turned
His back to stay alert and investigate the abnormality of the creature, then sneaked into the Tranthi group's refuge and never came out. They had people from the 4 great sects, or disciples from small sects, or wandering cultivators.
At this point, Lai Hamlin's gaze briefly darkened, as there are still many ordinary people without special abilities in front of the corporation and cultivator assassins teaming up with those monsters. We are truly too weak. If it weren't for a lack of people, I wouldn't have to resort to recruiting cultivator assassins. Bounty hunters only care about profit like this. Hearing what Lai Hamlin just told, Ha Chu also started to speak up, and it turns out he's already dead. I remember you hired him less than a month ago, right? Li Hamlin also quickly admitted without hesitation. Yes, he's a lunatic, sending him out too much. I originally wanted to reconcile with Somach, but who knew they would end up in conflict? Somach being so strong in reality was unexpected, and my plan to hide under the amusement park is now useless, so I have no choice but to team up with the defeated second dog, which is better than fighting alone. Seeing Lai Hamlin in front of him, he asked right away, and even added my life to the deal. But you pretended to be indifferent. Who knows, maybe you'll be the next one to die. Then you smile brightly and confidently, saying you will not apologize for your friend's sacrifices, nor regret everything you have done. If necessary, I will also sacrifice my life. Hearing that, Ha Chu remained calm, hands in his pockets, and in a low voice he revealed, I will cooperate with you for now, but I will watch you closely if one day you waver or I discover you are a traitor to humanity, intentionally killing those people. Lai Hamlin's expression was very confident, as if unafraid, affirming that you would personally deal with her, and she would hold no resentment. Then she got straight to the point without beating around the bush. All right, it's time for us to start our first mission. That's also why I hurried to contact you. The leader of the Alien Beast Vanguard team will visit Earth tomorrow. This left Ha Chu stunned, unable to believe the information she had just received. How is that possible? There's a secret realm shielding it. I never expected the demons to have already invaded Earth. Lai Hamlin remains very calm as she speaks slowly. According to the intelligence I received, some corporation possessing transdimensional stones can connect to the other world and even transfer a small number of monsters to Earth. The image of that gem also appears in the room. The demon beast leader is about to appear, at least maintaining a strength comparable to a 2,000-year-old demon beast on Earth. The more he spoke, the more serious his words became than ever before. We must confirm the target before those monsters appear. If we cannot break their plot in time, our world will be in danger. Based on the information Lai Hamlin provided, Ha Chu still has some doubts, but we don't know where the beasts will appear. Hearing that, Lai Hamlin quickly said that in Donghai City, tomorrow the beast leader will be greeted by my brother Li Tu. He might be planning to use the power of the beasts to eliminate Xiao Mai, and we will follow him to give him a surprise. At Vuong's house late at night, while Somach was deep in sleep, the system suddenly appeared and issued a reminder, 8 hours until Thu Quang arrives, please be patient, host. In a certain mansion, the exterior hall is decorated with layers of gold, making it gleam brightly. A man with a leaf on his head is roaring in frustration. Based on what? Why did the deity choose Ai Ni? On what basis can they appoint you as the vanguard leader? But the person beside him calmly explained in a gentle voice. Why are you questioning the decision of the Divine Lord? General Ngai Ni may come from a weak and small beast race, but her strength and achievements are undeniable. But this guy still remains stubborn and shows no sign of cooling down. Don't joke anymore. A weak little fox demon like this only deserves to be a pet, wagging its tail to please its master. She only got her current position by luck and flattering her superiors. Glory in the battlefield should belong to our powerful beast race. He is helpless against his arrogant attitude. You must be very unwilling, right? The assistant your father arranged for you has already sneaked into Earth and finished all the work for you. But the opportunity was stolen by Nhai Nhi. Hearing this, his rage boiled over as he grabbed his collar. Damn it, if you don't know how to talk, then don't talk. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Seeing the situation getting worse, he quickly spoke up. Sorry, you know I've always only told the truth. That crystal shard shines brightly like a fallen star. Ankash, watching from afar, quickly reports, Master Nhai Nhi, the teleportation array is about to activate. You can go to Earth now. Great Lord Guy, even now you're still training your combat skills. Nair appears, her hands clenched with hope. Ankak. Ordinary beastkin races like us are born weak, so we must not waste any time or we will be oppressed by higher-level beasts. Hearing this, its voice lowered as it expressed, I am sorry, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, for your efforts to protect us. I should not have said such words. Hearing that, she also softly revealed that Ankash, this time coming to Earth to carry out a mission. What I worry about most is actually you guys. If I weren't here, you might face unfair treatment again. What I have done still isn't enough. If I could be a little stronger, it would be so much better. Then Koch couldn't hold back her emotions and started to tear up. Its dark skin seemed to be blushed excessively by someone's slap, but that's not the case, Your Excellency. You have already done enough. You have improved the cultivation techniques of the immortal cultivators, making weak monsters like us stronger, and for our sake, you sneaked onto Earth to carry out dangerous secret missions. Your Excellency, this is not a responsibility you should bear. Immediately after, Aini calmly told it that I had to go. Only by completing the God Lord's mission could I prove the value of races as weak as ours. The time has come. I must depart now. It both encouraged and reminded her to be careful. You must be very careful. Lone beasts sneaking into Earth can only maintain their power for at most 1,000 years, but high-level beasts usually don't want to meet humans. If someone is surrounded, they will definitely stand by and watch. She calmly states that there's no need to pay attention to those scum, because the Divine Lord chose me as the leader, because even alone I can complete the mission. After speaking, she stepped toward the source of the intense light, not forgetting to give it a final warning before leaving. And Koch, before I return, take good care of yourself. That gem is starting to activate. Koch closed her eyes tightly, silently praying to Lord Nani as the blinding light gradually faded away. You must return safely. That light also began to fade as we had only traveled halfway. It seems that Lord Enegi also sensed it. Is the power fading away? Is Earth coming soon? I really didn't expect that the power of the demon beast could be maintained for nearly 3,000 years. I am now the strongest person on Earth. Looks like this mission will go more smoothly than I expected. Then the light descended onto Vuong's house at midnight. The login system notified that your pet has arrived, and after checking, it was determined that your pet has a certain level of danger, so it has been rendered harmless. Somach quickly woke up. He's really gone crazy, choosing to broadcast early in the morning. And he doesn't even know where the system put the pet, probably not wanting him to go downstairs to get it. Then a faint light appeared before his eyes. What is going on here? Is this not where I landed? Ngui's face was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, unable to accept his current appearance. Wait, there's something more important. My body has shrunk. Where is my energy? Where did the 3,000 years of energy go? Is it gone? Not a single drop left? Somach sat up, speaking in a calm voice to reassure. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Whose child are you? Why are you here? But inside, he thought, not bad. The system's gift from Thu Kung probably isn't this girl. That's already too illegal. The sharpness of Lord Ngui's voice was the only response. Be quiet, I'm busy right now, don't talk to me. Then she thought, this is troublesome. I originally thought this was just a normal person's place. But it turns out there's the scent of a cultivator here. The room is quite dark right now, with the air conditioner on. Under this sharp gaze of yours, she begins to plan. But now I have lost my love power. If a cultivator discovers my true identity, it will be troublesome. Better to pretend I am an ordinary child. I can't let this happen. Suddenly appearing here is too suspicious. The only way is to look at the person in front of me and use my skills. If this small and weak human is indeed with a cultivator, they must have a close relationship. As long as I threaten this little human to become a hostage, I can leave safely. Battle skills cultivated over time will not betray me. Although my body is that of a child, and I have lost all my strength, my combat ability surpasses that of ordinary people. Then Nguai started attacking Somach, thinking to herself, sorry, become my hostage. Then Nguai kept rushing forward, but suddenly realized something strange. Somach was holding her shirt to control her, sis. If you keep struggling like that, you'll get hurt, so she couldn't bear it, and started to resist. He's definitely doomed. This kid is not some weak little human at all. The door to the room in front of us is tightly shut, but suddenly Vuong opens it without hesitation. So, Mach, what's wrong? I heard a noise coming from your room earlier, and her eyes immediately turned into dead fish eyes when she saw Nguai being restrained by him. What is going on? Why are you holding a girl in your hand? At that moment, the lights in the house suddenly turned on in the middle of the night. Yao Ni, with a face full of innocence, said, I really don't know anything. I just woke up and found myself here. And then she turned to accuse Suo Miao, saying he even wanted to do something strange to her. The system immediately appeared, displaying the pet's information, including its name, species, breed, the weakest magical beast in the other world, a bone fox with short fur, and its easy-to-feed diet. The pet can switch between a bone fox form and a human form at the owner's will. Somach responded calmly, I wouldn't bother doing anything strange. Vuong, this child is a magical beast. Your words make Vuong doubt it. A magical beast. Such a cute child is actually a magical beast, but it has no aura of magic at all and looks very weak. Hearing these words, Nhai Ni's face suddenly turned pale, full of sarcasm. I can't believe this clueless, immortal cultivator called me weak. What an insult. But now I can only pretend to be tough. Then he tilted his head with an innocent-looking expression. Big brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Beast pet? What is a beast pet? Can it eat? The pet can switch between a fox form and a human form at the master's will. Seeing that, Suomai didn't hesitate and chose. Transform for me. Her head is still normal, but her eyes are looking toward him. 2 mouse ears quickly appear on Lord Ear's head. This made her panic. What's going on? The body refuses to obey, she demanded loudly. What have you done to me? Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Go. Lord Nai immediately transforms into a bipedal walking cat. Until this moment, Vuong finally believed what he had said. Unexpectedly, it was really a mystical beast, so gentle and adorable. Then, Somach warned in a low voice, even though I seem to be able to control this creature, you shouldn't let your guard down. So I can keep it as a pet, right? But Nhai Ni kept urgently shouting to go repeatedly. He placed his hand under his chin and began to speak seriously. It has a human shape. Who knows if it's a 1,000-year-old beast, very dangerous. Just a moment ago, she was expressing her fondness for it, and now she's making a bold suggestion. Thinking like that is truly dangerous. Maybe we should just eliminate it since the meal hasn't been served yet, and we can't eat the fox bones. Hearing that, he also spoke up clearly. This is too cruel. I'll go look for a cooking book. Nhai Ni starts to puff up its fur. These humans want to threaten me, so I will continue to play along with you. She immediately returned to her normal form and explained herself. Go. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied. I am just a small, weak fox spirit, chosen to be on the front line as a decoy because I can transform into a human form. I didn't want to fight, but I had no way to resist those powerful demon beasts. If you can forgive me, I will do anything you ask. Hearing that, he quickly pleaded. Coincidentally, I have something I need your help with, and as for how to deal with you, I will think about it after that. At that time, she had been in a coma for several months. Somach turned back to Lord Nai and asked directly, Do you think you can save her? Nhai Ni's eyes looked a bit sad. Saving someone is possible, but human and beast bodies are different, and I'm not skilled in medicine either. His face immediately darkened as he exposed her. Don't pretend to be innocent. The aura of the beast on her body, you must be very familiar with it, right? That's the reason she fell into a coma. You are a demon beast. You must know how to save her. Immediately after, Nhai hurriedly spoke up, apologizing. I really don't know what to do. Our beast clan doesn't use roundabout methods to kill people. This way might be her way of thinking up a solution again.
That's right, I remember now. I heard that before the secret realm appeared, there was contact between the human organization and us.
They are researching how to fuse human and beast cells in secret. Your sister's current appearance might be related to their experiments. If we can find them, we might be able to find a way to save your sister. Somach looked at her blankly and asked, Which corporation? Immediately, Lord Nai was glued in place with a hardening adhesive. How could someone like me, just a shield, know about such an important matter? But maybe there's a way to find them, though it's very dangerous. He warned her in a low voice, saying, Listen, I will absolutely not forgive the person who hurt her. Forgive. If you can help me, I will protect you. According to the plan, there should be someone from the corporation to welcome me on Earth. And as long as you can contact them, you will be able to trace and find the old acquaintance who harmed you. But that means fighting against that terrifying former ally. Immediately, Suomai ordered them to make contact. The faster, the better. Lord Nai quickly obeyed. Got it, I understand. But deep down, Lord still reminded himself that he still had an important mission to complete, and there was no time to waste here. Using the power of the corporation to eliminate these 2 ordinary cultivators was the best choice. The scene changed to the laboratory room showed that it was already 2 hours past the scheduled time, and that green stone was still inside the test tube. Suangin's crossing stone is still functioning normally. Why is that? Could it be that the transport failed? Wait a minute. The transport device is working now. Acting Captain quickly grasped the information. It was news sent by Lord Beast Tamer. Hearing this, Li too secretly felt pleased. At last there's news. What exactly is going on now? He quickly replied. The Beast Tamer has arrived at Donghai City, but the meeting point was changed, so the transportation system designated a new location? Li too tilted his head at his words. The new meeting location, fake captain. He led the others to welcome the guest from another world. Right after that, the fake captain spoke in a clear voice. This kind of mission isn't suitable for someone like me, right? Besides, hosting your excellency is a rare opportunity that you barely managed to seize. Suddenly, his face darkened.
Indeed, to have the chance to host the Beast Lord, I paid a very high price. But compared to the situation with the crossing stone, this is nothing. I need to investigate the cause of the transportation error and report to Lianming Corporation. In response, he also whispered softly, "You are the assistant I trust the most, and I am very confident in the task of hosting His Excellency that has been assigned to you." The scene shifts to another location, where a gloomy bridge appears. Captain Jia sternly warns everyone one last time that any beast appearing on Earth is extremely dangerous and inhumane. Although they look like humans, they must never be treated as normal people. Cruelty and brutality are their true nature. Once, a demon beast appeared just because of a bloodless raw meat dinner and slaughtered hundreds of people without hesitation. If you want to live peacefully, you must always maintain a respectful attitude. Those people immediately obeyed obediently. Don't worry, acting captain, we understand now. Who would dare offend the beast? I still want to live a few more years, truly cursed. I never expected we would have to work for such a savage monster. Ni slowly steps forward, not forgetting to probe with her voice. What are you talking about, brutal monsters? Seeing her here, he is very confused. Hey, I told you to evacuate, so what's going on with this little girl? What kind of work are you doing? A bunch of useless trash. Then the acting captain looked up and gently reminded her sister that it was already so late, and that walking outside was very dangerous, so she should go home early. Nai was not afraid of his commanding presence. Instead, she questioned them. Huh? You are from the Lai Corporation, right? Why don't you welcome me to Earth? Do you want me to go back? Faced with these words, the fake captain immediately guessed that she was Lady Ngai Ni. Then they knelt down, bowing their heads in deep respect, and said, I am very sorry, I did not recognize your identity. Ngai Ni was slightly surprised by their attitude and said, No need to be so tense. I can sense the strange power in you all. You are not cultivators. You are bounty hunters. Are there other bounty hunters too? The fake captain quickly confirmed that we are indeed bounty hunters. But high-level hunters have different important missions, and right now only a few of us can be here. Suddenly, thoughts of encountering a monster, and whether this beast prefers to eat humans, or if there are new types of bounty hunters came to mind. But Lord Nai only seemed to be agreeing in a general sense, so the current number should be enough. Then she immediately thought about killing the two ordinary cultivators, Suo Miao and Kang Vudong. That shouldn't be a problem. But suddenly, the fake captain's face turned pale. The amount is enough. You're not planning to make us the main course before the meal, are you? That's right. This is just the reason she didn't kill us. Then he quickly spoke up. Lord Ingani, actually, we came to Donghai City with another important mission. After that, the fake captain started rambling on endlessly. There is a cultivator who has already gained power comparable to a 1,000-year-old demon beast in the secret realm. If he continues to develop, he might complete all the tasks of the secret realm and ruin our plan to merge the two worlds. He also has great strength in the real world. Honestly, it's very difficult for us to kill him alone, but we can guide you. If you take action, you can definitely handle him easily. Hearing this, Lord Nai, with a confident tone, said that if such a talented cultivator like this survived, it would indeed be a trouble for the merging of our two worlds. Don't worry, from now on I'll deal with him myself. She reasoned internally, her power limited, probably because of the immortal cultivator, Somach. Once these bounty hunters eliminate Somach, I will restore my strength, and the celestial cultivator on Earth is nothing at all. Then I will pretend to be a polite team leader and express myself. Master Nyai Ni, on behalf of the Lai Corporation, I thank you for your help. Nyai Ni quickly replied, No need to thank me, I was just fulfilling the will of the Divine Master. Tell me everything about that cultivator, he said while looking at his bowl and speaking. His name is Somach. This tablet has his personal information. Hearing that name, she couldn't help but be stunned. Somach? Then she pointed in that direction and asked softly, What does the Somach you're talking about look like? Coincidentally, Somach is also heading this way. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Somach to come right to my door. Rioni rushed to his side at lightning speed, astonishing the old man. Rioni the Great truly lives up to his title as the Beastmaster, facing such a powerful cultivator without fear, charging forward on his own. As soon as she reached Somach, she suddenly turned 180 degrees. Master, those people are all hunting dogs of the corporation. I've lured them here. The system suddenly displayed a notification. The login system reminds that IR's favorability towards the host has increased by 5. Unlocking the pet's favorability function and earning a reward. Reward 1, shared injuries. When the host is attacked, normal injuries will transfer to your pet. Reward 2, bonding with your pet. The host can sense the attitude and mood changes of the pet, helping to increase the pet's affinity. Continuing to raise the affinity will unlock more functions, which is very exciting. Seeing that, Somach immediately wondered why the affection level suddenly increased.
There are still 2 more rewards. A 5-point increase in affection is really high. Then the system displayed the pet status bar. Age, breed, bone fox, affection level, maximum 100 points. If you get hit by a truck and die, it will happily dance in front of your grave. Master, I have confirmed that these hunters are all amateurs. Only the ones I trust can handle them easily. I always believe in you. Ngai Nai thumbed up at him, smiling outwardly but secretly cursing inside. So annoying. Why is he so strong? This time it seems impossible to eliminate Somach. I can't give up. Next time for sure. Somach quickly approached her, suddenly realizing that this voice was Nhai Ni's inner thoughts. This is the power of binding. The power of shared injury is very pragmatic, and if I can increase Nhai Ni's favor, I might get a better reward. I'll speak up and say that because you're such a useful person, I won't kill anyone now. Hearing this, Lord Ni Huang quickly waved his hand and said, Such a cute little thing. Why would I want to kill a fox? Are we hearing this right? That arrogant demon calls Somach her master, and the guy next to her also shouts, Somach isn't a cultivator. Why does it involve a magical beast? They continued whispering and gossiping, such a powerful beast, yet so insignificant compared to him like a dog. Could it be that his true identity is actually a major figure from another world? The assassin's body trembled with fear as he stammered, We're doomed. We even boasted about killing him. Are we really crazy enough to offend a major figure from another world and still hope to survive and return? While the fake captain was sweating profusely, the assassins quickly said, Lord Somach, we are very sorry. We didn't know your identity before, and our attempt to kill you was part of the plan to merge the 2 worlds. It was all a misunderstanding. Lord Nai Ni, what exactly is Somach's true identity? Hearing those words, Lord Nai immediately shouted, Shut up, you lowly hunters. You are not worthy to know the identity of our master. What I hate even more is that you dared to incite me to cooperate with you in assassinating my master. This is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Kneel and beg for my master's forgiveness. The old man pretending to be the captain in my mind is already planning resistance, which is essentially seeking death. Running away, fleeing from these 2 monsters is just a ridiculous idea. Right now, all we can do is wait for this humanoid monster's judgment. According to previous analysis, Somach's attitude toward strangers is quite gentle. If we show humility, he might give us a chance to survive. Master Nai reached out to Somach and said, Lord Tanqui, these hunters' apologies are quite sincere. Should we consider lightening their punishment? I honestly thought they would choose to fight me. If they have apologized, then forgive them. The fake captain nervously pleads for mercy. Master Somach, thank you for your mercy. I am secretly glad in my heart that we made the right bet and survived. He slowly stepped forward and snorted coldly. You are truly lucky to meet such a kind master, but in your minds, you're already scheming. These hunters, once they learn the identity of their leader, must die to keep the secret. However, you still uttered those words. According to our rules, offending a superior means enduring 3 days and nights of salt acupuncture torture, ending with being burned alive. Since the master has forgiven you, you can choose a less painful death. Do you want to commit suicide or be eaten? Hearing such a request, the captain rolled her eyes and thought to herself that dying might be better than being eaten. She then spoke out, saying, Are you crazy? Isn't the outcome just death anyway? What the hell do I care? So Mach walked up, lifted her up, and then issued an order. Sir, I will give you the command code. Don't worry, I am just an ordinary person, not a beast, and I definitely won't eat people. You are just doing your job, I understand. Just answer a few questions and I will let you leave safely. Who sent you to kill me? Hearing that question, the old man pretending to be the captain pondered in his mind. Is that all I need to do is answer such a simple question? Just making up a name can get us through the test without betraying young Master Li too. My mind was filled with schemes. No, this is a trap. The Beast Master knows we belong to the Lai family group, so she definitely won't hide Somach. Somach might even already know our connection to Lai Tuthiojia, and he's deliberately probing us so he can kill us openly. His gaze clearly showed disapproval towards him. If we reveal young Master Li too, it would mean disloyalty, and we would die. If we don't tell him about young Master Li, it would be a lie to him, and we would also die to lower our guard. He's even deliberately pretending to be an ordinary person. Truly a top figure from another world, with combat ability and scheming skills at the highest level. Someone as terrifying as Suomo, far beyond our imagination. Seeing him remain silent without replying, Suomo quickly urged, "Do you not want to answer my question?" Hearing that, he exclaimed in panic, "Wait a moment, I said I could only bet on luck." Our boss suddenly pretended to be the captain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He coughed painfully a few times, and the others in the team showed similar symptoms at the same time. They collapsed to the ground, and that image is quickly transmitted to a screen elsewhere. In a luxurious Quiso office, Lai Tu's voice exclaims in panic, "What is really going on?" Somach is actually the master of the beast leader, appearing as a savior on the outside. Could it be that Suo Miao is really a major figure from another world? If he's a beast, spirit, everything makes sense. Why didn't he have any records from the Tutian sect before? Yet he has such strong strength. By deceiving the secret realm to become the top of the leaderboard, could there be other motives behind the demon beasts? His hand clenched this control device, or worse. Somach is a cultivator, but his strength far exceeds expectations, not only disrupting the cross-border stone waves, but also causing the Beast Lord to rebel. No matter what his identity is, offending Somach puts the Lai Corporation at risk of destruction. At that moment, Li Tu's face was full of fear, sweating profusely as he tremblingly said, "Luckily, he managed to activate the hidden poison in the hunters' bodies just in time to buy a little more time. That bastard Lai Ham Lin never does anything serious, and now has to provoke monsters like this. Big brother, did you just call my name? I'm so touched I didn't expect you to remember me like this." Seeing this, Lai Tu quickly shouted, "Where is my guard at the door? How did you get in here?" Hamlet approached and asked Lai Tu why there was no one protecting him, if he felt uneasy. "You assign dirty and dangerous tasks to your subordinates, while you hide somewhere safe, watching surveillance videos, even needing your bodyguards to beat me up for you. Truly a capable heir of the Lai group." Hearing you say that, Lai Tu coldly replied, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? I can see you don't understand anything. My stupid younger brother, if I weren't handling the family business, do you think you could just relax and be an useless young master? Is that so? My wonderful older brother, how do you plan to handle the beast master of the demon beasts? A bad person like you, the Lai Corporation will be destroyed by your hands. Truly a heavy responsibility. This building isn't protected by a security level you can access. How did you find me? Where are my guards at the entrance? What is a useless kid like you ultimately trying to do?" His hand moves away from the table. A strange, sudden thought appears, and seeing that idea, a smug smile forms on Hamlin's face as he questions, "Are you looking for this?" Hamlin suddenly has a pistol in hand and softly says, "I saw this dangerous thing on the table, so I put it away. You're not planning to use a gun against your own brother, are you?" "That really hurts, doesn't it?" Then he immediately pointed the gun straight at him and shouted loudly, "I know how many monsters have sneaked into Earth. And what is the purpose of that beast?" Hearing those words, Lai Tu, furious, connected the events and shouted, "It's you. You've been secretly sabotaging the plan to merge the two worlds. Everyone thinks you're a useless failure, so why are you doing this? Do you want to betray your family, betray your class?" His eyes full of anger, he sternly ordered, "Lai Hamlin, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Stop messing around and put down the gun." Lin calmly warned him, "Do not test my patience. No matter how long you try to stall, your guards won't be able to save you here. Tell me, what is the purpose of the beast's infiltration into Earth? Or die, your choice." Hearing those words, Li Tu shouted in fear to stop him. "Wait a minute, I am not the mastermind. I don't know about the demon beast's affairs. I am just a pawn in the alliance of the conglomerate. I do these things only to give our Lai Corporation greater benefits. But I can tell you the location of the dimensional stone." Hearing that information, you smile happily and say, "So, that means you're no longer valuable. I have already tracked down the location of the transcending stone today. Only after I obtained it did I have time to come here and talk to you." "Wait a moment, Lai Hamlin. We are family after all. Even if we have different mothers, I am still your brother. My teammates sacrificed themselves to stop your evil plans. Some had families, but their silent sacrifices were not even given a shred of respect or mourning. Your eyes are full of fury, but I see it differently. Your death will become the opportunity for a full-scale war between the corporation and Somach. It's amusing, but that old thing, blinded by greed, is about to become your sacrifice." Then, a gunshot from Han Lin pierced Lai Tu's head, causing him to fall to one side, and Han Lin quickly contacted someone else on his phone. "You killed Li Tu, wouldn't it be better to keep him alive? What does it mean that the plan has changed?" Han Lin immediately explained to him, "Lai Tu's death is the best outcome. Somach's strength surpasses what the Beast Lord calls the Master. And even if he's a major figure from another realm, he's still a cultivator with incredible power, so approaching him now would be very dangerous." Li Tu came to Donghai City not only to welcome the Beast Lord, but also to assassinate Somach, who has now crossed worlds and is dead. All the hatred will be focused on Somach. No matter what identity Somach has, stirring up conflict between the corporation and Somach is the most advantageous choice for us. Hearing this information, Hachu was filled with anger and exclaimed, "I must go verify whether Somach only subdued the Beast Lord to protect our world."
If he truly is a major figure from another realm, I will kill Somach and the Beast Lord here.
Huh? Are you serious?
Do you think you can fight back against Somach and the Beast?
Hello. Drink your fate. Don't hang up. By the riverbank, the water begins to flow rapidly at night.
Nghĩa là, khi nghe tới hỏi, chủ nhân, những thợ săn này da chết rồi. Cô cần tới kiểm tra xem họ có gì hữu ích không, sở mạch liền cảnh báo cô ấy.
Stop searching, your lord. Someone is coming this way. As he predicted just then, Ha-Chu approached from afar, and he introduced himself.
Somach, the first time I met Ha-Chu, I never imagined that among young cultivators there would be someone as strong as you.
From this close distance, I can feel that your real combat strength is no different from what I saw in the secret realm. Hearing that, he cautiously responded, You're not weak, but it seems you're not very strong either. Lord Nai is standing close to him now, and Somach, feeling a bit cautious, speaks up. Strangely, the sense of threat I get from him is even stronger than in the secret realm. You are from the corporation here to kill me. Hearing that, Ha-Chu quickly denied it.
Sir, on the contrary, I am a cultivator, and the corporation and the demon beasts are my enemies. If you are my enemy, I will kill you.
The girl next to you is the leader of the monsters from another world. Why does she call you her master? Suamai, who exactly are you? Why are you with the beast? Somach irritably said, You mean His Majesty, today it fell into my room so it became my pet. As for me, I am just an ordinary person. But if you want to kill me, I will defend myself legitimately. Ha-Chu spoke up, explaining that the beast leader came to Earth, fell into his room for no reason, and became his pet. You think I would believe this crazy talk? He thought to himself, pondering from the creature. Not sensing any power, Somach is only at a level comparable to a 1,000-year-old beast. Perhaps they just arrived on Earth and are still weak, making this the best chance to eliminate them. A quick-minded Somach responded, You're not suspicious? When I was interrogating, these hunters suddenly died, and then you appeared. It's hard for me not to suspect that you're the one behind this. If you don't trust me, then I have nothing more to say. If you want to fight, I'm here. If not, I'll go home first. Hearing what he said, Ha-Chu apologized. Sorry, you are right. I was a bit too emotional earlier. This concerns the survival of the world, so let's put aside our doubts for now and speak honestly. The beasts invading Earth and teaming up with the organization pose a huge threat. If you've tamed the beast leader, then you must know what their purpose for invading Earth is, right? I understand. He then turned to Lord Nai and asked, What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Hearing this, she paused for a moment before softly replying, Master, I don't know about this either. Are you kidding me? Somach handed over the pet to me and I will make it tell the truth. Seeing that he didn't trust, Somach confidently said, It's true, although it sounds a bit strange. I have a way to confirm if the pet is lying or not. Ha-Chu's face looks a bit uncomfortable. He frowns and says, You want to cover for this pet? Pets are enemies of our humans. Do you really believe the Beast Lord doesn't know what its subordinates have done? Stop looking down on others. I am still the leader of the weak beasts. If I don't know, then I simply don't know. I came to Earth because I needed a powerful beast to act as a representative for negotiations with the corporation. As for the missions of the other magical beasts, I don't care what those minions are doing. The reality is that Your Majesty Ni, being from a low-level race, was overthrown by higher-level magical beasts, which is why her information was sealed, and her pride doesn't allow her to show weakness in front of the immortal. He stood beside and agreed, I believe what you said, so. Somach then said, So we have nothing more to discuss. Then Ha-Chu quickly charged towards him from afar using his power. Ha-Chu swung a fist straight down onto the ground. Hey, was that a sneak attack? If you don't boast about your martial arts, are you still a cultivator? Hearing those questions, Ha-Chu's face remained calm and he replied coldly, My only goal is that beast. Dealing with beasts doesn't require any chivalrous morals. If it knows nothing, then kill it, so that the beast won't be a threat in the future. Seeing that threatening and uncompromising look, I quickly objected, I refuse. I promised Nyai Ni that if it helps me, I will protect it. Even if it is a magical beast, I will keep my promise. Nyai Ni's face appeared behind, showing a joyful expression, and she softly said, Master So, there are still kind-hearted people like this. A system notification sound rings out. The system registers a reminder of Gai Ni's favorability towards the host, adding 5 points, with the pet status panel showing Gai Ni, the bone-planting race, favorability, and a maximum score of 110. If you get hit and killed by a truck, it will happily dance in front of your grave, and then place a small bun in front of it. Seeing this, Suomai secretly rejoiced, increasing his favorability. But you still want to dance in front of my grave, and High Air can't help at all, still dancing around. Madness? Only the strongest are worth noticing. Should I just kill it? Hachu, standing opposite, radiated endless killing intent. He warned, if you have chosen to protect the beast, then I won't hold back anymore. Then, Hachu clenched his fists, and the red and blue flames quickly clashed. Hachu quickly launched his attack, which flew straight toward him. Seeing that, Somach quickly raised his shield to defend. As expected, ordinary techniques can't even hurt you. Try this one. A series of white pattern seals appeared on his face, and Hachu's voice echoed as he summoned his technique. The Chaos 5 Elements. Fire Seal of Metal Chain. Hachu's mind pondered silently. The chaos of the 5 elements was a forbidden secret art, each attack causing the attacker's inner power to spiral out of control and ultimately explode to death. Confronted with internal destruction, no matter how strong his power, he could do nothing. Hachu then announced, "Somach, now the real fight begins." Hearing this, Somach simply exclaimed, "Oh," surprised. Then the two of them charged at each other, clashing in fierce bursts of red and yellow energy. Nay, here is excitedly cheering. They're fighting, they're fighting. Finally, a cultivator capable of matching the opponent has appeared. Once they both weaken each other, or better yet, destroy each other, I can finally run away safely. Suddenly, the system appears with a loud notification. It reminds that the host has been attacked with unknown strength, activating the injury recovery function. Just when things are good, the string breaks. Just when you're sad, the villagers arrive. Nyani suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She looks a bit panicked. What's going on? Quickly catching the drops of blood with my hand. Clearly those two humans are fighting, so why am I the one vomiting blood? Hachu's voice rings out, "It's time to give up." Hearing that, he lowers his head and, with an angry tone, asks, "Is that all your attack can do? Are you scratching my itch?" Hearing those insults, Hachu Lao shouted loudly with his hand glowing red from above. "Shut up!" Without hesitation, he rushed towards Somach, punching him directly. Somach was not to be underestimated, quickly using a shield to block the attack. The two of them fought back and forth, so intense that they created a flash of light streaking across the ground. At this moment, Somach's eyes show clear anger, a chilling sensation enveloping his body. The cold voice declares, "Even if you try countless times, I still find it amazing. I clearly blocked your attack, yet I still got hit. What kind of martial art is this?" This is really interesting. At the same time, Hachu also didn't want to hold back and poured all her strength into a punch with absolute power, rushing forward. Then Hachu quickly punched hard, hitting his left arm. Seeing this, he suddenly thought to himself, "This time, Somach won't be able to dodge." But in the next second, with a look of surprise, he deliberately took the hit. To counter his punch, Somach's right hand raised high, forming a stream of golden energy. He smugly said, "Now it's my turn." Then, Somach quickly threw a punch at Hachu's body. He couldn't dodge in time and took the hit. Hachu was knocked back and slammed into the wall. The wall quickly shattered, a dry cough echoed, and a mouthful of blood fell to the ground. Hachu worriedly calculated in his mind. Luckily, the chaotic 5-element state had boosted his defense. Otherwise, this punch would have killed him. But this punch was not a miss. He clenched his right hand against his chest, still calculating carefully. Somach had been hit with 8 punches by me, enough to make his body's strength spiral out of control. "This is my victory." Seeing Hachu stand up, Somach praised him. "Oh, you're still alive? I really underestimated you. Although your strength isn't impressive, your martial arts are still very powerful." But on the other hand, Hachu's face clearly shows panic. How is that possible? The current situation leaves him stunned and shouting out loud, "You're not dead yet. Could it be that your attacks haven't been enough?" Suddenly, Lai from afar calls out to stop the fight as the two of them are battling fiercely. "Wait a moment, you two bastards, stop fighting!" She was coughing and spitting out saliva as she spoke. "If we keep fighting, I'll definitely die." Seeing the situation, Hachu quickly started to think. Is this a ghost, or can Somach transfer his injuries onto his pet? That's really disgusting. Although his combat skills are unusual, his offense and defense are also insanely strong. If I get hit a few more times, I'll die. Trading injuries for injuries, even if I kill the beast leader, I definitely won't be able to kill Somach. Then he suddenly froze, his foot stomping heavily on the ground. It seemed that the moment had finally come to use that move. Thinking of this, Hachu immediately activated his technique. He moved so quickly, fleeing as if chased by a ghost in broad daylight. Watching him run away like a coward, Somach looked unimpressed and said, "Oh, at this moment I thought he was about to risk his life. But it turns out he's just running away." Punching a few times just for show, he massages his other shoulder and thinks to himself, There's no need to fight that monster to the death, and if he keeps fighting, he might really die. It's still useful to me now, and if I continue, I might even be in danger. Now my whole body is sore and stiff, feeling a strain in my lower back. Not even the little dog in the secret realm could have caused this much harm to me, and the lights are still on in the apartment. Hamlin is now helping Ha-Chu back after losing the fight, his legs barely able to move. Seeing Kot being beaten so badly, he scolds him.
Are you crazy? If you keep wanting to fight Somach and you end up dead, what am I supposed to do?
Where can I find a worthy opponent like you? Hearing that, Ha-Chu replied, I was overconfident. Somach's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even without considering that Somach might transfer injuries to his beloved beast, his physical strength far exceeds that of a normal 1,000-year-old beast. His internal body is extremely fragile and difficult to train, yet he can resist the influence of the 5 elements chaos. Seeing his response, Hamlin encouraged him, saying, Don't be so weak. Honestly, surviving. Somach's hands already surprised me. Of course the monsters have to be dealt with by monsters. Somach no longer needs you to worry. At this point, Ha-Chu turned to look with curiosity and asked, So, your plan was successful? As he finished speaking, Han-Lin raised his phone and confidently announced that the communication with the family and the protection of Brother Li Tu had been discovered, and the Lai family would stop at nothing to eliminate the prime suspect and kill the heir of the Somach group. At a large villa, Chairman Li and 2 guards approached the young man standing there. Seeing this, he spoke up. Chairman Li, Mr. Li, I am just a minor figure. Please don't make things difficult for me. This is the residence of the great beast kings. Even with your status, you shouldn't come here uninvited. Please go back. Hearing that, Chairman Li shouted loudly, Get out of the way. I will not leave before meeting Lord Jialiet. As soon as he finished, a dark voice immediately echoed, Come in. As soon as the door opens, a black aura begins to spread around. The elderly Chairman Li, carrying a burden on his back and holding a cane, quickly entered inside with his subordinates. As they walked, suddenly one of the subordinates turned with a contemptuous look and said, Just a gatekeeper. What are you pretending to be? Still daring to block the way and talk back, the black aura quickly enveloped his body, and at the same time, Luke Schwat appeared, swiftly knocking away 2 of Chairman Li's subordinates. Seeing that, he immediately questioned, Master Jialiet, what do you mean? If you invited us into the room, why did you still kill my subordinates? Go ahead. I don't remember inviting your subordinates. I only killed the one who barged into my territory on his own. All right, it's your turn now, old man. I'll give you one more chance. If you can make me laugh, I will let you live. A large hand then clenched tightly around his body. Chairman Li quickly panicked and said, My son Li Tu went to Donghai City to welcome the Beast Commander. But the Beast Commander failed and his whereabouts are unknown. My son was brutally murdered, and the artifact beyond the realm belonging to the Alliance group was also stolen by the culprit. Lord Jialit, I beg for your help to avenge my son. Hearing these words, he sneered and then shouted, Beast Lord, missing in action, today is your turn to disappear. Serves the old man right for telling me who the real culprit is. I can help you seek revenge. But first, the boundary crossing belongs to the group that must be ours. The Savior. Somach. Hearing this name, Chairman Lai quickly stated that Somach had killed our senior advisor and exposed the underground hideout. My son Li Tu came to Donghai City also to eliminate Somach. Although all footage and evidence have been erased and there is no concrete proof, I can confirm that the artifact was stolen across the boundary and the Beastmaster has gone missing. Somach is the prime suspect. Knowing the current situation, Jialiet said, Somach, then forget it. I don't want to do business without profit. You can go back now. Wait, Lord Jialit. Somach is just a Falk cultivator specializing in body training with a maximum combat power of only 1,000 years, exhausted energy, and sometimes he even pretends to be innocent and foolish. Lord Jialiet, killing him is as easy as turning over your hand. At this point, Jialiet quickly scoffed in disdain and cursed. Foolish, kind-hearted, you almost made me laugh again. Those are not words I should use for Somach. As the brightest Ming Emperor in the secret realm, after completing the first trial, we have thoroughly investigated all the information about Somach. His outward disguise of kindness is cold, ruthless, and disciplined. Since Somach was born, he has never shown any abnormal behavior or physical signs, and there are no indications that he is a cultivator. Do you know what this means? His figure immediately appeared in his mind. If Somach was a cultivator before, he always concealed his powerful energy to live normally. In this information age, no one has ever detected his anomalies. Not even when his sister was seriously ill, he never revealed his true identity. If Somach only understood cultivation after entering the secret realm, then it's even more terrifying.
Remembering how Somach gradually realized his power means that in just one short day, he transformed from an ordinary person into the strongest cultivator on Earth.
The cultivator school of body tempering indeed has limited potential, but this basic knowledge definitely does not apply to a monster like Somach. After understanding the rules of the secret realm, he used every means to gain popularity and attract more attention. When you sleep, go to sleep. When Somach goes out to play, he plays hide-and-seek with the demon beasts. Then he has meals and even streams while eating.
Do you really think he's kind and foolish enough to boost his performance and earn more fate coins?
Somach paid no attention to the lives or deaths of other cultivators. Clearly powerful, but only choosing to save those he deemed worthy, patient, cautious, holding back his trump card and playing with the audience's psychology. Remembering his battle, his strength was indeed formidable, but he only saved those he chose, remained patient and cautious, kept his ace up his sleeve, and played with the audience's psychology. In a way, Somach is even more like a beast than we are. Somach is truly too dangerous. Attacking him now would be a great loss for us. After hearing Jialiet's words, Chairman Li expressed his intention. Lord Jialiet, if Somach is that dangerous, he shouldn't be allowed to live, as he would become the greatest threat to the plan of merging the two worlds. After a moment, he replied, "Fine then, if you're so worried about the plan to merge the two worlds, I'll have Somach killed. After all, your group wouldn't hesitate to do whatever it takes, and with a 1,000-year-old cultivator, he should definitely be able to be eliminated." Why are you speechless now? Faced with the murderer who killed your son, your last thought is still about the benefits lost. Our old man. Somach will definitely be killed, but right now there is a more important plan. However, you can choose to prepare some tasks first, so that when we kill Somach, it will be a bit easier. Hearing that, he replied, "Master Jialiet, please give your instructions." At this moment, Jialiet then expressed his intention. "The old man from the Lee Corporation has already left. Nier, you can come out now. You still haven't changed your habit of eavesdropping." Nier's subtle voice echoes with a hint of meaning, all because of my innate talent for stealth. "Why do all of you assume I'm some peeping fanatic? I'm here to report on the work. The second trap of the secret realm has been set up. I hear the grateful praise. Well done. With someone like Unito, we won't need to share the credit anymore. Speaking of which, we also have to thank Somach. You don't think Somach has already eliminated someone as useless as you, do you?" Hearing that, Naito replied, "I also hope so, but considering Earth, it can at least maintain 1,000 years of combat power, so I think I can still run." On your side, at Vuong's house, Somach Sach, the chubby fox spirit, stood in front of her and asked, "Vuong, this little fox seems depressed. Should we just roast it?" At Vuong's house, the lights seep through and illuminate the entire place. Vuong looks at the medicinal fungi and says, "The corporation's hunters and strange cultivators sound very dangerous. It would be good if I could be a little stronger so I can help you, instead of becoming a burden." Hearing her say that, Somach immediately responded, "Don't say that. If it weren't for you protecting my sister, I wouldn't be able to rest easy going out." She pointed to the bag containing the medicinal fungi and explained, "Speaking of which, I just set up a concealment formation around the house. Only authorized people can enter or leave freely. The people from the corporation won't be able to find this place, so even if we enter the secret realm, we can rest assured." The doorbell rings and a mail courier approaches and asks, "Mr. So, this is the food you ordered." Seeing that, he replies, "Thank you." Vuong shouted loudly, "No way! How can you find this place?" Hearing this, the mail courier proudly raised his finger and replied, "This place really is hard to find. Luckily, our company recently upgraded to a new positioning system, so even if you're up a tree, I can still deliver it to your door. Long live high technology." Hearing those words, Vuong was speechless and cursed silently in his mind. Damn high technology. It seems the formation needs to be improved a bit. In a world where beast ranks are clearly divided, Ngai Ni, born from humble origins, earned power and status through relentless effort. Her presence on the battlefield as a female martial deity undefeated in 100 battles, a dream for low-level beasts, an idol to be revered, symbolizing majesty and beauty. The room suddenly fell silent. Now devoid of spiritual energy, it became a beast companion of a cultivator, a flesh shield sharing damage. Ningani, exhausted, sat on a chair and sighed. "I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to go home." She clenched her head, her mind in chaos. What am I actually thinking right now? Even if the high-level beasts on Earth are my enemies, and the organization is full of useless people only caring about immediate benefits, I still have to find a way to keep living and complete the mission of the deity. "Ngai, are your wounds better yet? I brought some food for you." Hearing this, Lord Nai shouted loudly, "Don't come here, demon! What evil intent do you have now?" Hearing that, Somach quickly explained, "Are you still angry? Sorry for causing your injury. I really didn't mean to. Besides, isn't it true that you also hid your identity as the Beast Lord? Let's consider us even now, shall we? You've been here for a while. Your stomach must be hungry, right? I'm really just bringing some food for you. Realizing Somach's subtle hints, he thought about shouting angrily. Huh? I'm not some wild animal or anything, so don't look down on me. You miserable human. Do you think you can win me over with food? Delicious dishes are quickly laid out before her. Gainy's eyes shine brightly like headlights, saliva dripping as the fried chicken wing and salad are placed on the table. Nyanyi picks up a piece of chicken, bites into it, and exclaims happily, "So delicious." Seeing that, he asks curiously, "It seems you really like fried chicken." Nyanyi happily enjoys her meal. Suddenly, her mind comes to a halt. Wait a minute, what just happened? I suddenly lost consciousness, and when I woke up, half of the food on the table was gone? Is it that all this fried chicken was eaten by me? Nyanyi stared blankly, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind as a beast lord defeated by its own instincts. He couldn't believe someone had added something strange to the food. Hearing her say that, he quickly spoke up to say, "I don't bother doing such things. If you don't believe me, I'll take the remaining fried chicken away." Bang! Nyan Chung slammed the table hard, her eyes hypnotized as she stared intently at the delicious dishes on the table. How strange, clearly made from weak animals with no aura of love, yet they emit such irresistible aroma. The crispy, crunchy coating of the fried chicken, wrapping the tender flavor of the meat, along with those strange, colorful spices, are completely irresistible. This is my current memory, indeed the food of demons. Seeing that action, Suomai questioned, "Nyanyi, aren't you not wanting to eat? Why won't you let me take this snake chicken?" Nyanyi quickly shouted, "Shut up, I won't be seduced by food. I just want to prove that even if someone poisons the food, it won't affect me. Look, no matter how much I eat, I won't get poisoned." She quickly devours the dishes on the table, and seeing that, he sighs and says, "Fine, as long as you're happy." At this moment, a notification sound rang out, and the system registered an increase of 1 point in Nyanyi's favorability towards the host. He then pondered. It seems that Nyanyi's information displayed on the system is not used at all. Feeding it anything is fine, very easy to raise affection, but just giving some fried chicken and pizza is enough to increase it. So, Mach looked at the system panel, his face showing a contemplative expression. The death of the hunters means a complete break with the Lai Thai Corporation, and their next move could truly threaten you and your sister. You must quickly increase Nganyi's favorability so you can unlock new abilities. Suddenly, Wu Mengsheng burst into the room shouting, "Sword of Mach, it's over! The Lai Thai Corporation has targeted you." Hearing this, he was momentarily surprised and then chibanicked. Already? What happened? She casually scrolled through her phone and said to him, "They've put you on the trending list." Somach replied calmly, "Is that all?" This morning at a company gathering, everyone was talking excitedly. The introductory class on cultivation in the magic realm today is recruiting students. Can you come with me to apprentice? Hearing that, your friend next to you responded, "Did you watch the live stream above? This course sounds untrustworthy, just a scam to take your money like cutting leeks. Cultivation, demons, and magical beasts are all too far removed from us. I just want a peaceful and stable life." That guy was panic-stricken and exclaimed, truly hoping that the savior, Somach, could end the danger caused by the invasion of the otherworldly creatures soon. That friend quickly replied, Somach? That kid is completely untrustworthy." This morning, his background was also exposed. Humanity's plans have collapsed without anyone noticing, and it's even trending on Hot Search. That friend suddenly exclaimed, This can't be happening." They scroll through their phones, and the Hot Search quickly appears. The first headline spans the entire screen with information about him. He then said, "If you don't believe it, check the Hot Search yourself." The black data video files have all exploded. Just yesterday, before the secret realm opened, Somach and his colleague Ha Tioman went up to the company's rooftop. The images of Somach and Ha Tioman quickly appeared. That guy then recounted the details of the situation. A few minutes later, Ha Tioman fell from the building and died. Although there was no CCTV on the rooftop, it can basically be confirmed that Somach murdered her. Tioman's body fell straight from above. Other employees of their company made explosive accusations, claiming Somach embezzled public funds, causing a large deficit in the amusement park project, so he pushed innocent subordinate Ha Tioman down the stairs, creating the illusion that she was so afraid of being accused that she committed suicide. Hearing that, the young man with black hair was a bit skeptical, and questioned whether it was really fair to call Somach a murderer based on just this one video. Hearing that, the friend next to him said, "Don't rush, there's another video." That friend then told Qian, his friend, the story he heard. The image of his conversation flashes in my mind. After the secret chamber ends, Somach returns to the company and uses his role as a savior to threaten the boss of Zep2's company, Tongtin. A big explosion then occurred. After being rejected, Somach killed Boss 2 and blew up the company to destroy evidence of embezzlement and murder. He also said that these short videos were made by a notorious instigator to expose Somach's true nature. But Somach isn't a cultivator, he's not that greedy, right? Who knows? Maybe Somach has a twisted mind, and others who know the situation say that when Somach's sister was seriously ill, Boss 2 helped cover the medical expenses, but in the end, Somach was even greedy for the medication costs. Now her condition is still critical, and his mind is filled with her image. He smiles proudly, a smile that kills, calling himself a savior, yet he doesn't even care about her life or death. And even when Z2 offers help out of kindness, Somach kills him. Do you still think Somach is the hope to save the world? Hearing that, your friend replied, I never expected Somach to be this kind of person. I was mistaken about him. I even gave him a bonus before. The female employees at the company are gossiping and whispering about him. Disgusting. Before entering the secret realm. Somach was a cultivator in disguise, pretending to be an ordinary person to exploit others' kindness and steal more rewards. Hearing this, the brunette female colleague quickly replied, exactly. Many analysis videos say Somach deliberately caused the deaths of many cultivators to boost the show's ratings. The fifth secret realm cultivator is truly pitiful, all being played badly by Somach, who tricked them out of so much prize money. But how much fate can other cultivators share? Meanwhile, the male protagonist is live streaming to the TV station, giving a direct interview about the savior, Somach. I have nothing to say about this kind of scum. Somach won the award for Best Actor of the Year. Somach is so creepy, pretending to be an ordinary person suffering and begging for life, just for show. The G clubs and chat groups are full of messages about him. Everyone is talking excitedly. I just messaged Somach's social account telling him to die. I'm a bit worried he won't hack me back from Guifi. Ha ha ha. Let's see who still pays him after this. Just wait to die. Trash Somach. Master, it's all been made public now, and there's only negative news about Somach online. His reputation is completely ruined. I have to ask, is that enough, Master? He is the murderer who killed young Master Li too. The supernatural creatures crossing over to Earth also refused to assassinate Somach. Just defaming Somach online isn't enough to avenge young Master Li too. Hearing this, old Chairman Li sneered with satisfaction and said, That's enough now. Although the exotic beasts have refused my requests outwardly, they are still secretly gathering spiritual energy to control the Imperial Army. They thought they could hide from our corporation's eyes and ears. If I'm right, they will act immediately on a major move. They are hiding information simply because they don't trust the League. He looks at his palm, spreading negative information about Somach. Actually, it was also their demand. With their spirits shattered, the strength of the cultivators would weaken, which means they had already prepared the plan to kill Somach. At Vuong's house, the light flickered through the crack in the door, and Vuong shouted angrily, furious to death. Are these internet users all brainless, just blindly following the crowd? You risked your life to save the world, and yet you're being scolded. Does that make any sense? Hearing that, he quickly explained, I didn't care about saving the world. I just wanted to save my sister. Such a grand goal as saving the world. I never even thought about it. Gai? Seeing Somach say that, Vuong stepped closer and asked, Do you not feel angry? Clearly, those people know nothing, but still speak harshly in front of strangers without any hesitation. He quickly replied, completely unconcerned. Somach showed a displeased expression, and seeing her trust in me like that, I was already happy enough to be upset about the misunderstanding, so why should I care about how strangers see me? Seeing Somach's anger, Vuong avoided eye contact and responded, If you didn't crush the phone, it would be more convincing. You're very angry, right? Somach then said, This rumor about me this time is probably manipulated by the Lian Min group. My anger towards them has reached its peak and cannot go any higher. Treating me as a test subject, the League of Legends will pay the price for this. I have made my decision. It all starts with the biggest issue, the Li Thai Corporation. Suddenly, the system notification sounded repeatedly, urgently warning that the second secret realm would open in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, heroes. He and Vuong were caught off guard by the situation. Suomai suddenly spoke up and said, What is this dangerous and treacherous secret realm? Didn't we just enter the secret realm yesterday? Shouldn't we let the saviors rest for a few more days? Hearing that, Vuong was confused and exclaimed, I see. The first time entering the secret realm was a day apart. She turned to face him and said, I thought it had been a long time ago. Thinking about it, so many things really happened yesterday. Entering the secret realm, saving you from the hands of the death boss, bringing the beast spirit down to earth, and fighting against the Hunter Corporation. What a long day. Somach now stands in front of the teleportation gate, turns confidently and says, if this is the mission of the secret realm, then there's no other way. Let's just say they are lucky to let the Lie Corporation live for one more day. After everything was arranged, Vuong said, we're ready. Then she tilted her head and glanced at Somach. I've upgraded the hidden array formation and it works very well. I just ordered some food, but the delivery person couldn't find this place. Hearing that, Somach also felt somewhat reassured and shared his plan. I think I've also arranged everything properly. Let's set off. At the same time, inside the iron cage, Ye roared to the heavens and shouted to the earth. But no one was willing to listen. The secret realm's door slowly closed and the last light gradually faded, as if signaling that everyone had arrived. Why does there have to be a live broadcast of the secret realm today? Isn't it supposed to be different from before? Suddenly changing the plan affects my schedule. I was supposed to have an important ambassador promotional event today, and what you're doing means you should pay extra. What did you say? The live stream has started. Bingjun gently smiled and advised, welcome to the Hidden Realm livestream channel, Vuong. Don't be angry. Becoming an ambassador isn't more important than the Secret Realm livestream, right? Vuong pretended to be naive and asked back after hearing her. Sister Bingjun, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm Vu Bo. I can livestream and do promotional activities to become an ambassador at the same time. Before that comment, she thought this kid was even more adorable and praised him. Really? Liu Li too is so impressive. Seeing how relaxed they are, Ku Yin changes the subject. Let's watch the second group of cultivators entering the secret realm first. Good job, I wasn't mistaken, right? This cultivator is cooking hot pot inside the secret realm again. So scary, he's putting demon beast meat into the pot. Isn't he worried about poison? The channel owner is also too reckless. Usually likes are ranked higher than coins, so what if you eat a beast's lair? Go check out Lahao Wu's live stream next door. What's so amazing about eating and filming at the same time? On other channels, viewers are stunned by a strange round object. What is this? Is there a chicken egg that big? Lahao Wu is showing off with great confidence. This is a 50-kilogram beast egg I just found. The channel owner isn't joking. Today, I will eat it live. A knowledgeable person comments that this is a giant beast egg that the channel owner just picked up while fishing in the mysterious sea. The channel owner said he wanted to eat this raw egg. Hearing that, Lan couldn't help but be shocked. Eating it raw is truly bold. Seeing the scene before her, Lai Tuong just wanted to turn to stone right there. I don't understand this. Isn't this a secret realm live stream? Has it turned into a food channel? But for Yi Shuang, this is completely normal. There's nothing to not understand. She explained the reason. They are trying to compete with Somach by eating and recording in the secret realm to attract more attention and earn more coin rewards. Elder Li, are all the immortal cultivators keeping up with the times like this? From Kui Tin's perspective, this is actually a clever approach. These people are all casual cultivators from the 5th secret realm, with weak strength, relying only on eating and recording to gain luck and increase their combat power. Although their behavior isn't commendable, they have still strived to fight to protect humanity. Of course, I believe that the immortal cultivators of the 4 great sects would never do such things as recording while eating. Let's see the first secret realm. Switching to Kim Min Kiet's livestream room, this guy even dares to scoop up something no one else dares to try. As you can see, this is the most common beast in the secret realm. A strange toad with big eyes and a strange aura, said to have great health benefits. Today, I will personally try it. Seeing this scene, Kui Tin's face darkened as if he was about to explode, and he gritted his teeth as he transformed into a fierce form. The screen flickers briefly before switching to a different scene, where Thak Chun Than is enthusiastically chatting with his viewers in his livestream room. Hey everyone, guess what I just discovered? I think everyone must be very curious about how today's hot topic affected. Somach? I'll go interview Somach now. Please follow me. Then he waved happily to Somach and asked for a moment of his time, saying he needed a favor. Hearing this, he stopped and tilted his head in curiosity. Huh? Did you come to see me about something? I sincerely and seriously offer you an interview. Before becoming a cultivator, I was a media employee. Regarding the rumors that you attempted to assassinate your colleague and your boss this morning, do you want to accept my interview or not? Somach straightforwardly addressed the issue without beating around the bush. Those rumors were spread by the Li Thai Corporation because I uncovered their conspiracy. Maybe it's not just the Li Thai Corporation, but also other companies involved. They have collaborated with extraterrestrial beasts, with some beasts secretly coming to Earth with the help of these organizations. Their intentions are unclear. I hope everyone stays alert. Under that shocking information, he chuckled in disbelief that the beasts had sneaked into Earth. This is truly astonishing news. He continued to ask about Hatioman and Tutong's deaths, as well as the video recording of that moment. How did he explain himself? But he didn't show any anger, instead answering calmly. The surveillance video only shows a short clip where Tutong wanted me to cover the deficit of this project, so he ordered Hatioman to kill me. After hearing that, Chanthan also felt bitter for Somach. It's outrageous that two ordinary people would try to kill a cultivator without knowing their limits, but... So, Mach's next words hit like a sincere slap in the face. Before entering the secret realm, I was just an ordinary person. Hearing that, he was extremely shocked. Huh? Could it be that in just one day, Somach, you've become that powerful?
Does it really make us cultivators feel ashamed? The internet users completely don't believe it, and even mock you. It's so ridiculous, claiming that monsters sneaked into Earth to clear their names and daring to say anything. Surely not. Surely no one actually believes it.
In the secret realm, he became the strongest cultivator in just one day. But some believe that if what Somach said about beasts sneaking onto Earth is true, it would pose a great threat to our world. At this moment, Yishuang leaned over and asked seriously, if it's really true what Somach said about monsters entering Earth first, it would... That's a huge threat to our world. Elder Li, what do you think? After some consideration, Quitin stroked his chin and shared his plan. I will notify the sects to investigate the Li Thi Corporation, but there's no need to worry too much. If there really are beasts invading Earth, our 4 great sects would definitely know about it. From those plans, she frowned slightly. Hearing him say that, I actually started to feel worried. The scene shifts to the street where Suo Miao and Wu Dong are strolling, and Wu Dong glances at the departing figure of Zhen Cheng Fan Nan. Your temper is also too good, huh? The immortal just interviewed you to boost your popularity. I didn't believe what you said, but if it were me, I would have already taught him a lesson. Somach replied softly, Yes, I know I wasn't really talking to him. In reality, any words I say online will be erased by the corporation and silenced. Only live streaming within the secret realm is truly hard to restrict. I just want to do my best to let one more person see the truth through the live stream. Be prepared and have a little more hope to survive. Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing both of them to sway unsteadily. The secret realm is shaking. What's happening? Then the system suddenly appears, announcing that due to interference from the divine beings of the other world, the 5 secret realms will merge into one. A series of data appeared before Suo Mai, the login system. The second secret realm activated. The sudden event triggered double login rewards. Login on the second day. Vu Than Trian Ki's combat experience reward. The reward has been issued. Host, please check and claim it. After a while of shaking, everything returned to normal. Wu Dong spoke, the shaking stopped, the secret realm fusion was complete, and it didn't seem much different from before. But Somach only glanced and saw something unusual. Be careful, there's a strange monster over there, possibly from another secret realm. Suddenly, a small pink monster appeared on the road and shouted, Boom! Seeing the animal smile so brightly with its soft, smooth fur, Wu Dong's eyes lit up and he completely lowered his guard. So adorable, Bomi, what does it mean? Are you talking to me? The monster nuzzles its head, acting adorable, constantly making sounds in front of the two of them. The bomb. Then it opened its wide mouth, trying to swallow both of them, but Somach immediately crushed that plan. He swung his hand to send it flying, his body moving automatically before he even thought, embodying the legendary combat experience of the Divine Warrior reward. He looked at his hand with a flash of thought, feeling the surge of strength within him during the attack, as countless muscular pink monsters charged at them, continuously shouting B, and Wudong was extremely worried, cautious because there were many bombs coming, and they were super-sized versions. Seeing his unusual appearance as his whole body erupts with a mysterious power, she nervously asked, Are you okay? You don't look quite right. He softly asked, What's wrong? At this moment, his body seemed frozen, but I had never felt so comfortable. Suo Mak is trying to find words to describe his current state of happiness, excitement, and joy. He suddenly realizes that all those words are not enough to express his true feelings. That's right, I understand now. Then I moved my body to express my overwhelming joy. An overwhelming joy, fueled by power, as a surge of fresh blood flows with each of his powerful moves. With just a few basic moves, those small bombs were cut in half, one by one, creating a straight line that stretched across the sky. So Mach seemed to lose control and charged at the remaining bombs. He silently thought of his rage and clenched his teeth, his sharp eyes glaring at them with fury to the point of wanting to destroy this disgusting world. Somach clenched his fists tightly, acting decisively. A loud explosion erupted, accompanied by a surge of blinding light covering everything. At that moment, a data panel suddenly appeared, and the system prompted that the system detected the rebelling will of the martial spirit and was restarting. While rebooting the combat experience of the martial spirit legend, the current progress is at 5%. Lord of the Cycle, please try to avoid fighting until the restart is complete, or excessive violence could cause injury to the host's body, and there is a high chance of losing rationality. Finally, I saw you stop, Vuong softly called out. Somach's name, he suddenly asked back. It's over. Seeing that, she hurriedly responded. Bomi is all gone. Somach, your look from earlier was a bit scary. Somach stands up, swaying as he supports himself. Sorry, I got a bit too excited earlier. He suddenly realized how much he had lost control just now. Couldn't the system have warned him a little earlier? If I hadn't woken up in time, Vuong might already be dead. Strange. The system said that violent power would harm the body, but I only feel muscle soreness. The data panel reappeared, and the system alerted that the host was experiencing backlash from martial arts experience, activating the injury transfer function. Somewhere in the corner, you can only hold in this anger. Somach, you're messing with me again. I'm really about to lose my temper. Wait for me. At this moment, Somach finally remembered the person locked in the cage, who almost got beaten to death all day long, right? It seems that before completing the restart process, he had to force himself to avoid fighting. Lao Trung Lao Kui Tin. What was that strange state? Somach was in earlier. Do you think it was because of the influence of public opinion online, causing his spirit to waver and his strength to become uncontrollable, losing his reason in battle? In this state, not only will I accidentally harm others, but my body and mind will also continuously collapse. Reflecting on the past, I once witnessed a revered cultivator fighting to the death in a loss of control. The truth about Somach killing people still needs confirmation, but fighting safely while slandering and fabricating the savior for humanity is wrong. Now that we've run this far, we should be safe here, right? What the hell is that kid Somach doing? Going crazy? Fighting a demon beast and blowing up an entire street. If we hadn't run fast, we might have died, and even that guy has to admit it. What else? It's because the crystal heart exploded. What do you mean the strongest savior? Just a few scoldings and you can't take it? Your mental state is too weak. Just hearing his friend ramble on, the young man beside him raised an eyebrow in suspicion. The strongest? Isn't his strength also gained by scamming coins? With so many coins, even a pig could become the strongest. He never considered how many people might be harmed by the coins he stole using that method, which should have belonged to other saviors. The green-haired person nodded as if convinced, saying that's true. What's the point of him collecting so many coins? Even cultivators training their bodies have limits. Wasting them like that is pointless. After passing 2 more secret realms and increasing the coins, maybe our strength can surpass Somach. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded right behind them, making the green-haired person's hair stand on end. So, Mag, are you saying I didn't hear wrong about Somach? She stiffened, sweat pouring down like rain. Could this terrifying breath be? But when both of them turned around, they saw a tiny, adorable little spirit, and they all sighed in relief, only to be terrified by this thing. It looked cute, but had a strange voice. Ignore it. Hearing that, he quickly stopped and explained, Don't be agitated. That's a cord disciple of the Heavenly Flower Sect, a treasured pet of the talented young lady. We can't touch it. Little Spirit didn't understand what they were saying, so she asked again, What are you two muttering about? Tell me where that scumbag Somach is. Our master is furious, so angry he wants to blow up. Somach, a wild cultivator in the 5th secret realm who's supposed to be the strongest savior. Right now, in Elder Lee's room, his combat power is at its peak. The secretary holding the stack of documents reads the information he uncovered. Somach's spirit collapses, and his power begins to spiral out of control. Once he leaves the secret realm, he will be a cripple unless someone helps him. Chairman Lee sneered and said no one would help him. Chairman Lee analyzed all possible outcomes. If Somach still remains a powerful figure above all, everyone will respect him. But if he falls, he will be mocked, looked down upon, envied, furious, and unwilling to become a stepping stone. If someone really wants to help, Somach, you know what to do now. Listen carefully to the mission, he responds quickly. Yes, sir. My hired internet army is ready to wait for orders at any time. Anyone trying to help Somach will be slandered and cursed on livestream. Chairman Lai believes he's right and acts proud, but helping Somach will only ruin himself, and he won't even get a reward. There's even a risk. Somach might lose control and kill him. Even though Somach saved her life, the cultivator Vuong will ultimately leave her. That's human nature. The comments on the livestream immediately sparked a frenzy. Everyone typing with hostility. And yet there's a trashy cultivator on Somach's team. Looks like they're all the same kind. Don't reward her anymore, or Somach might kill her someday. It's all just a waste. In Vuong's live stream room, the screen shows a silent scene with only dilapidated rooftops remaining. The netizens refuse to stay quiet and keep spamming "Save me." I just watched the replay of the live stream, and the channel owner is also part of the conspiracy to wipe everyone out. The first secret realm, all her teammates died. Only she survived. Besides leaning on others, what else is there? I suggest locking up your sister and Somach so they can't harm anyone else. Vuong's sister, leave Somach now. He almost lost control and hurt you just now. Vuong, lost in her thoughts, let out a long sigh, and seeing her contemplative expression, Somach asked with concern, "What's wrong?" She casually turned her face away and replied, "I think that the commotion you caused earlier might attract other monsters, so let's leave here quickly." On the surface, he still appeared to listen to her every word, but inside, he grew suspicious. Since then, Vuong's spirit had been quite unstable, always lost in thought. As expected, my appearance when my power suddenly erupts has scared her. Now I feel like a ticking time bomb, capable of harming those around me at any moment. Seeing that tired look, he felt even more guilty. But Vuong might have already considered his feelings, so he didn't dare to say directly that he wanted to split up and act separately. As expected, I should be the one to say directly that we need to split up. After all, it's my responsibility. The two of them walked silently, neither of them saying a word. Somach just silently thought that it would be good if there was a suitable opportunity. As soon as he saw the buffalo face monster, he secretly sighed that the right opportunity had been found. Somach didn't notice Vuong's unusual expression and only advised, "Vuong, go ahead, let me hold off this beast." "Wait, what are you trying to do?" Vuong moved forward with an unusual expression, truly sorry for not noticing sooner. She lowered her head, a hint of indescribable sadness flickering in her eyes. "Even though I always act like nothing happened on the outside, millions of people keep cursing and criticizing, so you must have endured immense pressure. Even now I can't fully understand it, which is why your power erupted uncontrollably. Seeing you like this," he spoke to comfort you, though it wasn't that serious. "But the explosion of power was real, so staying here while I fight would be very dangerous for you." After hearing him speak, Vuong suddenly said seriously, "Then let me fight." That caused Su Miao to pause in surprise. As she stepped forward, a blazing pink glow enveloped her body, and a radiant sword materialized in the air above her. Vuong tightly grips her sword, her outfit also changing into a new battlesuit that exudes a sharp aura. "This time, let me protect you." Seeing the two living people in front of her, the fierce-headed monster roared and charged straight at them. Vuong clenched her sword tightly, without hesitation, and charged forward to fight. Her continuous slashes cut through the air with cold flashes, as a memory from the past suddenly floods into the quiet house where a leaf outside the window sways with the wind. Vuong's hand was then holding her sword, emanating a faint pink spiritual energy. She spoke seriously to the person in front of her, as if the test was already complete. But the answer was not what I expected. Her strength and skills are more than enough to pass the test, but I don't want to take her as a disciple. "Huh?" But my father has already paid the fee. Yet he casually raised a series of questions. "Vuong, you used to be a disciple of Donghua Tianmen, with quite good talent and strength. And besides me, you can choose a top expert from Baixiang sect as your master. I believe no one would refuse if you want me to take you as my disciple. Unless Vuong is naive, so I asked back, adding money." This remark made him feel even more helpless and bored. "Unless you tell me why you left Donghua Heavenly Sect, and why you chose me as your master, I will consider accepting you as my disciple." Hearing that, she explained, "I became a disciple of Donghua Heavenly Sect because I once believed that the ultimate goal of cultivators was to become an immortal. But do you truly believe that someone can become an immortal?" An interesting question. There has been no evidence to prove the existence of immortals, ever since ancient times. Vuong gently lowered her eyes, feeling a faint sense of uncertainty. "So what is an immortal being? An eternal lifespan, able to control the laws of the world, or even create the power of the world, or pure intelligence, noble virtues, unaffected by worldly matters, free and at ease." Seeing that she still couldn't grasp it, he seriously explained his perspective. "Heaven and earth and I once existed. All things and I are one." She is not wrong. The description and speculation of immortals are generally like that. I used to believe it too, until I truly encountered a cultivator and realized everything was completely different from what I imagined. Cultivators secretly collude with high officials to seek wealth and benefits. Vuong gently closes his eyes and smirks. She recounted everything that had made her feel discouraged, from the disciples and apprentices competing and flattering the master, to gaining more cultivation resources, greater strength, and more powerful spells.
To strengthen my position, I bullied my peers and the next generation, including thieves, prostitutes, and relied on mysterious magic to deceive ordinary people. Because I couldn't get along, I ran out on my own and even got scolded by my father.
My father wholeheartedly supports me becoming a cultivator in hopes that I can help his career grow and build more connections. As I follow him, I muttered, to maintain my identity as a cultivator, Donghua Celestial Sect is no longer suitable. He brought me here. It's truly ridiculous. In an era when spiritual energy is scarce, we still have a chance to cultivate into immortals, and people like us are worthy of becoming immortals. He lowered his head and softly analyzed. Most cultivators are content with their strength beyond ordinary people, even considering becoming an immortal a fantasy. But no matter the era, whether called crazy or foolish, there will always be those who do not forget their original intention of becoming cultivators and keep seeking new paths. Du Tianren, have you heard of this name before? Hearing him mention that strange name, Wudong stared in disbelief and confirmed, Du Tianren, I mean heavenly being. I named myself that for all living beings, for heaven and earth. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? He didn't care about her reaction and continued to explain leisurely. There are a total of 8 ancient and powerful sects in the cultivation world, 4 of which have had dealings with Du Tianren, so now only 4 major sects remain. Wudong was expanding her knowledge. There are so many things she has never heard of before. Damn, is there really such a terrifying person? I've never heard of them before. Then he began to tell old stories. Many records and histories related to Du Tiannan had been erased. Here is my personal opinion. Du Tiannan has become an immortal, or at least reached a legendary realm, but since the records from the past were erased, uncovering his secrets is extremely difficult. I can only continuously study people or objects related to Du Tiannan in history, using these colored feather and scale fragments to trace back his path of cultivation. If you want, you can join my sect to study together. Hearing this, Wudong innocently asked again, so you agree to let me become your disciple? He nodded in confirmation, but still remained curious. That's right, you haven't told me why you chose me as your master. Because I heard others say you're very weak and it's easier to get along with you, so I might as well be honest now. I successfully became your disciple and often help you with those useless research projects. The two of them continued walking and talking, and Wudong kept explaining. Although the master is still very poor, after establishing his own sect, he can only use a house in the suburbs as his practice retreat. Although the master is still very weak, his pure character and research spirit continuously attract new followers. Many people come to apprentice under him, perhaps for another reason, that unlike other places, it's free and relaxed, yet the atmosphere of cultivation remains serious. Ma Wudong is also very welcomed by the fellow disciples. Senior sister, this is La Lan girl I brought for you. Senior sister, this is the new farmland dispute story. Wudong realizes that as the earliest senior sister to join the sect, I also earn the respect of many people. But until that day, the master's residence was destroyed, and the once grand house was now just a pile of debris. The master of my master, the sect leader of the White Elephant sect, along with sect leaders from many other sects and their disciples, surrounded us, each with greedy eyes on her. Harsh insults kept pouring down on him. They said Du Tiannan's cultivation method was a scam. They say that the master used false words to lure hundreds of cultivators, seeking personal gain and fame with ulterior motives. They claim that many cultivators were seduced by the heretical teachings of the master, delaying the sect's work and causing significant losses, with the company's valuation dropping by 40%. They say they want the master to admit fault and impose strict discipline. Other disciples and followers only need to admit their mistakes to be forgiven. Wudong also once seriously confronted them, telling them that the master did not deceive, but all she received in return were mockery and jokes. They laugh out loud. She receives questions she doesn't even know the answers to. Children are easy to deceive. She looked around to see if anyone besides her still supported her master. All his disciples and followers had left, leaving only Wudong alone, and she began to feel afraid. My master told me to take responsibility, so I did, but he refused to admit fault to them. Master said, "This world needs someone who does not admit fault." He stood alone and held the sword tightly. To prove he was not at fault, he took his own life. The master is dead. They laughed loudly beside the master's body, then many people began to curse Wudong's master. He even dares to claim he's studying the cultivation methods of Du Tiannan. He's too weak. That's right, it's truly shameless. He dares to speak, and there are even people who believe him, even if he really recovers Du Tiannan's cultivation method. It's not something ordinary people can learn. Let him do whatever he wants, but now he's dragging our disciples into this and wasting everyone's time. He's truly a demon harming people. When they laughed, Wudong just stood aside, watching silently without doing anything. Her father changed to a different cultivation sect, living day by day without much care, but she feels deep regret and intense anger. Her eyes now carry sadness as she recalls that painful loss. However, Vuong was able to defeat the monsters on her own. So this time I will not back down. I will no longer take the blame. At this moment, a data panel suddenly appeared in mid-air. The secret realm announced congratulations to the savior Vuong for killing the So-So boss clone. The Sor boss of the second secret realm will appear in 30 minutes. Hard level. A 500-year-old demon beast? Seeing this scene, Yishuang smirked with a satisfied smile.
Is boss? So appearing so early this time? And it's only a 500-year-old beast. Looks like I can leave work early today.
Vuong, I think that's the name of the cultivator, next to Somach.
Elder Lai is the reason why this secret realm is easier because she has already killed boss. So.
Kui Tin frowned slightly and thought. Yes, Boss S this time is probably a fusion beast. Suppose Boss S's strength is equivalent to 2,000 years of a beast's power. Exceeding the limit would cause the secret realm to disable its operational mechanism. But once the main body and the clone of the beast separate, the strength drops to only 500 years, allowing it to avoid the realm's restrictions. Even though the fusion caused the secret realm to issue a warning, as long as the split clone is timely, it can avoid being destroyed. I suspect that this foreign realm's purpose in participating in the fifth secret realm's fusion is to trap this beast and catch all the cultivators. Luckily, Vuong's clone had already dealt with the beast, or else the saviors might have had to face the 2,000-year-old beast. Hearing that, Lai Tuong also chimed in, let's thank Sister Vuong.
The difficulty of the second secret realm has decreased significantly. The cultivators of the fifth secret realm are facing a 500-year-old demon beast, so shouldn't they just attack randomly?
Suddenly, a brilliant purple pillar shot up in the heart of the city. As soon as they saw, a few people immediately panicked, the bright light appeared, and the boss was too far from us. We need to be faster. Another person relaxed and said, why rush? Isn't there still 30 minutes left? The masked man kept his pace, running and explaining, after merging with the secret realm, the number of cultivators has increased.
If we don't stay in the front position, we won't have the advantage. Maybe it's not our turn to act yet. The boss might have already been killed, and that person finally admits it. Yes.
It seems like everyone received the news and rushed over. Oh my God, look over there. Even the immortal cultivator who was eating, filming, and fishing at sea also rushed over to join the fun. A girl saw a familiar face among them and exclaimed, huh? I remember you. Weren't you the clam digger from before? Do you also want to go fight Bo So-So? He sighed in frustration. There's only half an hour left. What more clams could there be?
There's not enough time to pick up trash, but I did find a monster egg earlier. Without the Air Force, don't blame me. Aren't you also no longer part of the muck gang?
The girl sighed in disappointment.
There's no way now. There's not enough time to make a big meal, so might as well go watch the brawl, even if we don't gain any benefit. At least it's entertaining. That's right. Can you sell me the monster egg you found? I want to use it to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
When she mentioned it, he quickly replied, I've eaten raw that beast-taming thing before. The response left everyone around, choking, in shock. Eating it raw? Are you serious? You're quite bold, my friend. You're the real Food Channel expert, huh? If you eat that recklessly, you won't get sick, right? Does it taste good when eaten raw? But he suddenly fell silent and didn't say another word. After a while, he just swayed the bucket and changed the subject. Nothing happened to us, of course we can eat. Let's go over there first and stop chatting, or we won't catch the boss's appearance in time. From a distant corner, a shadow quietly observes their every move. I am very pleased with their actions. Everything is proceeding according to plan. A twisted, contemptuous smile gradually appeared. Do they really think that the lowered difficulty of the secret realm is a stroke of luck? Let's go enjoy the grave I chose for you all. Standing at the spot where the purple light just flared up, Vuong remained still, looking up at it with suspicion. She couldn't believe what she had just done. Was the thing I cut down really a clone of Boss So-So? You're not hearing things, right? Even Somach secretly confirms it. Even if the secret realm's report is wrong, this coincidental light won't deceive us. Vuong, did you get hurt earlier? Vuong replied, I'm fine. That beast was very weak. I didn't even need to use strength. It just fell down. Hearing that, he smiled softly and affirmed, I feel very reassured with you protecting me. However, Vuong immediately tilted her head and emphasized each word, asking Van, really? When I said I wanted to protect you earlier, who was that suspicious-looking person? Somach denied it, saying she was mistaken. At that moment, Xiao Ulin suddenly appeared and interrupted, saying I was not mistaken. It circled around him and asked curiously, You are Somach, right? He looked up at it, curious. Who are you? Little Yulin hadn't even had a chance to introduce herself before a hand pinched her cheek mercilessly. Who do you think you are to do that? Although angry, it couldn't do anything, so it could only twist and struggle. Let go. You have to let go. Seeing this, Vuong couldn't help but push further. Are all new types of magical beasts this adorable?
Little Lin was about to cry. Stop pinching me, let go. I am not a pet owner. Please come here quickly.
Somach is here. Hearing it call, Vuong immediately froze.
Master! At that moment, a figure approached from afar, and a decisive voice rang out. Somach, I've been looking for you for a long time.
When he saw her, he was a bit stunned and didn't know what to say.
You haven't even greeted me, and she's eager to spar with you. Donghua Tianmen, Yue Tiangxin, Master Suomo, let's have a fight.
Seeing Tiannung's fierce look, Somach frowned in suspicion. Are you serious about fighting me, little sister? Do we have a grudge? But I don't know you at all.
Tianyun still spoke coldly and directly. Coincidentally, on the contrary, I have great respect for you.
In the first trial, when you used your pure strength to defeat the 1,000-year-old beast, I was thrilled. Somach, I want to challenge you.
Wait a moment, Yue Tianyun.
I know you, the strongest in the second secret realm, a core disciple of Donghua Tianmen. In the secret realm, the real enemy is the beast. Right now, it's an internal fight. Her mind isn't affected at all. Ulin really suffers the most in the world when being tormented by Vuong. Easy now. Easy now. My head is about to explode. It was struggling weakly, as if its soul was about to fade away. Let go, you bastard. Seeing things getting out of control, Vuong finally snapped out of it.
Oh no, sorry, I got a bit carried away earlier and used too much force. Her soul left her body. Is little Yulin still alive?
Is it okay? No, it only turns into a ghost after dying. The soul of the Yu spirit has left the body. This is a double soul departure. With a calm attitude as if nothing happened, Tiannung remains composed. It's okay, just put the soul back in. Answer your question first. There are 2 reasons for challenging you, Somach. 1. Seeing your battle with the beast in the replay of the Secret Realm's first run ignited my spirit. The urge to fight Somach was completely uncontrollable. After hearing those enthusiastic words, Somach was also a bit surprised.
Really? No matter what, your current expression has nothing to do with your fiery enthusiasm.
With an even more serious expression, Tiannung continued to explain his second reason, that a wandering cultivator without a sect could be more passionate than the 4 great sects.
You, Somach, are making the cultivators of the 4 great sects look very ashamed. Our elders of the sect also feel very ashamed. Only by defeating you in front of the entire world can we erase this disgrace and prove that Donghua Tianmen is the strongest sect. Hearing the girl speak like that, Vuong sensed something was off.
Are these words really something you can say? If you're this honest, your old elders from the sect will be very embarrassed. So she's still holding on to that obsessive attitude, is she? I don't quite understand. They originally wanted to challenge you, Somach, after I had more coins, but I think that's not fair. Moreover, I am very eager now and want to fight Somach immediately. Seeing her honesty, Somach advised Tiannung, thanking her for her sincerity, but I can only refuse for now. During the recent battle with the demon beast, my power spiraled out of control and I nearly lost my mind. Fighting you now is too dangerous for both of us. Is it because of public opinion? I understand. Knowing the situation, Suomai had no choice but to make a decision. Yue Tianyun, I agreed to accept your challenge, but the time will only be pushed back until my strength stabilizes. However, Tianyun refused, and delaying the fight would be unfair to him. This statement makes Somach wonder. Not fair? Why? Maintaining a very serious attitude, the girl begins to explain. Somach is a body cultivation cultivator, right? The maximum cultivation level of a body tempering cultivator is equivalent to that of a demon beast. After 1,000 years, I can use coins to enhance my strength, but Somach, your strength has already reached its limit. After a long pause, Somach had to admit that the coins could no longer increase his combat power. Is the limit of a body tempering cultivator really only 1,000 years? With a fierce look like a troublemaker, Xiao Ulin jumped up and shouted, "Yes, fool, I can hang you up with one hand and beat you up in no time." Ignoring those taunts, Tiannung continued, "As I understand it, practitioners of the body cultivation school train their bodies by mimicking some method of cultivation used by magical beasts. But the human body has its limits. The strength of a 1,000-year-old beast is the maximum power a human can endure. Another factor limiting practitioners of the body. Refinement school is their Tao heart. To control such immense power, their spirit and will must also be sufficiently refined." With a steady tone, the girl added, Even the orthodox cultivation sects require continuous mental training. Only through this harmony with the outside world can one break through the limitations of 100-year cultivation. Throughout history, due to the restrictions of spiritual energy and limited resources, only a few talented individuals have become cultivators, and the body cultivation sect is an exception. Still maintaining intense focus, Tianneng continued to analyze in detail. In theory, everyone can become a body-tempering cultivator, but the training process is so painful that it can even be described as self-torture. The percentage of ordinary people who can become body cultivation cultivators is even lower than that of orthodox cultivators, the girl added in a low voice. According to the records, during the previous invasion of the other world, practitioners of the body cultivation path only played a role before the invasion. But with the improvement in the intensity of the war, body cultivation practitioners have been phased out. With that familiar, unpleasant mouth, little Yu Lin interjected with a bitter remark at a low difficulty level. The maximum limit is low. The later stage is just a useless piece of trash. Only someone with a problem in the brain would become a body-tempering cultivator. And in this era, there are even body-tempering cultivators. I just can't understand it. Seeing it start to raise its voice to criticize, Vuong slightly raised an eyebrow in warning. Xiao Yu Lin, do you still want your soul to leave your body again? Even though it was so scared it hid behind the girl, its mouth kept counterattacking non-stop. What I say is the truth. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Tianneng looked closely at the two of them and declared, Zhao Miao can become a body-tempering cultivator in this era, and even reach the highest limit of combat power in the first dungeon mission. I deeply respect him. The little girl's voice suddenly became firm, as many cultivators only wanted to gather enough coins to challenge Somach and prove their strength. So, Somach can only be defeated by me. I won't let cowards shame Somach. If any other cultivators come to challenge him, I will take them all down. Are you really convinced you're right? Do you think you're so noble? Since even I can't beat him, you have no right to challenge Somach, and I will handle all the challenges myself. Then she pointed her sword at Tianneng, starting with her. Seeing that, the girl also wanted to test herself to confirm if she had the strength to protect Somach. So I will use all my power. Little Yu Lin, extremely arrogant, provokes Vuong, daring to challenge her master. Watch me smash your dog's head with my hammer. The insult you've brought to me, I will definitely repay 100-fold. Vuong frowned and asked back 2 against 1. Even your pet wants to fight. I don't mind at all. Seeing Vuong look down on it, Tianneng from the Udala faction wielded his weapon, which was a bit troublesome. Then a sudden white wave appeared right in front of them. Tianneng issued a warning, but it was very dangerous. It's still not too late to admit defeat now. Vuong sneered dismissively at that. Too familiar indeed. Now we are enemies, you should focus more on yourself. Tianyun will act immediately, so I won't hold back anymore. Both of them rushed into combat, Tianneng attacking while Vuong defended. A loud explosion sounded, drawing much attention. The people outside see this scene and start talking excitedly. What's going on now that I just arrived? Have they already fought? Isn't it still not even half an hour yet? Did Boss So-So appear earlier? The others immediately denied it when they heard that. How is that possible? This is more interesting than Boss So-So Chien. I also heard others say that Yue Tiangxin and Vuong of Donghua Tianmen were fighting over a man for no reason. Someone even dared to steal a man from a genius of Donghua Tianmen. The young man with glasses immediately recognized the name and said, Wait a minute. Vuong is the cultivator who killed the So-So clone mentioned in the previous Secret Realm announcement. She is also a core disciple of the 4 great sects. Why haven't I heard of her before? You don't know yet, she's a cultivator from the 5th Secret Realm. Cultivators from the 4 great sects are always arrogant, but now, the disciples of small sects like ours and even wandering cultivators can't compare to those from the 5th Secret Realm. The bespectacled young man silently sighed. I didn't expect that. Besides Somach, there would be another powerful expert in the 5th Secret Realm. Indeed, the realm is fair. Ordinary cultivators like us just need to find good opportunities to stand out, and this guy still naively thinks you have to be daring and reckless to succeed. Did you see Tai Huiyan sect, or rather, sect Master Tai Tung sect? During the first Secret Realm mission, he pretended to gather everyone for a group fight, but when Somach fought the demon beast, he just froze in fear and cowardly backed away. Then I watched the replay video and almost died laughing at him. Seeing you two so engrossed in your conversation, those people quickly spoke up. Hey, what are you two muttering about? The bespectacled young man looked humble in response. Huh? Is that Tai Huiyan Man? We were just chatting, not saying anything important. Tin Kim was so angry his head seemed to be about to smoke. Are you not going to speak now? If you have the guts, try saying what you said earlier again. Tin Kim, forget it. don't argue with them. But the young Master Thien Han bowed his head and acknowledged what had happened.
They are not wrong. My previous behavior was truly useless, and even my father was disappointed in me. Yesterday, on the way back, I saw my father angry like that for the first time.
Tin Kim immediately comforted him, saying, "Your father only has high expectations for you. Besides, yesterday he didn't sleep all night and deliberately used rare materials to strengthen the Imperial Thunder Vessel to prepare for you." Yang Xing was extremely surprised to hear that. That's why he took back the Imperial Thunder Vessel yesterday. Tin Kim noticed his attitude change and added, "Yes, your father still cares about you. He just isn't good at expressing it." Tianxing was a bit pleased. So, that's how it is. A shadow silently observes their every move, looking at them with sharp eyes as if seeing a toy. Back to the match between the two girls, Xianneng asked, "You're stronger than I thought. Can't you just admit defeat peacefully?" Tianneng swung the spear in his hand. "Anyway, keep fighting. I will win in the end. If Wala uses her true strength and accidentally kills her, Somach would be very sad." Vuong continued to provoke the little girl. "Is that so? The true power of little Yulin. I want to see. Don't just talk nonsense like her." Both sides continue a new round of battle. Wudong's speed is extremely fast, making it hard for Thien Ngan to keep up. Thien Ngan begins to feel confused. What's going on? Now the girl suddenly realizes something's wrong. Her weapon has been stolen during the fight. Thien Ngan still can't accept this truth. How could it be? Seeing things getting a bit out of hand, Somach stepped in to stop them. "Calm down, you two. Just have a normal match. Don't risk your lives." The system appears, reminding that the legendary martial god combat experience is reloading. Current progress at 50%. Seeing Tianneng's grim expression, Sui Mo asked with concern, "Are you angry now?" I hurriedly explained to the little girl, "I only canceled the match for your safety." At this moment, Thien Ngan's attitude completely changed. "Somach, I was too naive. You easily stole my weapon in battle and even made me unaware that your combat skills had already reached the peak. During our first mission in the secret realm, you concealed your true strength. We all fell for your trap, and I am still far from your level of challenge." Somach nghe vậy thì cuối cuối, anh khiêm tốn bảo, "Cô quá khen rồi, chỉ là tới may mắn thôi. Thiên ngon căng thêm tân thuông ngồi này." Somach, you are truly too modest. In this situation, even the strongest among the 4 great sects and the 4 seekers of the way might not be able to easily stop our battle like you do. I wonder if I could follow you for a while and learn from you. Vuong quickly questioned Nguyet Thien Ngan, the core disciple of Donghua Tianmon. Is it okay for her to say such things? Surely you don't mean any ill will, do you? Of course not. I have great respect. Xiaomach is the one who decides whether to accept me as a teammate or not. It has nothing to do with a defeated subordinate like you. Hearing her say that, Vuong immediately retorted, "As a defeated subordinate, I don't recall us having settled the score just now." Tianneng still confidently declares, "If you, Somach, hadn't canceled the match earlier, I would definitely be the winner. If you don't believe me, you can ask Somach. I completely trust his judgment." So who actually won earlier? Making him extremely embarrassed, Then footsteps approached them. "Yue Tianneng, you should change your competitive streak." Can Tien stepped forward, looking seriously at Tianneng. "Stop causing trouble for others all the time." Thien Ngan frowned as he looked at him. "So, you're Can Tien? Your disciples from Dandai Beichdong keep creating a bunch of strict rules for yourselves. Are you trying to be model students?" "Stop using your rules to control me. If you want to teach me about the way, then fight me first, and then talk." Tiu Ulin also chimed in. "The great master hates hypocrites like you the most. If you want to serve righteousness, come and fight me," Can Tien said seriously to Vuong. "I have no interest in causing trouble with you. You, Vuong, your talent and potential are unmatched. I want to invite you to join the Beichdong Alchemy Arena." This statement left Vuong stunned, completely confused about what was happening. Then a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere to recruit her. "Miss Vuong, join Tai Yi Fire Palace. We will definitely offer you the best treatment. I too must join our sect." Tianneng subtly reminded Vuong from behind, but that small sect just ignores it. The conditions of the Beichdong Alchemy Pavilion and Tai Nyat Huafu both make her a core disciple with the potential to become a cultivation seeker in the future, but in recent years, Tai Nyat Huafu's overall strength has declined, and with only 16 core disciples, it's not the best choice. But the Beichdong Pill Refinery only has 1 core disciple. If you join, the future head of Kanson and the next generation of spiritual cultivators from Beichdong will surely be you. Can Tien teased Thien Ngan upon hearing this.
Yue Tianyun, your whisper is loud enough for me to hear, but there's one thing you said that's not wrong. Miss Vuong, if you join the Bingjun pill platform, the resources we provide will definitely be the best.
Vuong unexpectedly decided to refuse. Thank you for your invitation.
I've made my decision. For now, I have no intention of joining any sect. My talent and potential are not really outstanding.
Vuong carefully reconsidered everything. Her current formidable strength was only because Somach had given her many coins, and it was still unclear whether the four great sects were colluding with demon beasts. Moreover, her family was holding captive the demon beast commander Nya Ni, and her sister also carried the breath of a demon beast, so joining the four sects would only bring trouble to Somach. Canteen frowned at these words and continued. You are too modest. Even with many coins, without talent and effort,
You can't turn them into combat power. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to contact me anytime.
all right, I won't bother you anymore.
Everyone also heard that and gave up.
Disperse. Let's all go our separate ways.
I was hoping to find a talented individual for our sect.
What are you thinking?
Even the four great sects can't invite her, so what chance do small clans like ours have?
But right after, Somach spoke again. Wait a moment. Please don't leave so quickly. Since everyone is here, I want to announce some news.
Seeing him speak, Kan Tian immediately turned to the strongest savior of the fifth secret realm, Somach, and asked, What do you want to say? After explaining various points, Somach finally revealed his intention, expressing hope that capable cultivators could investigate the alliance between the sect and the demon beasts.
The viewers watching the live stream all think that Somach is starting again, really believing someone will fall for his tricks. After all, the fault lies with the monsters, and he's just a pure white lotus. Even if the corporation is colluding with the demon beasts, can you really stay clean? Show some proof that you didn't kill anyone first. The viewers watching the live stream are all a bit suspicious about this intention. The feral beast has sneaked into the earth. How is that possible? The secret stronghold is the absolute defense built by ancient cultivators before the savior failed, so there probably won't be any demons appearing on earth at first. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. But only Tianneng Shinhua told him, Soramach, I believe in you, which also surprised him. Kan Tian immediately denied Somach.
That's an interesting point of view. Although I think the chances are slim, it's worth investigating.
I'll report to the sect to investigate the corporation after this secret realm is over. Somach then softly said to Kan Tian, Thank you. He smiled and said, No need to thank me. Protecting the world and preventing the danger of monsters earlier is our job. The matter involving the corporation should wait until we defeat Boss So-So of this secret realm before discussing it. A stream of blue light covers a larger area. People seeing this strange phenomenon exclaim in amazement, What's going on? The boss. So-So's beam suddenly widened again. The boss. So is about to appear, someone thought silently. No, the beam is still spreading. The cityscape gradually falls under the terrifying power of Boss So-So. He is extremely confused what exactly is going on. In a dark corner, someone is secretly manipulating all of this. And the transfer begins. A fierce blue light streaks down from the void, flickering and covering the entire space. Everyone caught in it immediately felt confused. Where is this place? The beam of light earlier brought us here, but wasn't that the place where the boss was supposed to appear? But now the boss isn't here, and there's no sign of the secret realm. That's strange. Somach looked around seriously and then warned, Be careful, there's something wrong here. It's very dangerous. Vuong also feels a bit worried when seeing this strange phenomenon.
I know, the secret realm's mission won't be that easy. The first mission also said the final boss was a 500-year-old beast,
but a 1,000-year-old beast appeared instead. What will happen this time? A blue pillar of light stands motionless in the space like a shimmering waterfall, each flicker seeming to trap everything. Suddenly, the system announces that the second boss, the final one, has appeared, with a 500-year-old beast to be subdued. The mission location, as soon as the data panel disappears, a fierce beast with a human body and a bull's head suddenly appears. Someone in the group immediately spoke up, not knowing what was happening, but killing this 500-year-old demon beast would count as completing the mission, right? Thinking that way, everything would be much simpler. Our only task is to finish this. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pointed his sword forward and charged straight at Kei Chao's shoulder, delivering a decisive strike. But as the energy passed through Kei Chao's body, a thought suddenly flashed. Hey, are you kidding? No injuries at all? His face gradually paled as the strange thing happened. How is that possible? It's just a 500-year-old demon beast. Not only can't be killed with one strike, but can't even be pierced. No, it was my attack. It was spiritual energy. Lost in amazement, he was struck by Kei Chao, which blew off his head. The place that was once vibrant with colors is now only cold darkness. Seeing this scene, everyone around shouted in fear. It's a ghost. That guy is a core disciple of the Tai that fire pavilion, right? He was directly killed by a single blow from the demon beast. Is the spiritual secret realm losing control? This is a 500-year-old demon beast. Contrary to everyone's panic, Kansan remains calm and points out the key issue. It's not that the enemies are too strong, but that we are weaker. Haven't you realized yet that the spiritual energy here is extremely scarce? So our attacks can't unleash their true power. At that moment, a seemingly harmless monster peeked out and softly called out, "Bomi, not just it. Many other monsters are also coming in a row." Tianneng tilted his head, puzzled by the chaotic situation. It's not just the final straw. Even the normal monsters of the secret realm have been brought here. Truly hopeless. Not only are our powers limited, but we're also surrounded by monsters. Does the secret realm want to kill all the saviors here? At the same time, a cold voice echoed in a cold room. The secret realm. This place is not a secret realm. Jia Liet stands there with his hands on Jiang Rung, as if hosting an important banquet, while the immortal cultivators, the saviors, and the viewers watching the livestream of the secret realm welcome Earth. He looked up at him with suspicion and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "You say this is Earth, but the spiritual energy on Earth hasn't been exhausted to this extent." He immediately responded with arrogance, facing the barrage of questions. "Sir, this is Earth. It's actually a special trap prepared for you, set on a small island in the Pacific, near a hotel with a large burial site of spiritual energy controlling the square. As for my identity, hasn't the revered savior Somach already told you all? The demon has long sneaked into Earth. Under the sky, netizens' comments are flooding in one after another. Am I seeing this correctly? Somach's words are true again. Where did all the skeptics who doubted Mokthan go before, and where are they now? Come out here and bow to apologize to Mokthan. At this moment, on Somach's livestream screen, he has already arrived and met the guy in person. Immediately, other comments flooded in, pushing the truth aside. Even if the beast really sneaked onto Earth, Somach's suspicion of murder still hasn't been cleared. You guys better not be safe. Tiu Thu is about to catch all the saviors in his net. What's the point of arguing whether Somach is right or wrong now? At the same time, in the office of the Deech Shuang group, the atmosphere was chaotic, like a hive broken apart. Li Tuong anxiously turned to ask Kui Tin, "Elder Lai, what's the situation now?" After investigating, he replied, "I just received news that the small island where the rescuers were held has been found." Hearing that, the girl relaxed slightly and then hurried away. "That's great. Then send someone to rescue them right away." However, his next words silenced the entire room. The search and rescue team has already been dispatched and arrived at the scene. According to what they said, that island disappeared without reason. The location on the satellite map now shows nothing. Zhang Li smirked slyly, his voice teasing, "There will be no support, no hope at all." Then he challenged the camera with a defiant gaze. Fellow cultivators, enjoy your last moments fighting for your lives. Keep streaming your favorite broadcasts to witness the despair of Earth's protector. At this moment, Suomai stands in the middle of the road, eyes fixed on the monster ball, a powerful energy emanating from his body as he mutters resolutely, "If the rules of the secret realm still hold, eliminating you should be able to return to reality, right? Then let's see." At the same time, in a corner of the luxury apartment, a monster was hit by several bullets and let out ear-piercing screams. Do the cultivator still maintain his stance while taunting the beast? What does the bullet taste like of spiritual energy? Then, He looked at the monster lying motionless on the ground. I knew bringing a rifle for the assault was the right choice. Before entering the secret realm, Bin, you were still laughing at me. At this moment, a giant bare foot suddenly stomps down on someone, along with its dazed voice. Bin, just seconds later, Bo Mi used his strength to crush the unfortunate victim under his foot. The immortal looked furious when he saw the chubby cat monster with a crooked beak. He was furious and raised his gun to send it to hell. Damn it, I must cut you down. But before he could act, he was already in Bomi's grasp. He could only struggle and scream loudly. Let me go, let me go. Seeing that terrifying mouth and crooked teeth, the immortal cultivator could only beg in despair. Don't do that, Bomei. On this side, he used one hand to block Somach's attack and then enjoyed teasing you, understand? The tragic screams of those cultivators are really pleasant, little troublemaker. He keeps refusing and saying disgusting things. Oh, do you think I would just let you go attack Niu? You're the most dangerous savior. If I let you easily eliminate Niu, the slaughter game I planned will be a complete failure. Then he leisurely ordered his demon beast to go to the grassland to graze and save time. Suomach was feeling annoyed and troubled now. With this crazy family Liet blocking the way, he couldn't destroy the final target. If he couldn't finish this secret realm quickly, it would not only cause heavy casualties among the cultivators, but also risk losing control of his power again. Seeing his distraction, Jia Liet took the opportunity to attack directly. Somach was momentarily stunned during the fight, which was not a good habit at that moment. A graceful hand lightly waved a paper fan, creating countless strange symbols. I completely agree with your point of view. The dazzling light made him slightly surprised as he glanced over, only to see Jingshan had appeared out of nowhere, one hand fanning to create a fierce ring of fire, the Flame Emperor's blood, flames raging across the space, beginning to burn fiercely. Jialit struggles to break free from the encirclement, but still dares to say, "Your techniques are unrealistic, relying on you to disturb my leisure time." Meanwhile, Tianneng jumps down from above, holding his staff. "You can't just say that." He quickly blocked the surprise attack from the little girl. No matter how many superficial attacks you make, they are all useless. A long sword surrounded by purple spiritual energy quietly appears. Vuong coldly raises his sword high behind Ra Liet. It's not over yet. A single slash of the sword creates a thick cloud of white smoke. Bare feet step out from within, unharmed. "Do you still not understand? Based on your strength, you can't really hurt me. Only Somach can." Where did Somach go? Hanson also stands tall amidst the white smoke and responds, "I bet you guessed it right. He has gone to destroy the last stronghold. So that's how it is. This is your strategy. No matter how much you risk your life, how long can you stop me? But those threats won't scare Tianneng, so I won't bother paying attention." And Vuong also declared with determination that to save Earth's hope, they were prepared to die. Kansun continued to wave his fan as flames formed a circle one after another. He calmly controls the flames, his sharp eyes always fixed ahead. As the fire tightly wraps around him, Jia Liet seems to realize something. He looked up at the sky and saw Tianneng lowering a large staff, while the girl decisively swung her sword at the opponent, combined with Vuong's cold attack from the opposite side. The two of them together tore apart Jia Liet's body, with fragments of magic power swirling into a circle, at the center of which a strange glow flickered. Low. The fight was so quick that even Tianneng doubted it. "We won. It was too easy." No, based on the strength that Beast showed earlier, we weren't opponents at all, so how could we have defeated it in less than 10 seconds? At that moment, Kansun guessed that what we just defeated was probably only a clone of it. If I'm not mistaken, that beast's goal from the start was only Somach. Returning to the high-class area, now covered by a purple barrier, Jia Liet calmly walks in. "You've tried it before, haven't you? A sword barrier surrounds the grass, and even with your strength, you can't break through it quickly." But what catches his eye is Ngu's head resting in Somach's hand. "You've also figured out the enemy's plan, deliberately luring me here to destroy the spirit doll of the secret realm, to trap me here. You've really gone to great lengths. It seems that your attitude really pleases Jia Liet. No wonder you're the most dangerous savior, able to stay calm even when caught in a trap. Let me guess what you're thinking right now. Obviously, you have defeated the boss of the secret realm, so why hasn't the secret realm disappeared yet? Because this barrier blocks the observation and assessment of the secret realm. Even the secret realm cannot predict Niu's death. His endless circling made Somach somewhat fed up. So I'm here just to explain everything unnecessarily. What is your real purpose? Turns out Jia Liet is trying to recruit me to his side and doesn't mind flattering words. You, Somach, are the greatest savior on earth. You are fighting to save the world, but are misunderstood, cursed and hated by those insignificant humans. It's truly pitiful. Don't you see that your efforts are worthless? Join us and you'll receive the fairest treatment. Your talent and value will surely not be buried. Yes, rest assured, inside the barrier, the live stream of the secret realm will be interrupted. Now, no one on Earth can hear our conversation, but he has no idea that the system comments are loudly insulting him. Is this beast stupid? Baikan's live stream is obviously fine. You're the one who's stupid. It's clear that the beast deliberately tricked Somach, trying to make him betray humanity in front of the whole world. Their conversation is live on Somach's live stream. Somach has been silent the whole time. She's not shaken, is she? Could it be that he wants to betray humanity? Mokthan hasn't said anything yet, and you're already imagining things? If I were Mokthan, I would rather join the monsters and be done with it. People like you are not worth saving. At this moment, a notification arrived informing that the legendary Martial God Combat Experience system was downloading with a current progress of 70%. This made Somach ponder silently, as the download was not yet complete, so he had to try to stall for more time. Giuliette began to lose patience and kept urging him. Somach, my patience has its limits. Tell me your answer. Trust me. If you agree to cooperate and submit to us, we will definitely treat you well. If you want to refuse my kindness, I will have to send you on your way here. He takes this opportunity to set a trap for the opponent. Cooperation, our partnership, has already ended. Hoi controls the spiritual energy from Joe X's precious item. You have accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy control. Do you think you can hide the alliance of the trap group that destroys the saviors without warning us? Do you still have the face to talk about trust? As expected, these words made Jia not suspect at all and even laugh out loud. You say you're from the corporation? That's the funniest story I've ever heard. Somach continued to probe. So where is the failure of the Beast Lord's appearance? Do you really think that was just a coincidence? He looked up arrogantly again. Humans, what do you want to say? Foolish. How could the appearance of an important figure like the Beast Lord happen by coincidence without any mistake? His expression immediately turned dangerous. You still don't understand? No wonder you're a brainless beast. If you want to hide things from us and set a trap, we can only fight back. The Beast Lord is a valuable experimental subject. That's right. We've been using demon beast cells for experiments for a long time. Haven't you realized it yet? Giuliette couldn't hold back any longer and exploded in anger. You despicable humans. At first it was the Alliance Corporation that approached us for cooperation. Is this your sincerity? It only fuels Somach's anger.
Do you think our corporation will willingly become the dogs of your beasts? Our cooperation was broken long ago, you fool.
Now it's his turn to laugh happily, thinking he has tricked Somach. I told you earlier that the barrier could interrupt the live stream of the secret realm. That was a trick to fool you. Your evil face of the League has been exposed to the whole world. Now, who's the fool? The report will be displayed immediately. The system is updating the legendary martial god combat experience. Progress. 99.99%. Somach stands silently in front of it for a moment, while Giuliette keeps smirking teasingly, telling Somach to speak. So where is your calm attitude from before? Did you get stupid? The great savior is just like us, colluding with our monsters. Not only that, you even revealed the human body experiment of the corporation. This was just a guess before, betraying humanity and the corporation. There's no place left on Earth for you to survive anymore. Despite those outrageous words, he remained calm and composed. Too bad you really don't know about the human body experiments, but I still have to thank you. You just admitted the relationship between the monsters and the corporation, so my reputation can be completely cleared. He suddenly chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing as if pondering something. What did you say? A second later, he shouted angrily, How is that possible? Somach simply mocked the opponent with a sneer. It seems you have understood now. The fool who exposes himself to the whole world is you. Only then did Giuliette realize he had just been played for a fool. Stop deceiving yourself. If you weren't part of the organization, how could you know so much information? So, you just wanted to change your image because you knew the live stream would expose you? So, Mach looked at him with an expression of boredom. Why is it strange for you to investigate enemy intelligence? Then recall the scene of yourself sitting heavily on the ground during the investigation, both feeling exhausted from playing the babysitter for you and even sacrificing themselves to pretend to be a girl. Seeing Giuliette standing like a god of heaven, he casually revealed his plan. You still want more evidence? The first thing I will do after this dungeon is to destroy the Lie Corporation. I knew from when you realized that the barrier couldn't block the live stream. If Giuliette truly wants to know, I have no problem answering. I knew from the very beginning that your explanations about the barrier surrounding me were useless. Your precious thing is hard to break, and it can also prevent the secret realm from confirming the boss's death. All of this is just to keep deepening my impression that the barrier separates everything. Then you imply that the barrier could interrupt the livestream with me. Your subtle tactics are too clumsy. The viewers finally realized that everything that just happened was beyond what I could even imagine. I was so surprised that all I could say was that Somach was truly incredible. I knew it. Somach's foolish image all along was just a facade. This is his true face. Meanwhile, Somach's livestream room was also in chaos, with viewers all expressing their admiration for him. Master Shen, you've earned this title. Not only are your strength and skills impressive, but your mind is also discreet. Let's call him the Demon Fake Swordsman S. Even though the saviors are now trapped in the beast's trap, with Somach here, I suddenly feel at ease. Somach gazed thoughtfully at the electronic board. The system notification was updating the legendary martial god combat experience, with the current progress at 100%. However, something felt strange to him. He finally waited for the battle experience progress to reach 100%. The timing was perfect. Wait a moment. Why is the progress bar still increasing? At this moment, the notification appeared again, indicating that the system was updating the legendary martial god combat experience with the current progress at 101.5%. Somach's face immediately froze. System, are you messing with me? Isn't the progress supposed to be full at 100%? What the hell is 101.5%? Tuthu looked extremely angry, as if he was about to attack me. But the progress bar still wasn't full. Does that mean if I only fight halfway, I'll lose control again? As if hearing his inner voice, another notification popped up. The system reminded that due to the increased compatibility of the host with the martial god, progress exceeding 100% would grant the host new skills. After the progress bar reaches 100%, fighting will not cause the host's power to spiral out of control. Once he understood the full story, Gilead immediately unleashed his spiritual energy. Somach, I underestimated your cunning and treachery. This is my mistake. But in the illusion I created, he clenched his fist and ran like crazy towards Somach, deciding humanity's fate. Only strength determines victory or defeat. Gilead swung his hand to punch hard, but I gently blocked the attack. Somach's overly relaxed demeanor begins to shake his inner resolve. My attack has been blocked. That's not right. I couldn't sense the attack on my body. In that moment of distraction, Gilead let Somach grab his wrist. With just a light pull, he was thrown backward. Yet, inside Gilead's heart, there was a sense of disappointment, as he couldn't comprehend the attack at all. I felt like a torn piece of cloth, about to fall to the ground. In a flash, he disappeared into the air, and as soon as he landed, he was engulfed in flames. At the same time, in the room filled with corpses, Vuong was in a state of extreme excitement. Somach, cold and ruthless, truly pierced my heart, with stats crushing enemies, combat power overwhelming, and playing with beast pets at will. Is this what a god is like? Li Tuong just looks and judges openly. Sister Vuong, calm down a bit. The title of Somach's strongest savior truly deserves it. At the same time, I want to say that many people in front of the screen owe Somach an apology. Returning to the secret realm, all I see is a swirl of white smoke hovering over the ground. Somach still had to marvel at Gilead's fierce vitality. And yet he's still alive. You're really something. Open the barrier and tell those monsters to stop attacking the cultivators. Finishing this secret realm mission, I might spare you, but that guy won't give up easily. Humans have long suspected that your strength could far exceed my expectations, so I was prepared in advance. Immediately, 2 clones of Gilead appeared in midair, but he only sneered and called in 2 more pitch-black demon beasts to join the barrier and attack me together. Is this your plan? The man regained his confidence and began to reveal his strength. They are my batteries, capable of holding the energy before it reaches the user, preventing the person from being limited by spiritual energy and temporarily restoring all combat power. From above, Gilead Yang coldly looked down at the place where Somach was standing. Your incredible combat skills truly impress me. To show my respect, I will use my strongest power to destroy you. Vuong grabbed his sword and tried to smash the barrier, but it was useless. Then he sighed and said, We're doomed. This barrier is really sturdy, but Tien Neng will never give up. As long as he keeps attacking it, he will eventually rescue Somach. Hey, Kan-san, keep waving your fan. Don't stop while they are just focused on acting. Kan-san already sensed something was wrong. Doesn't anyone find it strange? The beast Timur is suffering so much, using her last resort to lure and trap Somach inside. Why didn't they stop us from attacking the barrier? I think there are 2 reasons. The barrier is already very sturdy, even. Somach would have a hard time breaking it, so our destruction is insignificant. And the second reason is that those demon beasts are currently busy with something more important. Not far away, a magic barrier was constantly shifting. The cultivators below began to panic. The giant bell floats in the sky. Don't look anymore. Run quickly, or Boom will catch up. Wait a minute, when did that beast appear? Naito said casually, with a relaxed hand gesture. The time has come, humanity's savior. The immortal cultivators who have endured 1,000 years gather here. The opportunity for the 2 worlds to merge has begun once again. Now, during the break between rounds, I sincerely send my regards to everyone from another world. The cultivators are frightened by the appearance of the opponent, who is also a huge beast, clearly not on the same level as the other monsters. During the break, all the surrounding monsters suddenly fell silent. Could it be that they want to stop the fight? How could they not let us keep guessing? He confidently declared the outcome. This war will decide the fate of this world. You are already defeated, and we have no intention of the pursuing or killing to the end. Then he makes a tempting offer, abandoning his role as a savior. Submit to our demon beasts, and I will guarantee your safety. All the humans on Earth are just like that. As long as you submit and become the minions of our monsters, you can continue to live in peace. This statement made Tianheng feel extremely disgusted. Stop joking. We will definitely not submit to your disgusting monsters. Don't trust it. The words of the demon beast are not trustworthy. The cultivator beside him also confidently replied, "The young master of Tai Huiyan's sect is right. This beast only wants to divide us and shake our trust." But Naito only found their accusations laughable. There are no enemies forever, only benefits that last forever. Cultivators. You may be our food or our cherished allies. Many cultivators have trusted us, and with their tokens, we were able to smoothly bring you to this small island. Then he kept spouting sweet words, saying, "If you have the talisman, come to me first. I've prepared a room and food for you. The marked cultivators, after the break in the arena ends, I will cover for you." Tianheng still shouted to defend himself. "Stop fooling around. I don't carry any tokens of ours on me, so why do I also have a symbol? You're lying." This time, Naito shifted his attack at you. I remember now, the thing called the Thunder Control Pill on your body is different from the symbol used for movement that was given to you by your father, right? Even though you didn't actively carry the token, he told me to take good care of you, so come to me. Tianheng hesitated slightly when looking at the object in his hand. Impossible. How could this be? My father sought refuge with the demon beasts, but this time, Naituo continued to attack his opponent's spirit. Because he is a smart person, your world has already been infiltrated by us once. Many people have secretly sided with us. Accepting reality, Earth has become our playground for monsters. And humans are destined to serve us. Meanwhile, the barriers of the cage have been broken, along with someone's triumphant voice, successfully escaping. Nyanyi is very proud of his achievement. You really think that this pathetic cage can actually hold me? I am the mighty leader of the demon beasts, and right now I boldly declare, who wants to be your pet? Do you really think I can be bought with food? Demon Lord Suo Mai, I will make you pay for your evil deeds. A second later, she grabbed a piece of cake, but her strength still hadn't fully recovered. She wasn't a match for that demon, and at first she fought back fiercely. But now she's just sitting there eating peacefully. Does that mean she can only give up and run away without a proper fight? Although her body has shrunk, she remains agile and is sure she can come up with a way to threaten Somach. She immediately opens a door to carry out her newly devised plan. I know now that if I capture the sister Somach cares about most, I can make that evil demon obey. That way, even without power, I can still fulfill the mission of the Divine Lord and save the small and weak beast race. But Ni quickly froze when he saw Suo Yan lying motionless on the bed. Remembering the scene where he was also oppressed, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Then she shook her head and struggled. It's not that I sympathize with humans, I just hate the act of oppressing the weak. If I do something like this, I'm no different from those high-level monsters and despicable humans. Lord Nai quickly ran out of the room. For now, retreat is the best strategy. Just get away from Somach's territory first. Suddenly, a notification was sent, and the system detected that the host was under attack, activating the wound transfer function. She was momentarily stunned by the shock, then collapsed face down on the floor, continuously cursing the bastard Somach. Returning to the secret realm, a barrage of energy beams is heading straight for Somach. Gilead smirks confidently as he prepares to strike again. How long do you think you can run? This is a fair 1-versus-1 fight, isn't it? Is that all your fighting skills? As long as I keep my distance, there's nothing to fear. On the opposite side, he swiftly dodges in multiple directions. Soon, Somach closes in and delivers a devastating blow. Even though your body was knocked back and started to vanish, the real Gilead is still shouting with joy. Humans, look up! At this moment, an energy sphere is gathering above Suomai's head, and in just a few seconds, a devastating explosion occurs. He steps closer and shows sympathy. It looks like you're pretty badly hurt. This is the first time I've seen you vomit blood. But you just hinted at something, so I guess you're not feeling too well either. What are you talking about? I'm in my prime. These minor injuries can heal easily, but without spiritual energy to defend and mend, your sister will only keep accumulating wounds. Before my strength runs out, I will tear you to pieces. Somach suddenly sneered and said, Do you still have the face to care about this so-called fair fight? Just as a notification arrived, the system alerted that the host had been attacked and activated the wound teleportation function. Doing this, he felt a bit guilty. As long as I can win and survive, what does it matter if I am despicable? See for yourself. Do you know what the lights on my hand mean? The number of cultivators who give up their role as savior and submit to our demon beasts. So, Mach, this is the last chance, surrender or die, but... So, Mach still looks determined. Thank you for your kindness, but I refuse. I hate receiving charity from others. Not far away, a dark green aura has engulfed the entire space. The cultivators are arguing fiercely. I no longer want to fight, but as long as I voluntarily give up my role as the savior inside, I am betraying humanity and betraying Earth. Let's go in. Whatever happens, staying outside means death too, so what if we're not the saviors? We've already done too much. You've been waiting for a long time, so Naito is starting to lose patience. The break in the arena is almost over. What are you still hesitating for? You are our distinguished guest. Tianxing couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Shut up, I will never surrender to the demon beast. You know that you can't persuade the opponent." With softness, he switched to threaten. "If you refuse, you will die right here, and your father will also be completely destroyed by the enemy." Truly unfilial. Niter immediately insults him upon seeing him pick up the glass bottle with liquid. "Your father worked hard to pave the way for you, yet you are willing to destroy everything of Tai Huyenmon. You should know what the right choice is, but driven by righteousness." Thien Han decisively throws it to the ground. "This is my answer. The power of my words is unleashed, quickly confronting Nit and creating a scene of chaos. He also received a portion of spiritual power, so his entire body was covered in a radiant aura." Thien Han's face hardened as he felt his hand hovering above his head. A wrong choice, and seconds later, Naito clenched him tightly in his hand. The ground where he stood was torn apart. The others could only watch in shock, seeing him take such a powerful blow without any harm. Can we really fight that beast? Night 2 is now serious. The break time is over. Are the cultivators ready to become our food? Returning to the area suppressed by G-Elite's barrier, Somach, clutching his stomach, struggles to get up. Just as the notification arrived, the system reminded me that the experience points for the Martial God Combat update had reached 150%, with synchronization at its limit. I gained a skill, and my combat power was 3 times my normal state. Actively using the skill could increase my power tenfold, lasting for 10 seconds. It is said that in the year 184 of the Taiping era, a rebellion was launched by a vassal kingdom, taking advantage of the chaos as the empire crumbled and split apart, leading to chaos among the feudal lords and suffering among the people, until the cultivators ended the chaos, sealed all ancient evil alien beings, and then the great La Heavenly God Realm was established under divine authority, with Tai Yi Fire Palace and Eastern Flower Heaven Gate leading the 8 major cultivation sects to help govern the La Heaven, bringing peace after enduring hardship. This is the history written in the book. Someone takes the small bag of 50 coins for this month and uses this opportunity to make an important decision. "Captain, I want to resign." The captain looked a bit disappointed upon hearing that. "Are you telling the truth? With such a good income and safety, can you find a job like this elsewhere?" He honestly shared his plan. "I just felt a bit tired. I've saved some money over the years and want to go home to open a small shop. If the transporter has made up his mind, then the chief won't hold him back anymore." "All right, I understand. One more trip and you can leave. The transporter is a laborer, and this job has been done for 5 years. 5 years ago, the demon beast appeared. Terrifying monsters from another world preparing for war with the other realm, while Dalatian was constructing a secret realm, and heinous criminals were imprisoned in Dalatian. They would become sacrifices for the secret realm, being led in long lines. But this sacrificial offering is a bit strange. Men and women of all ages, dressed in tattered clothes, seem to be ordinary villagers from a small town, and there's even an old one-eyed man kept separately in the cart, sitting curled up in a corner with his face hidden. By the flickering flames warming the cold night, the one-eyed old man suddenly asked, "Little brother, aren't you curious?" "The story is about us." The transporter closed his eyes and leaned his head against the tree behind him. "You are a sinner and a sacrifice. According to the rules, you cannot speak to the sacrifice." Even if the other party shows no interest, the old man still calmly recounts everything. "Our village is in a remote, barren mountain area, surviving only by harvesting in the mountains and land. Decades have passed, and we have managed to survive, but then the beast of fire appeared, and many people died that time. Both my granddaughter and my son, like the survivors in the village, want the protection of a cultivator to guard against future attacks by monsters, but we cannot bear the burden of taxes, and yet that does not move him to compassion. I don't want to hear about this. Go to sleep early. We have to leave tomorrow." The one-eyed old man wouldn't stop either. Wanting to fight the beast, we can only rely on ourselves. Normal weapons are useless against monsters, and we lack the talent to become cultivators. Luckily, I found the corpse of a monster. I am also a doctor, and those without talent cannot become cultivators, so I want to explore the great loss of the demon beast. I have dissected that beast. The old man's voice echoed steadily. The villagers agreed with my approach to experiment on them. Through merging with the beast, gaining power, unfortunately, even those who survived the experiments up to now showed no change at all. The transporter seems to be caught up in the other person's story. Did your eyes also get lost during the experiment? He quickly received a satisfactory answer. Because of the research on beast spirits, everyone in our village was considered a criminal. They called me crazy and thought everything was meaningless. I shouldn't have trusted them at first. A villager blinded me, so I was left alone. The transporter nodded in agreement with the comment. Indeed, you are quite crazy. A poor doctor from a remote village, believing his research could help ordinary people surpass cultivators, twin beast companions. But the one-eyed old man's mood became even more resolute. Who says otherwise? I know this is crazy, but we want to live. We want to make it so that even those without talent can gain the strength to protect themselves. The next morning, the group continued their journey. Even though her hair was tightly bound, the gray-haired girl still fiercely charged at the captor.
Don't touch my sister.
He made him fall backward and crash into the rock, causing everyone to panic. Seeing his frowning face, they are now very confused. What's going on? A chained child not only eliminated a transporter, but also caused a rock to explode. As the atmosphere grew tense, the old, one-eyed man's mischievous laughter suddenly echoed.
I did it. I succeeded. Please, secretly let that child go.
It is a fire type, the hope for the future. The long-haired guy looked at it with disdain.
The old man in the carriage has gone crazy again. That's right. The communication symbol is with you, isn't it?
I wanted to report the abnormal phenomenon earlier to the commander, but before I could act, I was stopped by the transporter's sword. Hey, are you joking? Not long after, only his frantic screams echoed through the mountains. You're a lunatic. Not just that kid, but the old man in the carriage too. You let all the sacrifices go. Do you know what your end will be? Despite the long-haired man causing chaos while chained to the tree, he still maintained a serious expression. Maybe I am truly crazy, or perhaps this world is crazy. To build the secret realm, the criminals were sacrificed. I transported them in exchange for gold. I have transported many sinners. Some should die, some should not. Then I look up at the sky after my soul has been enlightened. But this sacrificial offering is the one that shouldn't die, because perhaps they can make this world no longer crazy. And then, 20 years later, in some simple mountain retreat, the immortal cultivator couldn't help but worry when seeing the person sitting on the ground. You're unconscious again? The gray-haired man coughs a few times. How much time do I still have? He also has no intention of beating around the bush. You previously merged with the blood and flesh of a demon beast, which is constantly gnawing at your body, and I guess you might only have 2 more years to live. But we are considered heretics and are relentlessly hunted, facing constant danger. With this situation, it's hard to say whether you can survive for half a year. Hearing that, he chuckled softly and said, That's enough. A cultivator like you willingly helping us get caught in danger. I truly feel sorry. The immortal cultivator immediately bristled and snapped at Thanmin. Don't act like I did this willingly. I was just tricked by you. Have some self-awareness, huh? Who would have thought the gray hair would expose me right then and there? Getting on the boat is also your fault. You were exiled from the sect because of your curiosity. Thanks to that, he was able to accept the truth, so I might as well take responsibility myself, and humans can indeed grasp the power of the beast. Knowing this, how could I possibly stop my curiosity? But don't you feel dissatisfied? With the help of a genius like me, I finally discovered a way to become stronger, without using the blood of monsters. But as the first to wield their power, you can only suffer and die. You straightened your posture and said honestly, you are extremely dissatisfied. Weren't you the one claiming to be a genius? Then quickly think of a way for me to live. I also want to try out the new cultivation method you've researched, but this unreasonable demand just made the cultivator annoyed. There's no way such a good thing could happen. Because of the rejection reaction of the beast's blood, your lifespan has been significantly reduced. I have to find a way to restore your lifespan from somewhere. If it weren't for a genius like me helping you recover your body, you would have already perished. Taksam glanced at the young man standing stiffly in the corner, still hoping to live longer and see if the next generation of body cultivation cultivators would be recognized by the great La Heavenly Realm. They are no longer considered heretics. I was the one who picked them up. Before these children grow up, it's my responsibility to protect them. You carry a hopeful look as you face the cultivator in front of you. The two of them suddenly started staring at each other without blinking in the strange atmosphere. And finally, he was the first to humble himself. All right, I understand. I agree with you. Those orphans were taken in by you. After you die, I will also take good care of them. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the wind chimes to tinkle, and the cultivator's gaze suddenly grew cautious. It's over. The magic weapon alarm system I set up has reacted. It's the cultivators from Great La Heaven, 3 squads, a total of 60 people. Even though the furnace is about to face danger, the gray-haired one still tried to reassure us, saying, Don't worry, didn't we fight 5 small teams before? After that battle, our supporters all fell, and you've been fainting constantly.
Now it's just the two of us and those kids.
You say, I know how to fight, because inside you now is burning the fire of revenge.
After that battle, my body reached its limit, and I realized that even if the beast's flesh gnawed at me and my mind fell into madness, I could gain greater strength in a short time. Those cultivators handed over to me, you take the children and go ahead.
But how could a cultivator accept this?
You will die, but the gray-haired one still doesn't care about that.
Maybe so. If I die, remember your promise. In the end, he finally let you fulfill your wish. Wait, do you still have any wishes? The gray-haired man smiled gently. Enough. The future generations won't need to use the blood and flesh of monsters anymore. Although the cultivation process is very arduous, it allows us to become stronger safely. Unlike me, they can fight as humans and die as humans, no longer be food for monsters, no longer be a burden for cultivators, and no longer be fuel for the secret realm. Ordinary people can also have other choices.
Actually, I was already very satisfied. Years later, a similar situation occurred, and this is the last chance.
It's still not too late to give up now. Hearing this, the brown-haired man just sneered. The last chance. I thought Dai La Thien would execute me directly. Standing opposite him is Min Kwang, who is now making the conditions. After all, you are now the strongest savior of the secret realm. Because of your influence, Dai La Thien gave you one more chance. If you publicly admit that your previous madness was under someone else's control, and not the truth, your charges can be dropped. If you refuse, you will have to fight the spiritual guardian. So that's how it is. Are you going to fight to replace Tu Tin? I understand now. You can go. Are you crazy?
As long as you admit your mistake, everything can be forgiven. You have earned the recognition of the great La Heaven for your dedication to the body cultivation path, and even became the strongest savior of the secret realm.
But now you want to abandon your achievements and glory to become a criminal, but he also has his own life philosophy.
I just want to do the right thing, and my words are not crazy. According to my investigation, the spiritual energy started to run out decades ago.
This has shaken the foundation of Dai La Thien's rule. They have found the only way to reconcile the two worlds and promote spiritual energy. So Dai La Thien voluntarily crossed into the demon realm, summoned exotic beasts to cause chaos, used that as an excuse to capture culprits for sacrifices, and built a secret realm for interdimensional war. But Min Kwang was determined to persuade again. Even if what you say is true, does it matter?
Everything Dai La Thien does is to protect the interests of our cultivators. You have spent your whole life striving for Dai La Thien's recognition, and in the end, you have become a member of our cultivator group.
His words still echoed in my mind as the brown-haired man drew his sword for battle. Do you want to give up everything now? Do you want to betray your lifelong efforts? But he also had a firm answer. The efforts of all body cultivation cultivators are to protect ordinary people without talent. Maybe I have betrayed myself, but I will not betray their efforts. The current image of the brown-haired figure looks incredibly steady in the face of their own choice. Seeing the opponent's fierce aura right in front of him, he became even more determined. No need for the recognition of Dai La Thien, no need for the status of a cultivator. From now on, I will be immortal. Because of the mortals in this world, the battle begins. The discouraging words are raised up. You are very strong, but your combat power has reached the limit of a body-refining cultivator. Faced with the spiritual aura, you have no chance of winning, but the brown-haired one boldly advances regardless. Maybe that's how it is. Even though the opponent keeps rambling foolishly in your ear, you're just heading to your pointless death, but it only fuels his fighting spirit more. Even if I die here, my battle will inspire more people to resist. I want to send hope to future generations, just like my predecessors did. Along with that declaration, the souls of the brown-haired warrior and the ancestors flicker within. Somach's surge of power, while he simply stands still, letting those essences seep into his bones, and just watching makes Jialiet sweat profusely. It's strange. Is it really Somach who causes such a chilling oppression? After being infused with energy, Somach begins to walk forward.
Aren't you paying attention yet?
While he looked confused, part of his face had already disappeared.
What are you talking about? Those fragments of demonic power are in your hands. You're already dead.
At the same time, his deserted small island is engulfed in despair as continuous explosions erupt.
Two immortal cultivators hide behind a wall, their faces drained of blood.
Hiding here is probably safe for now. One of them is deeply regretting their choice.
Those powerful cultivators were easily eliminated by the demon beasts. You understand now, right?
Even if we keep fighting, we will only become dead bodies in vain. Why? Why didn't they choose to enter through the main door of the hotel then? The steel-hearted father-in-law sensed danger. What do you want to do?
Hurry up and stop. Don't go outside. We'll be discovered.
While he was grasping at this flicker of hope, he said, Beast, I want to surrender. Can we become friends? But he didn't notice the giant mouth right behind him. A quick snap from the giant frog caused him to exit the system. It's truly not afraid of strong enemies, just afraid of teammates betraying you. The old zinc-dipped man is now surrounded. That idiot Xiao Thu has already been lured here by him. Seeing the frog leap at him, he could only accept the truth that he was about to be killed. But luckily, a flash of light suddenly cut across the frog's mouth. It turns out Vuong was the one who saved it, bringing it back to the production site. The Steel son-in-law considers this a step out of danger, having temporarily eliminated the demon beast. Too powerful, saved for now, but he still can't let his guard down. There's still a Bo Mi behind him. The next danger was taken down by Thien Gon Su with a single strike, and only then did he feel a bit relieved. Ah, that's great. The threat is gone. Was it because I suddenly let my guard down? His body suddenly relaxed, so that was the case. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of waking up early to eat porridge. Kansan could only sigh with guilt. Still too late. Naito seems very impressed with you three. You are truly different from ordinary people. Not only breaking out of the encirclement, but also saving people everywhere. Talents like you shouldn't die easily. How about I give you one more chance? Surrender and stop wasting your lives. His words made Tian Nung feel a headache. If you want to laugh, then do it now. Somach will defeat you soon. It really is the white moonlight of the Beast Clan. Just hearing the name makes Naito furious. Somach, you still rely on Somach. After all this time, he still hasn't broken free from the barrier. If he's still alive, then he's already betrayed. Meanwhile, in the building separated from the battlefield, someone sighed tiredly as they kept fighting noisily. The pitiful screams are enough to irritate people. The traders are having a great time in the luxurious room. Just get eaten by the monsters already. It's a waste of time. I just want to go home soon, the red-hatted guy said sternly, showing them a bit more respect. No matter what, they chose to be the savior fighting for humanity. Mok Than quickly retorted. In my opinion, they are just a bunch of fools, and even the strongest savior, Somach, is being held captive, with no certainty of life or death. Even if they perish here, what value does it have? Humans have already lost, and no one will thank them. Meanwhile, outside, chaos erupts as a strange beam of light descends. Looking at Kansan slowly getting up, Naito couldn't help but marvel, so you can still stand. But your two comrades only have one breath left. Not far away, Vuong and Thien Ngan were beaten to the point of lying scattered on the ground. He grinned with a toothy smile, and his eyes radiated a cold bloodlust. Unrepentant and rejecting my kindness, now I will punish you all. Unfortunately, it's death sentences. Suddenly, several golden rays shot out from the enclosed building, surrounded by the barrier. Naito looked puzzled and asked, "What is that sound?" Although severely injured, Kansan still managed to observe the situation on the other side. The barrier was shattered, and Somach, with overwhelming power, had broken through the protective barrier painstakingly created by the demon beast. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, Naito couldn't believe the truth. No way. How could this be? The barrier has been shattered. While he was still confused and overwhelmed, he was quickly killed by Somach, who had already ascended to his prime. At this moment, Nair suddenly became inexperienced, so he quickly used the hidden demon technique. Direct confrontation would be futile. He just needed to hide before he got close. But Somach saw through his plan, and there was no way to escape. He immediately launched a palm strike with incredible power. In the blink of an eye, Nit was about to perish, but deep down, he was still very surprised. The body cultivation sect's approach to large-scale attacks is truly against the rules. The remaining demonic energy of Nit is gradually dissipating into the sky. Kansan looks relieved as he gazes in that direction. The breath of that beast has completely vanished. Yet it was so easy. Somach approached Vuong and asked, "Do you know healing spells?" He honestly replied, "I know a little, but only enough to barely keep Vuong and Nguyen Tien Ngan alive." Somach, hearing that, could then leave with peace of mind. "Enough. Please stay here and treat their wounds first. As long as the mission in the secret realm is completed, the injuries of the saviors will automatically heal." He resolutely steps forward and emphasizes, "I will finish it quickly and eliminate all remaining demon beasts." We are back at the isolated apartment area where the demon beast faction of the cultivators is staying, and a loud voice announces that the fighting outside has stopped. So all that struggling outside the barrier for half a day was just pointless. The outcome was already sealed. As he was about to stand up, assassination tools suddenly appeared around him. "Tuto has won. We can go home now." It turns out the remaining demonic power of Naito is lingering on Mok Than's shoulder, and the entire family was also killed by Somach. The monsters outside are probably all dead already. If I also die, this secret realm experiment will fail. Luckily, I prepared 8 identity tokens in advance. No, that's not right. The young master of Tai Huiyan sect crushed the remaining 7 thunder suppression vessels to prepare for the grand showdown. He is calculating tirelessly. As long as I have 1 token, I won't die, and the secret realm can't be passed. Being trapped on this island depleted of spiritual energy for months. Even a Somach would run out of strength and die. I couldn't let Somach find out before. At that moment, someone channeled spiritual energy and punched the door fiercely, causing it to explode instantly. White smoke filled the room. The 2 cultivators were startled. What was that sound? It's not that the beasts are swallowing their words and want to eliminate us, right? The situation is worse. While they were in utter panic, Suo Miao calmly stepped in. As soon as he saw him, the red-hatted man immediately turned hostile. So, Mr. Machthan, you've cleared out all the monsters outside. Machthan, I truly thank you. You saved all of us. Please forgive us. We were all forced by the monsters. We were really too weak to resist, so we surrendered. Machthan is now sweating all over his face. Yes, in fact, we were all pretending to surrender, waiting for the right moment to defeat the beast. But these words only made Somach even more furious. Be quiet. All the outside monsters are dead, but the secret realm mission isn't over yet. I have someone I must save. No matter what it takes, I will eliminate the monsters and complete the secret realm task. I searched the island everywhere. Only this place still shows faint signs of the beast's presence. Indeed, there are 2 different energies in the room as you described, but I can't tell them apart. Sorry, my only option now is to eliminate all suspicious targets here. He reacted as if struck by lightning, destroying everything. The 3 of us, Machthan and I, are innocent, so who the hell is covering for the beast? Step forward now, or we'll all be doomed. The brown-haired guy suddenly pulls out a blue spirit stone. Wait a minute. I know now. It's not the beast. It's the token marked by the beast. This is it. The breath of the beast is definitely up here. Everyone else, hand over the token the beast gave you before entering the secret realm for Machthan. Remembering this idea, I realized the red hat's water was seeping into the ground. Sir, no way. For safety, I swallowed the token. While he frantically searched for a way out, he was surrounded by magic below his feet. Now, I will go to the bathroom to retrieve the talisman. Tuthu starts to crawl into the red hat's mouth, making him scream loudly. Help! Save me! The crystal in the brown-haired person's hand also erupts with fierce magic. Beasts! Stay back! In an instant, Nit's power engulfed the entire hall. As soon as he finished speaking to Mare, he immediately started provoking. Somach, you're really ruthless, finding me only to want to eliminate your own kind without hesitation. Somach then revealed his hand, no matter what. They are cultivators, saviors, and important allies of mine. So that was all part of your plan. Earlier, threatening to kill them was just acting to provoke you into revealing yourself. I didn't expect you to be easier to deceive than Kuangjia. That one, in the blink of an eye, I forced to appear, but unfortunately, I couldn't save them. Naito snapped sharply. Stop being so dull. Your killing intent earlier was real. As soon as he finished speaking, Somach grabbed his face with his bare hands and squeezed without mercy. Just a little more force, and Naito would be gone. Of course, I must avenge the immortal cultivators you eliminated. But Nair's remnants quickly escaped. He now feels a bit relieved. Escaping from the main hall destroyed 4 of his clones, but he still has 3 more. Just recently feeling proud. Now the nearby clone has disappeared. Damn it, only 2 left. Naito's situation is extremely urgent. There's not enough time. I must finish the final task. I didn't expect to run into Bak Nguyen Quang Somach blocking the way. I'm doomed. He immediately switches to a cowardly mode. He's a ghost, right? This guy didn't teleport here instantly, did he? No matter what, she had to run away and buy time. Before she could escape, he struck her with a palm blow that made her entire body vanish into the air. Somach kept his cold expression and muttered to himself, while one remaining clone of Naito was desperately fleeing in some direction. He is rushing at maximum speed, as if preparing for his final plan, and Kanson, witnessing this, can only stand frozen in place. His face begins to change color with the thought that just appeared in his mind. That beast is avoiding Somach's pursuit. No, it's not just fleeing, it must be coming here, preparing to attack us. Right in front of Kanson, Nit split into 3 different dark energy clusters, each with its own weight, hiding its true body and concealing the real target of the attack. Because I used almost all my strength to heal Vuong and Yue Tiangxin, I kept struggling with my thoughts, knowing that even with all my power, I could only protect one person temporarily. If I lose the bet, both I and the other person could die. Seeing Vuong lying cold nearby, Kanson immediately summoned a fire circle to protect her from his attack. Immediately after, another force rushing forward was repelled by his paper fan in flames. By the time Kanson realized the opponent's intention, it was already too late. The target is not Vuong, who is also pretending to attack him. Seeing that Tiangong is being controlled by Naito, he is a bit incredulous. You guessed wrong. The hostage she chose is Nguyen Tiangong. The girl remains motionless as her body is gradually overtaken by dark energy. He is now extremely proud of his achievement. I've won the bet. Somach, you're too late. Still, Somach calmly walks forward. Is that so? It's not too late to eliminate you now. Go ahead and attack, I won't resist. Right now I am possessing this girl. If you kill me, she will die too. He looked at Vuong with curiosity, thinking it was very advantageous, but there was a flaw. If you want to save your teammate, you have to act first. With the eyes of the whole world watching, what will you choose? Kanson blames himself for how things turned out.
Somach, it's my fault. Teothu just let me kill him. But Somach immediately objected. No need. You're not steady on your feet anymore. Don't worry, no one will die.
As soon as he finished speaking, he kept shaking Tianyun vigorously like a toy. But Nair didn't give up because of that.
Are you doing something stupid? You don't think you can just kick me out like that, do you? You were bragging just a second ago and now you're acting so humble. Wait, I was just joking earlier. I was wrong. Please don't kick me anymore.
But unfortunately, Somach didn't pay attention to him.
All right, everything has been cleaned up.
After Tianneng was safe, he decided to settle everything with his fists, and now he will crush you. Its remaining clone was wiped out by Somach's power. It's over. It's truly finished. The remnants of Naito's face still wear a smug smile.
What are you so proud of? Look, there are still a few cultivators left in the secret realm. Our mission is already complete.
Your strength truly exceeded expectations, but only because you relied on techniques, or rather, abandoned simple violence in favor of technique. Being forced to use it as a body cultivation cultivator, your combat power can no longer increase, and the future victory will belong to our beast demons. Who would have thought that heaven would betray him? The system has registered that the host has completed the second secret realm mission and awarded a special reward.
A perfect Dao Heart, unlocked battle limit, allowing the key host to increase their strength infinitely. The surrounding space in the apartment area gradually transformed after the announcement, and the sky returned to its normal state.
Inside the room, filled with a gentle, cool blue light, Li Tuong didn't look very happy. The results have been tallied. After completing the second secret realm, only 706 saviors survived. The cost of true victory is truly heartbreaking. Dich Sung saw Kui Tin stand up and asked, "Elder Li, are you leaving in a hurry?" He explained, "Sorry, among us cultivators there are traitors who have caused great casualties, such as the Taihuyan sect, so I must attend the meeting to deal with the traitors." After understanding the situation, she also agreed with the plan. "Yes, let's not keep him any longer. Let Lu Li Tuong and I finish the live stream. Now those traitors are truly the biggest concern." Kui Tin's expression suddenly became serious. The thing that worries people the most now is probably the upcoming conflict between Somach and the Lai Corporation.
At the same time, in the fully equipped office of the Lai Corporation, the secretary was extremely frustrated as he reported, "Boss, I've tried everything. All the sects of cultivators closely related to us are refusing to contact us.
Those guys have already gained so much benefit from us. Now they're running even faster than rabbits." The person sitting opposite him didn't look worried at all.
I don't have high expectations for them either. It was just a mutual benefit relationship when they were discussing. An unexpected guest suddenly entered.
It turns out he is a messenger, and at this moment he also praises the opponent's composure, not only offending Somach but also exposing his relationship with the Beast Tamer Guild leader Lai, yet he remains calm with ease, truly admirable. Perhaps his home security system could use some upgrades. This sudden appearance caught the secretary off guard, sneaking into the private house. What does he want to do, boss? He stepped back for the moment, leaving this freak to me to handle. But Chairman Li just calmly stroked his 2 iron-gray mustaches. There's no need to overdo it.
This is a messenger from the Corporate Alliance, here to help our Lai family group get through the crisis.
The envoy, with a proud smile, cast a deep gaze at him. Chairman Li, you're quite confident.
I am here to inform you of the final decision made by the Alliance of Corporations. As you know, many heads of the companies want to see you completely destroyed. So, that's how it is, everyone voting together to decide whether to help the Lai group overcome this difficulty. So, let me guess. 20 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention.
I admit it, the vote count matches exactly what I thought. Then I hear his disgusting laughter again. Instead of eliminating me, they simply cannot forgive the existence of Somach. Collaborating with the beasts, we all have a stake. They are more worried that Somach will cause a bigger fuss than I do. Tell us, how are they planning to do it? The envoy then launched into a long speech, inviting him to a safe place to take a temporary leave and also stating that he has gone missing, while the authorities will officially investigate the corporation. The Lie Corporation's sensitive and important files will be promptly destroyed with the help of the Alliance.
As for any missing documents and delays, the investigation into the Lie Corporation will continue for a very long time.
After hearing the detailed plan, Chairman Lee chuckled a bit and straightforwardly said, "I don't want to be imprisoned on some nameless island forever, of course," he assured that firmly. "Just delay the investigation for a few months and the people will naturally forget about the Lie Thieves Corporation."
A year later, after the fusion of the Otherworld and Earth is complete, he will be able to go out and live peacefully and happily.
But he cares about a different issue. You're still missing the most important one. What should Somach do? This makes the messenger even more confident in declaring how Somach must handle this. The enemies of the corporation have only one way out: death. Meanwhile, at Somach's apartment, still lit late into the night, he and Lord Nye are standing beside a table full of food, so these are all apologies. "I'm sorry for making you suffer so much before. Please don't worry. Just enjoy your meal." But she didn't forgive you easily and even pointed her finger at your face in anger. "Do you think these cheap dishes can make me happy? You almost caused my death.
Is that all your apology is? I want to eat a big lobster.
Although I really want to fulfill your request. Somach's current wallet doesn't allow it. I'm out of money. If you want to eat lobster, you'll have to wait until Vuong wakes up and ask her to invite you. She's been asleep since she returned from the Secret Realm, so we need to wait a little longer." This is a recording of the Secret Realm's second visit. If you're interested, you can watch it to pass the time. Ngi reluctantly takes the tablet from his hand. This is a recording of the Secret Realm. Fine, let's just kill some time.
Just so you know, you have to treat me to a big lobster later.
Her expression and inner thoughts immediately flickered through all kinds of emotions. What the hell is this? The traps they set were all easily blown away by Somach. Wait a minute, they've all been destroyed. The remaining 12 magical beasts on Earth are all useless, and I've also lost my power. So doesn't that mean my espionage plan is completely ruined? 12 magical beasts. So, it turns out, Somach did that on purpose to ask for help. Ngai, can you help me find the 12 demon beasts and the others? Additionally, because of the system's pet binding function, Ngai Ni's inner thoughts have all been exposed. Ngai Ni is now pale with fear. How does Somach know about this? This person is too terrifying, yet I still dared to act arrogantly in front of Somach. I really must be tired of living. Seeing the other person take the chicken leg, he kindly asked if she wanted to eat lobster, and she immediately pretended to be obedient. "Sir, I don't need more. The chicken thigh is enough. I really like eating chicken thighs." Thanks to that, Ngai Ni's favorability towards the host increased by 1. The system reminds you of Ngai Ni's favorability towards the host increased by 1. As time passed and the evening glow seeped through the glass door into the cozy kitchen, Vuong immediately went downstairs upon smelling the aroma of food wafting up from below. "Is it dinner time already?" Somach turned to ask when he heard her voice. "Vuong, aren't you going to rest a little longer?" With that bored look and her phone in hand, she slightly pouted. "How could I sleep when there's news about the Litha Group? The president of the Lie Corporation has gone missing. Although an investigation is underway, it's clearly just stalling, having committed treason against humanity and caused the deaths of many saviors without punishment. It's enough to make me furious and lose my appetite. Ngai doesn't care at all and keeps chewing as if nothing big is happening out there. My hero shrimp is gone." Seeing her innocent eating expression, Vuong was a bit speechless and said, "My beast teammate has all died, but it seems like you're eating very well." Hearing that, she immediately looked away in protest. "Huh? They are not my teammates. Those high-level demon beasts are all just trash that do whatever they want, often bullying weaker demon races like ours." During the brief silence, Somach's eyes flickered with sadness before he asked softly, "Even so, you told me to help find the beast creatures on Earth. Do you really not feel any psychological burden? If you find it difficult, I won't force you either." As soon as I finished speaking, she was a bit surprised and immediately asked, "Really? If that's the case, doubt immediately arises in my mind. No, this is just testing me. Suo Miao is trying to gauge my loyalty to him." She quietly recalled her past sabotage and secretly calculated. Since he returned from the Secret Realm, he clearly saw the cage she broke but said nothing, instead buying her a bunch of food, all to make her drop her guard. If she didn't obey, the outcome would surely be very tragic. Thinking of this, Ngai Ni raised his chicken thigh and swore his life. "Don't worry, Master. I will help you find all the spirit beasts. I won't betray your trust and care for me. Standing to the side and observing the situation, Wudong looked confused. He wanted Ye Ni to help him find the magical beast without hiding anything, and Somach nodded in agreement, because after all, only with solid evidence could they completely defeat the Li Thai Corporation and uncover the truth behind my sister's coma. But once the relationship between you and Gai Ni is exposed, it will surely raise suspicion. As for the Lai Corporation, better to let Yue Tianxing or Jingshan handle it. I'd rather take the risk and get him out myself. Honestly, I don't trust the cultivators from the four great sects. Wudong, do you know if Dailatian still exists? I heard from my master that Dailatian was once the strongest sect in cultivation, and had established a kingdom belonging to cultivators. After the spiritual energy waned, cultivators abandoned worldly dominance. So that's why. But as far as I know, the invasion of the demon beasts 1,000 years ago and the construction of the secret realm are both connected to Dailatian. The secret realm was originally very strange, clearly a defensive line for cultivators, but it was easily manipulated by alien forces, as if it was deliberately set up for the savior to be destroyed. The previous secret realm mission cost me my fate points, and this time I didn't even get any reward at all. Her jaw dropped in surprise at his words. What? You are the greatest hero who foiled the demon beast's plot and saved everyone, yet you don't get a single destiny coin as a reward. That's really unfair. Wudong was still upset, but he casually ignored it and continued. I trust Yue Tianxin Kangshan, but I can't believe the four great sects behind them. I will find a way to investigate the suspicious points of the secret realm, but for now, we must prioritize taking down the Lai Corporation first. At the same time, in a secret laboratory office bathed in greenish light, a chef still clutching a tray of food nervously asked, Master Tuthu, is today's dish not to your taste? Standing opposite, the sinister-eyed monster with a second form and sharp side teeth complained, I'm hungry now. Master, Beastmaster, I'm sorry, I will redo it right now. But faced with fresh prey right in front of him, he couldn't resist. No need, you're very tasty too. A moment later, a dark black bag suddenly appeared on the ground. At this moment, the cleaner crouched down, picked it up, and frowned in confusion. This is the body of the chef, quite light. Another man nearby warned coldly, I advise you not to open the bag. I already vomited once while cleaning the corpse. He immediately looked grim and sighed tiredly. This was already the third corpse today. Master Tuthu has only been peaceful for a few days because our two leaders died in the secret realm and have started to go crazy again. Captain Lai is probably enjoying himself somewhere, and soon we will have to face punishment from the beast. Before turning away from the door, he threw out a blunt reminder. Stop complaining. You haven't even thought about it. We are over 35 years old now, and after quitting our jobs, it's hard to find another good one. The Lai group has been paying us well and also holding our weaknesses. Be honest in your work. The cleaner nodded in agreement and then turned to leave. I used to throw away this plastic bag before. Suddenly a voice rang out. Be gentle. Is that the entertainment you just mentioned in that room? The hidden passage here is too winding, like a maze. He frowned and looked over at the person who just spoke. Huh? Are you the new employee? Don't bother me. Go to the marketing department to get the electronic map. But as soon as he recognized that face, he suddenly froze. Wait a moment. Somach, still standing there unperturbed and fearless, calmly says, I came to deliver food. In the resort bathed in evening light, the sea gently lapping like a dream on the white sand. A girl with bunny ears holding a bottle of wine at the chest level then jokes around. Chairman, you've waited long enough, as you requested. This is the best quality, flown here by air from over 1,000 kilometers away, through a wine cellar. On the wicker chair across the village, the girl massaging immediately frowned and questioned. Don't you see we're busy preparing for the chairman? Oh. Chairman Li chuckled heartily and said, No rush, no rush. Are you leaving after delivering the wine? She winked and then pointed to herself. Of course not. I am a gift from the wine. Next to where he was sitting, the assistant, clutching his tablet in panic, called out to the chairman, who at this moment took a sip of water and calmly shook his wrist. What's wrong? There's no other gift, right? The assistant, panting and running, hurriedly urged him to hurry. Chairman, something's wrong. Somach is right at the door. What did you say? At the same time, in the brightly lit laboratory office, a pair of calm, unhurried legs moved with a chilling sense of menace, and the beast pet growled impatiently at the noise. Didn't I already tell you? An hour after eating, don't bother me, or maybe you'll come to prepare a snack for me. In the blood-stained atmosphere, Somach calmly refused. My meat isn't tasty. It seems you've already eaten many others. Are you upset about something? It is an honor for you lowly creatures to become my food. Is that so? I originally wanted to keep you as evidence, so it would be more convincing. But forget it, without you there's still M. When I recognize the face in front of me, the monster panics and screams in my mind. So, Somach got here so quickly. Damn it. Could it be that the corporation betrayed humanity? Lost in thought, it was caught off guard by a savage kick from Somach, causing its body to explode. At that moment, another clone of the Eight Temples roared in fury. "Let me finish talking, you bastard." But Somach only sighed briefly before smashing the remaining hologram. Yet there's still a second phase. As the bone curtain gradually dissolved, he hesitated for a moment, and in his anger, he used too much force. But luckily, he still managed to keep a bit of the beast's remains, which should be enough as evidence. Immediately after, a series of loud explosions suddenly erupted throughout the laboratory. Amidst the fiery scene and debris, he sneered coldly. "Looks like my infiltration has been discovered."
And blowing up the base to cover the evidence was really not very creative.
The aftershocks continue to ripple down the corridor, trying to erase all remaining traces. Outside the scene, the female reporter leans toward the camera and urgently says, "Dear viewers, I am reporting from the explosion site in the western suburbs of Andong City. According to your reports, the explosion center was at the Lee Corporation premises, and the exact cause is still unclear." Just as she was reporting, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Wait a moment, the camera is pointing over there. Someone is coming out of the wreckage. It's Somach.
Then he hurriedly rushed forward to stand in front of him excitedly.
"Hello, esteemed savior, Mr. Somach.
"Do you mind if we interview you for a moment?"
Was this explosion you're doing to attack the Lee Corporation?"
"Lie Corporation is under investigation, and you seem eager to provoke conflict, more out of anger than justice."
When he saw the female reporter approaching him directly, Somach narrowed his eyes cautiously.
"You're a journalist. You arrived at the scene immediately after the explosion, as if you were prepared in advance. It seems your actions are even faster than mine. This is troublesome." Hearing her immediately retort, she said,
"You misunderstood. We were just conducting an interview nearby, and I didn't expect a tragic explosion to happen. Do you think rushing into a dispute could endanger innocent people and the company's staff?"
Suomai remained completely calm and replied slowly with a resigned look, "I only wanted to foster friendly relations with their staff to help uncover the truth about the disappearance of the leader of the Lie Corporation. I never expected the beast in this base to suddenly attack me. I was very scared at that moment, helpless. I had no choice but to defend myself, and suddenly the base exploded."
"Actually, I am just an ordinary victim. As night falls, the city lights up with a golden glow stretching across the streets.
The social media comments are flooding in.
A subsidiary of the Lie group has been wiped out by Somach.
Well done, Lie Corporation. Die quickly for him. Always causing trouble. Who would have thought this day would come? Isn't Lethe Corporation still under investigation for suspicion?" A hand still clenched around the phone, scrolling through each excited message. The chat in the lively gossip group was so intense that it was unstoppable, yet you still believe it, claiming to be an investigation. But it was all just deception. Mach Than is still the best. The thing is, he stepped forward. Mach Than is the hero of the common people. A superhero. And there are still 1 million people live streaming, so isn't the secret realm already over today? On the way, everyone was walking while reading news and fighting to leave comments. The forums are buzzing with heated discussions. All the terms related to the Lie group have been removed from the internet, so this is the only place left to discuss. If it's so good, the corporation should also ban the secret realm and the bird. Has anyone seen Somach being interviewed by reporters? I was only defending myself. So, Mach looked emotionless. I was very scared at that moment. At that moment, Somach's face appeared calm on the screen, but a look of helplessness flickered in his eyes. The comments continued to explode. Even if Somach's revenge can be understood, such rude behavior is too selfish and could hurt innocent, ordinary people. Who will protect that damn bastard then? Betrayed and still helping others count money. They've already betrayed Earth and joined the monsters. Hope the monsters eat you. How much longer until the Lie Corporation goes bankrupt? What is 5? The 5 months. Suomach smiled and replied, 4. The taunts and suspicions keep piling up.
I heard Mr. Lee said he went missing. Not that he was executed, right?
Serves him right.
I heard his eldest son died not long ago.
Suddenly, the young son is also a troublemaker. This is karma. At the same time, the row of houses is bathed in a quiet golden light, like a peaceful scene. A piercing sound rings out. The glass shatters along with a furious shout, and the bunny girls stand up in confusion, turning around and softly calling out, "Chairman!" But at this moment, President Lee angrily slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Shut up and get out, all of you!" His eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins of intense anger. Damn it, these lowly dogs dare to spy on Somach too. Why did he find the hiding place of the beast so quickly? Is there someone in the Alliance trying to betray me? Amid the rising fury outside, the remaining body of the traitor was helplessly lying on the cold ground after being defeated by Somach earlier. When Nyi saw the scene, he burst into tears of laughter. This trashy guy likes to bully the weak when he's with us and always causes trouble for his subordinates. It's only fair he ended up in such a tragic state. You across from her give a suggestion. Lord Nye, thanks to your help, I found the beast's hiding spot so quickly. Do you want a reward? Hearing that, your eyes lit up with excitement, tears of joy welling up. Anything you want?
You really want to eat lobster that badly? All right, I agree with you. Upon receiving the approval, she immediately jumped up excitedly.
Yes, Master Somach is the best. At that very moment, the data panel suddenly appeared.
The login system reminds you that your favorability towards the host has reached 30 points.
Unlock rewards, achievement rewards, symbiotic evolution. The host can share power with pets, and the maximum combat strength of pets can be increased by half of the host's. On the deserted road filled with cold air that seems to swallow all sounds, sensing something unusual. Somach frowned briefly and quickly gave an order. Nyi, someone is coming. Hide quickly. Just as she transformed into a small form and climbed onto Somach's shoulder, a voice rang out. Cuckoo! Immediately, Ha-Chu and Ham-Lin stepped out from the shadows behind, full of energy. He crossed his arms and reproached, Somach, it's not easy to find you. His eyes narrow slightly as he recognizes the opponent. White hair, I remember you. You ran away halfway through yesterday's fight, and today you're looking for another helper. Still want to fight me? As soon as she finished speaking, Han Lin quickly stepped in to extinguish the flames of conflict. Sorry, yesterday Ha-Chu had an unnecessary conflict with you, leading the alliance to completely cancel cooperation with the Beast Clan. We want to work with you. I am Lai Ham Lin. I believe you've probably heard my name before. Hearing that, Suomai nodded in agreement. I know you're the useless young master of the Li Thai group. Have you betrayed your own class? All right then, let's cooperate. I thought you would refuse immediately, but your quick agreement surprised Han Lin.
I know you might not believe me that easily, huh?
What did you say? You agree to cooperate? I went to the trouble of coming up with a bunch of opening lines. However, Suomach immediately struck with a cold, sharp blow. I don't believe you at all. If you lie to me, I will consider you a hostage. Forcing the Li Thai group's hall to be emptied is enough. Maybe that way it will be more comfortable. Seeing that attitude, Ham Lin felt both grateful and a bit bitter. It's a good trick, but my father wouldn't be easily threatened like that.
He has never cared about putting my useless self in. Your nature is really terrible.
Actually, I'm a loyal fan of yours. I never expected your image to collapse on our first meeting. Somach just smiled faintly, his eyes shining with indifference as he extended his hand toward the other.
Is that so? I only see sincerity as the foundation of cooperation, so let's work happily together.
Wait a moment, Somach. Before that, I have a request. The last match, you deliberately concealed your true strength, didn't you? He thought to himself, actually, not at all. Then Ha-Chu let her power surge around her and made her proposal. If we are to work together, teammates fighting each other no longer makes sense. I want to fight you one more time. This time I hope you can fight seriously with all your strength.
Hearing the challenge, Suomach nonchalantly replied, All right, if you insist on fighting me, I will fight you. Come on.
As soon as the words finished, Ha-Chu immediately charged forward with fierce intent to tear his opponent apart. His showy aura was there, but the result was only a punch that sent his entire body flying away. His body went limp and collapsed to the ground right there. Seeing that, Suomach frowned slightly and asked Han softly, Are you okay? I controlled my strength to avoid serious injuries to you. But while the air was still heavy from the punch, Han Lin chuckled softly. This is what hurts him the most. He used to be a proud cultivator who looked down on the four great sects. Very arrogant, but he never expected to meet a genius even more bizarre than himself. The moment I leaned it against the wall, Ha-Chu Han muttered to himself in disbelief, unable to react in time. Losing again for no reason. Just one day and the gap in strength is so huge. Am I being hacked or something? That's what the system in those manga usually mentions.
What are you talking about? There's no such thing in reality. Not going to waste more energy on this fantasy, Han Ling changed the subject. All right, let's get to the main point. We can provide you with intelligence.
For example, the actions of the corporation handling the files. You're refusing, saying it's unnecessary.
Right now, I just want to find the beast that the Lie Corporation is hiding. Take your time to respond while giving me a probing look.
I can't help much with this.
The company's information security regarding the magical beasts is very high. At most, I can only help you identify the city.
The beast is just hiding. Isn't it true that you could find the beast yourself? You stand there shrugging without taking any credit. That's just luck. I can only detect the aura of the beast within a certain range.
Before destroying the Lie Corporation, I didn't want to create too many enemies, so I only planned to attack the beasts that the Lie Corporation had recruited and supported. While other groups are relaxing, I hope you can investigate the list of allied groups collaborating with the monsters. After hearing everything, Hamlin's lips curl up slightly in amusement. It really is a clever way. So my father will also suspect himself of being betrayed by the alliance of the corporations. As long as he wavers, we can easily force him to hand over the entire list of the alliance.
And then he calmly picked up his phone and announced that he had just killed a demon beast.
Right now, the Lee Corporation is urgently relocating the other monsters to specific city locations. I will contact you tomorrow before the end of the day.
Somach hurriedly called out, "Wait, can I borrow some funds to act?" But he was unfazed. Instead, calm as if it was obvious.
I really forgot to consider your budget issue. However, I'm also a bit short now, so I can only give you 300 million for the time being.
The words just spoken made Somach's face turn pale. He hurriedly explained with a distressed look, "No, I just don't have money for food. I want to borrow a few thousand yuan to buy a lobster." The data sheet suddenly appeared, and the system's input reminder increased Nyi's affinity with the host by 1. What? My movements have been discovered by Somach? What kind of work are you humans doing? But before the reassuring words could be finished, the entire building suddenly shook with a deafening explosion. "Rest assured, the helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes." Amidst the swirling smoke, Somach stepped out with his dangerous glowing red pupils. "What a pity."
Beast, you can't escape now. I hear you have never harmed humans. If you surrender, I might spare your life.
What kind of joke is this? I would rather die on the battlefield than become a prisoner. Facing that stubborn attitude, Suomiao raised his hand and unleashed his aura. "You have true spirit, just as you wished." At the same time, in a deserted alley, a cry of horror suddenly rang out. The fourth son has already had 4 demon beasts killed by Somach.
Chairman Lai frowned as he looked at the messenger, finally asking how he managed to find the whereabouts of the demon beasts.
Still no investigation? He looked at the document in his hand and announced, "Captain Lee, we've found the cause. Someone in the company leaked information to Somach." Hearing that, he yelled in fury, "I want to find out who did it and deal with him." The envoy raised an eyebrow and sneered. "He's Lai Ham Lin's youngest son, and he's acting pretty well. Only now did we manage to find a clue. The person who previously sneaked into the underground base to secretly sabotage the plan to merge the 2 worlds was also him." As those words ended, the chairman's face turned into disbelief. "What are you talking about? How can you rely on a useless person like Lai Ham Lin?" At that tense moment, he calmly concluded that you don't understand him. He has secretly played many tricks on us as an antagonist. This file contains records of his actions over the past few years. Please take a look. Chairman Lee clenched the file folder tightly, anger mixed with shock. Why? Why would it do that? The messenger doesn't seem to care. That doesn't matter. If we've identified the traitor, we can use him to turn against Somach. The beast has not appeared yet. According to the intelligence I have, the 5th beast will definitely pass through this city to reach the new base. Standing on the rooftop, Somach looked down and confirmed that it had already appeared. Strange, that beast is moving toward the city center. The white car stopped in the middle of the quiet road. The monster inside the car raised its eyes in surprise, then paused. This time the goal wasn't here. The driver explained, "Your Excellency Beast, this is where your story ends. According to our plan, you will be destroyed by Somach here." Hearing that, it roared in anger and threatened, then continued driving and revealed your plan, or "I will eliminate you now." But before it could strike, he had already drawn his weapon to his temple. "You don't need to worry, Lord Beast. According to the plan, I will have to die here so that my daughter can live on." The deafening explosion marks the end of my life, and the light before me suddenly goes out, leaving only thick darkness. The beast pushes the door open and walks down muttering, "Those damn humans have pretty much guessed our plan." The people along the street see the strange figure and start to panic. Monster! Seeing the chaos spreading wave after wave, a faint smile curled on its lips. That really is a plan only monsters could come up with. If that's the case, I'll follow your plan and go all out. As it finished speaking, the monster raised its head and unleashed a barrage of steel-like vines that shimmered across the sky, whistling as they slithered forward, chasing the panicked crowd. "Help me save them." The whirling ropes like deadly arrows are just a short distance away from piercing through everything. But at that very moment, they suddenly froze in mid-air, leaving him speechless. They stopped. That unusual behavior wasn't accidental. It was because the beast had been crushed under the man's foot. Somach pressed his thick nose hard against its body, scolding. "Is the Alliance crazy? They let a beast like you cause chaos in the city center, and you're not even sorry. You're actually proud of it. Destroying those weak humans doesn't bring me any joy at all." It took a deep breath and then uttered a nearly resigned sigh. It's a pity I can't see the moment you are completely destroyed. Somach, my mission is also complete. And then its body suddenly lit up and shattered into pieces. He muttered to himself, completely unresisting and instead self-destructing. He looked around the scene and quietly made a judgment. When the beast's body shattered, it released a stream of murky, toxic gas. A misty wave of bones spreads turbulently, flowing through every crack in the doors and clinging to all the buildings in the neighborhood. One missed breath and each shadow collapses as if their life force has been drained away. Yet amidst the swirling clouds of toxic bones, Suomai still walks calmly. The incident has been covered by the 24-hour news channel. The female announcer calmly announced that a frontline reporter has sent the latest report. Somach and the beast are fighting fiercely in the center of Genesser City. After the beast it released toxic gas that killed hundreds in the surrounding area. Let us mourn for those who have lost their lives. Meanwhile, at the row of buildings by the beach where Chairman Lai's residence is located, he sat quietly in front of the screen, listening silently as the female announcer moved on to the next segment. The latest news, Chairman Lai of the Lai Group finally appeared and publicly issued a clarification. As the narration ends, a picture of Chairman Lee appears with a somber face full of 100 regrets. I want to apologize to everyone. For the past half year, I have been controlled by the beasts and have done many unforgivable things. Those monsters have manipulated my thoughts and reasoning. I have betrayed humanity, betrayed the Lai Corporation, and also betrayed the employees who trusted me. Today, the mental control of the demon beast over me has finally been completely lifted. I have also gained my freedom. He bowed his head, choked with emotion as if burdened by a heavy guilt. I say these things not to be forgiven. I know everything I've done over the past half year has hurt many people, but I need to see someone. Lifting his head with eyes that seemed to pierce through the lens, Chairman Lai emphasized each word loudly. So, Mach, I want to apologize to you in person, and then I will accept the judgment of the law. Suomach, I am waiting for you at Cambao Island. Now the city is filled with peace, but secretly, turbulent waves are hidden beneath. The Jungjumen are now also shaken by what they have learned. Reports say that Somach and the beast are fighting fiercely in the city center, with hundreds of people dead. You're not actually believing the official government reports, are you? I heard from someone in Genet City that 3,000 people have already died. Just 3,000. They've downplayed it. I'm a local from Genesser City. Several districts in the city center have been destroyed, and the death toll is at least over 10,000. Just look at the people. The news broadcast shows the tragic scene of victims succumbing to poison, and the horrifying situation makes them unable to hold back their accusations. It's so heartbreaking. Does Suomai's brain have a problem? Why fight the monsters in the middle of the city? Has he ever cared about the feelings of ordinary people? Every time he exterminates a demon beast, it causes enormous damage. But in the past, fewer people died, and the news was suppressed. Clearly, he's a murderer hiding as a superhero, and supervillains are even more acceptable. At that time, Suomach walked alone through the toxic bones, but he was unharmed. The current brother still doesn't realize he's become the center of heated debate. The truth is still unclear. Have people been spreading rumors? Makthan saved the world, and all the achievements like attacking the secret realm have been taken by you. The lake burst, and the debris all fell to the ground. There are still fans of Somach, but now seeing the words Makthan makes them feel uncomfortable.
Is anyone begging him to save us? Drop dead, murderer.
At the same time, at the seaside cafe, untouched by the outside conflict, the messenger relaxed and enjoyed the pleasure of his achieved success. That's great. Now the whole world is opposing Somach's brutal and tyrannical actions. Everything is proceeding according to our plan. The person opposite is only focused on one issue. Have the 4 great sects of the cultivators been restored? He calmly replied as if it were obvious. If even superhuman heroes outside the law support us, they could cause damage to any business anywhere, at any time, in any city. What would be the outcome then? Stock prices are falling, unemployment is rising, another industry has frozen hiring, and major companies are starting to cut back. The income of cultivators has also decreased significantly. The envoy's sly smile grew wider as he spoke with increasing pleasure. With the large number of casualties in the city center this time, Somach has even damaged the good image of cultivators in the eyes of ordinary people. For their own benefit, cultivators will not just stand by and let Somach continue his arrogance. Chairman Lee slightly frowned, clearly displeased with what he just heard. He spoke softly. You're about to meet Somach, that old man who's as loose as a chicken with no roost. If Somach tries to attack me, I don't think those useless cultivators can stop him. However, the envoy's expression remained calm as if everything was under control. Don't worry, your meeting is just a formality to let Somach see the reality clearly. If he harms you even a little, he will become an enemy of both the corporation and the cultivators. He is more accurately the enemy of the entire world. The enemy of the entire world. His only choice is to reconcile with our corporate alliance. Faced with those words, he couldn't stay calm. Not bad. Afterwards, you and Somach Trung live in peace. Only I face the punishment of the law. Lai Chairman's agitation made him lose patience, and his smile turned into a threat. Chairman Lai, what do you want me to say now? Lai Hamlin's good son caused trouble for us. I'm quite annoyed, but letting him take a few months off in prison is already a generous treatment. Of course, the punishment for the Lai Corporation is not limited to that. The more we discussed, the more it went beyond his initial intentions, driving him crazy. What are you talking about? This isn't what we agreed on before. The envoy calmly emphasized each word. President Lee, this is the final decision of the corporate alliance. You can go on living, but the traitor Lai Hamlin must die. Anyway, with so many illegitimate children, losing one rebellious son wouldn't be a big deal. In the end, he still matters most, and he won't fight for long before having to bow his head. I understand now. This is indeed a reasonable condition. Traitors of the Alliance deserve to die. Meanwhile, in a building somewhere on a busy street filled with people and cars, Somach Thun is the main topic of every conversation, yet he remains silent, embracing the breeze. And then you thought you could enjoy your meal without asking about Master. So, weren't you still angry at those fools? Then she couldn't help but laugh, finding it all quite amusing. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Somach managed to clear the deadly fog in time, the death toll could have been in the tens of thousands. Although ultimately only over 100 people died, people still don't appreciate you. Unexpectedly, the issue I cared about most wasn't those words behind my back. I only did what I felt was right, and what others think doesn't matter to me. The trouble is that when I meet with President Lee and the Alliance of Corporations to deal with me, they probably have everything prepared, and they might even be working with the cultivators. Hearing what Master Somach said, Lord Nai really wanted to roll his eyes, and he couldn't help but think that the great hero who was saving the world was being betrayed like this. It's truly unreasonable. Perhaps this is what they call deceiving people's hearts, Master Somach. Or maybe you should join our beast faction. What did she say? Nai immediately straightened up and begged for mercy. Master Somach, I was just joking. Along with her pale face, she hurriedly and urgently begged again. Wait, it's my fault. Please, I beg you, don't do this to me. Unfortunately, Somach ignored her and forced her back into a fox form no matter how much she yelled. Next, they arrive at the blue sea and the long romantic stretch of white sand. Somach's leather shoes slowly step on each brick. Only when he stopped walking did Somach ask his question with a knowing look. Surprisingly, he didn't expect to see you on President Lai's small island. Have the four great sects already allied with the Alliance of Corporations? Indeed, the person here is none other than Son. So, Mach, we are here to deliver a message from the four great sects, asking you to stop attacking the corporation. Wrongdoings will be punished by law. If not, you will become an enemy of the four great sects. Meanwhile, Tian Nung is upset on his behalf, clearly. So Mach didn't do anything wrong. His eyebrows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. Do the four great sects know that the corporation is colluding with demonic beasts and still choose to act this way? It's truly disappointing. Jian Shan, faced with these words, becomes even more confused as he finds himself caught in the middle. Sorry, I also cannot change the decision of my sect. I don't want to become an enemy of someone who was once a comrade. Justice without rules will destroy the stability of society. Please prioritize the greater good. However, Somach paid no attention and advanced with a firm stance, saying, I am the greater good. Thank you for your concern. I will take responsibility for my actions. Seeing the figure disappear behind the coffee shop, Tiangan couldn't help but say, shouldn't we go inside with Somach? If the Alliance of Corporations wants to trap Somach, Kansan still understands some of the current situation regardless of what happens. Coincidentally, it is the League Corporation that needs to reconcile with Somach the most. Even if they start a fight and win, they will suffer heavy losses. So I just hope Somach won't do anything irrational. The little girl snorted coldly, showing no respect for anyone. Are the elders in charge of the four great sects all mentally unstable? Once again, they are teaming up with a powerful corporation to threaten Somach. Right now, Somach is the strongest savior of the secret realm. The war between us and the other world has already been lost. I know that, but Kanson's tone when talking about it gradually grew softer. On this point, I also advised my master before, but it seems he didn't care at all. He said, even without Somach, we have other safe ways to handle it. The ultimate trump card to turn the tide in the secret realm battle. Somach's existence means nothing to cultivators or this world.
At that moment, in the warmly lit room, President Lai immediately sneered upon seeing the visitor.
We finally meet. How do you feel about Somach going from a superhero to a supervillain? Hero, but you only respond with indifference. Sir, that is just a title given to me by others. I am just an ordinary person. This statement of yours only makes him laugh and raises a series of questions. Normal people wouldn't want to pursue and destroy the corporate alliance. As an ordinary person, your sense of justice is also too strong, huh? Somach didn't hesitate to answer these sarcastic questions. Who said you're so good at hiding? I just want to make you face me. My sister was subjected to human experiments. Everything I do is to seek justice for her. I hold no grudge against you.
I just want to find out who the bastard is that harmed my sister. The honest answer from him made Chairman Lee hold his head and laugh helplessly. It's not because we cooperate with monsters, it's simply because of your sister. The alliance of the corporation caused such a big commotion, but it turns out it was all in vain.
Ignore his complaints. I'm just focused on my own matters. Who you want to cooperate with has nothing to do with me. Can I make that clear? Regarding my sister's matter, suddenly Chairman Lee shifted the topic. Do you know Yi Zhou? Somach, even though he didn't understand much, replied uncertainly that it seemed to be an island that had been sunk. So does it have anything to do with my sister? Chairman Lee ignored the topic and continued with what needed to be said. It's understandable, after all, that part of history was deliberately erased. Over 100 years ago, a mysterious continent emerged from the sea, called the Continent of Benefit. There, ancient ruins are extremely dangerous, containing treasures that can grant ordinary people supernatural powers and strange mutated creatures. In a place shrouded in fog year-round and battered by relentless waves, people from all directions gather here with only one goal: profit. And during the exploration of the uncharted continent, some people's physiques changed, granting them great power. They are called hunters. According to the research of the group led by the leader, the power hunters gain is related to the monsters in Chao Aish. Those monsters are actually evolved beast spirits. Furthermore, the strength of hunters is not perfect. The more powerful the hunter, the shorter their lifespan. And some hunters gradually transform into monsters. Of course, they will be eliminated once they start wreaking havoc everywhere. During those more than 100 years, only one person could fully merge with the power of the monsters and even freely control all the monsters on the island. She is Than Hai Da. Chairman Lee's group collected her queen cell cells for cultivation. So after Zhou Yi was submerged, their corporation could still create hunters. But the biggest flaw remains unaltered. Their lifespan still short. Chairman Lee's voice was steady as he discussed what happened next, but after the true beast appeared, one corporation saw hope and united the others to cooperate with the beasts. If we use the queen's cells and fuse them with the cells of the beast, could we possibly create hunters without flaws? That way, those of us in power in the corporation could also possess great strength safely and have a longer lifespan. His old story was enough for Suomiao to understand what happened next, so they conducted a human body experiment and approached my sister, telling her I knew the name of that corporation. And then Chairman Lee smiled slyly, just as expected. Then, no, I have to charge for the content next. I'm a merchant. Such valuable information. How could I just give it to you for free? You're not too busy either, so you directly ask him what he wants. Unexpectedly, he makes an apparently absurd demand: to kill me. Really, that statement surprised Suomai so much that he had to confirm. Hey, are you serious? Even though he despises him, the love in his eyes when mentioning my rebellious son, Lai Ham Lin, fighting alongside you against the corporation is very genuine, right? Even if my son is going through a rebellious phase, he doesn't have to commit suicide. His tone grew heavier as he spoke of the outcome belonging to his father and son. After this meeting with you, the legal trial against me will only be a luxurious life in a cabinet for a few months. But Lai Ham Lin will die as a member of the corporation. This is the price of betrayal. I refuse to accept such a result. I don't know when Chairman Lee started thinking so carefully that he came up with a plan. So, Mo, I can't see through you. I don't know how many of your words earlier are true. I don't know if you'll still protect my son after taking revenge, but as long as you're sure to kill me, you'll be completely on the opposite side of the corporation. Before overthrowing the corporate alliance, my son still holds some value for you. Moreover, the corporate alliance will prioritize seeing you as an enemy first, so that Lee Hanling will be safe, he concluded with a puzzled and annoyed expression. So what you're trying to say is about these things. That's really troublesome. If you don't want to talk, then I'll find someone else to ask. He's not worried about this and just explains it slowly. Only a few high-ranking members of the alliance know the intelligence about the human body experiment. You couldn't find anyone else, so you came to me, right?
The list is in my desk. I've already prepared it, so there's no need to carry that burden. The law can't judge me. I've done many bad things. Even if I'm sentenced to death 50 times, it wouldn't be enough.
Really, President Lee is not wrong. So, Somach decisively changed his decision.
I understand. Do you have anything you want to say to Lai Ham Lin?
He solemnly emphasized each word with the sincerity of a father's heart. I may not fully understand my son, but Lai Ham Lin is truly a son I am proud of. Although our choices differ, I am very happy to see that he can live the way he wants, that's all. Then, without any fear or hesitation, Chairman Lee declared heroically, "Come on, kill me first, and then become a real hero." As soon as the words left his mouth, Somach's inner power exploded, destroying the entire building. The light swept through, leaving a rumbling echo. Chairman Lee's house was completely destroyed.
Suomai, what have you done?
Where's Chairman Lee? Suo Miao replied slowly, with a deep sadness in his voice.
Sorry, Leader Lee believes that his connection with the evil beasts is a crime against heaven and told me to end his life, but he doesn't believe it. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Is this crazy person trying to officially declare war on the Alliance and the 4 great sects?
I'm not interested in arguing. I turn my back and walk away. That's the truth. I have nothing to explain. If you want war, I will fight with you. But he didn't get angry, only smirked and confirmed, "The cultivators, this is Somach's final attitude. Accuse him of his crimes to the 4 great sects." However, Kanson frowned irritably and said, "This is a matter of internal affairs among cultivators. It's not your turn to command us, Nuyet Tiangon. Let's go." Hearing this, the girl nodded in agreement. The white clouds drift lazily as the light slants down on the towering building. Han Lin stands silently on the rooftop, her gaze heavy with sadness as she confirms what she just heard. The son worth being proud of? Did he really say those words? Sitting beside you, Suomai calmly continued to explain.
Under the pressure of the corporation, your father chose you to survive, but I was the one who struck him.
If you want to end our cooperation, I can understand. I hold no hatred towards you. But what worries me is not my life, but the safety of him. As long as I can stop the evil plan of the Alliance and prevent the invasion of the monsters, I am willing to pay any price. To stop the corporate alliance, many comrades lost their lives, and also their loved ones. Now it's just my turn. Instead of worrying about me, you should take care of yourself.
Now you have become a common enemy of the corporation and the cultivators.
Zhang Fan nodded slightly and leaned in to ask. I've prepared myself, so tell me all the remaining locations of the 7 demon beasts on Earth.
You've probably already investigated them, right? Hearing that, you didn't refuse and agreed instead?
Of course, I won't make the same mistake as last time. This intelligence has been thoroughly verified. At this moment, he furrowed his brows with determination. Good, the war has begun, and I will not give them any more time to prepare. At the same time, the envoy stepped onto the podium to open the press conference. Below the stands, reporters and filming crews hurriedly adjusted their cameras and lenses. He closed his eyes as if gathering all his thoughts, then calmly spoke. Welcome to the media representatives who have come to attend. I am here to deliver sad news. During what was supposed to be a friendly meeting, Somach ruthlessly murdered the chairman of the Lai Corporation. Through communication with the 4 great sects of the cultivation world, we have reached an agreement. Although Somach is a savior with outstanding achievements, under the flickering camera lights, he emphasized the important matter. But recently, Somach's unruly and evil behavior has gone beyond what we can tolerate. For that reason, the envoy issued a bounty of up to 5.5 billion to hunt him down, and so 16 clans and the 4 great sects will launch a pursuit of Somach. One day later, we will offer a bounty for Somach. Immediately after, he narrowed his eyes and confidently announced the next segment. Today we have also invited a cultivator from the 4 great clans, the sect leader of the Bingjun Tuk Tien Tam Kuk alchemy sect, to say a few words. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience was still murmuring when Thien Tam slowly stepped onto the stage. Then he solemnly issued his final warning. Somach, this is your last advice. Surrender immediately and accept our punishment and management. In consideration of your achievements, we will show mercy to you. If we don't get a response from you today, we will use all our strength to eliminate you. Hearing this, the reporters immediately buzzed with excitement and the whispers filled the auditorium. No way, he's too bold. It's really ridiculous. Master Kuk is still talking? What are you whispering about? Do you want to die? Just then, one of them clenched his phone and shouted in panic, Suo Mai is answering now. He's doing a live interview. Immediately, all eyes focused on the screen where Somach stood among the scattered monster corpses. He looked up at the sky calmly and recounted, The 7 remaining beasts hidden by the corporation were all here, and they are all dead. In addition to colluding with the monsters to invade Earth, the corporation also exploited monster cells for human experiments, deceiving many ordinary people into becoming test subjects. The experimental subjects also suffered severe damage, and Mr. Qin shifted the scene to the monster burning fiercely in the sea of flames, Hua and his voice still echoing, including my sister's. Everything was for the higher-ups of the company to gain long life and strengthen their power. Somach clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. The main task is done. Now I can start taking revenge. The initiator of the human experiment, the president of the pre-tribulation group, is he watching live?
This is a declaration of war. From today on, we will be enemies fighting until our last breath.
And other corporations along with cultivators should also listen carefully to this. The camera immediately zooms in on his face as he speaks each cold word clearly. I will crush all obstacles on my path of revenge mercilessly. I am only going to say this once. Stay obediently to one side for me. Master, I hope you will reconsider what happened to Somach. Somach is an indispensable combat force in the Secret Realm War, and working with the encirclement group to eliminate Somach is not beneficial to us either. Suddenly he spoke, Kanson, your weakness is being too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you to this cave? As soon as he heard, he pressed his palm against the stone wall. This cave is strange, and the spiritual energy here is also too high, isn't it? Especially deep inside the cave, the concentration of spiritual energy is almost at the level of the secret realm. Glancing around the vast emptiness, he wondered where exactly this place was. He looked up towards the space above, and Tiangxin began to recount. 20 years ago, when he sensed the trembling space between the otherworld and Earth, he guessed that the otherworld was about to invade the 4 major sects, sect masters, gradually taking away parts of the space in the secret realm. He merged it into this cave, which became the cultivation place for the Daozi of the sect. Hearing the unfamiliar name Hoak, Kansun furrowed his brow in confusion. Daozi, what is that? He turned his head back casually and explained, do we really have 4 true heirs to succeed the previous sect master of our 4 great sects, and are they the real saviors we chose? Are you really that surprised? This only makes him more angry. So what are these saviors of ours like you, the core disciples? What do the cultivators fighting and dying in the secret realm ultimately fight for? Instantly, images of demons and monsters appeared in my mind. Last time the otherworldly invasion, some monsters sneaked into Earth to assassinate potential saviors. So, this time we prepared bait in advance, which is the 10,000 cultivators chosen for the secret realm. This is the unavoidable price to ensure victory, because everything you did makes him undeniable. So shouldn't we be even more grateful to Somach? He not only destroyed the beast's trap, but also found and killed all the monsters that sneaked into Earth. But Tiantam denied it, saying it was no longer effective. Then he slowly emphasized the core issue. The essence of the shared fate is gaining trust, mental strength, and the audience's support during live streams. Therefore, shared fate can enhance the power of cultivators. According to our observations for the secret realm, the fate coin can no longer increase Somach's combat power. His potential has been exhausted. So, last time when the secret realm began, we stopped activating the fate for Somach. After analyzing all the information, Kansan summarized that not only Somach, but also the fate of the other saviors had been reduced. If they could use the shared fate to increase their strength, maybe more saviors would have survived the last secret realm. Seeing that he understood, Tiangxin was pleased. Kangshan, you truly are a disciple I am proud of. Your intuition is remarkably sharp. The secret realm has taken 70% of the shared destiny, providing a better cultivation environment for the 4 disciples. Now their strength within the realm is no longer weaker than Somach's and will surpass him soon. Immediately after, he became more determined and resolute in revealing the plan, so we no longer need Somach. Now to us, he is simply an unstable factor. Next time he appears, the heads of the 4 great sects will join forces to kill Somach. Faced with these words, he bowed his head in confusion. Why? Why are you telling me this? You could clearly keep it a secret. Instead of avoiding, he calmly revealed the true reason. After 2 battles in the secret realm, his potential and that of Nuit Tien Tin have been recognized. After the discussion among the heads of the 4 great clans, you will receive treatment equal to that of an inner disciple. Hearing these words, Kanson remained unmoved, standing silently in the cold emptiness. Why are you still hesitating then? Don't you want to become stronger? He lowered his head, and a resolute will shone through the darkness. I will never accept power gained through the sacrifice of others, and I will not fight against my savior. And your subordinate, you truly disappoint us. At that moment, the screen lit up, and a flash of light cast a cold hue across the space. On the screen, a man sits upright in a chair with a serious expression, questioning. Somach, I am the president of the Tianquan Tian Liaison Corporation. I am just an ordinary businessman, and the experiments on beast cells are completely meaningless. I don't know why you are making up these lies, but if you want to start a war to challenge the dignity of our precursor corporation, I will not back down. Tomorrow I will wait for you in the outskirts of Kai Sun City. Hearing this, Hamlin chuckled happily. Somach is quite bold, offending both the alliance of the corporations and the four great sects of cultivators. Only someone like him would dare do that. Even the president of the Tianquan Corporation was forced to step out. While the alliance and the cultivator sects are gathering their forces under the president's side, you have a different plan, right? Somach shook his head and denied it. My plan is to crush them openly and honestly. Hearing that, you seem surprised. Huh? Are you serious? Then I shared the information I had. According to the intelligence I received, at least 2 sect masters and over 20 elders from the 4 great sects were present, and the alliance had prepared more than 1,000 S-rank hunters. You carefully asked worriedly, wasn't it true that you were very cautious before? This time you acted impulsively again. Somach straightforwardly explained, we don't have any more time. We must quickly resolve the internal issues of humanity. Then I thought about the even more dangerous scene that might happen, and it seems something major has happened to the secret realm controlled by the 4 great sects. There are many gaps, which is why the divine beings from other worlds can keep disturbing the secret realm, causing heavy casualties among the saviors. His gaze darkened, and heavy thoughts weighed down on his mind. If this continues, I fear the secret realm could fall at any moment. Furthermore, after these battles, I've come to realize that cultivators in the faction are quite weak. Defeating them is not a problem at all. Even so, Han Lin still remained cautious and somewhat hesitant after hearing him speak. I know you're very strong, with peak combat power equivalent to an 1,800-year-old demon beast. But facing the Alliance and the 4 great sects, you have no advantage. The sect leaders of the 4 great sects each possess combat power comparable to a 1,000 to 1,300-year-old demon beast. Low-level faction hunters have basic combat strength, but their secret treasures possess strange abilities, and their actual fighting power is quite formidable. Only a few hunters can approach the strength of the 4 sect masters, including the elders of the 4 great sects. The elite hunting squad of the Alliance, just by numbers, can pose a threat to you. Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover half his face, and in that moment, his pupils flashed with a cold yellow light. Your assessment was wrong from the start. I have never fought with all my strength. Somach's house still glows with lights amidst the night, gradually swallowing the sky. On the quiet bed, Van lies motionless with fragile breath as if ready to fade away. After observing for a long time, Somach gently turned his head and asked, Is my sister still not awake? Vuong calmly explained, Her physical strength has recovered, but the beast aura on her cannot be completely removed. This is also the reason she fell into a coma, because my treatment skills are not enough. After hearing her explanation, he turned to the bed to comfort her and said, You did very well. I truly appreciate it. I will obtain research data from the Bingjun Corporation, which will surely help with my sister's treatment. With a cautious yet determined tone, Vuong proposed, Are you really planning to start a war with the Union of Corporations and the 4 great clans? Then I will go too. I can't agree to this because I am worried about your safety. No, that's too dangerous. If I fight with all my strength, I might level this entire area and risk injuring you. As soon as she heard the refusal, Vuong clenched her hands nervously. But if he goes alone and something unexpected happens, what should she do when she needs help? While nibbling on her cake, Nani sneered and glanced over mockingly. Does she have a problem in her head? Lord Somach seems to have declared war on the entire world, and with our strength, we can't help even if we go. We just need to stay home and wait for him to come back. Suddenly, Somach Sai stepped forward and gently placed her hand on her head. Vuong, you're right. In dangerous situations, I will take Nanye with me. Immediately, Aini froze, her eyebrows twitching, and she only managed to utter a sound. Huh? But she's only empty-handed, she tilts her head and calmly reminds him. Master Somach, have you forgotten? Since arriving on Earth, I have lost all my power and am now just a very weak snow fox, completely useless. So Mach gently closed her eyes and activated her surging energy. Then let's do a test first. When your favorability with Lord Air reaches 30, the system will unlock a new evolution reward for symbiosis that can grant half of your strength to Air. First is the first day login reward, the power of the 1,000-year-old beast. Seeing the blue light wrapping tightly around her body, the girl widened her eyes in amazement. What is this? My power is starting to recover. But that's not all. The second day login reward grants the passive state of the Battle Month Law. tripling the normal combat power. Her whole body suddenly felt light and floated in midair. Oh, what is this? This skyrocketing power is like dominance, and what follows will truly be shocking. Finally, the active skill of the battle law with a 10-fold increase in combat strength. That overwhelming power caused his tail to lengthen instinctively, shimmering with silver hairs. Watching the swirling energy around him, the girl could only mutter to herself, "Strange. Strange. Who said spiritual energy on Earth is scarce? Isn't this just me breaking through a 1,000-year battle power easily? How could it grant me such incredible power? Then how strong must the strength of Master Somach be?" Watching the scene before her, Sovereign Somach was pleased. The results were excellent. With the normal increase of the Holy Battle Law, Ngai Nai is now equivalent to a 1,400-year-old beast. After using the active skill, Nai Er's combat power reached 50,000, equivalent to a 2,000-year-old beast. The situation is optimistic, and Nai Er is now capable of breaking through the Alliance Group and the four great sects. The next day, in a room filled with cold, faint blue light, the tense atmosphere was thick, and the chairman looked around nervously. "Somach is coming soon. Can I go now?" the envoy calmly advised. "Don't be impatient." Then he quickly outlined a plan, using the intelligence agent next to Somach. Layham Lin is a very formidable talent. If he goes now, he will definitely be discovered by him. Then the plan to hunt down Somach will fail. Today is the best chance for us to kill Somach. We absolutely cannot let it go to waste. Realizing I was deceived, I became furious. "You bastards, you clearly said something different. I've contributed so much to the Alliance, you must know that well. Do you want me to end up like that old man Lee, becoming a human shield?" Yet he remained as calm as a still lake, each word dripping with manipulation. Unlike the situation with the leader of the guild, the head of the four great sects had arrived, and the Alliance had dispatched more than half of their top-tier hunters, including the most elite assassination squad. Now this base can be considered the safest place in the world. No one can hurt you here. Hearing this, he hesitated briefly and then asked suspiciously, "Are all the hunting squads already here?" The messenger quickly confirmed, "Yes, that is the newly formed special hunting team executing the plan to decapitate the leader of the four great sects in the past of the Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures approached from afar, and he immediately introduced them proudly. The one who holds the light, capable of controlling light, creating illusions, and using solar-like radiation to attack. A destructive sound wave that uses ultrasonic and infrasonic powers to seal the enemy's hearing and directly attack their internal organs, followed by a small figure dragging a large weapon. The giant, though short in stature, can control gravity and is considered the most powerful destructive force. The one wrapped in the mysterious cloak of the Spirit Language Master wields the power of the curse, capable of causing opponents to fall into various negative states without even touching them. Finally, the person with mint-colored hair, known as the strange and terrifying space power wielder, Somach, temporarily praised your courage for daring to challenge the Alliance alone, but the strongest savior is about to die at our hands, and now Somach has appeared and mocked them, so I think you haven't even fought back the fox I raised anymore. Just one day before they gather their light for the first and most dangerous attack. Just leave it to me. If you don't agree, then forget it. Your close combat fighting ability can only be described as tragic. If I don't move your position in time, in less than a second, Somach will tear you apart. But he remained completely unfazed, a confident, cold smile on his lips. "I've prepared myself already, and I'm sure you can save me in time, right?" Hearing that, he just chuckled softly, a smug smile on his lips. Of course, time pulled back to reality, and a beam of light tore through the dark night. The light tightening the luminous sword charged straight at Somach, who was motionless in midair, but a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face just before it reached him. Somach raised his hand, his raging power gathering in his palm, devouring the darkness. The two forces clashed, threatening to tear the sky apart, but when Somach's sweeping strike descended, the opponent suddenly vanished, leaving the luminous sword floating in midair. Watching the weapon hover there, he quietly found it interesting, a fascinating ability. When the accumulated energy reaches its limit, it triggers a light explosion. The light explosion, binding the chaotic and frenzied beams of light, unleashes its first burst after condensation, making it the strongest attack move of the light controller. The smoke gradually clears to reveal Somach standing motionless. The hunters did not expect the beam of light to fundamentally harm him. Their target is the aftershock of the light explosion. What they are truly waiting for is not the direct damage, but the residual shock. Even after the light explosion, Somach will at least temporarily lose her sight for 5 seconds, 3 seconds, or even less. That fragile window is the only chance to deliver a deadly blow. so the trigger must not waste the opportunity to attack with the ultimate power of light.
At the moment of the light explosion, there was no hesitation. The giant charged into the center of the blast.
Not alone. Soon after, two other shadows tore through the wind, followed by the void and the spiritual linguist. As the last light vanished, the photon controller immediately opened a narrow passage with a sound of destruction, moving toward the nearby building where Somach not was to provide distant support. But a serious mistake occurred. The giant who first charged into the battlefield paused briefly in front of him. Somach was wide-eyed, as if the previous light explosion had no effect on him. His face was full of murderous intent, his sharp gaze like a dagger piercing straight into the opponent, stirring mixed emotions within the giant. At that moment, he was stunned, only hearing desperate screams in his mind. "I'm definitely going to die.
The plan has failed. I'm definitely going to die. How am I supposed to tell my teammates?"
It's certain death, but the harsh truth arrives too late. Half a second later, the emotion that follows is unparalleled regret.
The giant realizes that Somach's gaze is not directed at him. When the giant stands right in front of him, those pupils remain unmoving, his eyes simply open as if pretending his vision isn't impaired. But while moving, he accidentally made a noise. "It's over," the sound, "I stepped on something." And at that very moment, Tongchio didn't hesitate at all. While the giant was thinking, Somach's attack pierced through the giant's illusion. At that very moment, two others from a nearby building silently supported him. The destructive sound distorted the direction of the noise, and the light created illusions of the giant. Thanks to this coordinated effort, the giant was given a second chance to break through the speed of sound and unleash a gravity attack 30 times stronger. At this moment, Somach is also secretly calculating, temporarily losing his sight. The sound is also unreliable now, so the attack must be faster than the sound. The only thing I can trust is the last line of defense of the body. Intuition has won. As the giant thought at the moment he was beaten by Somach, he believed that his last line of defense had been used on me. But while he was still engaged in the fight, a cold hand suddenly placed on his back. While Somach was fending off the giant, Gan Lin Su was teleported behind him and used his hand to hold Somach's back, casting dozens of curses on him in 0.1 seconds, requiring direct contact to complete. As soon as the spell was inscribed, the curse was sealed, and within a second, they would leave the battlefield together. Since the bright explosion started, after a long second, the plan was successful. The one who had never known weakness for years is now cursed. The curse only halts aging. Illness, misfortune, fatigue, and dozens of other curses are cast. Somach hasn't experienced the feeling of a strained neck in a long time. At that moment, on the rooftop of the skyscraper with a view overlooking the building where Somach is present, not standing there looking down smugly, I said, "Good, now that Somach is cursed, let's launch the next attack." When he looked to the side, Hu was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that, he paused briefly and immediately asked, "Hu, are you okay?" Hu clenched his teeth and growled in anger. "Don't dream anymore. You don't understand? At all." The moment I used the curse on Somach, I had contact with Somach's power. The image of Somach flashing in my mind makes Hu's spine chill to the core, so terrifyingly deep. His strength is unpredictable. How can we fight a monster like Somach? Seeing that, he stepped forward firmly, placing his hand on her shoulder. Hu cheered up, as the difference in strength does not determine the final victory. Our enemies are strong and their powers are unclear. Haven't we faced them many times before? He slowly emphasized each word as if to revive memories.
On the edge between life and death, only by fighting with all our might can we earn the position and strength we have now. Have you really forgotten? Really? But those words didn't lift Hu Vuk's spirits. Instead, they deepened his disgust. So casual, so easy to say.
You have space abilities. Just hide somewhere safe and support from afar, with such convenient powers and control. After that, did you still fight the enemy face to face?
Those words didn't make his face falter, or his expression darken, nor did he say a word to refute.
Seeing the tense atmosphere about to explode, the giant quickly interrupted, "Come on, Hu, that's forbidden for our team."
"We already said we wouldn't bring it up again."
"If you don't want to fight, stay here, and we'll do our best to cover your part."
After finishing, he leapt off the edge of the rooftop, the light stepping beside him uncomforted.
Meanwhile, Hu remained motionless, his gaze lowered, saying nothing more. The second wave of attack led by the giant. He sped straight toward the target and swung his heavy weapon behind him.
The weapon in his hand is a true monster, weighing 1,000 kilograms.
The hammer is made of a special alloy, and after increasing gravity 30-fold, it shatters Somach at 3 times the speed of sound.
Without hesitation, he threw the giant weapon like a meteor tearing through the air. After Somach caught the hammer, the giant's most important task was complete. However, with such furious strength, Xiaomai can block it with one hand. All of this is not reckless, but part of the plan.
The giant's task is not to attack but to mark the area and set boundaries. Unlike during combat, when the giant's hammer contacts the enemy, gravity is applied inward, creating a powerful pull that confines the enemy securely. Before the battle began, the destroyer of light and sound marked the position on the hammer. At the same time, the light created a radiant sword, targeting the enemy with a concentrated burst of brilliant light that could theoretically achieve the greatest destructive power in all previous battles, destroying even the most solid material in a single strike. The task of sound is to destroy from within. Destructive sound can attack the enemy's body through subsonic waves via the hammer. The subsonic waves and the weakest internal organs of the enemy will resonate, shattering the opponent from the inside.
Wave after wave of heavy sound crashes into Somach's body without a moment's pause, ending in a fierce explosion. The moment the attack ends, according to the original plan, there was no need to move the destructive sound and the giant away from the battlefield to restore their state before launching the third attack. That's right, it should have been that way, but an unexpected situation suddenly appeared. When I arrived, my face didn't immediately tighten at the sight of the unbelievable scene. You're standing in front of me, not Somach. His body seemed frozen, only his eyes wide open as he watched the fist tearing through the air at incredible speed. How did he dodge the gravity hammer? Does this doubt only linger for a moment in your heart? To save your life in that life or death moment, you chose to run away, and fear drove you to move yourself more than 1,000 meters above Somach. When Kong regained his composure, he realized he had made a terrible mistake, and there was no time left to move his team to face Somach directly, like a newborn challenging a grown lion. No, now turned to stone and unable to move, time seemed to freeze, and the distant scene in Kong's eyes did not look like slow motion. At that moment, Somach, who was once the target of everyone's focus, was gathering strength, ready to unleash a wide-range attack, and there was no doubt that after Somach's strike, he would forever lose 3 friends. Until No saw Somach in front of him, the spirit master who had already given up fighting appeared on the battlefield and was stabbing his ceremonial sword into his own chest, using a spell on himself. The malicious words of Yuan Ta are actually transforming the spirit master into an evil spirit. Then I changed my mind and lost 4 friends forever. This story takes place 13 years ago, when a tragic murder occurred in a normal residential building in Donghai Market. Hundreds of people died at once. A rescue team of 20 headed to the villa to search and save, but only found 1 survivor, followed by a series of terrifying days. Over the next 3 days, 32 members of the rescue team died in various accidents, 18 went insane, and committed suicide one after another. This was extremely unusual, and everyone was terrified. The cultivator investigating concluded that the survivor was the cause of this death toll. The heir of Thong Yu sect. This is a sect that practices evil ways. Before being destroyed by Du Tianyan, Tong Yu sect was a powerful cultivation sect known for summoning evil spirits. Now, on par with the 4 great sects, the surviving disciples of Tong Yu sect have taken in a child with a special physique. To restore the former glory of Thong Yu sect, they poured all their strength into transferring thousands of evil spirits into Hu's body during the final inheritance ritual of Thong Yu sect. However, their greed came at a very high price. The ritual failed. The evil spirits inside Hu Hop merged into a monster beyond control, unleashing the greed of the disciples of Thong Yu Kak. They died along with their ambitions. So Hu became the last heir of Thong Yu clan, and because of that, he turned into a homeless evil spirit, making him a comet. Anyone who contacts Hu will meet with misfortune. No cultivator wants to accept Hu, and some even want to kill him to eliminate future trouble. Meanwhile, Lost and Lonely already had an arm extended toward her. Hu was taken by the corporation, holding on to the dream of exploiting him, which awakened him to become a hunter. The only luck was that Hu was tricked into joining a small hunting team.
That person is basically a mini version of him. The specialized cloak from the corporation can block part of the evil spirit's power, but still causes misfortune to those nearby. But because he has no teammates, they don't hate Hu. From then on, all of them, light, sound, giants, though unlucky, still live comfortably with her. The entire hunting team are orphans abandoned, but also family. So Hu became a hunter, mastering the spirit language skill, and started to suppress the evil spirit inside her. Hu, for these final loved ones, endured hardships without hesitation, traveling together all year round, and the evil spirit became part of her body. Suppressing the evil spirit causes her to feel the utmost pain, but she has endured, and all the misfortunes and bad luck are accumulated to bring misfortune to the enemies, not friends. This moment of anticipation has finally arrived.
Until today, actively using the power of the evil spirit on oneself has no clear meaning. Who has not confirmed that it is not a power that humans can control? Maybe the first thing the evil spirit wanted to do after breaking the seal was to kill himself. He might completely disappear, becoming a slave to the evil spirit. But none of that matters. Who sacrifices his life, screaming in despair?
Hey, evil spirit, if you are really that powerful, just take my body and save my friends. This is my only request.
She glances at Somach releasing his power and asks as long as it can defeat this monster. At this moment, he raised his hand to absorb all the energy from the void into his body.
Hu raised his dark hand towards him and commanded the evil spirit,
"Swallow me whole, all of Somach's attacks." In response to her, the evil spirit begins to clasp its hands together and cast a spell. Immediately, under her control, a spherical shield appears out of nowhere, completely enveloping Somach's attack. With the scene before their eyes, all of Hu's teammates were stunned. Compared to the dazzling sight that left them in shock, the destructive sound and the giant creature were even more astonishing because Somach's attack made Hu release his power, allowing him to freely control his evil spirit. The monster with bone jewelry on its body, whether enduring years of suffering or driven by the will to save his teammates, gained the recognition of the evil spirit commanding the creature formed by thousands of evil spirits. What was once an initial illusion of the Thong Yu disciples had now been realized. In the face of that unexpected scene, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Somach's mouth, revealing his amusement. You really do have some surprising tricks. I'm getting so excited. This statement from Suomai is not only directed at the spirit master, but also a compliment to what is about to appear before him. From the shattered space vortex, it suddenly tears through the barrier, then clenches its fingers into a sharp, invisible blade that rushes straight at Suomai. The Prime Realm Slash can cut through space and is the strongest offensive skill of the Void, but it is also the most dangerous skill for the Void. The Prime Realm Slash must be used in conjunction with the Void's hand. However, this skill is extremely dangerous, and only by putting their life on the line and trying to get close to the enemy can they deliver a fatal blow. That's why I haven't used this move in a long time. But at this moment, he still rushes forward in desperation, bringing with him a chilling aura as sharp as a blade against the skin. After this battle began, it was the first time Somach retreated to dodge the enemy's attack. This is also the first time Suomach felt a hint of threat. As the faint slash tore through the air straight down, Suomach immediately leapt back to dodge. But there was no sign of panic on his face, only a faint look of concern. The opponent's dimensional slash might even tear his clothes. I really like this coat. The evil spirit is expanding. On a depleted Earth where spiritual energy is scarce, human strength has limits. But within Hu's body, thousands of evil spirits have merged, and even the first-generation ancestor of Thong Yu cannot comprehend its ultimate limit. Comparable to a 3,000-year-old demon beast, a 5,000-year-old demon beast, or even a 10,000-year-old demon beast. As long as Hu's body can withstand the thousands of merged evil spirits, it will keep growing stronger. As long as he can kill Somach after this battle, no matter how much his body collapses, it doesn't matter. A bright red drop of blood fell just as she shouted, "Hellfire!" That was entirely a mental attack, disregarding whether the opponent was strong or weak, trapping the enemy's will into a prison reserved for evil spirits without discrimination. At first, there was an endless, boundless void, and in just a moment, Somach found himself standing in a space with not a single object. Then countless evil spirits gathered, their presence enough to cover the entire area up to the sky, and if the enemy relaxed even for a moment, they would be devoured until their souls were drained. In the blood prison, the mental attack of the evil spirits on Suomai lasted 3 days and nights. But the first to be exhausted was Hu's spirit and physical strength, and the blood prison was also dispelled. Contrary to this, Somach's spirit was almost undamaged, but this was also part of Hu's plan. In the real world, the duration of the blood hell is 0.5 seconds. This is the time Hu dedicates to her friends. Eventually, Somach's spirit returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. As he regained consciousness, the giant's gravity and the dazzling chain of light had trapped him. All of the dimensional slashes are designed to precisely hit Somach. The dimensional slash simultaneously created the giant and the chaos that caused the dazzling skill to collapse. Simply put, it was a deadly explosion. However, before it happened, he and his friends moved into their own space. Meanwhile, in a place that still seems peaceful, despite the chaos outside, the guild leader witnesses the explosion before his eyes and can't help but feel emotional. They still have some effect, and it's not a waste that the corporation provides so many resources to these hunters every year. Even the envoy had to add a few comments, and the hunting team turned out to be stronger than I expected, as if they had broken through their limits while fighting Somach. just praised him a moment ago. Now he's clearly losing patience and shouting, "Whatever it takes, kill Somach quickly for it." How can the strongest savior dare to challenge me directly? Now he looks just like a beaten dog. And then, whatever the envoy saw, he was stunned, as if struck by lightning.
President Kian, look over there.
What? Deceiving people is one thing. With such an attack, Somach's clothes were completely unharmed. Indeed, stepping out from the thick smoke was Somach unscathed. At this moment, the veins on the principal's forehead bulged so prominently they looked like they might jump out. Hey, where did the hunting team go? What is Lamalame doing? Did she run away? Right now, in Vuong's private space, there is even a large floating island in the vast sky. At this moment, the giant with a darkened face kept muttering, "This isn't right. This shouldn't be happening." Because right in front of his face, there was almost no life left in the void. Tears of pain kept falling in panic from the sound of destruction.
I don't believe that nothing will die that easily. Come back to life. We still have so many things to do, right?
On the contrary, only you is strong enough to cut through the mournful atmosphere.
Don't say such foolish things. They are not dead. It seems it's time for us to leave and be counterattacked by... Somach, what can we do then?
There is only one thing left to do. Avenge Somach. Who is not wrong? Cheer up. Don't cry anymore. We have to eliminate that bastard. Then, the person holding the light, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up and revealed the truth.
Hey, I think you guys forgot something very important. This is Kong's private space. Only he can come and go freely.
Now that he's gone, we probably won't get out ever again. 4 months later, in Kwang's private space, Light looked at the shimmering gold streak on his hand and exclaimed happily, "We did it! We succeeded!" He raised the cornstalk in his hand and shouted excitedly, every effort was worth it. He finally grew corn. The voice beside him couldn't help but join in. "Great, we won't go hungry anymore."
Only the giant is unhappy. Hey, what are you all so happy about?
We still have to find a way out of this space and take revenge on Suomiao. A year later, the giant sits slumped in a chair, holding a roasted corn with a dejected expression. Tonight's dinner is grilled corn again. Can't we change it to something else, like popcorn or something? As soon as he finished speaking, a light appeared, holding a stack of papers and giving a presentation about making popcorn with butter and white sugar. Although we have harvested the sugarcane we planted and can make sugar from it, butter remains a problem. Vegetable butter made from corn contains trans fats and is not healthy. The dairy cows at the farm won't produce milk until next year. At that time, we will be able to use plant-based milk to make healthy butter. By then, we will be able to live a happy life. In a peaceful, fertile place without war, they have lived a happy life. All the members have gotten married to each other. Then came the first major event worth celebrating. The first child in the village was born, the child of light and sound. Many years later, in front of Ngo's grave decorated with mint-colored hair and offerings, a child followed stubbornly, begging for something. "Mommy, tell me again about the story on Earth." And Ngo has also achieved what others didn't want, reaching a world where only the uninjured succeed. Time returns to reality. Sunlight shines down on the towering skyscrapers. At that moment, the dark-clad figures with weapons shout in unison and rush to kill him. But Suomach only stood still without fear, raising his hand to gather the surging spiritual power. And in the blink of an eye, a fierce pillar of light shattered the sky and illuminated the entire space. The terrifying wave of energy caused the ground to shake and the surrounding buildings to sway continuously. At the same time, in a dark corner near the scene, urgent reminders echoed. The ground troops are destroying. Somach has broken through the defenses and entered the base. Everyone stay alert. The long corridor is silent, only the heavy sound of slow footsteps echoing. With each step of the heavy heel, a person collapses and lies motionless as if their life has been erased in just a moment. Deep inside the secret chamber, flickering blue lights reflected off the cold steel walls. After repeatedly calling on the radio without any response, the envoy began to feel uneasy. "Chairman Cayenne, all the hunting squad members have lost contact." He was furious when he heard this. "Where are those useless cultivators and the cultivator monks? Aren't they fleeing too? We should retreat now. You didn't manage to escape." Somach appeared behind you with a grim expression. "Sorry, you can't go anywhere now. President Qian, at last we meet." President Qian turned around, looking pale, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Suomach, wait. I give up. We can negotiate." Just as the tense atmosphere reached a breaking point, a burst of soap bubbles suddenly floated up from the air. Somach stands silently, his eyes narrowing slightly as fragile water bubbles drift toward him. They float gently as if harmless until one quietly presses against his shoulder. The moment they touched, A chilling sense of danger shot down his spine, jolting him awake. And in an instant, Somach's figure vanished from his previous spot as if he had never been there. Chairman Trien looked at this scene in surprise. Huh? Somach has disappeared. Thien Tam calmly controls the bubble and steps forward, you surrendering so quickly. Seeing him, he immediately blurted out a question.
Sect Master Cook, I was just about to ask you.
All the hunting team members are dead. Why are you cultivators only now coming to watch the show? And what about Somach? Where did he go? He glanced to the side and calmly explained. You misunderstood. To prevent Somach from escaping during the fight, thousands of cultivators arranged a formation around him so they couldn't move. As for Somach, I have sealed him, an easy feat, making all previous preparations meaningless. The power of space is especially effective against Somach. Unfortunately, that is what they call the space hunter. Your spatial ability is too crude. Suddenly a cold, dangerous sensation runs down your spine, making your expression turn pale. What? A deafening explosion echoed behind, followed by a streak of light tearing through the wind past his shoulder. Somach stepped out of the smoke, clutching surging energy in his hand and muttered, Did I miss? It seems your space ability is indeed a bit weaker than his, but not much. Seeing that scene, the Elder Hall Master sneered dismissively.
Cultivators are just like that, all talk and no real power.
The envoy also turned back and asked, Sect Leader Cook, do you need help? But Tiangson coldly brushed off that kindness. No need. Staying here will only hinder us. Leave now. As soon as the words were spoken, the two leaders and the envoy were forcibly teleported out. The space outside was so still that it seemed as if time had frozen, with the chief clinging to a pillar to avoid falling, his face pale.
That bastard, he took us out without warning. My blood is boiling and I feel a bit nauseous. Move the space again, quickly.
The envoy beside him warned, Don't blame too much. Surviving is already good enough. Hopefully, the immortal cultivators have a way to resolve. Somach. A deafening explosion tore through space, flames raging wildly. Tiangson frowned, turning to look back with a clear expression of annoyance and a hint of worry. It's too slow. Isn't the formation still not finished? Standing above, surrounded by countless floating space bubbles, Somach appears behind him, mocking. He's already familiar with your defenses. Besides the childish cuddling,
do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?
You really are arrogant to think you understand the inner workings of the cultivators. At that moment, a blinding flash suddenly erupted across the sky. The heavenly earth net activates, with the Taoist priests under Tiangson sitting in a circle, their bodies tense like strings, hands forming seals continuously. Icy green spirals twisting upward like giant serpents, gathering energy into shapes, breaking free from the ground, soaring into the sky, then twisting and swirling, drawing fierce whirlpools. But Somach was not afraid, calmly looking around and saying, I was just wondering what kind of terrifying skill you would use to sneakily arrange so many cultivators around you. Turns out, you just want to trap us in this circle. They are sitting outside watching. Hearing that, Thien Tam smiled cunningly and said, Don't worry, your only opponent is me. The aperture you see is a formation created by thousands of cultivators simultaneously. A restricted contract formation. You can only escape through a deathmatch, but to Somach, those words are just a joke, as if they are helping him to commit suicide. There are still 3 clan leaders left. Call them out here too. That would be a fair fight. Tian Tam turned around, took a light step, and emphasized solemnly, This is not a hunt but a righteous execution for your sake, so I will be the only one to fight, a fair one-on-one duel. The guy's eyes gleamed with pleasure as he added, By the way, the fight here is being broadcast live worldwide, so Mach's heroic journey started with a live stream, so it will also end with a live stream. The comments on the screen instantly exploded as netizens rushed to type their responses. The Mac Corporation's hunter is laughing to death, with a fierce look like a tiger. Just by looking, you can tell the score is already 0.5. Are you here to be a joke, and you still want to kill Somach? Are you seriously ill up there? Are you really happy that a sick murderer like Somach Thang is dead? The corporation isn't any better. I can only wish them a good death. Open the bank. The screen shifts to show 2 figures, Somach and Thien Tam, facing each other within the space of the battle formation. The comments keep pouring in non-stop. It's killing me with laughter. They've turned into this creepy form already, and that cultivator still dares to show off in front of Somach. I bet he won't last more than 10 seconds. At least so far, only the cultivators from the 4 great sects seem to be somewhat righteous, hoping they can win. At this moment, the president clenched his phone in anger. Strange. Why would these cultivators dare to secretly live-stream the battle, ruining our company's reputation completely? Hearing that, the envoy beside hurriedly spoke to soothe them. Although what they did was not kind, after all, we didn't ban live streams before, so if there's any trouble, we just have to endure. It's a clever plan to make our corporation and Somach both become pawns, with him stepping in as the hero. But that statement doesn't make him panic. They still need to win.
That useless sect master of Kuk. You really think he can fight Somach one-on-one?
He looked up at the sky and then smirked cunningly, ready to fight fair one-on-one. That's just a way to deceive outsiders.
My eyes can see the energy forms of everything except Master Kuk, and the other 3 sect leaders are now hiding inside the formation.
As expected from the messenger's words, they had already set up their trap and were waiting to attack.
Somach suddenly spoke up. Before we fight, I have one more question. Is the secret realm controlled by the sect masters of your 4 great sects?
Hearing this, the end time was a bit surprised. If even you don't understand, the secret realm is a defensive barrier against foreign demons created by ancient cultivators, and it operates according to its own rules. Even we can only intervene slightly.
Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Now I can rest assured.
Huh? What do you mean by feeling at ease? Even if you kill 4 of us, the world will remain unaffected. This is what makes me feel at ease.
Dan Mu Street is 200 kilometers away from the battlefield between Somach and the corporation.
The bus appears, and he puts on his glasses with a cheerful smile,
greeting everyone. Hello, did you all get evacuated by force too?
Of course, today everyone in our city was forcibly evacuated. A group of tall men forced us onto a vehicle to bring us here. The rescue management staff told us to wait here and said they would arrange food and accommodation for us later.
He heard that and angrily said, "Damn it, what rescue management? A bunch of blood-sucking devils from the corporation."
I am from Kaisun City. Our city was forcibly evacuated yesterday.
Yesterday, I slept with hundreds of people at the stadium. If you want a better place, you can pay for a hotel yourself. As for meals, we still have to pay for the packed lunches they provide.
The handsome man looked annoyed. Huh? This is too much. The bespectacled man calmly muttered, "When will we finally be able to go home? They say we have to wait for the battle between Suomai and the corporation to end. I hope they don't destroy my house."
I still haven't paid my rent.
The handsome guy crosses his arms to reassure. Don't worry. The place where they are fighting is the suburban base of Kaisun City, at least 15 kilometers away from the city center. Your house will definitely be fine. I really don't understand. Our city of Kokdian is about 100 kilometers from Kaisun, yet we were still forcibly evacuated. It really makes a mountain out of a molehill. It's like a world war. In the sky, a flock of crows is flying rapidly, accompanied by strange sounds. Dad, wearing glasses, asked, "Did you hear that?" It sounded like something. Just now, the boy nearby looked up at the sky. So many birds, so many birds. In the sky, a flock of black crows is flying, and the handsome guy looks over in shock. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. In just a moment, everything collapses. Everyone was screaming and running in panic while a mother and her child clung to each other in fear, watching the situation. A deep hole appeared in the ground. The handsome man and the person in glasses sit on the ground in shock. I am alive. I survived. I almost fell. An earthquake? How could there be an earthquake here? The man in sunglasses asked aloud. Maybe this isn't an earthquake. Wind, rain, and hail are falling from the sky. Hey, handsome. Running with your head in your hands, wondering what's going on. Are you crazy? It's only October now. How can there be hail in the south? Kaisun City, outskirts, Jiaowu Mountain. On this side, hail is falling heavily while a guy, acting tough, is holding his phone against the strong wind. The city guys are now completely covered in water. The rain is getting more intense, and he shouts loudly, "Oh shit, this is ridiculous." Did you see just now? That mountain suddenly disappeared right in front of me. Tornadoes are sweeping everything away. News updates are coming in from this side. Today, for the first time, the whole world understood that the so-called implication represents the strongest combat power on Earth. The aftermath of the battle between Somach and the immortal cultivators. The disaster scenes continuously transmitted through the internet before everyone's eyes. The whole world is silent. This is the quietest minute since the invention of the internet. Everyone simply watched in silence as the scene unfolded in the video. Respect, hope, fear, and the disaster caused by one person. This is the story of a 1-minute battle between Suomach and the 4 sect leaders. Over here, Suomach faces off against Thien Tom. He judged that you can easily change the weather and terrain. Your skills are not bad, so using them for farming makes a lot of sense. Hearing that, he began to cast spells, summoning lightning around him. The heavenly celestial son of the holy thunder. The lightning bolts fly straight toward him. Somach remains calm, dodging the lightning bolts. Seeing that, Thien Tam cast a stronger spell. Blue lightning tearing the sky apart. 9 dark calamity flames, and a blue light flowing across the sky. He counterattacked, and the two clashed, creating a huge explosion in the sky. He stood there spraying glue, eyes wide open as he looked at him. In the sky, he created a golden aura accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Then Suomai calmly lands, while Thien Tem is knocked unconscious and staggering. His attack actually pierced through my defensive space, breaking 16 bones and causing internal bleeding in 2 places. This cost is truly heavy. From afar, footsteps echo as an old man radiates shimmering light toward the man, with a blue aura enveloping the space around him. Somach stood there disappointed. Not only had his injuries fully healed, even his clothes were restored to their original state. Truly a cheating-like ability. Tian Tam adjusted his clothes and said, "Let me say this. After so many attacks, you haven't been hurt at all. I have to admit, we really underestimated you." Hearing that, he teased, "Oh, you don't want to surrender, do you?" He calmly replied, "The previous sect leaders of the 4 great sects were called Tao Seekers because they pursued forbidden magic, originating from sorcery. The inheritance of the cultivator is both a blessing and a curse. With the cultivator's inheritance, we can rapidly increase our combat strength and unlock endless possibilities in magic. But whenever we think we are fully prepared to ascend to immortality and begin the divine quest, disasters occur. All those who pursue the divine path die a tragic death. But the weakest cultivator in the history of Taiyi Fire Palace discovered a different way to approach the Tao. His name was Thuong Ngo. To strengthen his power and prove himself worthy of the title of cultivator, he discovered one method to transform his lifespan into combat strength, forcing himself to end his cultivation quest and enter a semi-martial state. The figure before him projected images of 3 cultivators. Tiangxin opened his third eye and said, "Suo Miao, you should feel honored. This is the era after Du Tianren." The first time 4 cultivators simultaneously used the semi-violent state to kill their enemies. He remains calm and indifferent, replying, "You're willing to sacrifice your lifespan just to kill me. So let's see how big a surprise you can give me for such a high price." Hearing this, he becomes angry, boasting shamelessly, "Now I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the system inside urgently reminded us, "The 3rd secret realm will activate in 5 seconds. Rescuers, get ready." Thien Tam, hearing that, scoffs. The spiritual seekers also stiffen at this. Suomak stands calmly with his hands in his pockets. "Unfortunately, wait for me to come back and then destroy you all." Tien Tam, with a dark and furious face, shouted loudly, "We absolutely cannot let Somach leave, or we will all suffer the backlash of the formation." As he spoke, he performed a spell to summon the souls of the spiritual seekers. The spirits began to chase after Somach. At this moment, Cook Thuong Tam started shouting loudly, summoning all his strength, "Somach, come out here for me. You may stop the secret realm from moving, but it seems like you're really exhausted." Tian Tam gritted his teeth and said, "The passage is about to close. Come out, our battle isn't over yet. Are you really planning to run away?" "What do you mean by running away? If the secret realm battle fails, Xiaothu will invade Earth. Do you really think our victory or defeat matters more than the danger to humanity? Are someone like you even considered the sect master of the 4 great clans? That's so embarrassing." After saying that, he disappeared, leaving Thien Tam standing there in anger. His anger reached its peak as he shouted, "I must kill you!" At this moment, a blue aura emerged, covering the entire sky. "It's over. The backlash of the formation has begun. Hurry and dispel it." "No, the formation's contract is a death battle. Suomak left the battle earlier. We have to pay the price." A black aura invades his body. In just a moment, Xiaozhou spat blood from his nose and mouth. Furious but relieved that he could share the damage from the backlash of the formation with the disciples, activating the strange array. The backlash damage wasn't as serious as expected. They're finished. The 3 of them have also shared the damage. The truth of the decisive battle is about to be revealed. A bunch of comments pop up. Did everyone see that? In the sky, besides Lord Hook, there are 3 other figures. It's hilarious. What kind of one-on-one fight is this? It ended up being 4 against 1. So cowardly. Wait, where did Mach Than go? Did your brother watch the live stream? Did Mach Than go into the secret realm? Mach Than isn't in the secret realm live stream either. What happened? On this side, Suomak has been taken to a strange place that doesn't seem like a secret realm. Ri Yi loudly announces, "Sui Sui Mach owner, this is the Shanghai Great Land, we're doomed." I should have known better than to come. Why did I join in the fun? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and enjoy some tasty chicken drumsticks? He listened to her and frowned slightly. Is the Thuongbok land really that dangerous? Nyanyi tremblingly replied that it was extremely dangerous. This is a chaotic intersection of time and space, where powerful demon beasts have explored the Shanghai continent. The entire army was wiped out. They disappeared completely. Even our world's godlord, without carrying the transcending stone, wouldn't dare step into this place. In the face of that fear, he still replied calmly, "Oh, it seems that because the secret realm was just disturbed during movement, we were mistakenly brought here. So the 3 stars above my head must be our world and secret realm, right? As long as I can get there, I can return home." Hearing this, she burst into tears. The red represents the world of beasts, the blue sky is the human world, and in the middle is the secret realm. But they are all illusions, projections from the past. We must find the real space entrance to return. To be precise, there is only a 1 in a trillion chance that we can find the true entrance back to our world. Don't cry anymore. Let's leave this place. Master, so, please don't wander off. The danger in the Shanghai Great Land is not just the entrance to the otherworldly space. Traknix told her, "Trust me, it's very safe to follow me." Seeing that, Iyer became even more worried. He didn't really understand how terrifying the great land of Shanghai was. The monsters from the depths of the inner world and the powerful beings from the alternate space might come here.
The weakest of those monsters has at least 5 million combat power, and we could be wiped out in 1 hit.
Even powerful beasts like Vuong territory have to be careful when choosing which direction to enter. No one else would casually pick a direction to go like he does. After talking for a while, she turned to see that he had already gone quite a distance. "If you don't believe me, then stay here." "Are you really going to leave like that in a huff? Waiting until I encounter the monster inside will make me realize how foolish my current confidence is." "No. If I stay here alone, wouldn't that be even more dangerous?" Thinking that way, Lord Ni hurriedly chased after him on all 4s. "Master Somach, wait for me. Don't leave me alone." After walking for a while, we reached a fork in the road so quickly that we already encountered the side path. Ngai Ni turned around and forth, hesitating for a moment before pointing to the left path and saying, "Master, my intuition tells me that the right path doesn't feel right. It's completely free of dust and debris, unnaturally clean. There must be a trap." The left path feels quite safe. The system now shows a deep monster inside CA with a force of 500,000 newtons sleeping soundly, with its natural defense mechanism being a path that swallows invading creatures. After receiving the message, Somach decided, "Let's go right." An hour later, nearing the end of the path, Ngai Ni grew more anxious. "It's strange. We've been walking for so long but haven't encountered any danger. Where are the monsters? The powerful beings from the alien space are nowhere to be seen. No terrifying weapons or artifacts. Could I have been deceived?" Somach then looked down and warned, "This place is very dangerous. Speak softly or you'll attract the monsters inside. Weren't you very cautious before?" Ngai Ni confidently replied, "Danger? The monster deep inside doesn't exist at all. If there were some tasty food, it would just be an ordinary walk." As she was speaking, a familiar scent suddenly wafted into her nose. "Is that fried chicken? There's chicken drumsticks here again. How ridiculous. But the smell is so good, so tempting, I really want to eat." She lost all reason, and the chicken drumstick appeared from behind him, pulling her back and avoiding the deadly strike. Only then did Ngai Ni regain her senses. "What is this? I almost got eaten." The system displays information about the remains of Lady Whitebone, who was killed by the Void Monkey with a single strike, leaving only a single bone fragment. Even just a single bone retains the power to mesmerize the soul. Suo Miao explained, "This is the remains of Lady Whitebone." "Ngengok, have you ever heard this name before?" Hearing this, she froze in shock and said, "Bak Bak Kot Lady. That is a legend in our world, only second to the most powerful ancient beast of the Divine Lord, and after exploring the Thuong Bak land, she disappeared. She was a 70,000-year-old demon beast during the prosperous era over 60,000 years ago, so it must have been a truly monstrous creature inside that could kill her." Somach continued, "What killed her wasn't some inner monster. She was beaten to death by a monkey with a stick." After hearing this, Raya lost her composure and shouted loudly, "I don't believe it! Even our Divine Lord, when fighting Lady Whitebone, was extremely small and weak. How could he have been casually killed by a monkey?" "Where are you from?" A gentle voice spoke up. "Bin Tuit, he's not lying to you. I really was killed by a damn monkey, but that was 5,000 years ago. I never expected someone to remember this secret. Humans. I'm a bit curious about your identity now." Hearing that, Somach replied softly, "I am just an ordinary person who happened to learn about your past. Is your current appearance a result of coming back to life?"
Mrs. Bakakot brushed her hand across her lips, nearly revived but still missing a bit. "For years I've been swallowing passing souls to restore my strength. Just 2 more people and I'll be fully restored."
Hearing her words, he lowered his head and whispered, "If that's the case, I will have to kill you again." Hearing Somach say that, she sneered with contempt, I don't remember exactly how long it's been since humans dared to speak to me with such arrogance, he replied straightforwardly. After all, it's been thousands of years since you were killed by a blow. Getting old and losing memory is normal. Don't worry too much. Hearing him say that, Bakkot's face turned black. You're old. You say I'm old. I originally wanted to swallow you whole and let you die peacefully, but I've changed my mind. I will tear all your flesh off. When Ayr heard this, she screamed in horror. Bakkot, is that bastard insulting me? It has nothing to do with me. I am also a demon beast. Demon beasts don't fight each other. I really am not tasty. Bakkot grinned maliciously, having slept in the Thuong great land for many years, finally meeting a fellow clansman. It really feels very close. Even though there's little meat, you look very tasty. Little snow. Burial, you will become my nourishment. A great contribution to the revival of the demon beasts. After hearing this, Nhai Ni helplessly collapsed to the ground, still wanting to eat me. Seeing Nhai Ni's actions, he stood there speechless, and Bakkot asked, "Why did you suddenly lie down? At least try to resist a little." Nhai Ni, with tears in her eyes, replied, "I know you can see through me, even if you only have a bone left. Now you still have a strength of over 300,000. You just want to toy with us before we die. Watch me and this human fight desperately. I will never let you have your way. You didn't expect it, did you?" This is how I fight back, violently and uncooperatively breaking the game. I'm very curious, are all of you like her, Teothu? Bone Lady angrily shouts, "Shut up and all of you go to hell!" The giant skeletal hand charges straight at him. Standing before the attack, he remained calm and smiled confidently, his eyes turning to a dazzling gold. An enormous pair of golden eyes appeared from the side, growing larger and larger, enveloping Lady Bakkot. The bones around Whitebone crack and shatter under the pressure. Seeing his power being destroyed, Whitebone fumes with smoke. Why? Why do you have the eyes of that rotten monkey? The system appears, revealing that Lord Bakkot is a fake. Lord Bakkot is formed from broken bones, and once the illusion of Lord Bakkot is shattered, he will weaken. Bakkot coughs painfully. I have waited thousands of years. It's been hard to accumulate enough strength to revive. My luck is really terrible. Somach stepped forward and said, "Even after death, I can cling on for thousands of years. You should know when to be satisfied." Facing death, the Whitebone remains very resilient. I will not die. Wait for me to feed you nutrients and then sleep for 100 years. I will wake up again. Over here, Ayr sat up suddenly and shouted, "Master Somach, don't waste words with her." Taking this opportunity to attack her bones, that is her true form. As she finished speaking, he charged forward, one hand piercing through her body to break a vertebra. Your shattered bones are actually here, aren't they? Although the disguise is very similar, the bones on the ground are just an illusion created by you. Seeing that she could only sigh at the current situation, it's clear she couldn't hide those eyes. So Mach's hand gripping the bone tightened with more force as the system displayed, analyzing the weaknesses of Lord Bakkot's remains. He squeezed the broken bone even harder. The filth must be eradicated. Madame Bakkot now dissolves along with that bone. A knee stands witnessing everything, deep in thought. Huh? That is the bone of Lord Bakkot. Another smash. Humans are really terrifying. Do I really have the ability to defeat him? To complete the task of the Divine Lord? I never thought this was possible. Wait a minute. Isn't the monkey that Lord Bakkot mentioned just now actually an ancient, powerful demon beast? Somach Chu. Transforming into a human form must serve a significant purpose. So following my master definitely means I am not a traitor to the beasts. Yes, that must be it. At the same time, in the secret realm battlefield, Wudong swung his sword to slash monsters. Over here, Tianyun also swung his weapon to finish off the beast caught by Kong Shen. Everyone watching is excited. It's so fast already. There was only one sound, and all the monsters in the secret realm had been killed, making the sense of a savior even stronger. But where is Somach? Why hasn't Mach Than appeared yet? His live stream is always just a black screen. No scenes switch to other places. Dich Duong anxiously asked, "So where exactly has Somach gone? It really makes people worry." Kui Tin noticed and spoke. During the Secret Realms movement, the Blue Pavilion Alchemy Sect leader's use of spatial powers to pull Somach may have affected the movement's effectiveness. Maybe Somach has disappeared into the chaotic space. Lu Li Tuong pointed directly at him and shouted, "Are you still shameless enough to go live? Aren't you the ones from the 4 great clans causing the obstruction? The clan leaders of the 4 great clans attacking together, and you still dare to call it a one-on-one duel. Well done. Quoting those words, Kui Tin simply responded, I do not approve of their actions at all. It is truly shameful and disappointing.
But I do not deny their establishment of the sect and their actions. I highly respect the immortal cultivator who recently joined Tai Yi Fire Palace. Starting today, I will resign as elder and leave Tai Yi Fire Palace. Yi Shuang, standing nearby, saw the situation and quickly stepped in to mediate.
Liu Li Shang, there's no need to be so angry, right? If Elder Li truly had authority, he wouldn't be streaming live with us here. Moreover, Mach Than is so powerful that even in chaotic space, he can't be contained. The saviors are stronger now. And even without Somach here, Teothu will be wiped out, perhaps with a secret method to end it, allowing Somach to return. Didn't you notice? This illusion hasn't shown any signs yet. All the beasts inside are dead. But the danger isn't truly over. Maybe it's just beginning. Over there, Vuong observed and said, do you also sense it? An uncertain breath always envelops the entire secret realm. Her teammate said, maybe this time we really have to fight to the death. It would be great if Somach was here. Not bad either then. He immediately launched an attack. Wow! Kansan dodged that attack quickly. This attack power is at least from a 1,500-year-old demon beast. Tianyun also reacted quickly. Are you blind? This clearly shows the strength of a 2,000-year-old demon beast. The red-eyed monster bares its sharp teeth and speaks.
Do you only know how to run away? I heard there's a cultivator named Somach who's very powerful. Isn't he coming?
It seems today will only be a boring death match. Before the sentence finished, a streak of light shot past its hair. It stopped, turned to look at the cultivator, the jade platform flickering. Daozi Han Truk, you can hurt me.
Maybe your strength is not weaker than that, Somach. Why have I never heard of you?
Han Truk simply replied, because I have never appeared in the secret realm. The beast still boasted, unafraid.
So that's how it is. A coward with no strength, I will eat you first and then tear apart Somach.
Your chance is over. Inside the secret realm, I have surpassed Somach's level. I am the true savior. The sparkling blue crystal stone appears.
Master Somach, is that the moving door to the secret realm? He glanced at her gently and replied, yes. We can go back soon, hide inside my belongings first, but before we return, I still have an important thing to do.
The system appears, indicating the ice room of the space created by the gods at great cost, capable of transporting demon beasts from the world into the secret realm, currently able to transport demon beasts for 3,000 years. The blood-sucking monster is battered, but still boasts loudly. Humans returning here is just a successful ambush once. Do you think that's the end? He said as he walked away, not bothering to look back at the attack.
Do you think so? My attack has already ended. My only sincere advice is don't resist. It will be easier for you to die peacefully.
You're about to die, but still talk big.
The tiny humans want to command me, and they don't even realize they're burning themselves.
What is this? The blood is boiling fiercely, bursting into pieces.
He glanced over and said, if you hadn't caused trouble, at least you could have kept your master's favor.
The girl stepped into the pool of black blood, annoyed as she grabbed her dress, disgusting, with black mud everywhere. Kansan, your sect still has powerful magic like that. Why have I never seen you use it? Kansan turned to explain. Body relocation technique. This is a spell used to punish newly initiated disciples who are overly ambitious. If they are meditating and practicing internal energy, their bodies will feel the pain of the whip. That's all. This is just a minor spell with no offensive intent. Hearing him speak so softly, the little girl's face grew stiff and heavy with worry. As expected, the disciples are all extraordinary geniuses. Seeing her pout, he asked, doesn't your master tell you the origin of the disciples' fate coins? The little girl frowned slightly and asked, what are you? Han Truk began explaining to her that 70% of the fate fortune that saviors gain in the secret realm is secretly deducted and transferred to the 4 disciples. This is my biggest secret. Which guy took the scene's dialogue and frowned. When did he come close? He teased, you really are shameless, confessing in front of the whole world. Don't you feel ashamed? Han Truk kept her composed face and replied, so what? I see nothing to hide. After the last secret realm ended, our master treated you and us equally. Kansan, why did you refuse your master's offer? Kansan heard this and his face darkened. I hate injustice. Hearing that, Nam Truk sneered. Children wanting to defeat the other world need absolute strength, not fairness. Silently seizing resources in exchange for strength gained from others' sacrifice. What's the point? Kansan, now furious, replied, I look down on you. Nam Truk turned and said confidently, the result is everything, just like the fog earlier. The enemy is coming soon. Even these petty things are useless as bait. Stay back a little, don't block my way. Let me fight. Suddenly, the sky is covered with purple clouds and lightning flashes emerge from the bone mist. Everyone started to have difficulty breathing, as if they had been poisoned by the toxic fumes from the bones. They clutch their throats, struggling to breathe, then cough up black blood, their heads pounding, hearts racing, feeling unbearable and close to losing consciousness. Vuong is the same. Is everyone okay? Kan-san is now struggling more and reluctantly says, I can't fight anymore this time. The enemy is at least 50,000-year-old demon beasts. Just the mental pressure alone is enough to make many cultivators collapse. The little girl calmly replied, Isn't that the hateful bamboo thief criticizing us for blocking his way? Just leave the enemy to him. The smoke grew thicker and a beam of bright light shone straight down, revealing Ha Yu on the ground.
That's interesting. You are the last backup plan for the cultivators, aren't you?
You can quickly take down the snake man. Your strength isn't bad. Even he seems quite surprised by this strange appearance. A 10,000-year beast like you shouldn't be acting so prematurely. Start performing the ritual and call your 3 teammates here. After that spell, there was a scream. Hayao lowered her voice, her words full of provocation. A 5,000-year-old demon beast, you're mistaken. It's a 30,000-year-old demon beast. Hearing this, the girl was extremely shocked. What is this? Eyes wide open, mouth agape, shouting loudly. The 10,000-year-old beast. Is it really a 10,000-year-old demon beast? He looked around and said, I'm not sure. Based on the live stream, it seems she's not lying. She said, We still have 4 Dao children, and Somach, there is still hope. He closed his eyes and calmly said, If that beast didn't lie, a 30,000-year-old beast, its combat power must be over 1,000. Even with the most optimistic calculations, the 4 disciples are only comparable to a 3,000-year-old demon beast with a combat power of around 10,000 to 100,000. This is no longer a battle of strength. Even for Somach and the 4 disciples, they cannot change the situation. Humans are about to be wiped out. Do something. Is there anything we can do? Everything happening in the secret realm is beyond our control. We can't do anything except watch the final outcome. On this side, the atmosphere is so tense it's hard to breathe, and the tornadoes in the sky are growing larger. Ha Yu challenged, It seems your teammates can't wait any longer. They're ready to fight. Great. Let them quickly end this boring secret realm battle. He clenched his teeth and shouted, You guys get back for me. It's not your turn to act yet. The woman continued to taunt, Without those 3 teammates of yours showing up, you don't stand a chance at all. Or do you hope that the saviors I threatened into despair will come to help you? The more she spoke, the more he became furious, veins bulging all over his body. Do I need help? Insulting others should have its limits. Seeing that, she happily said, You have the courage to fight me alone, but under the suppression of absolute power, you can't even stand in front of me. Don't you find it very ridiculous? He may be defeated and bow his head, but he still refuses to give up. I am different from those cowardly ones who lost their will to fight. After sensing your mental suppression at close range, I understood. Maybe you truly are a 3,000-year-old beast, but this is not your true form. The fake one, he raised his head, and Yang, with eyes full of fury, said, Old man, even if your true form is here, I will not submit. The secret realm, the savior, the pulse, the 4 great sects, the alien world, the gods. All of you are just stepping stones for me, the strongest stepping stone. He finished speaking, stood up suddenly, his eyes turning red, radiating a red aura around him. He shouted loudly, aiming at Tian Nai, using all his strength to kick him away and launch an attack. After a few moves, only misty smoke remained. He stands, panting heavily after overexerting himself, the illusion dissolving. As expected, that was just your mental projection descending into the secret realm. She reveals her human form and gradually merges into the smoke. Interesting. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. I thought only that man Somach was worth paying attention to. Duong Tat Thong has already completed the secret realm. We will meet soon. Hearing her speak, he felt disgusted. I've had enough of your tricks. She still looks so shameless, and Ui Duong Tat Tin can't handle my power yet, but moving a 5,000-year-old demon beast is still easy. Are you trying to fool me? Use your own eyes to confirm it. She unleashes a move that creates a purple aura, and a giant clown appears behind her. Before I truly appear, try to struggle and stay alive. The hero loves to talk big. Seeing the beast, he paused for a few seconds, truly a 5,000-year-old beast. It's over. It seems she's waiting for something else. Strange. It's still not here. We're stuck. What's going on? At the same time, the white wound on the earth. On this side, Suo Miao is focusing on pulling out the entire demon beast. He stopped for a few minutes. They're moving the demon beasts. It looks strange. Anyway, just pull it out first.
Turned back to the side of the hateful bamboo, and the clown shouted loudly, "Yes!"
He soared into the air, surrounded by streaks of dark ash, and looked at what was happening with a slight shake. What is going on? What is that beast resisting?
Could it be that the teleportation failed? Kanson said while watching.
The beast seems to be stuck in the moving door. Ha-Yu also doesn't understand what's going on.
Why is it like this? The transport of Snake Man was successful before. She looked on confused. The glass house's movement was a huge cost that Divine Lord paid to reach the great land of Shanghai.
Wait a minute. Has something happened to the Thuongbok Great Land? I thought, and cast a light crystal spell to use the glass house as the basic reference point, then opened the frame to the side so that the previous image of Somach is clearly visible, showing the appearance of the Thuongbok Great Land before me. Everyone watching exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's Mokthan again? Has Mokthan really been blocking the transportation of the beast?" On the screen, Somach is holding the tail of the magical beast. Do those useless doubters who questioned Mokthan earlier dare to speak up now? Come here and see who the real savior is. That so-called Daozi is just useless. Secretly scheming for coins of fate has no effect at all, and in an instant he's kneeling before the beast, still needing Lord Mok to return to the room. The little girl was also surprised to see that. Oh, it's truly unexpected. Isn't Somach missing in the chaos of time and space, yet suddenly appearing and blocking the movement of the beast? The noble star is also wide-eyed. How could Somach possibly reach the White Bean territory? That is a forbidden area, extremely dangerous for pet monsters. Breaking through the monster's encirclement, finding the exact location of the secret realm, and even blocking the movement of pet monsters can be called a miracle. Ditchsung calmly replied, "Maybe there is still one more possibility. This is not really a miracle. Perhaps everything was part of Somach's plan, and even Kuk Tongchu's space power wasn't exploited by Somach to help him reach Thuongbok territory. Even if the whole world opposes him, he is still the Somach I like the most. He thinks it makes sense. Maybe her guess is correct. Somach has surprised us too many times. The schemes of the four great sects and the alliance of corporations are like trivial tricks compared to Somach. Over here, the clown struggles and thrashes, shouting loudly, "Clown, stop struggling!" She boldly declares, "I won't let you embarrass yourself like that in front of humanity." The clown shouted loudly, saying that her mission was to enter the secret realm and kill all the cultivators. After thinking for a moment, she looked up and said, "The plan has changed. If he wants to obstruct the movement, then you should go to Thuongbok Great Land and eliminate Somach, the last hope to destroy humanity." Finally, amid the growls, the clown was pulled into the Thuongbok Great Land. Somach strained to pull the beast, saying, "Come out and give me your best shot, clown." Ha-Yu outside, sneering, said, "Somach, bringing Thang He to Thuongbok Land was your biggest mistake. You can't deny its power. Your talent exceeded our expectations, but your strength isn't enough to fight a 5,000-year-old demon beast. You saved those useless ones, but couldn't save yourself." Somach looked back and forth, judging, "This is really interesting. Are there no other magical beasts in this world? Even the circus has moved here." The clown was dragged into a rage. "Somach is dead, now I will kill you!" He still smirks calmly. "Clown, I threw you out earlier, deliberately choosing a suitable drop point for you. The system says the Demon Lord's strength is uncertain, and the Demon Lord's origin is unknown. Born from humanity's deepest fears, possessing absolute power, with laws controlling the domain. Creatures entering the domain are forced to complete random tasks. Failure in the mission will be optimized into useless trash not worth living for. You say such a reckless thing. Clown, you can no longer reach me." Suddenly, papers are falling from the sky like rain. The clown also looked confused, not knowing what it was, and besides, strange statues without legs appeared in the space, hugging their own bodies. The falling papers full of writing are a trap. Complete the mission or die. The clown is struggling, mission is everything. What task? You hold a piece of paper and taunt me. You don't even recognize something this important. The clown suddenly went berserk and charged at him. "Give it to me. Quickly, give me the mission. Didn't I say so?" You just stand there and watch him sneer. "You and I are no longer on the same level. You can't reach me anymore." But my kindness rises up. "But who told me I am a good-hearted, kind person? Your task is to do 10,000 push-ups in 1 minute. But you're wrong. Only 55 seconds left." When the clown hears this, his eyebrows furrow, and he starts doing push-ups. "Are you joking? I'll start counting it at something." He helplessly drops to his knees on the ground. Ha-Yu watched in anger. What exactly did Somach do? The clown was so terrified, strange. Clearly, nothing unusual was seen in the mirror of the compartment. He is now desperately doing push-ups as fast as he can. Everyone watching is surprised, I'm not mistaken. That terrifying 5,000-year-old beast is doing push-ups right in front of Mokthan. It seems the boy is being trained in the military drills by Mok Thon. What strange moves are those? Mok Thon is so skilled, breaking the silence. Everyone looked on with emotion. Although it was strange, the 5,000-year-old beast was now controlled, and we survived. Hearing everyone's joyful cheers, she turned to say, "What are you humans so happy about?" I roughly understand now, Somach used Thuongbok's artifact or the trap set by the Demon Lord earlier. This is clearly a two-way barrier, so the he's actions are restricted, and Somach can't harm the he. Time still flows here, 38, 37. He smiled encouragingly at the clown. "You've already done 4,763. Go faster, I believe in you, you can definitely do it." The clown sped up more and more, sweat dripping down his face. He smiled genuinely and said, "You really did 10,000 push-ups, impressive." After 1,000 reps, the clown collapsed exhausted on the ground, panting and saying, "Amazing, I made it through." Google's voice continues, "It's time's up. You didn't complete the mission. A 10,000-meter long-distance run in 1 minute, starting to a race." Hearing the next mission, the clown is so furious he almost bursts a blood vessel. Running a long distance. Sora, I have to kill you, you bastard." "Calm down, clown. Take it easy. The actual task says, do push-ups. I'm not mistaken. Or maybe you should negotiate with the devil." "Start deleting." "Delete? Everyone over here is just seeing your silhouette on the screen." "Wait a minute. What just repeat? Homfin." "I didn't see him either. 1 second he was doing push-ups, the next he was gone. Not even a fragment left." Hayu was also surprised. The clown. Is death really that simple? But what if a 5,000-year-old demon beast dies? The material of the glass layer is only second to the boundary. Even a 10,000-year-old demon beast can't break it easily, let alone Suo Miao. She still boldly and confidently said, "As long as the glass layer remains, I can keep mobilizing my forces." Suddenly, shards of glass flew towards him from nowhere, and with his agility he struck and shattered them into pieces. The shards fall beside Kanson, and through the space vortex, they only see the fragments dropping. Kanson steps closer to Hantruk and says, "I have to admit, I'm starting to understand your reasoning. To save the world, perhaps only an absolute powerhouse can do it." "Are you wavering now?" Hantruk asked, her eyes still fixed on Somach, while Kanson remained an outsider, calmly commenting, "You have lost the will to fight beyond me and Somach." He begins to analyze for Kanson, killing the clown and destroying the glass layer. Xiaomai might be using the artifact of Thuongbok, or be a demon lord. Of course, if he relies on his own strength to defeat the demon beast directly, I will also find a way to surpass him. Only when reaching their limit can humans truly be themselves. If faced with the incomprehensible, give up. If confronted with an opponent so strong it leads to despair, surrender the fight. Try your best and then give up. After all, there are others to rely on. Only ordinary people comfort themselves like that. That is why my master chose me to become an heir, not you. Upon hearing Master Kanson, he involuntarily stiffened and widened his eyes. The space of the secret realm gradually distorted, as if someone was about to appear. Soman stepped out of Tianbok territory, standing before Hayu, his voice deepening as he judged. Operating freely in Thuongbok territory, killing the clown, destroying the glass layer. Somach, we underestimated you. Next time, no matter what, we will definitely kill you. He replied with a calm face. So it turns out she's just playing tricks, always sneaking monsters into the secret realm. Now I will kill her. So what? I am a 30,000-year-old demon beast. If you want to kill me, use all your strength. Wait, Shunju, fly out. He warned Suomo. Do not be fooled. That guy is a spirit entity, just a projection from the underworld, and destroying the spirit form won't harm the true body. Never attack, never reveal your true strength or your trump card in front of the beast. So Mach boredly responds to his useless information. I understand, but I still want to kill her. Truk's hatred feels incomprehensible, he shouted loudly. I think you completely don't understand. Is your mind only full of harm? He chuckled softly. Thank you for your kindness and advice, but I don't need it. Oh, you know I am a spiritual being and still want to make a move? Zhuo Miao's eyes lit up as he spoke with unwavering determination. I believe in myself. The system displays information. Xiao NV in purple cloak, a spirit body, a 30,000-year-old celestial beast born from purple light, skilled in illusion and mental magic, with weaknesses in mental domain, incomplete memories, unstable mental structure, and both the frequency of spiritual energy and attacks can cause fatal wounds to the entity. He begins casting spells, releasing golden lightning. Hayo also began casting spells, surrounding herself with lightning bolts. Seeing this, she sneered and said, You're such a fool, really attacking my mental body.
Show me your strongest attack so I can see, so next time we might have a better chance to kill you. The two sides start challenging each other with all their might. Suddenly there are popping sounds.
Yu can tell right away that she's sweating with worry. This is her heartbeat. Such a feeling of fear. This is a warning from your instincts that you will die. You really will die. Somach's next attack will be deadly. Hearing that, she begins to escape. Somach is chasing from behind. No way to escape. She realizes she's about to be caught. You're finished. About to be caught. She turns back and unleashes a move, reversing the world. A cloud of black smoke covered the sky, and he was frozen in place for a few seconds. This darkness, the space became still. Confidently said, reversing the world is the real plan prepared to swallow the secret realm. Goodbye, Suo Miao. Leave the killing to me.
The thickening smoke and black mist fill the entire space as a man's voice keeps calling out to him, Captain, Captain, wake up quickly!
He gradually regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different world, an inverted world. What did that beast do to the secret realm? Leshen beside me pinched his arm and asked, Captain, you scared me to death earlier. You suddenly swayed. No matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up. I am lost in my thoughts. The wall represents genuine emotion.
Vuong, Kanson, Nguit Tin Tin, and the other cultivators have also arrived in this world. The information Kim Dong can see is too limited.
The system appears, providing information about the Lu Di region, a forgotten part of history, and an illusion about to emerge. Seeing you standing still, he hurriedly asks, Captain, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Or should I report back to the commander to assign a different patrol captain to investigate the Lu family murder case? You should rest first. Brother Lian turned to reply, probably feeling a bit dizzy from the heat earlier.
It's okay now, don't delay, let's go get out of here. Over here, everyone is quite surprised.
What's going on? The live stream of the secret realm suddenly changed. Ancient city, where is this? An ancient scene appears on the screen that doesn't match the modern setting.
The little girl shouted out loud, What's wrong with all the heroes? It's like everyone has lost their mind, turning into these ancient characters. Langjong, Xiaokuo, the innkeeper, patrol guard, is this some kind of live role-playing game?
Xiuting also frowned. Liuming City? This is Liuming City, how is that possible? 1,000 years ago, the first encounter between exotic beasts and our world began in Luvan City. But wasn't Luvan City already gone? Returning to Luvan City, he said, all the saviors in the southern region have been assimilated into the residents of this city. How are things on your side? The others asked. Same here. It seems all the cultivators who were transferred here have lost their minds.
I see hatred for the bamboo now. He's also lost his mind and is selling coffins in a coffin shop.
Hearing this, he burst out laughing like he had a bumper crop, laughing himself to death. He is also an immortal, yet he looks down on us and tries to attract attention, and this is the result he brought upon himself. But everyone remains vigilant. Don't let your guard down. Even Somach has gone crazy and become a puppet. This place is truly too strange. He still remains confident, nothing to worry about. As long as he stays within the hideout, the world's rules won't affect us.
Then we must rely on ourselves to save the world and show those foolish ordinary people who the real savior is.
That bunch remained silent without any response, so he asked, Hey, why aren't you guys saying anything? Is our communication cut off? Suddenly, a wave of red smoke seeped in. Realizing this, he grimaced strangely. The hideout has been breached. The red mist envelops everything.
Captain La, we have arrived. This is the Lu family estate where the murder took place this morning.
The system appears and says, You have entered the main clue in the story.
Illusion Love is staring at you.
A 5,000-year illusionary beast, its strength and weaknesses still unknown. Lu Nian, pretending to cry over a lost child, begged Somach Quan to uphold justice for him. He immediately grasped the key point in his words. Could it be that your son has died more than once this time? Leshen learned about your family's situation and quietly whispered into his ear. Captain, Lu Nian's eldest son drowned 2 days ago, and this time his youngest son, Lu Huangvan, has died. Hearing this, Somach simply expressed his condolences with a faint tone. Liu Nian, please tell me the truth about how your youngest son died. Has anyone recently made enemies with your family? When Lu Nian mentioned his eldest son, a hint of genuine emotion appeared. He tearfully recounted, Huangvan was beheaded by someone. The old man has always been friendly with everyone and has never had any enemies. I can't believe someone could be so ruthless, attacking a 6-year-old child. Official, I beg you to help us find the culprit. He responded softly and then asked about Huangvan's body. I will try. Where is Lu Shangwen's body? Liu Nian lifted the white cloth and replied, Your Excellency, beneath the white cloth, but inside it is completely empty. There is no body at all. Somach couldn't find the body and asked,
Where is your son's body? I don't see anything. He immediately pretended to be terrified. How could this be? Can't you see it right here, Leg?
Look, my writing style is here. Le Shen saw him so agitated and thought he was just putting on a show. Liu Nian, calm down. There's nothing here. Don't report false alarms again. Suddenly, he rushed over like a madman,
Grabbing him and shouting wildly, I know now. You all are the same. You not only killed my son, but now you want to kill me.
Why? Why did you have to kill my child? What did it do wrong?
Le Shen was grabbed by him and immediately swung his hand to push him away.
Liu Nian releases his grip, pretending to report the crime, then attacks the officer, asking, Do you want to go to jail? Hearing this, he laughs even more maniacally. Are you done pretending? Not only did you kill my son, but now you want to kill me.
Madame Liu rushed out in panic after hearing the noise. Why are you losing your temper, sir?
Master, Liu Nian is still acting crazy over losing his son. Don't come here. These two officials are with the traitors who killed
Huang Van. Go outside and find someone to help. I will hold them off.
At this moment, Lady Liu brought Huang Van over and said, Master, don't say anything else. Huang Van is back. He's with me now. He's safe. But he confidently dismissed her words, saying, Nonsense. There's clearly nothing beside her. You're also lying to me. At this moment, Huang Van looked truly strange, like a soulless puppet rather than a child, with hollow black eyes staring at them. Lady Lu Dian, with a sorrowful expression, explained to Somach and Lathan, Gentlemen, I apologize. After Xiao Wu died, the master was deeply affected. Today, Huang Van went out to play, and he started acting crazily again, believing Huang Van was the one who killed him. After a while, Huang Van, I thought his delusions had also subsided, but it turns out he's still the same. Time has passed, the sun has reached its peak, and the bright sunlight shines down on Lavan City. La Shen followed behind him, exhaustedly sighing. The steward ran an errand. Captain, why are you so serious?
Could it be you're still angry? We're all unfortunate people. It's not worth it.
At this moment, the system issues a reminder that the main historical scene has ended, and the illusionary love's perspective disappears. The reminder urges to quickly destroy the main historical scene, find and kill the incarnation of the illusory love, and prevent the arrival of the illusory love. If the host and Luvan City are completely assimilated, lost in the cycle of history, they cannot return to reality. Return to Lu House. Madame Liu softly said, The master has left. No need to pretend anymore. He gently stroked Xiang Wen and asked softly, It's good that he's gone. Xiang Wen is fine now. He wasn't scared by his father earlier, was he? His act of reporting to the authorities displeased Lady Liu. She scolded him, saying, Lord, don't blame me for telling you you're so reckless in your work. Didn't I tell you not to report to the officials? If the coffin master's instructions were discovered, it would be over. It turns out he didn't intend to report at all, but the boy's sudden head drop caused him to panic. At that moment, Huang Van's head fell, and I was almost hit too. Who would have thought Huang Van would come back to life? I never knew the old man's coffin was so powerful. He didn't want to talk about it anymore, and suddenly the boy pointed in a direction that confused him. No matter what, as long as it's Huang Van. So, it turns out, Somach has returned. He has been standing on the wall listening to everything all along. With a sarcastic look in his eyes, he looked at him and asked, Lu Laohan, are you crazy?
Indeed, it's here. This is your eldest son's coffin, isn't it?
What do you want to do? Of course I am saving people.
She spread her arms like a mother hen to protect the coffin behind her, her face also grim with anxiety.
Get out! No one here needs your help. If you want to touch the corpse of little warrior, kill me first, he replied calmly, unconcerned. As you wish. If you try to stop me, I will kill you. Somach gently walks past Mrs. Liu, then kicks the lid of the coffin and pushes it with his foot, causing it to tilt to one side. The lid of the coffin was loose and fell off, allowing the two people inside to escape. Somach checked the bride's breath, and luckily she was still alive. Your cruelty is unmatched, kidnapping a girl buried with your son and using a living person for a wedding. This is the first time I've seen such evil. Liu Nian and his wife were both terrified when they saw him kick over the coffin. The coffin was opened. It's over. Seeing their terrified expressions, his face turned cold, and his voice carried a deadly aura. You should be afraid. Kidnapping women and plotting murder are serious crimes. Liu Nian, so scared that he ignored his status and shouted loudly, You fool, you know nothing. The old coffin keeper said, We absolutely cannot open the coffin. Lady Liu then turned to blame him. Master, why didn't you stop him from being scolded by her earlier? He's angry now and blaming me. Wasn't it her who was blocking in front of the coffin earlier? But now they can't see Huang Van anywhere. Wait a moment, he's gone. Huang Van is gone. A streak of demonic energy appears on the ground. The energy spins in the air, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. From above, you can see the group of Somach. A mournful voice echoes. It's so unfair, so unfair. Why is it me who died, my wife who is no longer here? Hearing her eldest son's voice, Lady Liu hurriedly asked, Xiao Wu, is that you? But the white figure did not answer, and suddenly attacked. Feeling the danger, Somach ran over and pushed her away to get out of the way. Seeing the white figure attacking him, Lady Liu, panicked and grief-stricken, called out, Little Vo, it's me, your mother, don't you recognize me? Somach took this opportunity to force her to speak. Don't be foolish anymore. That thing is no longer your son. It will kill us all. Facing the ghost, I don't want to die with you.
Quickly tell me I know what you did. Maybe we can find a way to get rid of it and save your youngest son. Lu Nian also knows this is no longer his son, because out of fear of death he confessed everything. Over the past year it was Quan Tai Lao, the new coffin shop owner in Dong City, he told us, to do everything.
After Xiao Wu died, strange sounds began to appear. On the second day, all the chickens in the house died, and bloody footprints appeared in front of Huang Van's bed. We were too scared and begged Quan Tai Lao for help. He said that Xiao Wu's spirit was too heavy and wanted to guide Van away from the funeral, and he was the one who arranged the bride and the coffin for us. I only know this much. Please, save Huang Van. As his words finished, the white shadow disappeared. Liu Nian watched in horror and said, It's gone. The ghost of Xiao Wu is gone.
It turns out all these tricks were created by Somach. Old Liu, you really thought that was Tio Vo's ghost.
But I didn't expect just a little scare to make you reveal everything. After getting the information from him, he called Le Shen. Okay, you're done. You can go now. Your performance earlier wasn't bad. It turns out Huang Van wasn't missing, but was under the white cloth with La Shen. He lifted the cloth and shamelessly patted the horse's butt. Captain, too kind, too kind. Your magic is impressive. It's not inferior to those old masters of cultivation.
Madame, upon seeing the boy, shouted excitedly,
Huang Van, give me back Huang Van. Lathan forced a smile. I didn't mean to steal your son.
She ran over and hugged the boy tightly, repeatedly saying everything would be fine and no one would hurt him.
But at this moment, Huang Van disappeared, leaving only the clothes she was holding in her arms.
The boy's clothes now lie on the ground, and her face is covered in sweat with fear in her eyes.
Huang Van, why did Huang Van disappear? Magistrate, the common folk admit their mistake. Please take my son back. Somach had known this from the beginning. Unfortunately, her little son never existed. From the start, what she saw was just that monster using illusion magic. And now that it has dispelled the illusion, it was only trying to take the opportunity to escape. By now the sun has gradually set behind the mountains, dusk falls, and a loud sound echoes as something seems to have fallen. Somach coldly questions as the coffin's hands and feet emerge. I know where you created this from. What is your purpose? This is the last chance. The coffin makes no human sound, only strange noises come from it. The system provides information about it. The demon Hu Vuong collects human desires and fears to create a clone. Seeing it refuse to speak, Somach frowned impatiently and looked at it. Still refusing to speak? So what? You're useless now. As he finished speaking, he kicked the coffin hard, causing it to split in two, with fragments flying out from it. Lu Nian, seeing him kill that monster, was extremely grateful and was still holding a bag of money to give to him. Your Honor, you have already avenged Huang Van. I remember everything now. Huang Van was indeed eaten by this coffin monster. The person who avenged Huang Van, this money is just a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it. But Huang Van's disappearance has caused Lady Lu, who is grieving, to doubt him, saying, Your Honor, maybe Tiovo was also killed by them. This human-eating monster was sold to them by Quan Tai Lao. It was all his fault. You must catch him quickly. Somach Nuong then ordered Lathan to do so. I understand now. Lathan arrests Liu Nian and his wife to bring them in for questioning. He obeys the order and replies, Yes, Captain. Official, what are you talking about? We are the victims. We were all deceived by that old coffin maker. Hearing his explanation made him angry, and Xiao Mai pointed at the unconscious girl and shouted, You call yourselves victims. You dare to claim to be victims. Human trafficking, using a living girl as a sacrificial offering and buying off officials to escape punishment. If I don't arrest you, then who will I arrest? We were also overwhelmed with fear, and our 2 children were killed. Magistrate, please have mercy and forgive us. Somach didn't care and ordered him to lock them up immediately. Lathan, take Lu Nian and his wife for detention and questioning. Can we bring this unconscious girl back first and wait for her to wake up so we can find her family? No problem. Captain, you're not coming with me.
With such strange things happening, we should report to the senior immortal cultivator.
He frowned and replied, "The reporting task is yours. I will go find the old coffin." Seeing him about to search for the old coffin, Lashin expressed concern and advised him not to go.
Captain, that old coffin might be more dangerous than this monster. Our rewards are not enough to risk our lives like that.
But with the righteous spirit of Bingjun and his desire to gather more information about this world, Suo Miao is determined that if the old coffin man escapes, there will be more people involved. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Seeing that you have made up your mind, Lathan also did not try to stop you. Watching your footsteps,
He hurriedly said, Captain, don't act rashly there. Keep watch first. I will go to the official residence to call for reinforcements immediately. You must wait for me.
the system issues a warning that the historical event of the main official and demon being destroyed has been compromised, raising the current vigilance level of the false demon to 1. When the vigilance reaches 10, the false demon will locate your position.
Now that night has fallen, Suo Miao has also found Lao Guan's house. Standing outside the door, he loudly calls out, Lao Guan, are you home?
Han Truk came out of the house, seeming to have lost his memory. He asked Somach, "Are you planning a funeral?"
We are now open for the business, 20% off on coffins. He looked silently at Han Truk and asked, Are you the coffin master?
Hearing that he was looking for the shop owner, he regretfully revealed, "Shopkeeper, you're looking for the boss. What a coincidence. He usually only comes to the shop in the late afternoon. I work here, and if it's a business matter, I can handle it. But if you're looking for the boss, please come back in the evening." Seeing his appearance,
Somach remembered Han Truk, approached him and said, I think I have a faint memory. You're a cultivator, and Han Truk lost his memory. Immediately deny being the shopkeeper. Don't mock me anymore. If I were truly a cultivator, why would I be in such a state?
"Are you selling coffins here?" "Lord, stop teasing me."
If I were really a cultivator, why am I in such a state?
"Is this a place selling coffins?" Somach confidently repeated, "You are a cultivator. We met before in the secret realm." The words cultivator and secret realm made his face contort in pain. Otherworldly realm, cultivator, official. Please don't tease me anymore. I am just an ordinary person. I am Nam Vuong. I am Thach Han. Thach Han sells coffins, Thach Han. But as he keeps talking, his buried memories seem to be triggered, and he stares blankly with wide eyes, shouting in pain, finally regaining his memories. "I am a Tao disciple, Han Truk." Seeing that he is remembered, he asks, "Are you awake now?" Han Truk, after regaining all his memories, sadly said, "Soramak, we're bound now." He replied, "It seems so. The cultivators in the secret realm like us have all been given new identities and memories in this city." He tilted his head and proposed a solution to pass through the dungeon. "To leave here, we must find the beast controlling this city. But the difficult part is that we must not do anything inappropriate for our identity. Otherwise, the beast will detect us and hide deeper." Han Truk took out the token used to communicate with the sect and said, "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to be something that could trouble you. Don't underestimate the 4 great sects. We still have tricks up our sleeves." The 3 disciples hid in the shadows, undetectable by the beasts, unassigned a formal identity, and could help us. Seeing his face turn pale, Suo Mo asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Hanju tremblingly said, "The token has no signal. Those 3 disciples are all dead." Seeing his dejected look, Somach softly said with sympathy, "My condolences. Were you on good terms with those 3 disciples?" Han Truk wasn't truly sad about their departure. What he cares about is what killed them and that they lost their helpers. "I had many conflicts with them before, but with their strength, dying unexpectedly here is still hard for me to accept. We need to find the hidden beast in the city, and we still need allies." Talking about allies, Somach recalled his companions, his voice also sounding gloomy. "Vuong, Kan Son, Nguit Tin Ngon are very worried, but I can't find them right now. Are you the same?" Seeing that he also couldn't find them, Han Truk looked at his hand in disappointment and said, "My sensing ability has also been blocked. This city is really too strange. Not only is my sensing ability weakened, but my strength is also greatly diminished."
Forget it. This place is too dangerous. Find a hiding spot and
Disrespected, Han Truk was furious and said, "Even though my strength is only a little left, I can still help. Don't push it too far, Somach." Seeing his anger, I didn't push him. "Fine, if you're so persistent, there is indeed a place where you can get help." The time shifts to late at night. Outside Quan Tai Lao's house, the 2 lanterns are still burning. Quan Tai Lao staggeringly calls for Han Truk. "Thach Han, Thach Han, where are you? Come out here for me. This little brat didn't run out to play lazily again, did he? I was just out attending a banquet and came back a bit late." "Don't you know how to watch him in the shop?" But when he looked up, he saw Kan Han Truk hanging from the ceiling, and he shouted in horror inwardly,
Thach Han is dead. Thinking this, he angrily cursed, "Get out here, damn it, I know you did this."
"What do you mean? Hanging my employee in the store, giving me poison and cold medicine?"
Security, security, damn it, all you know is security. I was just a little late. Do you have to kill my cleaning staff?
He doesn't know anything. At this moment, Suomai stepped forward and approached him. Hearing the footsteps, he cautiously turned around. "Who's there?" "Come out." Without beating around the bush, he directly asked the old coffin man, "Tell me who Quay Tu is, and your secret business dealings." Seeing the clothes you're wearing, he immediately guessed who you are.
The coffin master firmly said, "I don't know who the landlord is." Sorry, I was drunk and talking nonsense. I don't know anything. Didn't I just come back from a party?
I saw an employee hanging in my shop and got a bit scared and panicked.
Somach saw him change the subject and asked seriously, "Did I ask you about Thach Han?"
"Liu family, Mr. and Mrs. Liu Nian. Do you remember them?" He looked thoughtful and said, "This involves the royal family, I remember. A few days ago, Liu Nian bought a coffin from me. And then what happened next?" He stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "The Liu Nian couple confessed they bought a girl from you to use as a bride. The old coffin was terrified, but still insisted on claiming innocence. I really don't know what you're talking about." So Somach refuses to let go, a bronze-yellow light flickering in his eyes in the darkness. His voice carries a blatant threat. "Is that so? You are also involved in the conspiracy to murder the two sons of the Liu Nian couple, plus your employee Thach Nhan hanging dead in your shop. Are you planning to bear all these crimes alone? Using your death to buy your accomplices freedom, your loyalty truly touches others." Hearing himself about to go to jail, he was terrified and confessed everything within a year. "Your Honor, I swear I told everything. Not long ago, a man known as Quay Tu came to see me, and behind him seemed to be a human trafficking organization wanting to cooperate with me. I was blinded by greed and agreed to cooperate with him, but I truly didn't kill anyone. Liu Nian's family lost a child, and I bought the coffin for them. The K2 taught me how to deceive Liu Nian by making strange noises near his house, stealing his chickens, and then using chicken blood to smear footprints in front of his youngest son's bedroom. Liu Nian was so scared that I took the opportunity to propose a marriage alliance with him. But the girl was the Quai Tu who was buried alive, and the one who did it was Liu Nian himself. I only handled the transactions." Seeing that he still wasn't telling the truth, I continued to ask, "Anything else?" "The important thing you haven't said is what the coffin monster that ate Liu Nian's youngest son is." "The old emperor's coffin, a monster? What kind of monster?" "Official, I really don't know about this. The cast iron stake outside the cell glows, illuminating the dark corridor. Inside the cell, the bride was already sleeping soundly. Lady Liu sat holding a pillow and asked her question.
"Master, what do those officials think? And now they've locked the bride of Little Warrior with us?"
Liu Nian, hearing that, angrily blamed her. "The bride, you still see her as the bride of Little Warrior. It was all because you told me to arrange the engagement for him. Now even Vuong Van has been killed and we are in prison?" She angrily snapped back, but when she saw his strange expression, she trembled and asked,
"That girl was bought by you yourself, and now you're blaming me."
"Sir, what is this expression of his?" At this moment, the bride, who should be sleeping soundly, has stood up, and a ghostly aura appears beneath her feet. "Monster!" Liu Nian was so scared he screamed, "Monster!" Mrs. Liu, seeing this, was so scared she almost peed herself. She screamed in panic, "Help! Help! Where are you?" Back at the old coffin master's place, after hearing Somach recount what happened at Liu Nian's house, he appeared incredulous. The coffin master then took action and even devoured Liu Nian's youngest son. "Lord Quan, if I truly had such great power, I wouldn't need to oversee this small shop or engage in business that no one respects." Seeing him keep denying, I gradually lost patience. The coffin that ate people was sold by him, and he claims he knew nothing. The old coffin master only pointed to the place where the hanging tree was and shifted all the blame onto the K2. It must be Quay Tu. He tampered with my coffin. He killed my worker and surely intends to kill me too. The executioner wants to silence him. Wait, Xiao Han has disappeared. Hantruk at this moment appears behind him with a creepy smile. "Are you looking for me?" Old man Quantai thought he had become a demon come to collect his debt and was so scared he froze.
"Thach Han, if you owe a debt, it has a master. If you kill, it's not me."
Seeing him so scared he's about to pee himself, Han Truk no longer teased and became serious. "I know. Calm down a bit."
"Old Quantai, what's wrong with you?"
Suddenly, old Quan Tai shouted in pain. His eyes rolled back as he looked at the ground where old Quan Tai was lying, and Han Truk was stunned. Did he faint? Somach, seeing that he is dead, feels a bit regretful. Could it be that the old coffin master was scared to death by you? Isn't it fine for you to just hang on the rope obediently? Why do you need to come down? Han Truk, hearing the reproach in his voice, replied irritably but softly, Try it yourself. Hanging for a long time is tiring. Besides, that reaction from the old coffin clearly isn't just from being scared. At this moment, a figure emerged from the coffin. It looked like the old man's coffin, but it had no face. It begins to hum a strange tune, singing a demonic melody. Thentruk immediately became alert upon seeing this scene. He didn't understand what it was saying. The monster is gone. What are you saying? The monster is still hissing and pushing the coffin lid aside, then staring directly at the body of the old man lying on the ground. The language of the world remains sharp and cold. Backtap realizes its intention. Han Truk frowns, trying to approach the old coffin's body. Don't mess up. He channeled his internal energy into his fist and charged to punch it, but unexpectedly his punch went right through it. Missed, no, it actually pierced through his body. At this moment, it has seized the body of the old coffin master. Please accept my humble welcome. I am the midnight owner of the coffin shop, Tomb Master. Tonight I want to invite the two of you to witness my transformation into an immortal. As soon as it finished speaking, the soul from the Tomb Master's body entered its own through the mouth. Hearing it call itself the coffin old man, Suomai asked, Are you the coffin old man? And who is the other person? Old Quan Tai held his face and recounted what happened a month ago. A month ago, I had an accident in the mountains, and just before dying, I met a celestial being who taught me how to cultivate my corpse. Then my soul split into two parts, one hidden in the coffin to practice cultivation, only active at night, while the other soul maintained my previous self and was active during the day. The thing you saw earlier is the spirit within my body, all discarded materials for becoming an immortal. But to form the immortal body, I still have to consume it and absorb nutrients in the end. This is the step I hate the most. Eating the soul fragment, my appearance returns to how it was before. This body is truly ugly and filthy, and immortals shouldn't have such a hideous form. This part should be smaller, a bit unnecessary, and yes, it should be like this. Now I look like an immortal. Somach furrowed his brow slightly and asked him curiously, Is this the kind of immortal that you cultivators want to become? He immediately retorted, Don't talk nonsense. Who would cultivate such a kind of immortal? This appearance clearly looks like a monster. Seeing them argue, the old coffin man shouted crazily, Stop talking. I am an immortal. I am a divine illusion. Immortal. After he unleashed his move, Han Truk, weakened, was knocked flying out. Suomach, still inside the house, called out warning him, saying, Hurry and run away so you can deal with him. Then Truk, run away first. Old coffin, your little disciple has already become your servant. Let's talk now. Old man in the coffin was confused why he didn't run away, but wanted to talk to him. What did he say? He turned around and looked straight at him, asking why he sold the coffin to the Liu family, and also who told him the secret to becoming an immortal. The immortal caused him to lose control, and his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, The immortal did not deceive me. The way of nurturing the dead is correct. You must be jealous of me. I have seen an immortal with my own eyes, and this is what an immortal looks like. A cloud of smoke rises, and a faint figure appears, Ju Han holding his aching ribs, blaming himself for being careless. I was careless. The power of the old coffin is not like a demon beast, nor like a cultivator. The roar earlier directly shattered their defensive spell, nearly breaking their bones, and I can't accept that. Fighting this kind of monster, cultivators who focus on body refinement still have the advantage. Wait a minute, weren't they supposed to fight each other? Why is there silence now? Could the fight be over already? Is Somach that powerful? Is he dead, or is the situation worse? Is Somach still alive? Inside. Somach's deep voice echoed, What? Thantruk, am I living peacefully, my young master? Hearing his calm tone, Thantruk asked, The monster has been defeated by you. Suddenly, a strange feeling came from inside the house, and Somach retorted, Monster, there's no such thing as a monster. Come in quickly. When Han Truk entered, he was surprised to see Somach and Quan Tai Lao sitting facing each other. Somach, the two of you are not answering his questions and are urging him to sit quickly. What are you standing there for? Sit down quickly and don't keep Quan Dao Huin waiting. Seeing him call him Quan Dao Hu, Han Truk froze in surprise and looked at him. Quan Dao Hu, are you saying that the person you're talking about is Quan Tai Lao? Aren't you two going to fight? Somach still looked calm, glanced at him, and confirmed, Yes, it is Quan Dao Hu. It was all a misunderstanding earlier. All a misunderstanding. I have always admired the immortal beings. I heard that Quan Dao Yu only need one victory to become a true immortal. My envy clouded my judgment. When I saw your immortal spirit and transcendent appearance, I was momentarily at a loss for words and unwilling to accept the truth.
Fortunately, you are generous and forgive my rudeness. Old Quan Tai was very pleased to see him acting appropriately, knowing that admitting mistakes is a good thing.
Fellow Taoist Suo, being able to see through the illusion in your heart shows you have the talent to become a saint, which is very promising. Although it's hard to understand, since you are acting, he doesn't interfere and joins in immediately.
So that's how it is, fellow Taoist Quan. I must also apologize to you for my previous words. He smiled with satisfaction.
You told me yourself. Both of you are destined to become immortals, so there's no need to worry about small matters among fellow cultivators.
Somach's face remained unchanged as he flattered.
Esteemed Taoist Quan, if you hadn't awakened me, I wouldn't have realized I was always on the wrong path to becoming an immortal. Now, I wish to correct my ways. Could you recommend someone so I can meet a celestial master to pass on the immortal techniques? Old Master Quan looked disappointed and waved his hand, saying, It's difficult. The celestial talisman is hard to find. Maybe only after I become an immortal can I meet my master. Thank you. But swordsman, so need not worry. Meeting is fate. The Yang Spirit technique I possess can also be passed on to Master So. Hearing about the inheritance, Han Truk felt confused. Is becoming an immortal not very precious? This can also be easily taught?
As far as I know, the sects that accept disciples are very eager, and after joining, disciples even have to pay money, property, or make significant contributions to the sect to have the chance to learn true secret techniques.
If the immortal techniques spread widely, wouldn't everyone in the world become immortals then?
Suddenly, the old man in the coffin laughed loudly and expressed his grand ideal, which was both humorous and absurd. Why would he sell his path for gold or give it away on the street corner to passers-by to become immortals? How could its value be measured by worldly standards?
Moreover, do those cultivators truly become immortals?
If I have the chance to attain true immortality, I would naturally spread the immortal techniques widely to save and benefit the world.
This world is too cruel. Monsters rebel and chaos reigns. The war between immortals and mortals has lasted for years. Battles after battles, my 2 sons and daughter starved to death, and my wife died fleeing in terror. Even if you become an immortal emperor, how good can this world really be? The corrupt officials are even darker than before. These cultivators only pursue greater strength, more territory, and more power, caring little for the lives and deaths of mortals, and they are worthy of becoming immortals. After becoming an immortal, perhaps I cannot stay in this mortal world for long. I want to entrust the method of becoming an immortal to Master Su, so you can teach those suffering and enduring hardships to be free and at ease.
After hearing his ideals, Somach happily gave a thumbs up in praise.
Fellow official, your deep sense of justice and righteousness commands respect. But I am also an official? Can you trust me? Hearing your agreement with my ideals, he felt even more pleased. So Dao Hu, as an official, is well regarded as a good person in Van Thun, because your righteousness and impartiality do not flow with those corrupt officials, which is why I trust you. But the one beside you, lacking spiritual insight, becoming an immortal seems impossible, so I still rely on So Dao Hu to pass on the immortal teachings to save and help people. Friend Guan, you talk about saving the world and helping people. So what about Lu Jia's 2 dead children and the newlywed bride? Mentioning the Lu Nian family, the old coffin suddenly erupts in anger. He stomped his foot in anger. The Liu family deserved to die. Liu family's husband and wife are unkind and collude with officials, causing many families to be torn apart for their own comfort and luxury. Such people deserve retribution, and I am acting on heaven's behalf. As for the bride's wedding night, it is crucial for the cultivation ritual, as her soul is hidden in this coffin. When her soul's structure aligns, she will become my partner in the Tao. Only when 1 yin and 1 yang, along with 2 celestial bodies, complete the final step simultaneously to attain nourishment can we become true immortals. Otherwise, I will die, and she won't live long. She will become an immortal with me. Endless joy. How could it be harmful? The ritual time is almost here, and her body's timing is also about to run out. In the prison, the bride was now like a puppet repeatedly banging her head against the iron bars. Lady Liu looked at this bizarre scene and gently nudged Liu Nian to find a way. Of course, she keeps hitting the iron. How can we sleep? Or maybe you should tie her up. What does Liu Nian dare to do? He's still so afraid he'll choke her to death. Who knows what that monster will do? Maybe she should move back to the coffin of the old low-spirit demon, using this spell to seal it. At this point, I have told you all the steps of my cultivation. Somach nonchalantly raised his thumb in praise. Truly, the path of a true immortal is incredibly mysterious, leaving people in awe. But I have a doubt. In the process of nurturing the bride, the most important thing for the wedding day is the timing, which requires special conditions. Finding this special person among so many people and then transforming her into my partner is not an easy task. Friend Guan, how did you find your soulmate in just a month? Lao Guan feels they are already true companions and reveals everything openly. There is a human trafficking group in Luvan City whose clients are demons, spirits, and those about to become immortals like us, and they provided my partner. Han Truk stroked his chin and asked him about where they found Kuei Tu. A soulmate? Where do we have to go to find them? As for this matter, the old coffin maker doesn't know either. He scratched his head and honestly replied, "It's hard to find. They only seek out clients they have a connection with. Maybe they'll come back to this coffin shop. You just need to wait a few days and you'll meet them, or else you'll have to wait patiently." Wait, we haven't talked about my partner yet. Why isn't my partner back? Scene shifts to the prison. The bride keeps muttering to herself, still reciting the sword manual, still reciting the sword manual. The Nagate still recites the sword manual. Master, at this moment Lady Liu and Liu Nian are so frightened that they are about to burst. What is that noise? It's so scary, it must be related to that girl. Her hitting the iron bars has become more frequent. Following Quan Tai Lao's summons, the bride became increasingly frantic, repeatedly banging her head against the iron bars as if she didn't feel pain. The bride's continued absence threw Quan Tai Lao into a panic. Why? Why? Could she be locked up? Why hasn't she come back? Almost, I was so close to becoming an immortal. Suo Miao, the kidnapper, showed no remorse as he offered his condolences. Friend Guan offers his condolences. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? His eyes now bloodshot, his expression turning fierce. Friend Guan, becoming an immortal, is already against the heavens and will face many tribulations. Perhaps this is your destiny. But the old coffin master has come this far. How can he accept his fate? He shouted and pointed at Han Truk, saying, I don't accept it, and as for a backup plan, you come and be my wife." He was openly critical when pointed out. What? I'm a man. How can I be your partner in the way of the immortal? And isn't it also required for the soulmate to have a fixed birth time? But at this point, the old coffin has no way out. He doesn't care about anything. As a painter once said, boys and girls don't matter as long as you're happy. Becoming a perfect immortal is indeed complicated, but right now I can't worry about that much. A little deception to become a semi-immortal is fine. Both men and women turn off the lights the same way. Han Truk didn't expect becoming an immortal would open up like this. So be it. Then why don't you choose Somach as your partner? Old Quan Tai naturally replied. Sorrowful Trunk immediately refused. Sorry, I do not agree. Old Quan Tai smiled seductively, trying to persuade him. Rest assured, once we become immortals together, surpassing mortals will bring endless joy. The wise bird sings clearly. The clever person speaks half-heartedly, and seeing him stop without continuing, Han Truk gets annoyed. What's wrong? Don't say half of it. Do you know how much it irritates people? But suddenly the old coffin showed disdain. No, I can't do it. Come closer and look. You're really too ugly. If I have to stay with you forever, I'll go crazy. Might as well die. Fellow Taoist Su, it seems my journey ends here. The inheritance of the nourishing death technique has been passed on to you, fellow Taoist Guan. Go in peace. He staggered forward, and at that moment, a flash of light burst forth, engulfing the image of the old coffin. Somach saw that he had gone to the afterlife, and looked mournful. Fellow Guandao is also a tragic figure. A bit strange, but genuinely kind to others. If you really want me to kill him, I would feel a bit reluctant. Thuan Truk, luckily you're here. He can choose to end himself. That's really great. Han Truk just remained silent in response. The two leave the old coffin master's house. The lantern's white light has now turned into a strange purple hue, and the purple smoke gradually dissipates to reveal an empty space. At this moment, the system issues a notification, indicating that the main historical milestone, the old coffin master's tomb, has been destroyed, and the vigilance level of the illusionary demon has increased to 3. When the alert level reaches 10, the illusionary demon will lock your position. Han Truk never expected that passing the old coffin's obstacle would be so easy. He asked about Somach's next move. I didn't expect the old coffin to die like that. Somach, what is your next plan? You want to learn about the immortal that the old coffin mentioned. The treasure you found in the mountains might actually be the beast that controls this city, but this lead is gone. The only clue is the human traffickers who supplied the bride for the beast. When mentioning Kuei Tu, he frowned slightly.
The old coffin master said he wanted to find K2, which is very difficult. The cultivators in the secret realm must have been brought here too, so we should find them first.
To help them together. Somach disagreed with his opinion, preferring to take the initiative rather than wait for others to rescue. It's too late now. Xiao Yu won't let us act freely forever. Stay inside the coffin shop, and if Katzi comes, inform me. My identity in Liuyun City is the head enforcer. I'm going back to use the city's officials' power to search the city. If KZ keeps selling women and children, it will leave clues. The next morning, Levantine was immersed in a peaceful atmosphere as the steamed bun seller angrily chased after the thief. Little devil, don't run. This thief is a fool for chasing me for so long. As she ran, she still tightly held the steamed bun in her hand. After losing her pursuer, she was exhausted and leaned against the wall, catching her breath. That's true dedication. Chasing me all this time for a Baozi. Is it really worth risking everything?
I think we're probably safe here. That's strange.
Where is this? No memory of meeting a ghost. Could I be lost? Sweet candies in adorable shapes appeared before her, with the vendor continuously calling out to sell.
Blow the sugar figures, blow the sugar figures. The sugar figures are delicious and fun. The fairy stepped forward to invite when she saw Nai-er.
Little girl, do you want to blow sugar figurines?
When Ngai Ni first saw this, she was very excited, her eyes shining like stars as she approached and asked, "Sugar figurines, are these things made by squeezing with your hands?"
So adorable. The immortal scooped a spoonful of the sugar figure and explained, "The sugar figures elsewhere are all squeezed out, but mine are extraordinary. Because what I use isn't strong sugar, but tang tich. This is a rare and precious item. Blow into tang tich's small tube, and it can turn into whatever you desire most. Do you want to try?"
Someone like Lord Nai, who has never seen this before, of course wants to try. She casually steps forward without any suspicion.
I want to try. The immortal pulls out a tube and guides her to blow into it, then blows into this small tube. Nyanyi puffed her cheeks, widened her eyes, and blew with all her might into Duong Nan. Instantly, Duong Nan transformed into a variety of fast food in the modern world. The immortal was amazed the first time he saw this. What could it be? It's all things he's never seen before, and they all look like food. After blowing into Duong Nan, Ngai Ni immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded. My head hurts so much. What did you do to me? The immortal, with an excited look at Ngai Ni falling down, explains, Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon. To transform Duong Tich, it takes a lot of energy, so of course you'll feel tired. Falling into a coma to allow Duong Tich to transform this much, I've never seen before. As Haba's bride, you are the most suitable person. Before losing consciousness, she only managed to curse once, damn it. His voice, like a spell, made her vision turn to darkness. Sleep now. When you wake up again, a bright future awaits you. At the prison. Leonian's husband and wife are taken out of the cell. He looks at the jailer walking ahead and nervously asks, What do you mean by this?
We haven't even left yet, and you took so much money from us. The man kept walking and replied, This is an order from the chief guard, but it definitely won't harm you.
Lunian, Somach has thrown your two spouses into the prison. Don't you want to take revenge on him? He was so scared he turned pale. No, how could I dare? Somach is your colleague and also an official. How could I offend him? The jailer sneered, having long held a grudge against Somach. That Somach is no match for me, always pretending to be noble, arguing with superiors. The chief executioner has wanted to eliminate him for a long time, but hesitated because of his background. This time, when Lathan led you here, he loudly spread rumors that the coffin turned into a monster killing people, and that there are shops selling monsters, demons, or spirits. Such crimes cannot be forgiven. Somach is definitely going to die this time. Leonian still doesn't understand. Thinking about that strange thing, he was so scared he stammered. But the coffin monster is real. I saw it with my own eyes. But for Somach to die, who cares if it's real or fake? He sneers cruelly. So what if he's injured? The head of the sect has sent someone to invite the cultivator, but this is the chance to kill Somach. If you dare cause trouble for us, then you are the one who will die. What are the cultivators doing? Just standing there and watching this scene. Are you guys addicted to playing co-s play? Is now the time for you to act out the script. Go kill the magical beasts. What are you hesitating for? Is our bad luck that we're raising dogs now? The screen shows a scene of Somach walking down the street. Someone is worried you won't clear the secret realm. Mo Shen pleads with you, if you can't find the demon beasts, just wipe out the entire Liuyun city. Anyway, the people inside are not alive. The secret realm has failed. The one who died is myself. I just want to ask, isn't the channel behind the live stream of the secret realm also lazy? Why does the time jump after just a moment of watching? Li Tuong saw everyone starting to panic, so she quickly spoke to calm them down. Stay calm, everyone. Although most of the saviors are in trouble, Somach is thinking of a way. As for the chaos in the livestream timeline, it's because Liu Vancheng is now in the lost land where time flows differently from reality. The specific reason I asked the senior elders to explain to everyone. Where is Elder Kui? Deech Swung now looked at the girl with concern and revealed that he had left earlier. The senior elder just told me that the person left first, but I feel like he might have run ahead on his own. Hearing her guess, Li Tuong was startled and froze. Let's go, everyone. Move out. He was so angry he kicked and cursed loudly. You traitorous bastards. The observer heard the shouting and went over to ask him, President Qian, what's wrong? He was so angry about the traitorous immortal cultivators that veins bulged on his forehead. The cultivators have all retreated. These bastards said they would fight Somach together, but now they've all pulled back. It's too much. What should we do when Somach returns from the secret realm? The envoy remained calm, holding his phone and reassuring him with a composed expression.
Vice President, I have already requested additional support from the Alliance of Wealth. The retreat of the cultivators was expected, especially since the current secret realm is live-streaming images of Lu Vanthan.
The truth about Liu Yuncheng's disappearance is the final boundary of the four great sects, and they absolutely cannot be touched. That's why they killed many people. The Alliance of Wealth and Resources also tried to investigate Liu Yuncheng, almost causing a full-scale war between cultivators and the Alliance. To cover up the truth, Liu Yuncheng disappeared, and the four great sects might be willing to pay any price. At this moment elsewhere, Tam and Chan walk side by side into a deep, dark cave. Hearing about his injury, he asks, Are you all right? Tung Chan felt that only 2 people entering here was still too reckless. I still think we should call the other 2 sect leaders. No matter how careful we are, destroying the secret realm is too risky. But Tam doesn't see this as dangerous. Now is the moment of a life and death. They are at the bottom of the sea, awakening that being. And together we have enough power to destroy the secret realm, so there is nothing to worry about. Now I will take the core of the secret realm. At the moment the core appears, you use lightning magic to cooperate with me and destroy the secret realm. That power gradually heads toward the secret realm. Seeing that the moment had come, he shouted for Tung Chan to act. Attack. He clasped his hands together and shouted the name of his innate divine technique, Tianshen Lei. His combined power with the heavenly heart quickly surged toward the secret realm. 2 waves of power strike the secret realm, causing a loud explosion and a cloud of white smoke to cover it. But as the smoke disperses, the secret realm, seemingly destroyed, remains intact and continues to spin. At this moment, they realize there is a strong barrier surrounding the secret realm, the Lien Sun Fukma barrier. At this moment, Kui Tin steps out from the shadows, standing high above and looking down at Tuk Tien Tam facing Tung Chan. Luckily, only the 2 of them are here.
Tâm thấy hàng rào chặn lại ruột thì kinh ngạc. Chúng ta gia bị ngăn cản rồi. Tung Chan thấy vậy cũng sắc mặt trở nên lạnh lùng.
Elder Kui, why are you here instead of doing your Y City live stream? Kui Tin asked with a tone of suspicion. To stop you. If the secret realm is destroyed, everyone inside will sacrifice themselves, and the earth will lose its final protective barrier. If monsters invade, how many innocent people will die? Do you not care at all? Tung Chuan remains unmoved, feeling that leaving the secret realm would only make things more dangerous. If the war in the secret realm fails, the Earth's protective barrier will become a stepping stone for monsters to invade, causing even greater casualties. Now, the 3 Dao ancestors have fallen, their strength severely diminished, and other cultivators have lost themselves, becoming puppets in Liuyun City. Although Tui Somach can still move freely, this secret realm war has confirmed its failure. Destroying the secret realm is the best choice. Qiuting obviously wouldn't be convinced by his words. He had uncovered the secret they wanted to hide. You just want to hide the truth that Liu Yancheng disappeared. You simply don't want others to know. 1,000 years ago, Xiao Hu was originally summoned by the cultivators of the 4 great sects. How do you know that? Is it possible that Shang Wu or Du Tianren told you? Seeing him mention those people, his voice carried grief and anger as he looked at Tung Chan. Do you have the face to mention their names? What has Du Tianyan done for this world? You must know very well. Could it be that you care more about the reputation of the 4 great sects than saving the world? As the current sect master of the One Fire sect, you only bring shame to them. Hearing that, Tung Chan also didn't want to waste words. He smiled cruelly. Elder Kui, this secret realm war will surely end in failure. Canceling it now is to save more lives. Don't force me to kill you. Is it so tragic to protect the world that you can only come up with absurd excuses? If you want to destroy the secret realm, step over my corpse first. I believe in Somach, he can do what you cannot bring change to humanity's fate. I will not let you hinder him. He shifts all the blame onto others and even sullies your name.
Somach, I was really mistaken about you.
Usually preaching justice and fairness, I never expected you to commit such an act of humiliating the common people. Seeing that he could be eliminated, a look of pleasure and ferocity appeared in his eyes. Not only that, you also said that monsters with evil speech appeared in the city, or that someone was guilty of a deadly crime, and this time no one will be able to protect you anymore. After finishing, his face looked as if he had been frozen in place.
So it turns out this old man was just practicing for the upcoming meeting with my family.
He chuckled loudly, smugly asking his subordinate, "How about it?" Later, I will say it like that. On the day, Lord Lu, your insults were excellent, truly satisfying to that arrogant and fake Somach who looks down on everyone. The brothers have long been displeased, but this time we must eliminate him. Lathan, with his hands tightly bound behind his back, glared angrily at Phi Tin. Instead of being angry at his insults, he seemed more at ease as his anger grew. He snorted and said, "Lathan, Lathan. Somach has offended many people in Lavan City. You don't know that, if it weren't for a maternal uncle serving as an imperial censor, he would have lost his life long ago, and I should thank you for bringing the evidence of Somach's heretical words or personally delivering it to me. Killing Somach is on you." Lathan refused to submit and firmly confirmed the existence of the monster.
The coffin monster is real, and there may be more than one monster in the city.
Forget it, the monster will kill even more people. Don't you care at all? But Phi Tin didn't believe it at all. He stroked his beard and tilted his head to ask Lu Nian standing below the court, "Why would there be monsters in Luvan City?" "Lu Nian," you said, "are there really monsters in the city?" He was startled when his name was called. Lu Nian avoided Lathan's gaze and stammered, "There are no monsters, no ghostly coffins. Somach lied to me. He did this to trick me and failed, so he and his accomplices were imprisoned." With Lu Nian's confirmed testimony, Phi Tin felt even more proud. "Then that's right. Don't forget that the Luvan city is guarded by the immortal cultivators of Lian Huadong, so there can't be monsters they cultivate to protect the region and maintain peace. If a monster attack really happens in the city and causes casualties, it will damage the reputation and achievements of the cultivators." Lord La still refuses to give up. He wants him to invite the cultivators to investigate the truth of this matter. Then if someone goes to invite the immortal cultivators from Lianhua Cave, they will know if there are monsters just by looking. Phi Tin, seeing his stubbornness, started to feel annoyed. He has lost patience. If Somach hadn't been coming, he would have already killed him, for a long time now. "Do you think that just because a cultivator comes, they can save Somach's life? The cultivator from Lotus Pond wants Somach dead more than I do. Somach broke the rules, interfered in cultivator affairs, and revealed monsters on his own, slapping the face of the cultivator world. In his heart, he believed he would die anyway. He didn't mind revealing the dirty secrets of the immortal sect to him. As treasures, blessed lands, and resources of the sects are all divided based on merit. Even if monsters appear, we can only say they don't exist. Don't you understand that? The people not appointing officials to pursue justice is a sign of peace and stability." Lord La looked as if he couldn't believe his ears, his face stiffening. "Why is it like this?" He looks at his face with a mocking expression. "He's foolish. You young ones don't understand." But Somach understands. I really don't know why he's so foolish. So why bother offending people when giving your life away is worse than thieves, droughts, wild beasts, and monsters? What does it matter who they are? At this moment, the door opens, and a cloud of white smoke rushes in from outside. Somach stepped in calmly, unaffected by Lathan's restraints, and asked softly, "Why so lively?" "Lathan, why are you tied up?" He saw that he really arrived, so he hurriedly stopped and urged him to run quickly. "Captain, run fast. They want to harm people. The cultivators are coming soon." Phi Tin, seeing him arrive, cheered happily and shouted, "It's too late, Somach. Now that you're here, don't mess things up." Then he waved his hand and ordered the guards to come and seize him, and they all obeyed and charged forward. "Yes!" Facing the crowd, Somach merely tilted his head slightly, a mocking look in his eyes. Then the sound of fists hitting bodies and muffled thuds echoed. "Yes!" Phi Tin, clutching his aching body, loudly cursed him. "You dared to attack Donglu and threaten Trong Quan. That's an even worse crime." Somach, not wanting to hear his nonsense, interrupted, "Where is the chief officer right now? I am looking for him for a reason." "Somach, are you insulting me? I am the chief of the Luffy Star of Luvan City." Somach felt relieved when he heard that, so he didn't have to go look for anyone. Suomach didn't care about his expression and just assumed he was his dog. "That's perfect then. From now on, you are my dog, including you in that. All the territory of Na City County must unconditionally obey my orders. At this moment, Phi Tin only feels that he has truly gone mad to oppose me and even claim to be his superior. His body trembled with anger, so Somach was stunned. Are you really crazy?
No matter how strong your martial arts are, so what? You're still just an ordinary person. If you act recklessly like that, the cultivators from Lianhua Cave won't let you go.
Only then did Somach realize when he heard him mention the cultivators from Vuong City. The cultivators from Vuong City. I almost forgot about them. After the matter at the district office is settled, take me to find them. The local cultivators might become useful tools for finding people. When mentioning them, his expression immediately changed. He smugly looked at him and said, "Don't worry, the cultivators from Lotus Cave are on their way, they'll be here soon, and then you'll see if you can still smile." Somach didn't expect there to be such good news. You can help by not having to find them anymore, right? So there's no need to make another trip. A guard from outside pushed the door open forcefully and tremblingly asked him, "Master Lu, what is going on?"
Seeing someone arrive, he became so excited that he had a chest pain.
Tin coughs weakly and orders him to go contact the cultivators.
"That's great.
Why are you only just now returning after telling you to contact the cultivators? Hurry up and invite the great cultivators in. Today, Somach must die." But the guard's face turned pale with fear as the scene outside terrified him to the point of wetting himself. "Lord Lu, all the cultivators have left. They've abandoned us." Outside Liuyun City, a giant serpent suddenly appeared, encircling the entire city. Anyone or any creature that touched the river water would turn into water spirits.
Outside right now, it is just like hell on earth. Anyone touched by the water begins to melt.
A man who can't escape at this moment can only reach out in desperation, crying for help. Help me. But no one came to save them. They were driven mad by the scene and ran desperately to escape. The entire city of Liuyun was now wrapped in a swirling green aura. Distant voices of despair and sorrow echo from all around. No one can escape. We are about to die inside Luvan City. After the guard finished reporting, Phi Tin followed him to the river. The guard, trembling with fear, pointed at the river and said, "Lord Lu, this is the current surrounding Liuyun City. There's no way to break through and escape." He looked at the white smoke rising from the river surface with an incredulous gaze and angrily asked the guard, "No, this can't be real. Where are the cultivators? Are you sure they've all left?"
"Captain, I went through Lotus Cave and it was completely empty. The cultivators have abandoned us."
Phi Tin heard that the cultivators had abandoned them and turned pale, sweating cold. He was wrong. The current could melt ordinary people, but for cultivators it was nothing. They must be searching for a way to save us. Somach remained very calm about this and looked at the river before making a guess. If this current was indeed created by them, then he immediately dismissed the idea as impossible. He retorted fiercely, "Don't even think about talking nonsense. If Liu Yun's safety is at risk, even the cultivators guarding the city will be punished. This isn't just about 1 or 2 deaths that can be hidden." Hearing that, Somach became even more certain of his own thoughts.
He activated his ability and Dongzi Neo gradually turned a bronze color. Perhaps this is the reason they wanted the item to succeed.
As soon as Somach activated his ability, the system immediately provided information about the treasure from the Golden Gourd. This treasure, a crucial spiritual artifact, is used to refine pills. If someone is placed inside the gourd, they will turn into ash in an instant. By enhancing the magic array to amplify its effect, they put Liu Vanqing into the bottle. Breaking the bottle will immediately attract the attention of the void demons. So, Mach received the information and said gravely to Phi Tin, "We are inside a bottle, and it is indeed true. The entire La Van city has been placed inside the bottle." He heard that and, confused, stammered and asked him, "Bottle gourd? What bottle gourd? Where is the bottle gourd? Wait a minute, what are you doing?" Then he put his hand into the water and channeled his spiritual power into it, gradually guiding his energy toward Ha Bak, who was sleeping soundly. Under the river, the small snake is coiled up, with a protective layer on the outside. The system immediately provides information about it. Ha Bak's unconscious body, who has the ability to control the flow, will wake part of his instincts if attacked, capturing the entire moving current. After obtaining the information he wants, he withdraws his hand from the water. He orders Phi Tin to lead the way to Lianhua Cave. Once done, the chief of staff, now leading me to see if there is any remaining information in Lianhua Cave. Seeing Somach's intact hand, he couldn't believe his eyes and questioned him. "How could you clearly let go of the flow? Why didn't you turn into ashes?" Seeing him talk too much, he got annoyed and shouted, "Shut up and lead the way." Phi Tin, having lived this long at a high position, couldn't stand being scolded like that. He shouted angrily, "Somach, stop dreaming. Do you think that having a bit of skill means you can do whatever you want? I told you, don't even think about giving me orders." A few minutes later, Somach appeared in a deserted place with no one around. Behind Phi Tin, because of his mouth, he got beaten into a pig's head. He held his swollen cheek and obediently pointed out that this was the Lianhua cave. Somach entered the mountain cave and looked around. Seeing that the entire cave was empty and nothing remained, he couldn't help but sigh. These cultivators really cleaned up the place. There's nothing left in the cave. Chief, go check around to see if they left anything behind or any news. I can't do anything because I was ordered not to. He turned his head back, a little angry at the guards. Do you all know already? Haven't you heard Somach's orders? Once you hear it, go and do your job quickly. They hurriedly responded. Yes. Then everyone dispersed to search throughout the cave for any clues. And at this moment, luckily, a guard found a mirror that looked like a magic tool. It's here, there's a mirror. I don't know if it works. He walks over with the mirror, and Phi Tin immediately snatches it away. He recognizes right away that this is an item used by the cultivators. Quick, give me that mirror I saw before. It's a magic tool used by cultivators for communication. Somach raised his voice and asked, Do you know how to use this? No. He looked at the mirror and tried to recall how to use it. I remember you press and hold the decorated edge of such mirrors. Fortunately, he remembered the correct way to activate the mirror. At this moment, the mirror started to ripple. Immediately after, the sect leader appeared on the mirror. He asked confusedly, Is the person behind the signal from Liuyun City? Do we have a communication mirror there? Phi Tin saw the old man as his savior and begged him to save his life. Kim Tong-chu, it's so good to hear from you at last. Please save us. Liuyun City is surrounded by a strange current, within which is water capable of melting people. At this point, even Master Kim Tong-chu shows no concealment. It was me who did it. Phi Tin, who earlier still held hope, turned pale with fear upon hearing the old man admit it was himself. Kim sect leader, what are you saying? The sect leader stroked his beard and said solemnly, The outside of the hunting zone is plotting to invade Luvan City. Turning ordinary humans into monsters is their lowest point. But if a living mutated monster appears, even beasts can be subdued. A wicked gleam and murderous intent flash from his eyes. If the monsters come, they will threaten the entire world. Therefore, we can only make a small sacrifice to eliminate the mutated monsters within the city and prevent them from escaping. I will use my magic to cover Liu Vancheng, turning it into a water prison that will gradually drown the city. Please, all of you and Liu Vancheng, just go and die. Phi Tin was in despair, kneeling on the ground begging the old man to save him. Save me. He was suddenly overwhelmed with panic and desperately begged the old man to save himself. Clan leader Kim, you want to drown Liuyun City? I absolutely support that. But the one who saves me, I am definitely not a monster. Please respect our past friendship. But how could clan leader Kim let you escape alive from there? Kim Tong-chu, if we can eliminate all the monsters in the city, can we stop your plan to destroy Lu Vantan? Phi Tin kept pleading, Yes. Sect leader Kim, we have found a lead, a human trafficker named Kwai Tu, who is the source of the mutated monsters. If we can find him, I can locate all the mutated monsters. Please give us some time. The old man, seeing they wouldn't give up, pretended to be compassionate and granted them 3 more days. 3 days? I can only give you 3 days. If after 3 days you cannot eliminate all the mutated monsters, I will only have my own way. Then the old man turned off the mirror and his face returned to normal. Seeing only 3 days, he panicked and called out to the elder, Wait a moment, Sect Master Kim. 3 days really is too short. Sect. Master Kim. Sect. Master Kim. Somach was not afraid at all. He calmly looked down and then ordered him. Chief Investigator, what are you standing there for? Sotan Team Kwai Tu. But Phi Tin is just an ordinary person. He has fallen into despair and cannot do it. He wants to find the traffickers in the entire Lu Van City. Even if all the heads acted together and 3 days wasn't enough, Somach didn't care. He forced him to drag out everyone currently in Lavon for interrogation. The number of heads was insufficient, so he mobilized the entire Guan government of Luvan City, the city lord, the master of the brothel, and if that still wasn't enough, he even pulled out the city lord's concubine to work, willing to pay any price to find the prince's family. Only then did he break free from his despair and hopelessness. He said excitedly, I will find you outside the hall where the Kim sect leader is. At this moment, a disciple approached, respectfully reporting the situation and asking, Old sect master. Based on your instructions, the purple gold cauldron has been adjusted to its best state. Do you really want to give Luvan City 3 more days? But how can the old man possibly grant 3 days? Those words of his are just meant to sow hope and then destroy it. Now destroy Luvan City immediately. I only want them to die in a beautiful illusion. This is my final mercy for those pitiful worms. The old man controls the pot to fly into the sky. In front of the safety of the entire world, I will not risk a small Lu Van. More importantly, maintaining the 2 Kim Ho Lo spell consumes a large amount of spirit stones. Those lowly mortals are not worth wasting precious resources on. The Death Gold Cauldron, upon hearing my command, completely transforms into a small Lu Van. The calm cauldron then begins to shake violently, and the interior of the cauldron also starts to tremble. Habak, who was placed under the river, opened his eyes. The water in the lake rose rapidly, threatening to drown everything, but the rising waves were shattered by a burst of energy.
The disciple asked doubtfully, "Sect leader, is it successful?" Feeling the locket calm and without change, the old man angrily turned around and ordered the others to channel their energy into it.
Strange. It should have stirred up a storm, but suddenly became calm. Everyone, follow me and increase your spiritual power to attack once more. With added strength, Kim the sect leader once again orders the cauldron. The Tsu Kim cauldron obeys and swallows the mature Liu Yun. Some time has passed, and Master Kim has started to release his power. But for some reason, the gourd refuses to work. 6 times now. Failure after failure.
Old man, take off the mirror and crazily call Luffy Tin. Luffy Tin, stop all actions for now and investigate by the river to see if anything unusual appears.
But on the mirror was not his reflection, but Somach. He smiled with a teasing look in his eyes and said,
"The chief hunter is out chasing monsters and can't answer, Kim Sect Master. Sorry, it seems your magic gourd has lost its power."
The old man was furious when he realized it wasn't Fi Tin and demanded angrily,
"Who are you? How do you know?"
He didn't answer him at all, but used his power to crush the mirror, activating the initiative for the chief to chase the demon.
"You're useless to me now, Kim Sect Leader. Don't contact me anymore."
Master Kim, furious at losing connection, shouted angrily,
Damn it! Damn it! How dare that little brat take out all the spirit stones, using them as fuel to burn from the gold jar, risking everything, destroying the Lu Van and all evidence, so that that arrogant brat would die with nowhere to bury himself.
At this moment, the disciple holding the mirror face came to report that someone wanted to contact him.
"Clan leader, please accept the communication request."
At this moment, he has no mind to contact anyone. He's so furious he wants to vomit blood.
What contact? What contact? Is this the time to be doing that?
If we don't destroy the evidence quickly, what happened in Liuyun City will be discovered by Dai La Tian. Hearing this, the disciple's face paled. "Master, it's a message from Dai La Tian." Hearing that it was a communication from Dai La Tian, the old man broke out in cold sweat in fear. Could the communication from Dai La Tian be a coincidence? No way. They wouldn't know so quickly.
The disciple hesitated and asked the elder, "Sect leader, should we continue?"
Although they didn't want to hear it, the elders couldn't avoid listening, so they handed over the magic mirror to me.
The mirror's surface started to ripple and Min Kwang's face appeared on it as he greeted the elders and directly asked about the situation in Liuyun City.
Sect leader,
Kim, it's been a long time. Is the situation in Liuyun City good?
Kim Tong-chu didn't expect him to go straight to the main point like that. He forced a smile and avoided the issue.
Min Kwang steward, everyone in Lu Van City is far away. I trouble you to inquire on my behalf.
It truly moves me. Everything in Than Lu Van is good. The people are settled and peaceful, and there are no disturbances now. Hearing the old man avoid the topic, Kwang Min's previously smiling face immediately darkened, and a look of displeasure appeared in his eyes.
I see now, after all this time, you still haven't destroyed Lu Van City.
The old man didn't expect his actions had reached him, but he still stubbornly claimed ignorance.
Min Kwang steward, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Liu Van City is Lian Huadong City. We are guarding it, so why should I destroy Liu Van City? But Min Kwang's small movements are clear as day. He sneered and exposed the recent deeds of the old man. 10 years ago, to revive your daughter, you began experimenting with interdimensional links and stealing energy from the beast world. From that moment on, we have been watching you. But even after being exposed, he still refused to admit it. But from the expression on his face, you can see how terrified he truly is. Guangming steward.
I don't understand why space linking isn't forbidden by Dai La Heaven. If you knew all along, why didn't you stop me?
Hearing that, he didn't get drunk but revealed the reason why he didn't stop the old man. Because the large number of mortal deaths prompted Dai La Tian to issue this taboo to comfort the people. But rules are just tools to deceive the weak, making them feel a false sense of safety. You can probably feel it over the past few decades. The spiritual energy in our world has been running out. So extracting energy from the monster world has become a key research topic for us. Your research results are even more impressive than the Bishdong altar, especially in manipulating space, one of the 8 great sects. Luvan City itself has become a testing ground, and their boldness and imagination deserve praise. Hearing that they don't want to punish me, he no longer hid and honestly revealed the current situation. But now Luvan City is out of control. With my strength, I might not be able to destroy Luvan City.
Bingjun immediately replied, Master Kim, I am on my way. Rest assured, I can handle this kind of situation. We have a lot of experience.
Returning to Somach, Lathan, standing behind him, provided information about the Black Dragon Gang.
Captain, this is the largest gang here, the place where the Black Dragon Gang's uncle is based. Aside from the government, they are the local organization with the most manpower.
Having received the information from Lathan,
He looked at him with satisfaction and asked, Very good, Lathan. You remind me, did I have any dealings with them before? Hearing his question, he rubbed his nose and avoided eye contact. Captain, you have repeatedly disrupted the illegal activities of the Black Dragon Gang in the past, and most of its members are very obedient, especially the gang leader who has a strange obsession with you. I suspect the Black Dragon Gang will not help. But regarding his concern, he calmly said, No need to worry. In the face of the survival or destruction of Liuyun City, the Black Dragon Gang leader will make the right decision.
Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting the Black Dragon Gang replace the gang leader. Sunlight filters through the window and shines inside the hall. Vuong, as the Black Gang leader, looked at him playfully and greeted, Captain Somach is indeed a rare guest. Somach didn't expect that Vuong was actually the Black Gang leader. Are you the boss of the Black Dragon Gang? Vuong, you're Vuong, right? I want to ask for your help, but it seems you haven't fully regained your senses yet. Vuong sneered. Captain Somach, aren't you always so noble? I never expected he would bow his head and ask me for help. Yue Tianyun looked at Somach with irritation and said, Big sister, that bastard Somach always picks fights with us, and now he's daring to come alone to our territory. This is a sign of disrespect to our Black Dragon Gang. Somach felt a bit helpless, seeing both of them no longer remembering who they are. Have they all forgotten themselves? This is really troublesome. Focus on the main task first. Please listen to me. Now I am representing the local authorities to ask you to cooperate in rescuing the city of Liuyun from danger. Suddenly, for some reason, Vuong's nerves snapped and she ordered her men to arrest him, saying, No more talking, capture Somach for me. Everyone in the gang looked at him with a sneering expression and stepped forward. Yes. Yue Tianyun is extremely excited. Boss, Somach, no one can save you this time. At this moment, Somach still wanted to explain the current situation to her logically. Vuong Than Lu Van is in a desperate situation, isolated in Wu Vian. I don't want to fight a pointless battle and reduce the number of people. But as the leader of the sect, Vuong doesn't care about that. She's still afraid of chaos and Lu Van City falling into disorder. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. No one can interfere now, and I can do whatever I want to you. Captain. So, Mach, I want you to become the boss lady of my gang. When suddenly she tries to make you her camp wife. So, Mach froze and looked at her in disbelief. What? Giet Tin Ngan was very unhappy when he heard this. Little girl wants to oppose this marriage and marry Somach. Big sister, are you serious? Even everyone in the gang thinks this is too crazy. They try their best to persuade her to change her mind. Boss, please reconsider. Somach is our enemy. Why should you reward him? But in Vuong's tangled thoughts right now, she believes that to humiliate him, she must make him her husband. Somach, I've thought about this for a long time, but how exactly can I cause him shame? Extreme humiliation for you would be hanging you on the city wall for 7 days and nights, starving and thirsting, slandering and framing, branding you as a criminal, or just ending it quickly in the street with 4 or 5 thugs chopping you into minced meat. She stood up from this chair, her voice filled with regret. Who asked you to have a good uncle as a censor?
I can't use any of these tricks. Fine, you're not some restless spirit clinging to me, trying to send me to prison, are you?
Now I give you a chance. She approaches and presses close to him to propose marriage to me.
At the closest place to me, you have the chance to find evidence of the Black Dragon Gang, colluding with officials in corruption. Shall I drag you into my darkness, or will you send me to prison first? Do you really not realize she's not conscious? And Somach doesn't care about her? Time is urgent, you're important, I don't have time to play with her now. Knowing he needs my help, Vuong resolutely bites down and won't let go unless he agrees to her proposal.
Earlier you said you wanted to save Liu Wancheng, fight against evil, uphold justice, and be willing to sacrifice yourself. Marry me, and I will help you. You have nothing more to say. Do you value your chastity and virtue more than the lives of the people in the city? Is your faith only this much? Seeing Vuong keep clinging to this issue, he reluctantly agreed to end the matter. I don't care, getting married isn't an issue, just help me. Vuong was unhappy with how quickly he agreed, like a child throwing a tantrum, saying fine. So quick. So I feel no sense of achievement at all. Somach didn't pay attention and negotiated terms with her, but the wedding had to wait until the danger was gone. In Liuyun City, a group of criminals kidnapped the K2. Help me find them. Getting his approval to get married, she no longer hesitated and just sighed softly before acting spoiled.
I got it. Always prioritizing work no matter when. This bad habit of yours will never change.
Who said I indulge you? Are you trying to find me or what? I will follow your orders. Then she turned around and sternly ordered the people in the gang. The Black Dragon Gang has received the order and will mobilize everyone today, using any means necessary,
even if it means tearing apart Liuyun City to find the heir. Tonight I want to consummate my marriage with Somach.
The members of the gang, knowing they cannot change her mind now, can only respectfully obey.
Yes, gang leader.
After giving the order to the subordinates to search, Vuong confidently boasted,
Are you now at ease? We won't talk about other matters, but when it comes to finding people, our Black Dragon Gang has many eyes and ears, and we are much stronger than the Imperial Court.
Seeing that his goal was achieved, Somach wanted to brush off and leave for other matters. Thank you for helping with this big task. I also need to go find the fox spirit beforehand. But Vuong, how could she let him go now? She stopped him and smiled, saying, No rush. I've already arranged the gangs to handle this search.
Now the master is busy with tonight's wedding and the wedding dress first. Do you want to wear a white wedding gown
or a red phoenix robe? Somach avoided her gaze upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, then made up a lie to escape. This is correct. I still need to check the overall situation of the chief, and will decide when I return.
But Vuong won't let you go. Forget that, useless guy. We can handle finding people ourselves.
Suddenly, the door of the hall burst open,
and a scar-faced man entered with a young man shouting, Boss, we found him! The Kaitu is caught!
Even the others, old and young, men and women, are brought in and called Kwaitu and Kwaitu. These guys are all Kwaitu. Vuong looked at the people they captured, her lips twitching with anger. Are you mocking me? As soon as you stepped out the door, you immediately caught a Kwaitu. Are you saying they just randomly pick a few people on the street to lure me? Boss, I'm telling the truth. Everyone in the city has joined the Kwaitu. They are arresting high officials, nobles,
wealthy people, and even gangs like ours. Many of our brothers have already been captured. I didn't expect it to be this serious. She frowned tightly, unable to believe, and asked, Are you serious?
Are you all crazy in this city? How is that possible? How dare they resist us? But the man believed to be a demon suddenly became agitated when he heard her say that. He angrily questions,
We are not crazy. We just want to survive. We haven't done anything wrong. We are just trying to work and make a living.
Why do we deserve to die?
Why do cultivators have to destroy our homes and kill us all?
Can't you see? My spirit is almost destroyed. He clutches his hair like a madman and says, Can't you see? The river can turn people into ashes and waves, swallowing us all. If not for the river god revealing himself and stopping the giant wave, we would all be dead. A name caught Somach's attention, and he questioned the man. Haba, how do you know about Haba's existence?
The man, with a crazed expression, revealed that this was disclosed by a celestial being, and he was extremely pleased to be able to take revenge on the corrupt officials, as the true celestial told them that to awaken Haba and protect Luvan City, many sacrifices were needed.
You used to bully us, oppress us,
and take away the remaining treasures and food we had. Now it's your turn to sacrifice your lives to save us.
In Luvan City, the whole city is deserted and silent. When the spirit in his palace was tightly bound by the townspeople into a bonchung, he roared in anger. Are you crazy, you crazy people? Do you know who I am? Are you trying to rebel? Senior Immortal, do you know what a Kwaitu is? Kwaitu is just Kwaitu. If you want to catch Kwaitu, don't blame us for catching you. Phi Tin forced a smile and said angrily, That's ridiculous. You think I will believe it? There are so many of these people. The entire city is full of your criminals. The Immortal kept his smile unchanged as he looked at Phi Tin and listed their crimes against the people.
You say they are farmers, bun vendors, tofu sellers, courtesans, gamblers, and laborers, but you are oppressing them too harshly, not only wanting their money, but also their lives. After the flood surrounded the city, they became outcasts, and for survival, they could only fight the mighty from the dust. The one before was the city lord, and now it's your turn. As soon as the old man's words finished, Haba rushed forward, opening his wide mouth to swallow him whole. Paiting was so frightened he froze in place, shouting in terror, Help! But no one would save him. Thud! A stream of blood splattered high into the air as Phi Tin died inside Habak. After devouring him, it grew to an extraordinary size. The villagers cheered with joy. It's grown even bigger. Haba has grown even bigger. Grown bigger.
Haba has grown even bigger. Even though it's already this large, the immortal still feels it's not enough. He spread his arms wide, urging the people to find more offerings. It's not enough yet. Bring more offerings to Lord Ha.
Once Lord Ha awakens and marries this new bride, the city of Luvan will be saved.
At the foot of the old man, Ni was unconscious on the ground, her hands and feet bound, making her uncomfortable and frowning. After a while, Chung Liuvan was now in a gloomy state, with a thick black aura as if about to swallow Luvan City.
The immortal, after offering the sacrifice to Haba, saw that it still hadn't fully matured and roared in anger. Not enough, not enough, where are the sacrifices? We need more sacrifices. Is that all the evil tyrants in the city have?
At this moment, a young man in patched clothes ran over and said, "There are still hundreds of members of the Black Dragon Gang not yet captured," so he immediately ordered them to go and bring them back. But when he told them to go catch them, the young man hesitated. "But the Black Dragon Gang's defenses are tight, and they have many people, so it's difficult for us to break through at the moment." The immortal is already very anxious, and his face has turned fierce. The old man ordered Tutuk to capture the members of the Black Dragon Gang, I understand.
Tutuk, go with them and capture all the members of the Black Dragon Gang. They are just a bunch of ordinary people, so it shouldn't be difficult for you.
Tsutsu immediately obeyed, yes.
Just as Tutuk was about to go capture them, a man rushed over to report anxiously, "Sir, the Black Dragon Gang, someone has arrived."
The immortal was quite pleased to hear that and stroked his beard, speaking contemptuously, "So are you the envoy of the Black Dragon Gang come to negotiate peace?" He is indeed foolish, but the sacrificial offering has arrived at the door for him to pass through. At this moment, Somach with his black boots slowly approaches.
You looked around and immediately identified the immortal as the head of the Tu clan. You are the leader of the Koizi, and you even came out yourself, saving me the trouble of finding you.
The immortal immediately recognized your identity when he saw you. Somach, the young leader of Luvan City,
I know you sabotaged the ritual of the old coffin immortal, using the power of the official guard to try to capture me. So why are you now with the Black Dragon Gang?
Somach frowned and answered seriously,
Of course, to prevent you from destroying Luvan City and annihilating it.
He suddenly burst into loud laughter,
then said, You really don't understand anything at all. His eyes bloodshot as he sneered,
This world has become corrupt. It's sick and beyond saving, as the immortal officials are frantically devouring the last remnants of this world. Only the gods from another world, our deity, can save us. Save Liu Yun, save this misguided world, and it's too late to stop me now. Its upper body has taken on a human form, but still retains some snake-like features. The immortal who possesses Habak is not afraid at all. Old Somach proudly showed off, saying that with a little more sacrifice, Haba could restore his true form, marry in Haba after the wedding, and the true gods would come to govern this world. Then he ordered it to bite him, and you would become Haba's nourishment. Thank him. Faced with Habak's wide-open mouth, he remained calm and called Ngai Ni to wake up. Ngai Ni, wake up and get to work. Ngai Ni is still tightly bound to the ground. She is still unconscious, but when she hears Somach's call, she gradually opens her eyes and wakes up.
Habak, sensing that Ngai Ni has regained consciousness, keeps shouting like a madman, My bride! My bride!
It rushed towards Ngai Ni, intending to swallow her and become one with us. After Ngai Ni regained consciousness, the seal on his power was broken, and he laughed in. Haba grabs her with his hand. The immortal, at this moment, pays no attention to Ngai Ni's abnormality and continues to laugh proudly. It's already begun. Haba's wedding has started. Little one, you should rejoice. You've lost your life, but can't change anything now. Witness the arrival of the gods with me. Somach paid no mind to the old man's boring words. He crossed his arms and waited for Ngai Ni to do his work. With his approval, the system begins transferring combat power to her. The system is confirming, sharing the pet's strength, and transmitting the host's power. The surge of power seemed to materialize and spread out. Ngai Ni was tightly grasped in Habak's hand, and at this moment, Soga revealed her soft, fluffy tail. Habak still doesn't understand what's coming next. It roars fiercely, Bride, the wedding! But now it thinks having half of Somach's combat power is different. She unleashed her power, forcing Habak to let go. The immortal still believed this was part of the ceremony. He excitedly exclaimed, Huyen Dieu, truly Huyen Dieu, the wedding of Haba has changed like this. Even I couldn't have foreseen it. The snake spirit is just a fake. It should have been swallowed by the bride to reveal the true water god. Yes, yes, yes. This fits with the strange changes of this world. Lord Haba, please guide the divine being from another realm to our fallen world. But after escaping from Haba's hands, she ignored the nonsense of the immortal and went to Somach. Lord Nahi knelt respectfully on one knee. "Master, I am late." Her calling him the master caused the people around to misunderstand, and they started shouting loudly to honor him as a deity. "The gods have descended, well done. Liu Vancheng has been saved. We are saved. Even the monsters are clasping their hands together for you. Lord of the gods, 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 Lord of the gods." The immortal beings were shocked by this scene. They couldn't understand why he was chosen as the divine lord.
How is that possible? How can that guy be the Lord of gods?
Somach also did not explain. He raised his hand to command the crowd to be silent. "The celestial practitioners, the chosen immortals, listen to my order." The monsters then respectfully roared in obedience to the Lord's command, their brown pupils turning to a golden hue as their voices became unusually majestic. "Fellow immortals, you are the privileged ones I have chosen. Your evolution surpasses racial limits. The first order is to slaughter all mortals, sacrifice Lu Van Then, and the blood of mortals will open a passage for my army of beasts, bringing a new order to be reborn in this decaying world. The immortal and the demon beasts will rule this world together." Outside the breeding chamber, the spectators were all extremely shocked upon hearing that the people of Tonvin An are the demon lord of the other world. Somach is the lord of the other world. Is he crazy? No way. Mach Than must be just acting. On the screen, Somach and Nyaini are floating in the air. Someone is protesting against the upper floor. Huh? So how do you explain it? The beast follows beside Somach. As Somach's subordinate, anyone who hears his command would be extremely disgusted. I knew Somach wasn't a good person. No way. Somach is almost done packing, and there are still people who want to trust him. But at this moment, a demon senses that something is wrong with his command. It clutches its head in pain and cries out, "Please, don't do this. We became immortals to save the weak humans and correct the world's wrongs, so why kill them? Are we being deceived?" Your friend, seeing this, asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, the green monster's body exploded, and after hearing the order he gave, the villagers started fleeing desperately. They cried out in terror, "Why didn't the gods come to save us?" "Run faster. Run faster. I don't want to die." Even though they ran with all their might, the monster with superior strength still caught up with them. Someone turned around in horror and shouted, "It's over! A monster is coming! Tio, it's over!" The monster, now hypnotized by him, had lost all reason and was frantically chasing while constantly saying, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Go that way. Risk everything. We must also stop the evil god of the other world." Shomai now seemed transformed, like a cold-blooded god with no trace of mercy. How interesting.
"You ants, I granted you strength and the right to live. Why did you all choose to resist me?"
The monsters rush forward, but we are immortals, and immortals should slay demons and eliminate evil, standing for justice. Faced with their assault, Somach does not stand still and accept defeat. He unleashes his power foolishly, then sends you all on your way. After that, a fierce battle begins between the monsters and Somach. Kill the demon god. Go die. Don't retreat. We must protect the humans. Don't give up hope. Why couldn't we hurt him from the start? Somach only needed less than half a moment to take down the monsters. He tramples on the first corpse he steps on and says, "You are the last one." He said little to the old man and immediately delivered a finishing blow. The ground was now splattered with the blood of the monsters. Namhan Truk ignored him and calmly stepped on. Somach sensed his aura and turned to ask, "Namhan Truk, you're here? I can feel the hostility in your heart. Do you also want to kill me?" Namhan Truk didn't answer his question, but asked his own. "Somach, what exactly are you? Why do the magical beasts call you their master? Are you really the lord of a different world?" Somach realized he had no murderous intent, just curiosity, so he explained everything casually. "Aini is the mystical beast resembling the earth forest that I previously subdued. Now, I am only using tricks to deceive all the monster immortals like that old coffin. They are all unfortunate people consumed by fire. To prevent the false love from descending, they had to die. So you believe that letting them die as humans is my final respect for them. Do you believe that?" After what happened, Namhan Truk has developed a firm trust in Somach. "I believe in you. I didn't expect Namhan Truk to trust me so much. The fact that Bikan hasn't said it's over yet leaves me confused." "Thank you, that's strange. The immortals from the entire city are all here. Why hasn't it ended yet?" "That's right. It's possible that the immortals from Lotus Pond left the city earlier, and suddenly, the system issued a mission notification. History's main task has been 99% destroyed, leaving only 1%. Namhantruk is worried that Somach might overexert himself and have problems, so he quickly stops him from continuing the mission. Somach takes a short rest to adjust his state. He probably didn't feel comfortable earlier, but for Somach, such things are effortless. I just want to finish this and go back to Sovan. It's not necessary. There's no more time. You and I stay inside the city to handle any unexpected situations. I will go find the cultivator from Lianhua Cave. At the residence of the Kim sect leader, Bingjun has arrived, and he is very confident about resolving Luvan City. Master Kim, rest assured, the magic we use can directly transfer Luvan City to the Lost Land, so Teothu cannot descend through Luvan City. Once this is done, you can transfer the experimental documents to Daila now. Any objections? At this point, no matter how many opinions he has to swallow them. I have no objections. When the old man looked up, a strange light flickered in his eyes. I will of course obey the command of the great La Immortal. At this moment, a strange-shaped magic tool appears beside the gourd. Sect leader Him looked at the magic weapon he took out and asked suspiciously, "Can this simple magic weapon really transfer the city of Luvan to the Lost Land?" Guangming explained simply while controlling the magic tool that this Vian Kong Do Tin Chao was obtained after Dai La Tien paid a huge price to exchange for the Tien Thien Lin Chao, and it took 10 years of accumulating 3,000 battles of spiritual essence to complete this rare magic tool. Although the magic weapon is extraordinary, transferring a city requires a great price. Luckily, Kim Tong Chu stored the city of Luvan inside the 2 Kim Holo, saving us a lot of time. Just count to 10. When the energy from the spirit refining pearl in the magic weapon reached the bottle gourd, the gourd suddenly exploded.
Guangming was caught off guard by how quickly everything turned against him, and he glanced at the old man and asked, "Sect Master Kim, what is going on?"
The low suddenly cracked for no reason. Could it be that you are allied with the monsters, and this is a death sentence? But Kim Tong Chu, facing this situation, also couldn't understand, his face full of fear as he explained, "This is Kwanmin Chapsu. I truly don't know. I wonder if I dare." The 2 Kim gourd was shattered from the inside. Despite his anger, Guangming forced himself to
ask the old man about the current situation in Luvan City.
Damn it.
If a mutated monster escapes and summons demonic beasts from another world, even I will be punished. I will contact the sect of cultivation and sweep through 3 cities, killing all mortals without leaving a single living thing.
Sect Master Kim, I will also go to help. Master Kim has no choice but to humbly admit his mistake. Yes, I will definitely atone for my sins. Somach managed to escape and has been standing on the pavilion all this time. Upon hearing their plan to destroy the city, he sneered, saying that destroying the city and spilling blood for thousands of miles, treating lives like grass makes you worthy of calling yourselves cultivators. Even with the appearance of Somach, Guangming remains confident. The great La Heaven oversees the sect of cultivation in the mortal realm and has its own laws. Demonic beasts are the enemies of the world. What does it matter if they kill people to overcome calamities? Who are you? I am an enforcer of the great La Heavenly, following orders, so even if something is unreasonable, it's not your place to criticize. Sect Master Kim had been annoyed with you since you shattered the mirror. He pointed at you and accused, "Min Kwang Steward, this guy is just a small thug from Luvan City. Always arrogant and disrespectful to me. I didn't expect even the great La Heaven wouldn't take him seriously." Teased Kim's broken gourd. In an instant he appeared here, very suspicious. He looked at the old man like a primary school student tattling and felt extremely disgusted. He coldly told Guangming to get lost and said enough. The monsters in Liuyun City have all been killed by me. But there is also a monster among the cultivators of Lianhua Cave. I came to stop the demon beasts from descending. You, some steward, are not a cultivator of Lianhua Cave, so you can leave now. What if I refuse to go? You think I can't see through you? You're a body-tempering cultivator, an outsider who has been allowed to survive, which is already a great kindness, and yet you dare to attack the great La Heaven. Kim, sect master, bows respectfully and carefully looks at the man, still shifting all the blame onto Somach, hoping Guangming will kill him. Guangmin's steward, the mutated monster hiding secretly, killing all the monsters in half a day, is impossible. The 2 Kim Holo shattered. It was definitely him who did it, mainly to prevent us from transporting the city of Luvan to the Lost Land. This person certainly has their own motives. Perhaps they have already surrendered to the beasts. It makes sense coming from the Kim sect master. Guangmin seemed to find a reasonable reason to eliminate Somach. He sneered with a look that was not quite a smile as he looked at him. That makes sense. Cultivating the body outside the orthodox path and practicing cultivation techniques are originally related to demon beasts.
Therefore, after 5,000 years of the Great Law Heaven, hunting down tens of thousands of cultivators outside the orthodox path, they only recently acknowledged their status as cultivators.
But can the blood feud and 5,000 years of hatred with Great La Heavenly be wiped out in a single day? Joining forces with the demon beasts is not impossible. Xiao Miao saw that he was already filled with murderous intent towards me and didn't want to waste words. If principles don't matter, then let's just kill. Sect Master Kim quickly seized the opportunity and ordered his disciples to attack, aiming to kill the small head, colluding with the demon beasts, an unforgivable crime. But these two disciples of his were no match for him. The first guy he gently pushed aside with a wave of his hand. The next one was knocked into the air with a hook punch. Just as the next two charged forward, a purple arrow shot through the gap towards Somach. Guangming, seeing that his disciples couldn't do anything to him, used a magic artifact to teleport him to the Lost Land with a strange and detached aura. Faced with being controlled by the magic tool, his face remained calm and composed. A flash of light, and Somach's figure was gone. Kwang Min, seeing that he had been transported to the Lost Land, felt extremely pleased. He snorted coldly, a cultivator who trains the body and cultivates the mind, with a body full of blood and bravery but no magical artifacts, furious and bloodied, taking 5 steps without concern for the overall situation, utterly ruthless. Who would dare to fight you head-on? You're truly foolish. I will send you to the land of lost memories, where life and death are forever reincarnated. But as a true villain, only to hide your face, he appeared behind him in just a second. Some steward or whatever, I'm leaving now. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is that possible? Entering the Lost Land, there is no chance of survival. Seeing him panic, I coldly mock him and reveal the truth about this place. It's ridiculous that you high-ranking people always think everything is under your control. Unfortunately, you're all wasting your time. This is the Lost Land, and 1,000 years ago you all died here. This truth hits Guangming like a blow, and at this moment, he feels everything starting to distort, his mind plunging into utter chaos and disbelief. All teleportation is disabled. This is the Lost Land. No way. I am an officer of Dala Heaven. If I fall into the Lost Land, Dala Heaven would never abandon me. At this point, Somach further fuels the fire, revealing the buried truth. Perhaps it was your helplessness that forced Dilathian to expand the space transfer range, pulling you inside, endlessly reincarnating in the Lost Land and Luvan City. 1,000 years later, only 4 of the 8 great sects remain, and Dilathian no longer exists. The power of the mortal world belongs to humans, and even at the moment of destruction, Dilathian never came to save you. At this moment, when Guangming realizes he is dead, his body begins to gradually disappear. You're talking nonsense. I'm a clone. I'm already dead. I died long ago, right? The system now provides information about Kwang Min. Deacon Kwang Min's shattered soul wanders, torn apart with half remaining in the Lost Land, and the other half returning to reality. Because the soul is incomplete, each day, half of the time, the soul in reality relives the pain of being torn apart. After reading his information, Somach felt deeply sorry for him, and said, "Are you lucky or unlucky? You only have half a soul in the Lost Land constantly reincarnating." He smiled at him, wanting to end his suffering. Your remaining half of the soul hurried back to reality, but enduring daily torment might still be better than a definitive death. Before disappearing, the light of justice still refused to believe he had been left behind. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Finally, his soul, half in reality and half here, appeared and gradually vanished into the air. Those present there were filled with grief as they watched him disappear. They don't want to accept that they are dead. The brightness enforcer has disappeared. Could it be that what that thug said is true? Us? We are all dead, but as we realize this truth, our souls also gradually fade away. The sect master of the Kim sect refuses to believe this. The old master ordered his disciples to kill him. Don't be deceived, it's all a lie. Kill him and avenge the righteous official. But a flash of light appeared and then disappeared. Somach slowly stepped forward and revealed the truth. No one can help you. The final mutant monster of Luvan City. Master Kim, when called a monster, erupts in anger and loudly explains, "A monster, what foolish words are you saying, using the lives of tens of thousands of common people from Luvan City? My experiments have made groundbreaking progress, and this achievement deserves a great reward, even from the great La Heaven. Do I need to turn myself into a monster just to gain a little humble power?" But Somach was not very convinced and asked the old man, "Are you sure? Do you remember why you started the experiment?" He seemed to be provoked by your words. His body began to change. Bubbles appeared all over him, and he laughed loudly.
This is unnecessary to say. I did it for him. But then he couldn't remember why he did it. A tear fell from his eye socket. Why did I do it?
And when he fully transformed into a monster, he no longer cared about that reason. He laughed loudly and said,
I am the sect master of the Golden Horn of Lotus Cave. I do whatever I want. What's the big deal?
Why is that? After he fully transformed into a monster, his information was transmitted to Somach Kim Jiak. The original mutated creature, Tiri, in order to resurrect Nyan Jiak's daughter, was deceived by the evil illusion and opened the portal connecting the other world and Earth. But Somach knows the reason he forgot. Did he teleport onto his head and forget? He would rather sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands to save his daughter. When mentioning his daughter, he paused and muttered, "My daughter," as a tiny life appeared in his lower abdomen. Finally, the old man's sanity gradually returned. Thinking of his daughter, he wept bitter tears. Seeing that the old man had calmed down, he swung his hand down to send him off. The punch he delivered to the head rang loudly, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack and shatter. A beam of light shoots up into the sky. The system announces that the main points of history have been 100% destroyed. Amidst the white smoke, the figure of Suomei appears. The audience watching this feels extremely happy. That's great. The final mutated monster has finally been defeated. No matter what you say about Mothan, at least Mothan is truly working. His calm figure appears on the screen. The comments start to rise, and everyone suddenly feels reassured. This time, the dungeon is also a victory. Someone saw the screen turn black and asked confusedly, "What's wrong with my screen? I can't see anything anymore." At this moment, the screen was completely pitch black, not just that comment, but everything else as well. Me too, I'll just kill the celestial programmer and directly enter the secret realm. Is there a problem with the live stream? All the channels are showing black screens. What's going on? The warning system keeps sounding repeatedly. Warning, warning, warning. A cloud of white smoke envelops his figure. The system issues additional warnings. The illusory love has descended. The illusory love has descended. The illusory love has descended. Lathan suddenly appears behind Suomach and glances back, asking him, "Lathan, why are you here?" He placed his hand on his chest and respectfully revealed his true identity, the false demon, Lathan, bowing to the Lord God. "Following your orders, the plan to seize the human world has been completed. You should wake up now." Chung La-yun, who just a moment ago was nowhere to be seen, now appears everywhere on the street as a people walk by. A drunken man with a red face screams like a madman. "Reincarnated for 20 years, my memories have finally recovered. What is this world? What on earth is this world? Why is there such a strong aura of magic? I can become a legendary mage in less than 3 months. He, even a fairy seller, and others seem to be like him, as if they had taken an elixir. Some suddenly look forward and shed tears. Tufuk, is that really you?" But it seems like his mind is also not in a good state. He held up the corn and tears of happiness streamed down his face. "Have you really found the elixir of immortality for me?" When the villagers saw the fairy folk appear, they went berserk and kept saying they wanted to kill the old man. Damn blood-sucking demons, did they also come to this world with us? This time I will definitely kill all of you. With his own people protecting him, he's not afraid to fight back. Kid, you lowly, brown-clad fools dare to resist us so you can feel the terror of the blood demon technique. Moving to another scene, a man covers his face and finally gets to stand before you. He put a bunch of chili peppers on himself and, like a madman, talked to the mouse he had tied up. "Bai Long, I didn't expect that, did I? I am the true hero, Hong Long. So what if you're a god? Pay the price for your sins, you pitiful mouse just struggling to break free." Nam Han-truk and Nyani watched the chaotic scene unfold and both fell silent. What are these demons? Have the people of Liuyun City all gone crazy? Why is everyone talking so boringly? Nam Han-truk thought for a moment before giving an answer, feeling a bit worried about Somach. Maybe this is the power of the demonic illusion, causing chaos in the city even before it fully manifests. Can Somach really stop it? Nganyi was not worried at all. She knew better than anyone how powerful he was to the point of defying heaven. Nganyi smiled like a blooming flower, reassuring him that with such a strong master, there would definitely be no problem. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Somach was a bit surprised to learn that Lathan was a false demon, never expecting that such a false demon would always be by his side. Hearing this, he smiled proudly and showed off. "You really are bold, aren't you? Not afraid that I might kill you? Why should I be afraid? Lord God of War, I am your most loyal subordinate. Why would you want to kill me?" Somach knew he was just acting, so he impatiently interrupted. "Enough. Stop pretending. I once called myself the Lord of Gods, as a symbol of all the mutated monsters in Liuyun City. You should be able to see through this, too. What is your real purpose now that you're in front of me?
God, Lord, are you really mistaken?
Do you really think I am Somach? An ordinary person from the world 1,000 years in the future lost in a mysterious realm? Think carefully. How could a mortal get lost in a battlefield it belongs only to cultivators, not only surviving, but also gaining great strength? Somach froze upon hearing about 1,000 years later, his face changing as he questioned him.
You keep reincarnating in the lost land. How do you know what happens 1,000 years from now?
Lord God, this is your original plan. Because of achieving the final victory, you started planning 1,000 years ago. Using your human identity to enter the secret realm, restoring part of your strength each time you entered. Have you never doubted this strange phenomenon? Or he comes up with a reasonable explanation himself. In response to his words, he only remains silent, gazing at him with a scrutinizing look. Seeing that you remain silent, he continued, you told me before that in previous secret realms, you would lead the cultivators to victory, but you also intentionally reduced the number of cultivators in those realms. Now, how many savior figures are left in this realm?
There are still around 200 or fewer than 100 people, but how could Somach, with his unbreakable spirit, be manipulated by him? He exposes his tricks. Vuong, your true nature and abilities are deception. Do you really think you can shake me with just these?
At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he stared with eyes that seemed to hold a powerful force. He asked Somach, "What about this?"
Master, you used the identity of Somach to enter the secret realm to protect your sister, so do you still remember her name?
Hearing this, he just chuckled twice and confidently replied, I thought you wanted to ask something else. But her name, how could I not know? But when he tried to say, Sovan's name, he couldn't remember it. He was panicked. What is her name? Lathan was extremely pleased when he saw that he couldn't remember, as his hypnosis had succeeded. He smiled and said, not remembering is correct because your sister is a fake. She doesn't really exist. Lord God, do you believe me now? But Somach, with his iron will, still didn't believe him. He clenched his teeth and glared at him in anger. To Vuong, it must be your magic that confuses my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the system sent his information, but all the fields showed question marks and unclear combat power. The magic is unclear. The weakness is unclear. His pupils brightened, and Somach wanted to use his power to examine him, but once again his information remained a question mark, his strength and magic unknown. At this moment, questions about Sovan's name keep flashing through Somach's mind. Lord God of War, do you still remember your sister's name? Lord God King, do you still remember your sister's name? In the end, a conclusion was reached. Somach's life was just a lie. A pillar of energy descends into Liuyun with a bang, causing everyone in the city to be thrown back like straw. Nanhan Truk watches the converging spiritual forces in the sky with great concern. This is the teleportation light pillar of the demon beast, filled with chaos and destruction. It seems the false demon is about to descend. Is Somach still alive? Nai muttered in surprise. I can sense that the master is unharmed, but the energy in the master's body is chaotic and depleted. It seems the master's actions are restricted. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Namhan Truk looked at her and advised, I know you want to help, but you must stay here. Gim Ngi Lalang Noi. I don't want to help. He persuaded Suomai to stay in Liuyun City before leaving to prevent any accidents. Wait, what did you say? Nganyi could no longer hear anything, her heart tangled and confused. I don't want to go to the owner to help. It's too terrifying. This is the first time the owner has fallen into a fierce battle. Isn't going there just to sacrifice myself? Staying in Liuyun City to block the teleportation beams is the best way to help my master. At the same time, in another secluded tower, a spirit pearl was emanating unpredictable spiritual energy, as Lashen smugly boasted. The foolish cultivators in Great Heaven and Lotus Cave thought the mutated monsters in the city were coordinates I set, believing that I, the demon, could use these coordinates to infiltrate the human world, so they hurriedly used the Void Spirit Pearl to try to teleport Luvan City to a lost land, but this was just a lie I deliberately spread to deceive them. Even if I open the passage, powerful beings from 2,000 years ago can't cross through. What's the point of such a passage? I originally planned to use the cultivators to open a portal to the beast world when they used the Void Spirit Pearl, causing the spatial forces of both worlds to clash and twist so I could fully harness the power of the 5,000-year-old beast to enter the human world. Unfortunately, something went wrong during that attempt. Liuyun and I both fell into the lost land. The endless cycle of 1,000 years of reincarnation repeats, and I can only keep recalling the pain of failure. Only when you all become variables can I escape the imprisonment of history. Now, the 1,000-year-old plan is finally about to be completed, using the power of the Void Spirit. Pearl, I will go directly to Earth. I want to share my joy with you, but unfortunately you have fallen into illusions from which you cannot escape. Xiaomai still stood motionless like a statue. After finishing his words, Tianhua Wang looked at him with a grim smile and said, "Forget it, strange cultivator, just kill you directly." He threw a punch, but immediately his face changed in panic. "Wait, that's not right. I previously used my innate ability on Somach to capture fragments of information from his consciousness, then manipulated him into madness, but the information I held was real, not false. It also means that this man was originally just an ordinary person who wandered into the secret realm, but each time he entered, he directly gained greater power. In just 3 secret realms, the number of cultivators inside has dropped from 10,000 to less than 200, and his past is completely blank, not even knowing his sister's name. Realizing there's a trap, he was terrified and muttered, 'It's a ghost with so many strange secrets. Could this man really be the incarnation of the Lord God? He can't be, right? This is just something I made up casually. Probably not real, but not impossible either. No matter how I look at it, it definitely looks like the incarnation of the Divine Lord has been destroyed. I can't think any longer. The teleportation is about to complete. As long as I can succeed in descending onto Earth, the great achievement will crown the Divine Lord, and surely I won't be punished too harshly. But it's too late to regret now. The light beam has already descended into Luvan. Nam H. Truk and Nyai Ni both retreat simultaneously, dodging the spiritual whips. He looks suspiciously at the strange movement, noticing that the teleportation light of the demon beast also has an automatic attack function. "Hi, help me defend against the attack of the light beam." Hearing this, she vaguely understood his intention and shouted, "Are you planning to rush into the light beam now?" Teleportation is about to end, and the strongest energy now converges into nearly 10 beams of light. "You will die." Namhan Truk looked at the ancient light with firm resolve and answered about the past. Now many cultivators have sacrificed their lives in bloody battles, and it is through their sacrifice that privileges are built. The status of a cultivator's sect. I am a disciple of the Jade Pill platform, receiving the sect's blessings and resources for cultivation, and I will not avoid deadly battles. Bithomster shits. This is the rule of the sect, and also an oath with this world. From that tower over there, you can clearly see the beam of light descending. That frightened woman Tu Hu Vuong Quang is laughing like crazy. Dozens of teleportation lights have pierced through the secret realm and are about to reach Earth. 1,000 years of reincarnation. Time is about to start moving again. The system announces, checking the secret realm, the 4th-day reward tally. Nam Han Truk, regardless of danger, rushes headlong towards the pillar of light. I Nyan trusts you. Seeing the other person move, she channels her energy and shouts loudly, "Get rid of those damn tentacles and disappear for me." Demonic energy erupts in a deadly storm. With a loud bang, a wind barrier with a radius of 5 meters surrounds the area where she stands. The spirit energy surged forward to attack the enemy. It arrived with overwhelming momentum but then shattered like tofu. Namhan Truk charged towards the pillar of light, not forgetting to split his spirit and say, "Well done, now it's my turn to fight," as he mentally focused on the target to channel the beam of light. He jumps forward, clenches his fist ready, then suddenly hears a crack, as dozens of beams of light capable of containing demons and illusions, enough to summon 5,000-year-old beasts, unleash their furious energy at the core, revealing the danger level of this act. A few seconds ago, Nam Han Truk had prepared himself for the peril, but reality is more despairing than one could imagine. His calves cracked, his left arm bones broken, internal organs bleeding and burned over a large area. The pain from his limbs and internal organs flooded into his mind. Nam Han Truk struggled to think, overwhelmed by pain, standing only within the beam of light as his body was about to collapse. He couldn't resist his curiosity about how his body would change if he confronted the energy of the light beam, his unwavering will unshaken. So what? My only goal is to stop what's happening right now. Even if it's just for a second, Nam Han Truk unleashes a massive surge of black spiritual energy that disperses in all directions. Seeing that, Xiao Chongzi sneered mockingly, "Foolish little insect. Even if you exhaust your life force, you cannot stop my true body from descending." What does a few seconds of delay mean? He momentarily paid no attention to the person nearby who had moved. By the time he realized the blue flame had spread very close, Xiao Huang was suspicious. The system's fire interpretation code identified the 4th day of the usual triple fire ritual, which is called the triple fire. Fire in the 5 elements is the heart of intention within the life of the city of purity, driven by madness and chaos, giving rise to true intent and true fire. 6 columns of blue flames shoot straight into the sky, like a storm. The great fire suddenly swallowed the headquarters of Manhwa Cave, where the illusionary demon was, then continued to spread to the coffin shop. The old coffin sinks into the prison fire as he screams in panic. He cannot complete the ascension ritual. Didn't I already die? But I'm alive again.
I don't know if I am dead or alive. Dead or alive. I don't understand.
Soon, the sea of fire will engulf Liuyun City. The countless demons and monsters of Tai La color are finally crying out in their last moments. This endless nightmare keeps repeating. Truly ridiculous, this persistence. What does our faith mean? The one-eyed immortal laughs terribly. It's meaningless. Everything is pointless. Ordinary people suffer unbearably, unable to live, unable to die. Why must we endure this torment? This place is truly hell. Who will end all this? Who will save us? Returning to the home of the illusionary demon, the raging flames seem ready to devour everything. He sensed something unusual and muttered to himself, "Strange. These puppets without consciousness suddenly awakening. What just happened? What are these flames?" Standing in the middle of the fire, you remain frozen all alone. The system cheerfully announces that the third sister's true fire introduces a skill, becoming infected by it, capable of burning away illusions in the heart and increasing mental resilience. 2. The third sister's true fire will continuously challenge and refine the host's physical body, further strengthening it. Vuong looks bewildered and frightened, so Momo, "Great Lord of the Gods, these flames are yours. Why are you stopping me?" "My body is about to take the form of Lin to become Liu Yun. Then we can borrow the power of the light beam to enter the secret realm and reach Earth." Somach then spoke, "I am not your divine master, and moreover, Vuong you, don't you notice? Your teleportation light has disappeared." Evil Vuong quickly turned away to look at the beam of light. "It's gone. It really disappeared. Awakening useless puppets can't make my teleportation beam vanish. How could it? My sincere explanation is that what I awakened is not only an ordinary person from Liuyun City, but also the consciousness of the small world within Liuyun City in this endless cycle, which is too weak to notice anything, even people. Now that I have awakened the consciousness of this world, I have also established a deal. I will take all the living beings of this world away from the lost land, except for you, who will remain there forever, repeating your ridiculous monologue. This world will become your eternal prison." Vuong twitched his mouth, shouting in disbelief and nonsense. "What do you mean, the consciousness of the world? You must be lying to me." Somach doesn't care if he believes or not. Whether he's lying or not, go and experience it yourself. Vain hopes, farewell. As he spoke, the spiritual energy around his body swelled like a dazzling cage, then exploded directly, clashing with everything around Somach. The scattered spiritual energy launched a fierce attack, leaving Vuong stunned in a defensive stance. It was then swallowed up by the surrounding spiritual energy, and the scene changed to a sunny day in Liuyun City. Captain, you scared me to death just now." The person suddenly stood still and couldn't be awakened no matter what was called. "Captain, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to go report to the chief supervisor?" Vuong clenched his fist, then without hesitation punched himself, his calm face turning into a bitter grimace as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, giving himself a punch. Finally, he snapped out of it. Another cycle of history's reincarnation? So Mach isn't here, and there's no one on the street. It seems what he said is true. Now I am the only one trapped inside Luvan City. Do you think that's enough to keep me here? You scoundrel, if you've opened a way out, you must leave a trace, and I can investigate and leave this damned place immediately. But as soon as I finished speaking, he was betrayed again. The scene shifts to a beautiful day in Liuyun City, and he is still asleep. Lashen calls out on time, Captain, wake up quickly!" Vuong woke up immediately and instantly realized the panic he was in. "Something's wrong. What just happened? The world has reset again? Why is this happening?" The time of reincarnation is only 10 seconds. It's over, and it's about to restart again. Wait, I haven't even begun to look for clues, and I'm trapped. Once more, another reset begins. Like that, the false love keeps repeating the same moment over and over. "Captain, wake up! Captain, wake up! Wake up, Captain!" Repeating this meaningless cycle over and over exhausts him. How many times has it been? 2,785 times. 2,786. He went crazy. It no longer mattered, just being carved and repeated. "Captain, wake up quickly!" The 2,787th cycle of reincarnation. While the illusionary creature struggles with time in a deserted cave, Kuk Tien Tam, badly injured, wonders why. Then he and Huang Tong Chan punched the opponent's charm talisman together. Immediately after, Cook Tien Tam kicked Huang Tongchan in the chin, then struck Lai Kui Tin in the back with a palm, his face contorted in a scream. Why hadn't he fallen yet? Deep inside, my strength is about to run out. Tai Chi Fire Palace, the Beach Dong Pill platform. Our two sect leaders are still engaged in such a ridiculous battle. The opponent is just an elder of the sect. Li Kui Tin, battered and struggling to breathe, kept coughing uncontrollably. Ku Tin Tam grew increasingly impatient and decisively said, Ku Shuang, stop being stubborn. Tu Thu can infiltrate the secret realm at any moment, step down and stop us from destroying the secret realm. You are cutting off humanity's hope. Get out of my way. I have told you many times, don't mess up. As soon as he finished speaking, the red talisman blared loudly. Huang Tongchan was startled and shouted,
It's over! This is an emergency red talisman, only used in extremely urgent situations.
Ku Tin Tam, even more furious, shouted recklessly, Kuai wins, see? This is the result you wanted. The secret realm is about to end. Xiao Yu is about to invade Earth, the traitorous human scoundrel. Taoist priest clutching his talisman tearfully reports to the sect leader, Kuk Tong Chu, do you hear me?
The secret realm has ended. The saviors are returning. Humanity has won.
The spirit system reports that the third secret realm mission is complete, and the savior will return to the real world in 10 minutes. When everyone is alert, they are standing on the street, and Vuong wonders, when did we finish the third secret realm mission? Yue Tianyan supported himself as he drifted into a daze, his hazy memories feeling like a long dream of a strange place. Vuong then suddenly muttered in surprise, Chung Liu Yun. It's Chung Liu Yun, but I can't remember what happened there at all. The girl looked at the distant sky and said,
Anyway, it's definitely Master Somach who killed the demon beast again, completing the task so often that I no longer find it surprising.
Vuong clenched her fists and said unwillingly, I can't accept this. I was about to catch up with him, but was left so far behind I couldn't do anything. Master, Somach is a genius and a monster beyond ordinary. Don't let hesitation consume you. Do your best with what you can do. This is advice. Forcing yourself to compare with monsters will only lead to despair. In another corner of the street, blood flows in pools. The Han Truk man from my life is truly lifeless, sitting there while cheers of joy echo nearby. That's great. We're still alive and can go home now. Look over there. Those foolish monks mocked him, calling him the corpse of the Taoist Nam Han Truk. This guy said none of us are worth a damn. It's only fitting that he died alone. Kanson immediately silenced himself, unable to bear this scene. Aren't you ashamed? The wounds on his body, he is a fallen soldier. What did you do when the city of Luvan fell into the trap of the demon beasts? I was overwhelmed by chaotic memories and couldn't do anything. Maybe now we can all live peacefully because of his special fight. He didn't know that those words had fallen into Sokan's ears, and although Ngi Thuong pitied him, he still couldn't speak. Why does this guy keep trying? He's obviously so weak. He's really a fool. Even the nearby scene is praising him. It's a pity that one less person in this world believes in me, An Don Phuong said. Nam hated Truk for helping me buy more time. I owe you a favor. If the heads of the 4 great sects show some mercy, I won't destroy them. At that very moment, in the deserted, ruined cave, Phúc Thien Tam no longer looked like an immortal, shouting wildly, Impossible! The secret realm has been passed through. Somach has survived and returned from Luvan City. Li Kui Tin, badly wounded, hears the good news and smiles brightly. He has won, he has won. Indeed, he has created a miracle. Hearing words that displeased him, Phúc Thien Tam immediately launched a violent attack. What kind of miracle are you talking about, you barking dog? Lai Kui Tin didn't have time to dodge and was struck by a mouthful of blood. Huat Tin Tam's eyes bloodshot with madness as he charged forward, shouting, Keep resisting me, traitor! Huang Tongchan grabbed his arm to hold him back. Enough. The secret realm has ended. There's no need to fight anymore. Kuk Tien Tam fiercely questions the sect leader, Do you still want to protect your sect's elders? It's all because of this guy that the truth about Luvan was exposed, and Somach was allowed to survive and return. Li Kui Tin sat there provoking, and now Huang Tongchan says, What are you still pretending to be good for? Let's go now. I still have full strength. Fighting your 2 little brats is no problem. Kuk Thien Tam, like a madman, shouted at the sect master, Is he just seeking excitement? You can still remain silent without a trace of emotion. Huang Tongchan dismissively said, What's done is done. It can't be changed. Don't waste time on Quithang. What we must do now is go to the deep sea and wake him up together with the other 2 sect leaders. Hearing this, Kuk Thien Tam saw hope and laughed like crazy. That's right. As long as His Highness awakens, Somach is nothing.
Thang secretly rejoiced, thinking you've been lucky to save your life.
As soon as he heard, he knew what these guys were planning
And shouted in panic, Biao Sao, are you crazy? That is the ceiling set by the great Heavenly Lord.
Unexpectedly, the talisman also sent a message announcing that Master Vuong and Master Kook had just received the latest information about the financial alliance, which was placing several large energy bombs in the diplomatic area of Kazan City, Hungwaijiao Kison, where Somach returned from the secret realm to the real world.
It seems the Finance Alliance has made up their minds. We don't need to bother, senior elders, to stand as the true saviors in people's hearts and immediately blow up in the explosion. At this moment, in the underground research room of Kaisan City, President Qian clutching his face and screaming, Damn it, 5 minutes left, Somach will come out from the secret realm.
How long do you want to imprison me? Envoy smirked reassuringly and said,
President Qian, right now we are 5,000 kilometers underground beneath Kaisan City. This place is very safe. President Qian, do you still want to run somewhere else?
Hearing this, he threw away his brain and tablet and shouted, Yes, I'm going to run. So what? The level E hunters you sent to face Somach are nothing. Even the leaders of the 4 great sects working together are no match for him. What more can I do? He pretends to be dangerous and then speaks calmly. Bong! The former guild leader was stunned and quickly asked, Bong, has the Alliance approved this decision? Because using bombs in a residential area to deal with Somach, is that acceptable? The envoy calmly replied, Yes, Senior President, except for the person. All 15 guild leaders have agreed to use bombs. The outskirts of Kison City at the guild headquarters have now been evacuated of all staff. The civilians nearby had already evacuated more than 200 kilometers away to Danmu. If there were any accidental casualties, it could only be considered bad luck. He's not too stupid either. After hearing him, he still pondered silently. But if they drop a bomb to attack Somach, given his speed, he might be able to escape the blast radius, so it probably wouldn't cause too much damage to him. However, the messenger is a smooth talker. Chairman Pri, are you still hesitating? This is the best opportunity. Somach entered the secret realm while fighting the sect master of the 4 great sects, so his return point will definitely be in a similar location. Therefore, the Alliance of the Finance Group has placed 7 large bombs at the teleportation site and the surrounding area. At the moment Somach returns to reality, they give him no time to react and detonate everything, even placing the entire bomb in this black document bag with the detonator, leaving the chairman to handle Somach. Why wouldn't the former leader understand the loyalty of his comrades? He shouted angrily, This is your plan. Let me take full responsibility for the consequences after the explosion. The envoy gently persuades Vali. Does the former leader still think he has a choice? Don't forget that you used Somach's sister as a test subject, which led to the biggest conflict between Somach and the Financial Alliance. Do you think Somach will forgive you? Under the pressure of interests and life, the elder chairman compromises and accepts. I understand now. The system reports that the secret world of the hidden realm is closed, and the savior begins to return. After finishing, the entire city seemed to be reconstructed like a game. Somach slowly stepped out, observing the surroundings. He seems to realize something and glances over. The temporary chairman looks at his figure in the projection and presses the button without hesitation. Immediately, a blazing arch of intense light appeared, dazzling the cityscape. Where does that light go? The buildings are being swallowed up to that point. The elder chairman's face twisted like a scarred apple as he frantically pressed the button. Somach, go and die for me. Just go and die. His voice kept echoing like that idiot's. He kept pressing, and the ground exploded as if it had never exploded before. He kept pressing until the screen was just a flash of white light. The envoy, satisfied with this obedient pawn, spoke up. Captain, that's enough. That's enough? I forgot to tell you earlier, you only need to press the detonator once. Captain, like a fool, muttered, Somach, is Somach dead yet? The envoy smiled and said, This is the pinnacle of human scientific achievement. Theoretically, no cultivator could survive such destructive power, but Somach's performance is indeed extraordinary. It exceeded our expectations for safety, and soon the hunters will arrive at the explosion center to conduct an investigation. Even if he faced the direct attack of 7 bombs, he would surely be seriously wounded and close to death. We won't leave him any chance to survive. He didn't see the blue glow among the thick smoke in the city. That blue spark is the Tam Mui true fire just bestowed upon him. Somach is enveloped in the fire without any damage. The system sounded. The check-in system detected a fierce shock from outside. The true fire of the third sister ignited itself, devouring thermal energy. Warning, thermal energy levels have reached the limit. Master Nai anxiously asked, Are you all right, Master? The system continued automatically. The host entered rest mode. Excess energy began to strengthen the host's body. People in other cities are abuzz about the incident in Kison City. Rumors are spreading everywhere that a nuclear explosion occurred in the diplomatic district of Kaisen City. I'm in Danmu City and just saw the black object. There are also clips online of people protesting against the bombing by the Alliance. How dare they? The one who sees through the mortal world says, "No need to say more, of course it's because they killed Somach, these madmen. They don't care about their reputation anymore." The aggressive one said dying is fine. Besides Somach, in this secret realm livestream, a long-tailed beast appeared. Maybe he has betrayed Earth. Some speculate that at the final moment of the livestream in the secret realm, the screen went black, and the only remaining conscious person, Nam Han Truk, also died. What happened in the secret realm? Only Somach knows. Could it be that Somach killed Nam Han Truk to eliminate the How? At the same time, in the underground laboratory of Kaisansi, the envoy chuckled and said, "As expected of the former president, in such a short time, the Navy is almost ready." The online buzz is gradually shifting to doubt. Somach's identity, the former leader with a shattered soul and trembling voice. That's nothing. What's important is Somach's life or death. Only when that guy is dead can I sleep peacefully. The envoy only revealed after assessing his expression that a total of 600 hunters divided into 10 reconnaissance squads have entered the blast zone and will have results soon. The prosperous city of Kaisun now only remains a desolate and abandoned ruin. The hunters, following the envoy's orders, are patrolling and searching around the city. Ho-An muttered to himself as he walked, feeling confused. Is this really a nuclear explosion? That's terrible. Just the outer area caused this much destruction. Another teammate muttered with suspicion. Do you really think we can find the target's remains? Maybe Somach's 7 nuclear bullets have already vaporized in the explosion. I'm not here for the reward from this investigation. If we can find Somach's body, we'll be rich. Even if he's still alive, he's definitely badly injured. Killing him would earn us a bigger reward. While the two guys were chatting, they received a message from the boss. The captain waved his hand and ordered the team to prepare to enter the dangerous central explosion area. The protective gear has 30 minutes left. If no targets are found in 15 minutes, everyone must retreat immediately. Yes, Captain, the most devastated part of this city is completely just a pile of dirt, rocks, and concrete. Ngan Yi, sitting amidst the smoky ruins, muttered, "Want to go home? Want to eat roasted chicken thigh? How long does the master still want to sleep?" The system's check-in indicates that Third Sister's Firefoot body modification progress has exceeded the host's extreme endurance limit by 50%. Broken down. She squints at her boss touching her house, her face clearly full of words she wants to say. The system suggests checking and activates the damage transfer function. Before she could the pain hit like a hammer. Yinreng Jinkwong het len. It's a ghost, from the very beginning. I wanted to ask what kind of strange power this is. All the suffering is on me, am I the one bearing it? But every time it's just too much. Delete the squad leader of the hunting team who found him and report back. The third squad reports that the target has been spotted, appearing uninjured but suspected to be in a coma and immobile. The beast beside the target is kneeling on the ground, showing signs of great suffering. Suspected to have been injured by the explosion, the current coordinates are synced, requesting backup. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu-An ran madly ahead, telling the backup to go meet the ghost. The team leader frowned and shouted, "Ho-An, come back! Do you want to disobey orders?" Ho-An continued approaching with the tam. "One target is unconscious, the other seriously injured. I don't want to miss this good opportunity. I want to kill Somach and take all the rewards." Black-haired one responded and jumped up. "Sorry, Captain, we don't want to miss this opportunity either." Seeing the reward about to slip away, he had no choice but to order them to go all out. "Well done, you bastards, blinded by the money. Just go ahead." Everyone rushed forward excitedly. Ho-An laughed wildly and shouted, "Captain, it seems you can't resist either." And Neo clasped his chest in pain. Enemies. She was trembling with pain and tears in her eyes, muttering, "Pain, pain, enemies, pain, pain, pain." Just at the right moment. Free sandbags, you all come and feel my suffering. In a moment of madness and rage, Ni's spiritual power erupted with maximum intensity, blowing apart a corner of the street. The other squads, seeing the commotion, couldn't help but be excited. The damn third squad had said they would surround and capture Somach, but ended up attacking first themselves. Everyone rushes angrily into battle, shouting as they run, clearly because Somach is badly injured. They want to be the first to seize the opportunity, so we must speed up and not let them claim the reward alone. Soon after, 2 people in the underground research facility kept receiving urgent messages. The messenger was stunned to hear that the third squad had lost contact with no signs of life. The second squad also lost communication, as did the fourth and fifth squads. The team leader was always terrified, shouting in fear, "So is this what you mean, that your useless hunters were all killed by Somach Vodich?" Only after some are cut down do the others send messages with deep concern. Squad 7, this is Hoa 2, squad leader of Squad 7. Reporting to headquarters, we have reached the designated point of Squad 3. There are battle marks on the ground, but no sign of Somach or any human corpses. The dozen or so hunting squads have vanished into thin air. The chairman still tried to stay positive even though he knew he was doomed. Disappeared? Could they have all died together with Somach? Or did Somach get seriously injured and run away? The envoy, overwhelmed with emotion, crushes the radio and says in a cold voice, "Captain Kian, it's rare to see you so optimistic. Destroying over a dozen hunting squads in an instant suggests Somach might not have been injured at all. Even humanity's strongest weapon, nuclear bombs, might be nothing to him." Xianmu was screaming loudly. If he wasn't injured, why did he leave and wipe out the remaining hunting squads? For him, isn't that a very easy thing to do? Seeing that he still clings to hope and thinks everything is saved, the messenger turns and leaves. Who knows? Maybe compared to chasing after those hunter Maya, he has something more important to do. The leader hesitated and asked, "What?" He no longer bothered to hide his true intentions and straightforwardly said that perhaps we have already prepared to wipe out the alliance leaders, or maybe I was the one who would kill the troublemaker first. Of course, the most likely scenario is still catching the one who hurt his sister, who asked him to turn his sister into a test subject. Knowing he was abandoned, the former leader, like a fish caught on a line, cried out in despair. "Wait, you're not ready to leave. Weren't you supposed to protect me? Now that you're gone, what am I supposed to do?" The messenger pretended to ponder and suggest an idea, maybe trying to pray not to a deity but to Somach. Around the same time, somewhere in a city, commuters glanced anxiously at their watches. "There's a ghost, the subway has stopped running, and the roads are jammed. What's going on here?" A kind passerby shares some information. "Bro, aren't you watching the news? The alliance of the wealthy threw 7 nuclear bombs but couldn't touch Somach? Who told us we were too close to Kaisun City? Now the financial alliance around Kaisun City is frantically retreating, or else chaos will break out. We can hold on for now. Some areas have lost power and water, and we don't know when they will recover." The workers are shouting, "What will happen to this crazy world next? Could it be that the beast tamers haven't even fought yet and are already starting a civil war?" Another man interjected, "Do they even deserve a civil war with Somach?" The alliance of the financial groups also hit rock bottom. The 4 great sects of cultivation are like dead dogs, too afraid to say a word, pretending to be dead. All useless. Someone else frowned and gathered everyone to curse together. The alliance, the 4 great sects, and even Somach are not good news. "I heard Somach has colluded with the monsters and is about to sell out our world." A middle-aged man argued, "Your brother Lakhao's information is all over the internet." Somach is the president of the Brightness Society. The Brightness Society secretly controls the economy and finances of the world. It wasn't until the catastrophe of the demon beast invasion and the cleanup efforts by the cultivators and the treasure team that Somach finally appeared, followed by a flood of rumors. Nonsense. I have exclusive evidence that proves Somach is a TET from deep within the universe. TET people always secretly infiltrate the human world, becoming famous politicians. Traders, stars, and TET individuals like Somach have long considered our world as their own, which is why they stand up against the monsters. Huh. Isn't Somach a mutant? You believe such a story about being a member of an animal protection organization and gaining powers after a spider bite? She said, "Your rumors seem very credible." While everyone argued and explained in a quiet corner of the street, Li Hanling mocked the main character from the rumor, drawing everyone's attention to his movements and his next plan for the treasure. "Who would have thought you would run to this remote city?" He quickly scanned and read a brief comment. "The Brightness Society. TET people. An animal protection organization. Your naval forces seem to be writing something interesting. There are also some mutants." Li Hanling shouted out in protest, "Don't blame me for this. The Alliance is now spreading rumors about your relationship with the beast spirit. To prevent ordinary people from believing their gossip, I can only release more credible information." Somach directly asked, "All right, no more jokes. Have you managed to investigate the matter I asked about?" You confidently said, "Do you look down on Li Hanling? The intelligence I need can definitely be obtained. Somach, this place is the origin of you and your sister-in-law." One cloudless night at an orphanage, the soft sound of a door opening quietly echoed, and a gentle breeze blew. He calmly stepped in and muttered, "Is this it?" The kids inside cheered when they saw him. Somach, it's Somach. I can't believe I met him again. He's so cool. The kids looked at him with bright, lively eyes and asked eagerly, "Can we take a group photo together? I want to hang it on the wall. We all watch your live streams and support you, no matter what the haters say." Since this is a rare warm reception, he couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. Everyone, please calm down. One by one, the kids excitedly asked, "I want to be as awesome as you. Do you have any tips?" "I really like your windbreaker. Can I touch it?"
Do you like my windbreaker? Such a high status. Feel free to touch if you want.
He then sat down, allowing the children to gather around him. The kids excitedly exclaimed, "That's amazing! I want to try too. It feels great." Director Thach coughed and called out, "It's rest time now. Why aren't you girls going back to your rooms to sleep?"
The mischievous girl hid behind him, sticking out her tongue and saying, "Old stinky man, your person is here. I don't want to sleep."
He was very surprised to see you, Somach. Somach casually greets, "Director Thach, it's been a long time." Then the two go into the director's office to chat. Director Thach was deeply moved. "Never expected our small orphanage to raise a hero and a great talent like you. You're the focus of the whole world right now. Suddenly visiting our poor orphanage. There must be something important you want to discuss, right?"
Just answer my questions quickly, Director Thach. I won't cause trouble for everyone. I just want to know about my background.
Director Thach furrowed his brow and recounted vaguely that one rainy night over a decade ago, he was abandoned at the orphanage door, and now, after so many years, finding his parents has become even more difficult. He asked again, "If I can't find her, then forget it. Honestly, I don't care much. About my sister, what do you know?" Hearing that, he immediately felt worried. "You said, so Van, so you probably know more about her than I do. Could something have happened to her?" He casually told Director Thach to share as little as possible, as it's safer for him. "Just tell me what you know." Director Thach didn't hold back, spoke openly about everything he knew. Because of a fire, her entire family was lost, and only So Van survived and was taken to this orphanage.
Despite facing great adversity, she remained optimistic and showed strong leadership qualities, earning the respect of other children from a young age. But what makes everyone suspicious is that she cares a lot about you and has a lonely personality. You're also very strange for not rejecting Sovan's closeness. So,
then I roughly guessed that maybe she saw the image of her brother dying in the fire on your body.
She saw you as her brother, but her demand was very strong. If you wanted to adopt her, you had to adopt you too. However, at that time, your personality was a bit fierce, with strong psychological resistance. So in the end, the adoptive family gave up until that evil family appeared.
Hearing this, his eyes grew sharp and his words were shocking. A family that eats people. Yet he still handed the children over to such criminals. Director Thach's eyes welled with tears as he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. Since that day I've lived in regret and couldn't see the true face of the adoptive family. The cruel madman murdered over a dozen children, and it wasn't until the news reported the case that I finally uncovered the truth. I tried to find the two of them, but there was no clue at all. Thank heavens they are still safe. So Van, are you okay now? Somach lowered his head coldly to reassure her. I've been ill for the past 2 years, but I've found a cure. I will get better, definitely. At that moment, on a quiet street not far from the orphanage, Hachu casually approached and asked, Is it over? Has Somach already left? Layham Lin comments, so after being beaten by Somach, you don't want to see him anymore? Such a twisted personality. He explained and asked, What are you talking about? I didn't deliberately avoid him. How is Somach doing now? Somach talked with the director for half an hour, then was surrounded by the noisy children from the orphanage. When Somach left, he looked very tired and said he didn't want to see children anymore during this period. Hachu smiled happily, surprised that this emotionless man couldn't handle children. What a pleasant surprise to discover Somach's weakness. Are you really happy? That orphanage stopped operating 10 years ago because they were making children into products to sell. Her orphanage director also committed suicide here. No one wanted to keep a place with a bad reputation. So it has been abandoned and no children are here anymore. Not long after, the two entered the orphanage and were greeted by a pile of dirt as soon as they stepped inside. Layham Lin looked around and asked, Do you feel anything here? Spiritual energy, magic, or something else? Hachu frowned and replied, Nothing at all. This place is just an abandoned orphanage that has been empty for a long time, so why would Somach need to lie? Somach. Layham Lin brushed away a thick layer of dust and said, I don't think. Somach is lying. At least he wouldn't easily tell a lie in front of me that could be so easily exposed. Hachu Hongai asked, So you mean he really saw the director dead and the orphanage doesn't exist? Layham Lin said, I have a rough idea, but still need to verify it against Somach. Somach's sister. So Van has more issues. Then they entered the abandoned classroom of the orphanage. Lai Ham Lin looked around for a moment and then asked, I can't confirm. So Van's dormitory location at that time. So staying in this temporary classroom, she probably lived here long enough. Did she bring the Hongtran Huang with her? Ha Chu placed the incense burner on the table with a thud and explained, This is the Hongtran Huang. Once lit, it can reveal So Van's past within 5 minutes, but it requires her cherished item as a guide. Lai Ham Lin took out a small wooden horse with a sly smile and said, This thing is not easy to find. Then placed the small wooden horse on the table and said, This was So Van's favorite toy before entering the orphanage. Burn the Hongtran Huang. Then, the small incense stick gently wafted a light stream of smoke. That smoke quickly spread throughout the room. A silhouette of a girl in the corner flickered within the smoke. Seeing this, Lai Hanling muttered, It seems Somach's sister is still alive.
Ha Chu shouted in excitement, You want me to use the precious red tranquility incense just for this?
Li Hamlin muttered to herself, I think next we still need to go to the demon cultivator's house to retrieve Somach and her family from when she was young, using 2 more doses of Hongtran Huang. Do we still have enough Hongtran Huang left? Ha Chu asked confusedly, Hongtran Huang is still enough? Just can't be used. Hongtran Huang can only be used if the place where it is used remains intact. The house of the demon cultivator.
Somach that fled has been destroyed, and the house where Somach once lived was already heavily damaged due to an investigation by the Alliance of Financiers and Immortal Cultivators.
Is that patient? So Van, the one in the coma bed, really that important? Hearing this, Lai Ham Lin chuckled thoughtfully and said, All of it is destroyed? What a coincidence! I investigated So Van and found many traces of her life before entering the orphanage.
Handmade items, paintings, diaries, and her relatives also have quite clear impressions of her. But after being adopted by the demon cultivator, So Van's image became more faded.
There are no school or work records. It seems she always relied on odd jobs and selling goods to make a living and support Somach loan.
I asked the people who used to sell alongside So Van, and their impressions of her are all quite vague.
You recall, and an elderly woman's face appears. So Van, I remember you as a girl who worked hard, coming to set up her stall every day from noon until 6 o'clock to sell small items, not knowing how to style herself with short hair. Wait, so she kept her hair short? I think I don't remember clearly. Another old man appears with a confused look. So Van has been running a stall at our market for 2 or 3 years.
What was So Van selling at her stall? What was it? What do you sell? Ending the memory, Lai Ham Lin man playing with a wooden horse said, Do you understand how strange this is?
Clearly having a tragic background and a determined, hard-working image, So Van should be an attention-grabbing presence wherever she is. But no one can really describe what kind of person So Van is, including Somach.
It seems Somach has lost most of his memories of So Van, so he asked me to look into his and his sister's past. Ha Chu Nin frowned and asked, Have you told Somach this information yet?
He chuckled and said, How could that be? Did you forget? Previously, Somach Tuyen Ngan fought against the alliance of wealthy groups, and Somach once said, his sister is the only reason he fights in the secret realm and saves the world. After revealing the truth to Somach, we gained a bunch of the strongest saviors. But we were disappointed and even fell into madness. So who will save the world next? Ha Chu Ning furrowed his brows and questioned.
So you think Somach has gone crazy?
You reply, the police records related to the real human house. On the night it was destroyed, a rescue worker found a child overwhelmed with fear. He couldn't speak. The rescue worker initially planned to keep him there to find out what was going on, but the child panicked and ran away. He was the only lucky survivor the police found at the demon human house. That's my guess. That night, Somach's beloved older sister died saving him, and perhaps he disguised himself as her to work and support himself. Maybe his obsession was so strong that he made her become an illusion that felt too real. Hearing that, Ha Chu found it quite plausible that he could create a real illusion. With Somach's strength and talent, it wouldn't be impossible to let go, so there's no need to think further. At least keep this secret from Somach. For us, and for the world, it's for the best. Lai Ham Lin sighed as she looked toward the window and said, You really are too naive. What I said earlier was just the simplest hypothesis, assuming. So still really died that night, and Somach's mind is also normal. So who is the sister now in the coma, and who is Somach? The night sky is clear, no moon, no clouds at Vuong's house. She is using her own power to heal So Van with gentle, pink-purple spiritual energy flowing into her body. She looked at the situation and involuntarily said, That's strange. Somach saw this and immediately asked worriedly, Vuong, is my sister's condition worse now? Vuong replied, actually, it's quite the opposite. Earlier, I mentioned that her body had recovered and the coma was caused by the aura of the beast spirit that couldn't be eliminated. But my previous judgment was wrong. It's not that the aura can't be removed, but that inside her body she is continuously producing beast spirit aura, which is why the false aura appears unremovable. Hearing this, I became even more terrified. My sister isn't being corroded by the demonic aura, she's actually producing it. Isn't this even worse? Vuong answered the question. That's not the case. Comparing the current state with previous treatments, the rate of aura beast energy generation has decreased by about 30 to 40%. The moment the transformation occurred was after the third time passing through the secret realm. As he spoke, he gradually understood and continued. It also means that if we can achieve the final victory in the secret realm war, my sister can fully recover. Waking up from her coma, Vuong confidently said that each victory in the secret realm would gradually weaken the connection between our world and the other world. If we achieve the final victory and cut off contact with the other world, your sister might wake up. Sir, maybe it won't take that long. I already have a way to cure her. If we can find more victims of the human experimentation by the Alliance and understand the mutations that occurred in them, we might be able to cure your sister. Hearing this, he immediately set out. I understand. I'll go find them now. Vuong quickly stopped him. I know you care about her, but this is over the top. Going out at night to find someone. Seeing that she was right, he went out to the living room to talk with her. Lai Ham Lin just sent me the address of the former guild leader. As soon as we catch him, hang him up, and we can quickly extract detailed information about the other victims. As soon as I entered, I saw Lord Nhi holding the Y-bat and smiling. And seeing that she was still healthy, he couldn't help but smile and ask, Ai Nhi, when did you wake up? Are you feeling healthier now? Nga Nhi, with a stiff face like a machine, replied, Thank you for your concern, sir. I only suffered injuries from the explosion 6 times. Nothing serious at all. I woke up 3 hours ago. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. It really moved me. Hearing that, he felt relieved and smiled, saying, Seeing your spirit like this, I feel reassured. Just when you woke up, you're free, so you're free. Help me deliver a package tonight. At midnight, when Nha Nhi heard there was work, her face immediately twisted in frustration. I'm so happy. After helping the injured explode, I killed over 100 Union mercenaries, and I haven't even had a chance to eat a piece of chicken leg. Now I immediately take on a new mission for a reward. Seeing her protest, Vuong quickly stepped forward, patted her head to comfort her. All right. Just leave the delivery job to me. Xiao has tried her best already. Rest at home and wait for me to bring back the grilled chicken thigh. What clip do you like to watch the most? When I turned my face, I saw Yu Bai answering a secret live stream in Liuyun City, and I lost consciousness for a long time. I need to make sure I didn't say anything I shouldn't have during the live stream. Do you want to watch the part where I was on camera? Who would have thought that just flipping through, I would see Vuong's face looking so fierce. No need for nonsense. Catch Somach for me. Captain Somach, I have to make you my clan leader's wife. After watching this, Vuong just wants to faint, her face completely blank. I'm so embarrassed I can't help but raise my voice. Did I really say that and do such things? She hesitated, thinking the world was too chaotic, then calmly praised how impressive she was. And then she did something even more outrageous than her master. Even the kind-hearted Vuong was provoked to anger and hurriedly said, Enough, stop now, don't shout anymore. Ye Ni Buong Bin withdrew the screen and refused. I don't want to. I still need to see the rest to confirm if I said anything forbidden. Guo Shanqiao suddenly lunged to grab the bowl but missed, then handed it to me. Give it here. And so, Vuong and Lord Nai kept chasing and dodging, turning into a chaotic crowd. Somach also fears that Qian Hualan might come, so he quickly makes an excuse to retreat. I'll go out first. I need to deliver mail now. Please help me with the case. A moment later, in some underground laboratory, he didn't go through the front door but preferred to break through the wall. The president, nervous for days, stood outside to greet him. Somach, you finally arrived. The hard drive on the table contains all the experimental data on human bodies from the frontline forces, under the command of the Alliance Research Group, including all of your sister's data. I think you probably need to use this. You appeared through the smoke, sarcastically asking, not even a guard, and you cooperate so well to deliver the documents I need. Do you think I'll just let this go? The former leader laughed maniacally and said, I hope you forgive me. I never thought it would come to this. Anyway, I am the one responsible for carrying out the experiment. I am the enemy who hurt your sister. So am I. I hate you, but I hate the bastards of the Financial Alliance even more. The beast fusion experiment was a plan pushed forward by everyone in the alliance, but they ignored me and deliberately revealed my whereabouts. When you came looking for me, the hunters from the alliance had already arrived in Donghai City. They don't have the courage to face you directly, so they want to kidnap your sister and the cultivator helping you, Vuong, as a hostage. I might die, but I will help you, and you have to do something for me in return. Somach led all the members of the Finance Alliance to hell to face me. On a dark night in a deserted alley within Donghai City, Laytrock arrogantly shouted as over 100 hunters simultaneously entered Donghai City. Does the Financial Alliance want to go to war with us? I repeat, go back to where you came from. Ambassador Laytrock calmly explained, Chairman, you're joking. We have always respected Dongvan Daituan and do not wish for any conflict with you. But I believe you also understand our intentions. Our only enemy is Somach, after all. He warns with a frown. The combat personnel of the Financial Alliance will never enter Donghai City. This is an agreement between the Financial Alliance and our Dongvan Financial Group. The smooth talker is right. This is the agreement between the Alliance of the Treasure Guild and the strongest hunter, Trio Hai. But Trio Hai is dead. Gone. Does Dongvan Taidoan still have the right to speak equally with us now? Seeing this guy keep bothering him, he lost patience, and Vuong said, it's a waste of time to talk all this while when he just wants to fight. The eloquent envoy said, no, you misunderstand. At least we won't expose the Dongvan talent group anyway, at least for now. Chow Hai is still a hero idol in the hearts of many hunters. Laytrock grew more and more annoyed and decisively said, what do you mean? Can we just clarify whether we're fighting or not? If you don't want to go to war, then where do you come from? Get out of here. Oh, did I say that earlier? The envoy is very patient and calm in persuasion. Don't you understand yet? My mission and those hunters only involve staying here with you. As long as we do nothing, the surface peace can be maintained. Even though thousands of hunters are quietly entering Donghai City at the same time, it has nothing to do with the alliance of the Financial Guild. Rest assured, we used the guild leader as bait to lure Suo Miao away, and only Suo Miao's sister and the immortal cultivator who always helps her are here. Maybe there's still a demon beast besides Somach, so the destruction of Donghai City will be kept to a minimum. Laytrock sneered and cursed. If he couldn't fight face to face, he would take a hostage. This guy really is scum. The envoy sneered and said, you are too naive. Chairman Lei Jia of the Financial Alliance will never forget Chu Hui. This monster, relying on its own strength, has disrupted the balance of the entire world. So we will not allow another uncontrollable monster like him to exist. At the same time, in another corner of the city, Vuong placed the stone down and muttered in doubt. Relying on the paper left by Suo Mai, I probably didn't do anything wrong. This package is strange too, leaving this stone here at midnight. She waited for a moment to observe, waiting and waiting, but still nothing happened. Vuong couldn't help but wonder if nothing was wrong. Could it be that she had gone to the wrong place? But just as he finished speaking, a burst of light shot toward him. Lei John landed in front of Vuong, happily shouting, thank goodness I finally found you. She looked at his face and found it strange, then asked, are you someone we know? Yes. Could it be that you came to pick up the package? What package? What package? No, forget about the package for now. Those scumbags are coming soon. Not only her, but also Somach's sister are targets for their attack. Is Somach's sister at your house now? But it seems your house has a magic barrier that prevents entry. I'm not sure if those thugs used brutal methods to directly destroy your house, but in that case, Somach's sister would be in great danger, so it's very unsafe here. Come with me. Vuong, hearing this, was so shocked that he hurriedly said, wait. You're talking too fast and not even breathing. I can't understand what you're saying at all. Who exactly are you? Sorry, this is a side effect of my ability. When I temporarily exit my accelerated state, my body's timing becomes disordered and I speak faster. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the president of the Dongvan Lei Jia troop. For a moment, Vuong's face turned cold as she said, the troop, you came to me while Somach was away, wanting me to hand over Somach's sister. Dream on. Miss Vuong, please stay calm. Our Dongvan Taidoan is not allied with the Union Taidoan. Have you forgotten? After the first secret realm ended, Somach's sister was kidnapped. We helped find her. Tonight, hunters from the Alliance are invading Donghai City, targeting you and Sovan, Somach's sister. Please take me to Sovan. I will provide protection for you. Vuong frowned and said, I remember that back then the Taidoan of Dongvan did help, but the situation now is completely different. I can't fully trust you. And the hunters from the Alliance can't harm Somach's sister either. Laytrock can only try to persuade. He said what he knew. I know there is a demon beast beside Somach, maybe protecting Vuong. But this time, the hunters entered Donghai City, at least over 1,000 people. Even if that demon beast is strong enough, it will be very difficult to protect Sovan from the attack of so many hunters. Suddenly, a 7-colored mist burst out from the stone at his feet. Seeing the fog grow thicker and thicker, Loi Trak couldn't help but become alert. What is this? A while later, a group of Yao Guai came out, led by a one-eyed demon who cheerfully cheered and laughed. The fairy realm. This must be the fairy realm. I finally ascended to become an immortal. The immortal suddenly appears, shattering the demon's illusion. This is Luvan City, 1,000 years later. Emerging from the smoke behind the demons and the old immortal, a group of people coming out. These people looked around with anxious hearts, some muttering, "My last memory is of the terrifying white light illuminating Luvan City." Those nearby heard this and panicked.
No way. Are we already dead? You mean we're spirits now, sir? That can't be true. I can still feel my body and breathe.
Lak Long quietly muttered on the street, "I want to go home." Home? Where is this? Vuong shivered as he looked at this chaotic scene of ghosts and monsters. Those monsters just left, and now a group of ancient people arrived in the crystal of the vein. How many people are hidden there in total? Lei Zhan skeptically speculated that normally weapons from the secret realm couldn't be brought back to reality, and both humans and monsters from Liuming City, which already broke the rules of the secret realm. Hearing that, she was also very suspicious. "Do you mean they all come from Luvan City?" He thought and said, "Don't you remember anything?" That's right. Except for Somach, almost all of the savior figures lost consciousness in this secret realm. These ancient people are all ordinary citizens of Luvan City from thousands of years ago. These monsters are pitiful beings, deceived by evil love, believing they have become immortals. When he saw a giant snake flying by, he could only sigh, thinking I was worried for nothing. It must be that Somach anticipated the attack from the treasure team, which is why he summoned these monsters to deal with them. Somach truly is the strongest savior. Ordinary citizens see the fog and the monsters and keep their distance in fear. A demon hearing Feng Qing mention him grits his teeth and says, "Sui Miao, that treacherous missile. Sui Miao is a demon god from another world in this city." Another ghostly demon roars in anger and hatred. Kill him 100 times. That bastard is not enough. He not only deceived us, turned us into monsters, but also forced us to kill humans across the city. Liu Yun and the others, unlucky to be near them, ran while shouting for help. A monster rescue? That's just crazy. Why is the monster from the live stream here? The red-eyed demon roared furiously. "Human, stop pretending and tell us where we can find Somach." The immortal turned around with a wise look and said, "This city has the scent of Somach, but it's faint. He is not here right now."
But I believe you still remember that. Next to Somach, there was a beast like the white-haired girl. Hearing about this, the ghost with the messy hair laughed mockingly. "Of course I remember that crazy teen Vuong who wanted to marry her as a bride. As a result, the monster tore apart
The river god. It's hilarious." The river god Than was furious and shouted, "It was my mistake. Who would have guessed that girl would suddenly unleash such immense power? But once again, I will definitely not lose." The immortal heard they were about to fight and quickly intervened. "Your chance is coming soon. That beast is on the street ahead, and I can sense many people gathering around it. They also possess the power of malevolent beast transformation. The red-eyed demon is indeed forced to lift its face to the sky and roar. Those damn monsters want to do what to our world again? Old man, this isn't our world. Do we still need this world?" The immortal sneered and said, "Don't think too much. Just focus on revenge. Although our Luvan City no longer wants to protect, the monsters still remain, and they are still brutalizing our world. The only thing we need to do is avenge the demon beasts and the evil god's bloodline." The demons shouted in unison, rallying for revenge against the demon beasts and the evil god's bloodline. That night, the peaceful city suddenly erupted in a powerful explosion, and the members of the Dongvan treasure team grew anxious upon seeing the smoke and flames. "It's over. The battle inside the city has begun. Do we need to return to support Leader Loi Trak?" The senior in the team sternly stopped him. "No. Leader Loi Trak ordered us to hold these hunters here. We must not disobey the order. Combat personnel of the League, request instructions." "Captain, the previous leader of the vanguard of the treasure team has died, so Mosh can return at any time. League leader Loi Trak of Dongvan Taidon is also preparing to zuzi our actions." "Do we really have to stay here and wait for the result?" the envoy Bingjun said casually. "No need to rush, so Mock's location has already been confirmed. More than 1,000 hunters launched a coordinated attack, but leader Lazy's speed was even faster. Yet he was alone and unable to change the overall situation. As he finished speaking, a beam of light suddenly appeared before him. The envoy's face changed drastically when he saw the image of the light beam. This truly is a scene that deeply shocks the senses. The soldier fighting nearby couldn't hold out. What happened to squad leader of Team 13? The person hit by the stick is still dying, and upon hearing the sound of their companion, they try to warn us. The livestream monster in the secret realm. The monsters in Liuyun City are all here. They are attacking us. This is a trap. Somach's trap.
At the same time, in the Kangtrang residence, Lai Ham Lin looked into the distance, waiting, and asked, "Are the hunters from the Alliance Treasury team almost here? Is everything ready?"
Hachu paused for a moment and said, "More than 1,000 high-level hunters. Even Somach's beloved pet is here."
"I can't guarantee Somach's safety." Hearing this, he comforted, "Look at what you're saying. Your task is only to assist Somach's beloved pet. Do you really think you can handle 1,000 hunters in such a dangerous fight? Surviving itself is already impressive."
Hachu couldn't help but suggest, "Can't we take Somach's sister away now? Sovan is hiding too many secrets. Before confirming the truth, it's best to avoid unnecessary risks." Seeing the opponent's uncertainty, Lai Ham Lin explained the pros and cons to him. "If we take Somach's sister away a few hours earlier, it will only increase her suspicion of us. How did we predict the actions of the Alliance of the Wealthy?" Not telling him now. Leading Sovan away wouldn't make any difference. Surrounded by 1,000 people. No matter where we run, it will be a fierce battle. What matters more is that decorating the silk with flowers doesn't move people as much as helping them in time. Hearing your scheme, Hachu broke out in a cold sweat and stammered a few words. "Did you know all along? Wait a minute. Could it be that you deliberately arranged the alliance of mercenaries to attack Sovan? If Somach finds out it was all your plan, wouldn't that be very bad?" Li Ham Lin said seriously, "Getting Somach's trust means taking some risks. Only by risking everything to save Somach will he allow us to get close to Sovan. Only then can we investigate Sovan's secret. Hachu Fantron, even so, 1,000 high-level hunters is too many. Can't you let them go with fewer people?" Lai Ham Lin says sarcastically. "What do you mean? Do you really think the Thai League will obey my orders?" The hiding place of the former guild leader. "This information was obtained too easily, so I guess it's a bait to kidnap Suvan. Over 1,000 high-level hunters. The Alliance really is taking a big risk. This is all the assets that can be used being taken out. But with this number of people, it still falls within my plan." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang and Li Hanling read the incoming message, smiling with satisfaction. "They have arrived." Hearing that, Hachu immediately grimaced and confirmed. The aura of spiritual energy surrounds her as Hachu seriously says, "Leave the next step to me." But before she can act, Lai Ham Lin suddenly nervously exclaims, Wait a moment." "Why again? Can't you just say everything at once?" Seeing the monsters pass by, Lai Ham Lin shouted in panic, "Why are the monsters from Lu Van City appearing there?" Hachu also lost his composure and hurriedly asked, "You said we wouldn't encounter these monsters." I still remember during the Secret Realm livestream, those monsters were definitely not friendly towards Somach. If the hunters and these monsters team up to attack Somach. Lai Ham Lin, please tell me, is this also part of your plan? This is terrible. Really terrible. If something happens to Vaughn and Somach falls into despair, then this world is doomed. It seemed like a life or death situation. But the fighting forces of the Alliance suddenly clashed with those monsters. Both sides charged at each other without a word. Hachu just stared in disbelief. What is this? The hunter and the monster are fighting. Li Hanling is stunned and wondering. It seems like there's no longer any of our business here, but he muttered absent-mindedly, probably. The envoy and a close aide release a cloud of smoke. The combat staff wonder. "Captain, is it okay for us to directly storm into Donghai City like this?" He quickly responded. "You can't break the secret agreement between the Dongvan Financial Group and the Alliance, right?" "It doesn't matter anymore. The kidnapping of Suoyan must go ahead without interference." The envoy cleared the way and gave the order to speed up. "Dakai, we're almost there." Then, seeing no response, he turned around in confusion. "Dakai!" Then, hearing the immortal ask, "Dahoida, is this the one you mentioned?" Seeing his subordinate being bitten by Haba, the man grimaced and gritted his teeth. "Disgusting monsters like you, isn't it better to quietly die in the dust of history? Why do you have to come and stop me?" The immortal laughed mockingly and sarcastically. "Are you trying to stop me, or should I ask you directly, why do you humans share the same bloodline as the monsters and become the dogs of the evil god Somach? Are you here to avenge Somach?" The immortal clearly doesn't believe it, and chuckles, saying, "Do you mean to say you're also preparing to launch an attack on Somach?" "Do you think I will believe you? I can smell the corrupted beastly power on you from thousands of meters away.
The envoy hurriedly explained, "Sir, we are allies. We truly are allies, as long as we work together."
Before he could finish, there was a sudden snap. I can't breathe. Stop your powers now. We don't need to fight. Please listen to my explanation. Seeing you suddenly fall ill, the elder was confused. What are you talking about? I did nothing at all, and then there was a screeching sound, causing the fighting members of the Alliance to all stagger back, gasping for air.
"Help me, what's happening? I can't move my body."
Somach confidently said as if at home, "You guys are really having fun fighting. Who gave you permission to disturb my sister's rest?" At the same time, the combatants are breaking the barrier in an excited state, thinking it's opening. Great, just one more step to seize the target and the reward will be ours. Move! Do it for me! Why isn't your body obeying the command? The kid is too focused and not paying attention to his surroundings. Somach appeared behind him and said, "I have modified myself for the stability of the world. This seems to have caused some misunderstanding between you and me. While speaking, I check each of your heads, even giving you the courage to ambush my sister. From now on, this world only needs to follow one sound. The appearance of the demons has awakened the entire city of Donghai. It seems like this will be a night to remember." The hunters of the Alliance collapse at the corner, and Love Kim bites his lip in frustration. The battle hasn't even started yet, and almost 1,000 hunters have lost their fighting spirit, unable to act out of fear. Facing the monsters, my powers are nearly suppressed to the limit, and I can't even imagine how strong Somach is right now. He used all his strength to send a message. "Captain, can you hear me?" The envoy, also panting and hearing the echo in his mind, responded, "Is your psychic link ability Yu Kim?" Yu Kim hard-pressed to ask for instructions. "What should we do now, Captain?" The envoy sneered and ordered, "Using your ability to inform all the hunters to launch their final desperate attack. Unless Somach completely disregards civilian casualties and uses a large-scale attack, it's impossible for him to kill all of us at once. Besides, we only need one captured traitor of Somach to win. This is the only way to survive." He exhausted himself and reported, "Captain, but the hunters are all affected by fear and cannot act." He gasped for breath, gathering all his strength to continue linking their minds, channeling my energy and amplifying the collective frenzy for 1,000 hunters. "Kim, can you do it?" Kim nervously said. "It makes sense in theory, but Captain, your body can't handle linking so many people. You might die before the collective frenzy takes effect." The messenger then wildly shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Shut up and follow the orders!" The silver dog. Kim Yu hesitated, but still obeyed the order. Yes. Immediately after, Kim Yu's spiritual energy swept through the members, carrying the power unleashed by the envoy, driving everyone into madness. He sensed the connection with his 999 brothers, then squeezed the chaotic energy, unleashing chaos and violence. Somach watched from the beginning and stepped forward to praise. That was impressive. The messenger's smile was crazy, and he spat out all his words in his mind. "You're late. My power has already been unleashed. Somach, in this world without gods, do you want to become a god of mankind? The alliance of the wealthy will not allow it. Humans will not allow it. This world will not allow it. All hunters, obey the order, even if it means dying in the next second. Keep fighting for me. You others, spirits of Liuyun City, listen carefully to me. If you still want to protect Somach, help us. Our target is Somach's sister." The messenger kept shouting loudly. Somach, annoyed, snapped her fingers and silenced him. Just 1 second later, the messenger was cut in half. The subordinates, seeing their leader fall, continued to charge wildly, only to all become headless knights. Somach gently put his finger to his lips. "The noise is too loud and will disturb my sister." The immortal witnessing this silent slaughter is shocked. What just happened a moment ago? The bodies of the messengers are scattered all over the street. The immortal witnesses are terrified. They're all dead. All dead. The human traitors who possessed the power of beast transformation were killed by Somach using methods I can't even imagine. Aren't they Somach's dogs of the Tathen? Why did he have to kill his own subordinates? After dealing with the Alliance, he then felt at ease with these ancient artifacts. This is Donghai City, built on a pile of debris. In your era, that pile of debris was once Luvan City. Luvan City in the Thatlak region has not only experienced the cycle of time and gained consciousness, but because that lack has returned, I exchanged with Liuvan City. This city was born from the care for living beings here, so it wants to save you and let you return to your own world. The immortal was still stunned by what he saw. Are we crazy for daring to challenge without knowing our limits? This is no longer the level of a mere primordial being. So, Mach approached the old man and muttered, According to the promise with Than Lu Van, I will lead you back to reality and fulfill the oath. The immortal sighed and said, the one who saved us. I didn't hear the old man's excuses. My sharp eyes flicked over him, respecting your tragic lives. I was going to set you free, but you dared to team up with the talented hunters and disturb my sister's peace. The old immortal's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly explained, Hunter, do you mean those people with fierce demonic power? We are just passing by and have no relation to them. Moreover, we even fought against them, and we absolutely have no intention of opposing anyone. I don't believe it, he said coldly. Do you want to die again? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Finance Alliance,
Chairman Thosh slammed the table and shouted, Trash, a bunch of trash. A day has passed since the attack on Donghai City. Can anyone tell me where Somach is now?
What are you planning to do? Chairman Ma waited for him to finish yelling before speaking up.
Before that, Chairman Thak, you are the temporary leader of the Alliance, so you must have something to say to us, right?
Under his command, because of Somach's capture, more than half of the high-level hunters in the Alliance refused to defend Donghai City and received no rewards. Chairman Thak sneered and said with a strange tone, Chairman Ma, aren't you hoping to become the new leader? Now the greatest threat we face since the founding of the Alliance is here. Somach's counterattack could cause us severe losses. Chairman Hua Quan calmed the situation. Chairman Thak is right. Now is not the time to blame each other. We must unite and cooperate to come up with the best defense plan. I am sharing the intelligence I have. The monsters from Luyun City are roaming the streets of Donghai City.
They coexist peacefully with the residents of Donghai City, even actively helping locals in trouble.
But once someone tries to investigate Somach or gets close to his residence, they will be attacked by monsters.
The spies I sent out have almost all been captured and lost contact.
Those monsters are incredibly powerful and completely obey Somach's commands. Donghai City has become Somach's private garden. Chairman Lam fears that the chaos isn't enough and has a plan. Chairman Hua, stop talking nonsense. Fire all the nuclear bombs you have. Level Donghai City. How can he listen to this crazy idea of burning everything down?
Forget about joking. We've already tested it. Nuclear bombs won't do much damage to Somach. Even if we destroy Donghai City and the monster army, we still can't escape danger.
The bullets will kill Somach's sister, and we will face a Somach who no longer holds back, determined to take revenge. He listened to the excuse and laughed even more brightly, provoking. President Hua, are you still seriously considering how to deal with Somach? There's no more time. All I want is to kill those Somach cares about before Somach kills us. But he was attacked shortly after laughing. Who are you? Why are you here? Get out of my sight. Even though he found him annoying when the other person was in trouble, Chairman Hua still asked worriedly, Chairman Lam, what happened on your side? Do you need help? The person on the other end spoke. Obviously someone else taking over online. Unfortunately, Chairman Lam can't reply to you for now. The image isn't ready yet, and apparently the new projector equipment is difficult to use. Lee Hanling appeared with a confident smile, and the final image finally appeared. I think I don't need to introduce myself anymore. As soon as you show your face, Chairman Thosh will start cursing. Lee Hamlin, traitor to the consortium. Your anger only annoys others. You have a good father who sacrifices himself to cover your sins. Are you in such a hurry to die? Lee Hamlin basically doesn't care about this matter and lightly says, Don't get so worked up. I'm just here to deliver Somach's message to you. During the 3 days of obeying Somach, follow his orders. If you refuse, the Taiduan Alliance won't need to exist anymore. A few moments after Somach confronted and confided in us, the long-eared demon looked annoyed and said loudly, Facing him directly would only get us killed for nothing. We have to pretend to submit to Somach to find a chance to kill that evil god. You said that last night, right? The immortal's sweat poured down as he nervously explained, It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Didn't you also watch the live stream replay of the Secret Realm clip? Master Somach is wholeheartedly saving the world, doing his best as a great savior. The long-eared demon, hearing him pat his horse, could only sigh in awe. Master. Somach, your way of addressing us is really quick. No wonder you didn't hesitate to sell us off. Now we not only patrol the city of Donghai every day, but also have to undergo health checks that look very dangerous. The immortal heard this and was so scared he wanted to correct himself. Don't talk nonsense. Master Somach cares about our health, so he provides health check benefits for us. In the end, what do you have to complain about? At least we survived. After working for Somach for 3 years, we can leave or stay. If you have such an opinion, then go find Lord Somach first. Lord Somach is generous and certainly won't mind. Even a loud-mouthed, long-eared demon is fragile and delicate. Scolded, it cries instantly. You want me to die, don't you? I don't want to face that guy alone. It's really scary. While the two demons argued, Somach was touring the laboratory. He strutted around for a while, then spoke. The laboratory is so big, you plan to sell it to me for $1? I thought you would give it to me. The butler replied politely, a gift naturally matches unreasonable demands. So this is a voluntary fair exchange between our Dongyun Corporation and Mr. Somach. He nonchalantly evaluated, fair exchange, no expectations of repayment. You really think things through. The butler, seemingly unaware of the sarcasm, continued to introduce without changing his expression that at the research facility all research staff have been paid for 30 years, equipment and resources are secured, and fully supporting Mr. Somach to save the world is the most important task for our Dongvan Corporation right now. Then it's probably the chairman Loi Trak who should be talking to me here. Seeing him stumble over his words, the butler nervously said, This is Chairman Loi Trak, who is temporarily busy and certainly does not mean to disrespect you. Most of the daily work of the Dongvan Corporation is handled by me, making me the equivalent of the chief steward of the Dongvan Corporation, as I am the most suitable to support his work. He didn't bother to listen to the other's excuses, and immediately asked, That's enough, no need to explain, I don't barrier. The documents I took from the president have already been shared with you. Have you made any progress? Regarding the main matter, the butler calmly reports that the staff of Dongyun's intelligence agency are fully engaged in decoding and analyzing the document. The time is too short, and the current progress is only halfway done. But I received some astonishing information that I was about to report to you, including this war of the secret realm. Our world and the other world have connected multiple times. Not twice, but 3 times. Somach saw the anomaly and calmly asked, If I remember correctly, the secret war only happened twice? Once 1,000 years ago and once now. Are the cultivators lying? Housekeeper Ning, with a serious expression, explained, The secret realm war indeed only happened twice. You're not a cultivator liar, but a member of the Alliance of Financiers. They have hidden important information from us. In the 1,000-year-old historical era, humans once developed scientific and technological levels beyond our imagination. Humans in that era invaded other worlds, took monsters hostage, and even tamed them as pets. Over 1,000 years ago, a famous island continent called Jeju rose from the Great Sea. On that continental island, the Alliance from the relics received technological achievements from the historical era, and also discovered tamed and modified monsters and beasts. Driven by greed and the desire to seize treasures, many people and monsters fought. It seems to be the result of historical, scientific, and technological modifications. Strange particles are released from the blood and flesh of dead monsters. Only a few with the right talent can absorb these energy particles to increase their strength or gain special abilities. This is the origin of hunters. It can be understood that hunters belonging to the Financial Alliance experience bodily mutations, which are manipulated by the decayed ruins of Vuong residents from 1,000 years ago, leading to mental abnormalities. But the price for this power is high, and most hunters do not live past 35. And the monsters of Vuong City are not the only ones harmed. The recent health check showed they only have at most 3 years of life left. To ensure safety and gain greater power along with a longer lifespan, the Alliance used pre-epic technology obtained from relics to conduct human body experiments. Somach listened straight through and asked, Pre-epic technology? If we can fully restore the pre-epic technology, we might be able to cure my sister, right? The butler said seriously. Somach, not only you but the Alliance also longs to have complete scientific knowledge, but unfortunately the relics have been lost. Vuong. That's not entirely accurate. The continent's wind has disappeared from the surface for unknown reasons, but just a small portion of the relic's data has rapidly advanced the science and technology of the Alliance in a short period. That is also why they are not afraid of the beast-shaped Lom. Mr. Somach, according to Mrs. Vuong's reasoning, as long as you achieve victory in the final battle of the secret war, your sister will recover. You don't need to be so impatient. After hearing the butler's explanation, he said, What I need is not uncertain reasoning. The war in the secret realm lasts a year. I can't wait that long. Maybe during this time, my sister's condition will worsen. Maybe even if we win, my sister won't recover. I won't give up on any small possibility. Do you think the members of the Financial Alliance can hide important technical information from each other? Hearing this, the butler realized the situation was out of control and asked with a changed expression, Mr. Somach, what do you want to do? He replied, By now, Li Hanling must have sent out her final message to the 4 great sects in the Alliance. After 3 days, they can choose to become my dogs or become history. Hearing such a simple and brutal plan, the butler couldn't help but feel it was absurd and unconsciously exclaimed, Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? A full-scale war will throw the entire world into chaos. Somach coldly taunted, "Those fools only know how to waste manpower and resources on boring civil wars. It's time to end this farce. All of this world needs is a voice, a will, money, power, and status. I don't care. All I need is to win." Dongvan Corporation, a research facility. Do you only have this much appetite? Don't settle for small investments. Use me for the greatest benefit. Get on my tank first, and you'll gain the biggest advantage and restore the glory of the past. The research base of the Dongvan expedition team, the sound of knocking echoes. So Mike speaks. "Come in." Lai Ham-lin stepped in, curious, asking. The head of the Dongvan troop had just hurried out, looking like he had seen a ghost. "Did something happen?" "I guess my appetite was too big and I scared him." Lai Ham-lin, report the situation first. Lai Ham-lin sneered and reported that the 4 great sects were very firm and refused to accept your leadership. They have chosen to go to war. Analyzing their attitude, there are still hidden cards among the cultivators. The response was expected. He sneered, concealing his true strength not to fight the world but to scheme against his allies. This is exactly what they would do. What did the Alliance of the Financial Guilds say? Lai Ham-lin replied. They said they needed to think it over and wouldn't give an immediate answer. It seems they just want to buy more time. Somach smirked and said, "The reaction is within expectations? Then let's add fuel to the fire." Later, at the union meeting of the Financial Alliance, Chairman Thak, with a cold expression, announced the news. The latest news is that the leader of the Dongvan Lei Chao Alliance announced he will fully support Somach's plans from now on. Ma Che cursed loudly, "Damn it, that guy has no shame at all. We should destroy the Dongvan Alliance soon." Chairman Thak's face dark and stern. He changed the subject coldly. "There is no time for us to regret. Somach has given us only 3 days to decide." Chairman Huaba said, "We must first confirm your intentions. None of you here are willing to surrender to Somach and hand over your clans to him, right?" Captain Maho reports to Chon, blood rushing to his brain as he slams the table loudly. Of course, he cannot agree. On what basis does Somach, with a single light word, want to take away the hard-earned achievements of our family for 4 or 5 generations? The middle faction leaders all loudly expressed their stance. "Yes, I definitely will not surrender to Somach." Chairman Hua smiled with a particularly harmless yet ruthless expression and proposed a plan. "So the first thing we need to consider is how to keep ourselves alive. Based on previous analysis, even in fierce battles, Somach will try to avoid the death of innocents. He is full of compassion for ordinary people. So if we want to survive, we need hostages, a large number of hostages." Hearing this, Chairman Ma immediately volunteered for the task. "Hostages quietly transfer large populations. That's my specialty. How many hostages do you need? 10,000? 100,000? I'll go prepare now." 200 million people. We need at least that many to negotiate with Somach. "Where am I supposed to find so many hostages?" Hui Jiangshu muttered emotionlessly. During this time, to ensure safety, all the leaders are in hidden locations, underground bases, unmarked islands in the vast sea, and even in outer space. But one day, we will be found. So from now on, each of us must stay in a city with more than 1 million residents and carry enough explosives to blow up the entire city. That way, wouldn't we have over 200 million hostages? Chairman Lin clapped his hands in approval and added details. "That's a good idea. We could even manipulate public opinion by spreading rumors about Donghai City, for example, that the city's beloved is being enslaved by monsters under Sui Miao's control." Playing around, Chairman Hua became more excited the more he spoke. "Yes, create the image of Somach as a tyrannical dictator so he becomes the target of everyone's insults." Chairman Lam becomes more satisfied the more he thinks about it, smiling with pleasure, as Somach the tyrant loses all humanity, making the people of Donghai City live in misery, living worse than dying. Now, he still controls the alliance of the wealthy, as well as the cultivators from the 4 great sects to cover the world under his dark rule, so everyone will stand with us. He left in joy, but within minutes he was shot. Dark blood dripped slowly. Seeing the face of the attacker, Chairman Hua glared and shouted, "Do you know what you're doing, since you're Lambak's younger brother?" Lambak grabbed his brother's hair, lifting him up and laughing like a madman. "You're wrong, little runt. I am now the Chairman Lam." Chairman Ma shouted angrily and tensely, "Do you think we allow this kind of thing?" The useless fool with an empty head said, "Even if you kill your brother, you can't become the chairman." Lambak then said, "If the alliance of the financial group does not surrender in 3 days, all your family, relatives, friends, and subordinates, including ordinary supporters of the alliance, will be considered enemies and can be killed." Chairman Thak Bin Chan raised an eyebrow mockingly. "It seems you are not only a useless waste,
but also a coward because you are so afraid of dying that you killed your brother. Lam Bak, with a crazed expression, said of course not only that, Somach personally dislikes causing too much trouble. If the leaders of the financial alliance refuse to surrender, then whether they are relatives, friends, or subordinates of the leaders, killing them can replace the leadership position.
Now that the useless me who was looked down upon by you has gained Somach's approval to become the leader of Lam, now it's your turn to be afraid. After the meeting of the conglomerates in Chairman Ma's private alliance, Chairman Ma impatiently urged, Tran Duan, what are you still hesitating for? Forget the luggage. Those things are not important. Quickly bring the child here. The helicopter is coming soon. We should leave now. This place isn't safe anymore. Tran Duan trembles and stammers.
Sorry, I can't go with you.
He looked at the knife in his wife's hand, smiling like a fool. I see. You also want to seize my assets, to steal what belongs to me. You're making me laugh to death. Usually you don't even know how to kill a fish. If you want to kill me, where do you get the courage? Chairman Ma hadn't finished speaking when he was struck with the consequences, his face as pale as pork liver. Tran Duan's wife didn't hesitate for a second and rushed forward to stab him. She muttered in fear and hatred, Assets don't matter. I don't care if Grandpa has an affair with a star. The club president grabbed her hair, blood dripping from his mouth as he cursed harshly. Bitch, she doesn't care about ending the relationship. Tran Duan stood upright, shouting in frustration. Why did you have to offend So-mon? Why risk my son's life? Do you understand? If you provoke Somach, our whole family will have to die. When their lives are in danger, Chairman Ma finally fears and hurriedly says, I know. I surrender to Somach. But Tran Duan understands too well. He has been disappointed for a long time. She whispered, I won't believe you anymore, and then the purge began. At the same time, in an ice house in the middle of the Arctic, Chairman Hua received news saying, Chairman Ma has just died. Chairman Thak impatiently asked, Did you hear that? Under the terror of Somach, 4 alliance leaders have met tragic ends, killed by their own butlers, brothers, wives, or children, and there's little time left for us. Kuk Tien Tam said with a calm, mocking smile, Aren't you the ones always controlling public opinion and trying to create the image of a demon king for Somach? This time, it's really happening. Somach has truly become a tyrant. Chairman Thak Chiu Ko responds, We have done our best to overthrow Somach. What have you cultivators done? What right do you have to mock me? Even if we now surrender to Somach and are defeated, Kuk Thien Tam confidently claims that if you want to give up, you won't bother coming to the Arctic to see me. Could it be that you're trying to resist for the sake of face, which is very much like what you would do? Besides the ice piercing, there's also the polar bear. Are you really planning to use the polar bear to defeat Somach? Kuk Thien Tam nghiền mình dễ lo trấn phập âm dương bên trong tiết lộ. Vũ khí thật sự nằm dưới biển sau 4.000 mẹ ruồi bằng xuyên, chúng tôi không làm gì cả.
The 3 sect leaders worked together for 3 days to open this passage. I am entering the center of the formation, signaling with my eyes, if you still have some courage, follow me.
Cornered, Chairman Thak disregarded the pot and sank the boat and said, The deep sea is 400 meters deep.
I've been through it before. What's so scary about it? As he stepped into the formation, he added, Spatial teleportation cannot be used here, so you can think of this passage as a 4,000-meter-long elevator. Then, the yin-yang elevator moved. Chairman Thak floated and cursed, Why didn't you tell me earlier?
The formation moves at the speed of light, reaching the depth of minus 4,000 meters in just a few seconds. Elder Thaktan Jiadiuya feels uncomfortable and wonders, Are we there yet? What is it that we are going to meet? Hu Tin Tam recounts that 1,000 years ago, over 50 million people were killed. The criminal destroyed the great La Heavenly God nation underground, and was also the strongest savior of the previous secret realm. His name is not recorded, but cultivators at that time called him Heavenly Destiny. Hearing the biography of the ruthless murderer, Chairman Thai hesitated and said, Heavenly Destiny, a criminal who killed 50 million people. Do we have to cooperate with such a lunatic? Chairman Hua casually asked without any concern, Is it really possible for that person named Destiny to deal with Somach? Kuk Tien Tam immediately said, 1,000 years ago, Tian Ming was the strongest savior, able to fight against demon beasts for 30,000 years. Chairman Shi was startled and exclaimed, 30,000 years of demon beasts also means a combat power of 10 million. Are you serious? Even for that Somach monster, based on the latest data, its combat power is only around 10,000 at most. Kuk Tien Tam saw him flustered and explained that 1,000 years ago, the Earth's spiritual energy was abundant. But now the situation is incomparable. People with the same heavenly fate or weaker cultivators are also more than 10. But even the cultivators of the entire world forming an alliance cannot defeat the heavenly fate you are about to face. His strange power makes him invincible in the world. Chairman Hua foolishly said, "So that's why I hate you cultivators. In a critical moment, you still pretend to be gods and ghosts acting mysterious." As soon as he finished, a death-chanting talisman sound rang out. "Are you hiding here?" Then he suddenly appears like a supervillain. Chairman Hua looked at him like he saw a ghost, his face pale as a vampire, and shouted out loud. Somach glanced at Chairman Hua and muttered, "Are you the 8-year-old god who became the leader of the talent group? Your age is greater than your appearance." And he nervously shouted, "Gong, don't kill me." At that very moment, the sound of the heavenly heart melody rang out and he closed his eyes. Chairman Thok's head throbbed like a hammer and he stood up, confused and muttering, "What just happened? I've died once before. Is this just an illusion? No, it seems I really am dead." Hu Tiu Tam closes his eyes and explains, "Sir, this is not an illusion but fate. You should understand that at a certain point in a timeline, you have already died. That is a very unlikely timeline to occur. Generally speaking, Somach would almost never suddenly appear here. But if you keep observing with your eyes, you will meet the fate of being killed by Somach." Chairman Hua felt a chill down his spine and couldn't stop trembling. This is a destiny ability that can manipulate others at will. No matter how low the chance, destiny can turn fate into reality. Chairman Thok is relatively steadier and whispers, "As long as I don't look with my eyes, I won't be affected. This kind of ability can't be called invincible." Ku Tiantam truthfully explains that there are countless small worlds within this orbit. The immortal cultivators from 1,000 years ago, using the power of the earth veins and the deep sea spirit as their source of strength, built this labyrinthine statue. They could not kill the destiny, only seal it here. The labyrinth statue divides the soul of destiny into countless fragments, each stored in a magic mirror corresponding to a different fate of the world. In those worlds, we have different lives. Countless fragments of the heavenly destiny's soul continuously negate each other, reaching a balance of sealing. What you saw and felt earlier was only the heavenly fate sealed away with emotional fluctuations in your subconscious. You can interpret it as the heavenly fate in the seal sleeping peacefully, and you are just an insignificant worm caught in a dream. When he actively uses his power, even if you don't see or hear it, blocking your 5 senses, the entire world falls into a true nightmare. After hearing what Tron Thuat said, Chairman Thash's disagreement grew even stronger as he questioned intensely, but it was just emotional fluctuation in the subconscious.
Sect Leader Cook, are you crazy? Do you plan to release an even more terrifying monster than Somach just to kill him?
When did I say I would release the destiny? Even within the seal, as long as we harness its power, it's enough to kill Somach. This path ahead leads to the place where the heavenly fate is sealed. I can only say it's very dangerous. Do you still want to follow? Chairman Hua Ju Nguyen So Tam. Of course, Chairman Shock responded. Show us the way. We're mentally prepared. Seeing their determination, Ku Tiantam finally dared to reveal the secret to survival. Heavenly fate cannot see, cannot understand, and cannot describe. To survive and leave here, remember these 3 rules. All 3 enter the cave, and heavenly fate, upon seeing his face, mocks and provokes him. So tragic. The sect master of Dandai Beach Dong sect even dares not lift his head to look at me. Cook Tiantam did not feel ashamed at all. As soon as he entered, he took the subordinate position under the heavenly mandate lake. Your Excellency, I wish to request something from you. I know, I see it now, the savior. Somach Tuyet has wiped you all out. Under his rule, the legacy of the cultivators was completely wiped out, heading towards darkness. Death record, no one survived. I foresee that Somach will no longer exist in the future. Rest assured, I will kill Somach very soon. Meanwhile, at the Dongvan Energy Station number 6, the scientist presses the button and counts down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to start. So, Mach stands in the center of the nuclear core, waiting as nuclear energy activates and radiates directly into his body from within. The system announces that it has registered the impact of intense external energy. Tam Mui's true fire activates on its own, the intense energy swallowing everything, as the host's body is undergoing a strengthening process. Ha-Chu, hearing about the training mode, asks worriedly, using nuclear reactions to cultivate? Does he no longer want to live? Lai Hamlin confidently said, do you remember? When the secret realm was over, the Alliance used nuclear bombs to attack Somach. He gained benefits from the nuclear explosion. So now, Somach is occupying the 6th nuclear power station of the Dongvan Alliance, aiming to further upgrade his strength. Ha-Chu, hearing this, recalled a similar incident. 10 years ago, a group of cultivators also tried using nuclear reactions to aid their cultivation. but everyone was met with backlash. A year later, they all died, one after another, none surviving beyond 5 years. Not even Somach could avoid the negative effects entirely. Li Huamlin frowned and said, I once advised Somach, and he said even 1 year of lifespan would be enough. Because the difficulty of the secret realm was increasing wildly, and all the pressure was borne by Somach alone. Even he would feel hesitant, but he couldn't even clearly express his feelings to others, because he was the only hope to save humanity and the world. Ha Chu Tudong saw the suggestion and said, Lai Ham Lin, tell Momok the truth about his sister. He has risked his life to fight. We shouldn't hide it from him.
Lai Ham Lin shouted angrily, drop that cheap sympathy of yours. If he finds out, all his efforts so far might have been useless, and maybe his sister has already died. Unfortunately, those words reached his ears.
Suamak approached and asked, What did you just say? Ha Chu's face suddenly changed in panic, thinking, We're doomed. Somach. Lai Hamlin also looked pale and frightened. Why is she here? He swiftly lunged forward, grabbing her by the throat and threatening her. How is my sister? Lai Hamlin hurriedly breaks the spell. Somach remains calm. Things are not as you think. Ha Chu unleashes her power and rushes over, releasing him. Just as he swung his fiery fist at Somach, he softly said, Get lost. Immediately after, a pillar of energy struck Ha Chu. Seeing his friend fall to the ground, Lai Hamlin felt worried inside. That fool is too impulsive.
You hurriedly reach out. Somach, I haven't confirmed the matter involving your sister yet.
But before he could finish speaking, Somach suddenly coughed violently and spat blood as if suffering from a terminal illness. Lai Hamlin rubbed his neck in suspicion. Somach. At that moment, the fourth character entered the room. Destiny's cunning steps walked in as if avoiding everyone, making the atmosphere dull. Somach was training at the nuclear power plant because he sensed a strong threat, and left the site to return to the research headquarters. Coincidentally, he overheard Lai Hamlin and Ha Chu discussing the information about his sister's death. He strangled Lai Hamlin and pressed her for information about the intelligence. Ha Chu impulsively launched an attack with him. Unfortunately, Ha Chu's martial arts have an effect that can cause the attacked person's power to spiral out of control. Originally, with Ha Chu's strength, he couldn't have caused any harm to you, but after absorbing the violent energy at the nuclear power plant and feeling uneasy about your sister's death, Ha Chu became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Your power spiraled out of control, causing severe internal injuries. I missed a crucial point. This time I killed the demon beast, so I can help share the damage first. I don't have time to worry about others when I see a stranger. He asked suspiciously, Who are you? Do we know each other? He spoke, and Guang Nair approached him, forgetting to introduce himself, saying, I am Tian Mingsheng. This is our 143rd meeting, and it is also the worst moment in your fate. At that moment, in the 4,000-meter deep cave beneath the ice layers in the Arctic, in the deepest part of that abyss, Chairman Thosh heard his voice and immediately understood. Great, you agree to kill Somach. Chairman Hua Thi can't believe someone would do this for free. Is there really no request at all? Hold on, don't celebrate too soon. Lord Tianmena, I am very sorry. I hope you understand that we cannot lift the seal so you can leave to deal with Somach. But just as we finished speaking, he declared, It's over. Sok Van Hoa almost opened his eyes. What? I have executed Somach? Chairman Thak exclaimed in horror. Somach is dead so quickly. Chairman Hua clenched his fists in delight. That arrogant guy finally got his comeuppance. Tiangxin narrowed his eyes in disbelief. No way. Absolutely no way. Without lifting the seal, you cannot leave this cave, let alone kill Soman. Tianming sat calmly on the chair and explained. In a less likely timeline, you guys unseal my seal, and Somach and I have met 143 times, killing Somach 143 times. Speaking of which, Chairman Thaka's expression darkened. Doesn't that mean Somach is still alive?
Lord Tianmen, I sincerely apologize, but even if you say so, I will not lift your seal. Relying solely on the power of the 4 great clans and the alliance of the financial groups, is there any chance of defeating Somach?
At this moment, Tianming lowered his head and recounted that through 143 battles, no one in this world understood him better than Sui Miao. His eyes could see illusions, and his body was tougher than any immortal cultivator or body refinement expert. Along with superb combat skills and extraordinary growth speed, he has never revealed his full strength in front of you. Your chances of winning are 0.
Honestly, I also don't want to go to war with Somach on Earth. Chairman Hua is also very angry and wants to object.
Lord Tianming, what do you mean by that? If you are 100% confident you can kill Somach, why are you still unwilling to fight him? Could there still be secrets we don't know? At this point, he calmly leans back in his chair as the dark mist appears behind him and responds, Even if I can kill Somach, the battle would cause massive destruction and the death of many humans. This will cause the Earth's total energy to decline. The secret realm is gone, and after that, Xiaoyu will directly invade the Earth. This is the situation I really don't want to see. He here lets out a long, helpless sigh. Is that so? Once the strongest savior, even facing Somach, was helpless and submissive. And now, we can only surrender to Somach. Tianming chuckled lightly and provoked, "Cook sect leader, I only said I can't kill Somach on the Earth. The situation inside the secret realm is completely different. The four great sects have secretly kept a large amount of bad fate and entrusted it to me, allowing me to restore my original cultivation level and use my overwhelming advantage in the secret realm to lightly kill Somach." Hearing what Heavenly Fate said, Heavenly Mind softly praised with a professional smile. "Lord Heavenly Fate, so this is your true main goal. As long as there's a gap in the seal, you'll be free from your bonds soon enough," he replied with a seemingly indifferent smile. "Maybe so, but besides handing over the bad fate to me to kill Somach inside the secret realm, do you have any other options?" Thien Tam frowned slightly and argued, "Master Thien Men, if I'm not mistaken, you probably have a method to quickly deplete the extremely large bad fate. If the method involves using wind on another savior, caused by that savior killing..." Somach, Tianmen casually exerted a heavy pressure on Thien Tam to coerce him. "This method is not bad, but forcibly absorbing a large amount of bad luck will kill the savior within 3 days." Seeing this, Chairman Hua tried to persuade him, saying that sacrificing one cultivator to definitely eliminate Somach was an overstatement. "Master Cook, you probably don't have any objections, right?" Seeing the bug start to act timid, he sneered and added, "No one else among the chosen can forcibly absorb bad luck, to be precise. Only one person, that is Cook Tongchu's disciple, Kanson." "What did you say?" Behind, the Hall Master Thak tried to persuade him, saying, "Master Cook is just a disciple." But before he could finish, Thien Tam, furious, waved his hand and shouted, "Shut up!" Tien Ming saw his angry attitude and chuckled happily. "You find it hard to decide, right? Kanson has always respected you like a father, but you haven't felt that closeness from him for a long time. Not only that, but he is now your only successor." At this point, Thien Tam, having gone beyond Beach Cabon, angrily shouted, "I've had enough, Thien Men. I accept your plan." Receiving his approval, he burst into a wild, joyful laugh. This is the expression I wanted to see, the expression I expected to find more vivid in reality. On the contrary, in this moment, Thien Tam's whole body has grown serious as he questions, with the relationship between the scenes and the ongoing situation, "Are you sure that accepting the Taithien Men Kanzon will definitely mean killing Somach?" Tianming calmed down and replied briefly, "Of course, this is the future I have planned." The scene shifts to Kanson looking down from above at the wounded person below, as Chairman Thak shouts in the freezing snowstorm. He shouted in extreme anger, "How dare you, damn bastard! On what basis do you order me to surrender to Somach?" Thien Tam stepped forward, trying to calm him down. This is the patience required, and the four great sects will also express their submission to Somach in the next secret realm entry in 5 days, according to the prophecy of Thien Men, which will be Somach's day of death. He waved his hand in annoyance and scolded, "You speak so lightly, but compared to cultivators like you, our alliance has offended Somach too many times." Then Chairman Thak trembled as he muttered, almost threatening Somach's life, "Even if we surrender, Somach won't easily forgive us." He also sees the awkwardness of Chairman Thak, but still tries to say, "But to protect his honor, at least Somach won't kill you right away. After 5 days, everything we lost can be taken back." He was like a wild beast, clutching his face and venting his fury. "Your words are best to be true. Now the key to victory or defeat depends on your disciple Kansun, so don't be soft-hearted and don't let us down. No need for you to remind me. I've already decided that anyone, including myself, can be sacrificed. Only the sect remains eternal." Loitrak appears calmly and addresses the crowd, saying, "Everyone, please come in. Tiangxin will lead the group, followed by the 2 presidents Hua and Thash." So Mach looked at the approaching group and chuckled softly, saying, "Surprising, I thought, given your clingy nature, you would fight to the end." Then Chairman Thak spoke first, his voice somewhat humble. "Lord Somach, we have lost, whether in strength or willpower. You are above us now. The world is so vast, there's nowhere for us to hide and survive. I beg you, great sir, do not hold a grudge against us and accept our loyalty." I calmly walk over to him and look down. "Hallmaster Thach, Hallmaster Hu, I do not need your loyalty." He was startled and shouted, Somach, what do you mean?" He also felt indignant. "We have already surrendered. Do you still want to pursue and kill to the end?" Somach stretched out both hands and shrugged, saying, "Sir, I just don't trust you.
please hand over the main management rights of the company to the Dongvon Group, so you can retire early and enjoy life as a wealthy person. Loitrok, seeing the water encroaching, also spoke up at this moment. Chairman Thosh, did you ever think that one day when you oppressed the Dongvan Group, we would end up like this?
From now on, he bowed his head and whispered, "The winner takes all. The loser is a traitor. I have nothing to say. Transferring the company is not an issue. Before the Dongvan Financial Group takes over all the operations of my subordinate company, I will do my best to cooperate. Lord Somach, please keep your promise and spare us." Seeing the reasonable attitude of Chairman Thak, he then made a condition.
If you live peacefully in the future and give up the idea of opposing me, then everything is over and I won't pursue it. That's right. And one last thing, return my dimensional stone to me.
He was panic-stricken when he heard the request from Somach to get the transcending barrier stone, because possessing such a stone could connect different dimensions, and our alliance would have to pay a heavy price to acquire it, which was not something our faction could decide alone. His expression darkened, his voice carrying a threat. I doubt the other guild leaders have any objections either. Chairman Thak, what do you think? Tiangson beside him also hurriedly reminded him. Chairman Thak, do you want to destroy the hard-won peace? Hurry up and return, Somach's transcending stone to him. He tremblingly said, I understand now. I will personally present the transcending boundary stone later. Somach looked satisfied and then turned to the puzzled person. Very well then, sect leader Cook. What is the attitude of the four great sects? Thien Tam bowed his head and said, The four great sects will obey your orders completely from now on and accept your command. Tung Chan also gritted his teeth and said, All the books in the sect will be opened to you along with the Dongvian team to support all your scientific research efforts in case a war breaks out. Somach continued to pretend not to understand and asked, Sect Master Kook, I have a question. Why are only the two sect masters here today? Are the other two sect leaders not of the same opinion? Thien Tam sweat profusely as he explained, They are trying to maintain the defensive mechanism of the secret realm to prevent further invasions by alien forces, so they cannot meet with you. The secret realm is now full of holes and close to collapse. You step closer to him, deliberately emphasizing each word, right? Thinking about the safety of all mankind. If you are not capable of properly maintaining the secret realm, then hand it over to me. Thien Tam hesitated before explaining that the secret realm is very delicate and also very fragile, and at least 5 days are needed to safely leave it. At this moment, someone suddenly approached and loudly objected, 1 day is enough. Hearing the arrival and knowing the exact time, Thien Tam turned pale and called out, Who? Somach smiled and introduced, This is Elder G. You must be familiar with him. Yes, an old acquaintance. I managed to contact him through the Dongvan talent channel after much difficulty and entrusted him to become my advisor and assistant. He said softly, Sect Leader Kook, give you a day to transfer the secret realm here, or do you need my help? Tiangson, furious, unleashed his power and charged forward, shouting non-stop, Kashuang, you traitor! Do you still dare to come before me? Seeing his rude behavior, Somach nearby reminded him, Sect Leader Kook. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's whole body stiffened and he dared not fight recklessly in front of Somach. This is the secret realm that the four great sects just brought here, truly remarkable. You keep telling the story. Yesterday the Alliance of the Treasure Sect brought the Dimensional Stone nearby. The Dimensional Stone is exactly what you've been searching for all along. Do you want to go take a look? Hamlin changed the subject. I want to discuss with you about the attitude of the Finance Alliance and the four great sects before that. Somach was suspicious and didn't understand why he was asking about their attitude. Hamlin expressed her thoughts. Their surrender seems too suspicious, and everything has gone too smoothly. So I proposed that they hand over the crossing boundary stones and secret realms. They almost didn't hesitate and agreed right away. You chuckled teasingly. What if they choose to go to war? Somach calmly suggests a punishment. Then make them kneel and force them to hand over the secret realm and the crossing stone. Hamlin happily squints her eyes at Somach's reply. That's exactly what you would do. The Alliance of Wealth and the four great clans are not resisting at all. Having handed over the most precious treasure, they are surely planning a major conspiracy. He looked at you and said, I can start preparing to fight against the foreign realm once our enemies in this world obtain the crossing stone and the secret realm. Han Ling also became serious, his eyes filled with sorrow. Somach said, I know that preparing for a true interdimensional war is either for your salvation or truly to change the fate of mankind. Is this important? The secret realm is full of gaps. Even if we achieve victory in the final battle, it won't stop the alien invasion. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Hamlin raised his hand, his voice anxious.
Yesterday, there were multiple large-scale power outages worldwide. Networks were disrupted, and a large amount of energy, electricity, and power was consumed in crossing the boundary stone. At the same time, the Dongvan Asset Group took over most of the alliance's businesses, declaring them military enterprises, causing a shock to the global market. Then, the Dongvan Asset Group announced a state of wartime, imposing a night ban on most regions on Earth, increasing surveillance of civilians to prevent monsters from sneaking back onto the planet.
Somach looked at Haim Lin and asked,
You think I did wrong, yet you still support his opinion, but you're too impulsive to move forward.
Then Hamlin became agitated and tried to reason. Fear is spreading. The economy is in decline. Many small and medium-sized businesses are going bankrupt. Mass unemployment is rising. Currency is devaluing and prices are increasing. This is what could happen next. The whole world will fall into chaos. Before you go to war with the other world, your plan will likely cause many casualties. Suomai shook her head in disagreement. Lai Hamlin, are you also paralyzed by the illusion of safety? The threat from the demon beasts is much more serious than you think. You still try to persuade him. If it weren't for you constantly creating miracles, humanity would have failed. And yet we keep hoping you will continue to create miracles, putting all the accumulated pressure on you.
I understand the threat of the demon beasts is actually more intense than we can see. If not, you wouldn't be willing to pay the price of shortening your lifespan to use the energy core for training.
The more he spoke, the paler Hamlin's face became. He kept trying to persuade him, hoping to change his mind. Suomach, if you want to start a war with the alien beasts, we need the trust and strength of more people. But right now, you only know how to make the world feel afraid.
Are you really planning to face the alien beasts alone? Don't you understand how people are calling you now?
The scene shifts to the city area at night, with bright lights everywhere, when suddenly someone shouts loudly,
Rebel! Overthrow the tyrant Somach!
Everyone follows that person and cheers the demon. Somach finally reveals his true face, and the leader shouts,
Alliance of the Wealthy Cultivators, what are you doing? That person raises the torch, questioning why they should surrender to the tyrant.
Then he threw the torch directly at the doll shaped like Somach, amid the cheers of others protesting against the tyrant, while two people stood, watching the chaos below. Tian-Tam curiously asking questions. Suomach has become the enemy of the entire world. Kansan, do you still think he's a good person now? Kansan calmly questioned him again. It was you who set the trap to harm Somach, and it was also you who surrendered to Somach.
Master, have you ever cared about my thoughts?
Tiangxin pondered for a moment and replied, I have indeed done many wrong things in developing the sect from desire. But there was a moment once.
I think perhaps Somach can save this world, so I led the Alliance of Wealth and the four great sects to surrender to Somach. I didn't expect that after Somach gained power, he would be so autocratic and tyrannical, caring nothing for the lives of ordinary people.
Kansan continued to ask,
Master, you haven't answered yet. Why do you care about my opinion?
He put his hand on his shoulder and sincerely said, Right now, only I can kill Somach and restore order to the world.
You!
The scene shifts to the inside of a deep, dark cave. Tianming sits on a throne, watching Tiangxin and Kangshan, then slowly speaks.
Lord Tianming, your strength is so overwhelming that we cannot remove your seal without some preparation.
He heard this and smiled with amusement, assuming that if they won the secret war and seized the spiritual energy and resources from other worlds, do you think just 50 years of cultivation would make you as strong as me? Tian-Tam confidently said, removing the cultivation limit and preparing for 50 years in advance, I don't think our four great sects will lose. At that moment, a purple aura appeared around the entire body of Heavenly Destiny. He happily ordered, All right, then let's set the 50-year condition to establish the agreement. He frowned and became cautious after hearing that. Establishing the agreement. He explained to Tian-Tam that the blood oath had taken effect. If one side fulfilled the condition, the other would cancel the appointment, and the one who canceled would suffer 70 days of soul-burning pain before their soul was completely destroyed. The man agreed after hearing this, saying, No need to be afraid. I know the consequences that Kansan will face. Let Lord Tianmen complete his first condition. Hearing Tian-Tam's words, Kansan also spoke up to call out Tianmen. He calmly asked him, Do you really think this guy can give me enough power to kill Somach? Tianming calmly answered Kansan's question. You never intended to kill Somach from the start. You accepted this mission because your master told you that if you refused, he would choose someone else to gain the power first and then negotiate with Somach to change his attitude towards ordinary people. You think like that? Hearing what he said, he shouted in horror, wanting to deny it. I don't have that. Seeing Kansan's reaction, he smirked and continued to manipulate him. But you don't know that your master Kuk
Tian Tam has hidden an important secret. He forcibly absorbs a large amount of bad luck, and you will die in 3 days.
Kansan was shocked, his eyes wide as he turned to look at Tian Tam. What? He stood there like a statue, then suddenly looked at him. Kansan became even more frantic, directly grabbing Tian Tam's collar and shouting while pointing at Tian Men. Master, just tell me what he said. I want to know if what he said is true.
Sect leader Kook didn't hear our conversation. At the moment the contract was formed, I cast a weak illusion on him. His eyes widened in horror, and I cursed silently inside.
At that moment, Kansan suddenly felt a strange sensation and quickly ran away, thinking it was a trap and that we had fallen for their plan. He lifted Bong Tian Tam and hurriedly ran toward the cave entrance. Tianming looked at Kang Shan, who was running so fast he was creating afterimages, and said with a smile, Kang Shan, although your master did hide important information that could cost you your life, he is not necessarily a villain. His plan is 50 years from now, and even if he accepts the curse of retaliation and faces death, he will never let me go. He gritted his teeth in anger. Having run so far, how could he still hear Tian Men's voice? Kansan continued rushing toward the cave entrance. No more hesitation. He could escape immediately. Suddenly, his image appeared before him. Tian Men said with a hint of sarcasm, then turned around. Kansan panicked, questioning himself. What? How could this be? This should be the way out of the cave. Tianming eagerly enjoys the panicked look on his face. You stand before me. Open your eyes. Sure Chop sect leader once warned you never to open your eyes in front of me. But you forgot, because you were too surprised. Suddenly, Kansan's entire body was seized tightly by Tian Men's purple divine power. He shouted, Let me go, Tianming, what is your purpose? He softly explained to Kang Shan, Because I met someone with a soul index exactly like mine, I waited a very long time. But due to greed, they want to seize the entire 30% of the bad fate of the world rescue, excluding the path they see in it. I taught them the secret realm control technique, but this method will cause the secret realm to become vulnerable. To let the beast dominate like that, the cultivators of the 4 great sects had no choice but to seek my help. Heavenly Fate looked down and at him chained above, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Because I met someone with a soul index exactly like mine, I waited a very long time. Although the appearance of this Somach variable delayed us a bit, in the end we finally met. The scene shifts to the long, empty corridor with no one in sight, when suddenly a doctor waves his hand and shouts, Quick, get the suppressive medicine! Patient number 9 has lost control. The other doctor reminds him, Be careful, he's very dangerous. Then suddenly, the figure of a guard was knocked back into the wall. Tron Q angrily shouted, Let me out, you bastards, don't try to fool me, I'm not sick. It's you who are sick. At the critical moment, Vuong appeared sternly to announce, Tron Q, I am your treating doctor. She gently spoke. I know. I feel very uneasy and scared. The queen cell in your body is having a severe rejection reaction, causing mental confusion. You must undergo treatment immediately. But Tran Q not only refused to listen, but also lost her composure, shouting, Shut up! You're all the same. You all want to deceive me. You want to steal my power. As soon as he finished speaking, Vuong couldn't hold back anymore and punched him directly in the face. Tran Q was hit so hard that his cheek swelled up and he fainted unconscious without him realizing. At this moment, Vuong calmly gestured to Tran Q and said to the 2 doctors, Patient 9 has calmed down. Please take him back to the treatment room to administer suppressive medication. Both of them forced a smile and replied, Thank you, Director Vuong, for your help. From now on, we will definitely pay more attention to monitoring the patients. The scene shifts to another area inside the base. Vuong calmly informed Somach that only 85 people survived in the Alliance's experimental facility, including relatives of 56 who agreed to transfer the patients to Dongvan Alliance for treatment, 36 in a coma with symptoms similar to your cousin's sister, and the remaining 20 due to severe rejection reactions showing varying levels of violent behavior. He crossed his arms and asked, noting that the more severe the rejection reaction, the more intense the violent symptoms. She nodded and said, Yes, the patients with severe allergic reactions tend to harm others and self-destruct. Hearing this, Vuong smiled and added, Luckily we have the research documents from the Alliance and the alchemy books from the 4 great sects. I am developing a new suppressive drug that can significantly reduce the patient's allergic reactions. The patient is in a coma with a mild rejection reaction, and the suppressive drug works better on them. If we can further suppress the rejection reaction, your sister might wake up. Somach looked thoughtful and asked, You haven't been sleeping much lately, right? Even if you're a cultivator, never resting might still be too much for you to handle. She closed her eyes and reminded him, care a little more about yourself. Using reaction pills to advance your cultivation is risking your life. Just in time, I can summon the research staff from Bingjun Group. I'll ask them to help out later and design a support plan for your cultivation to try to reduce the damage you suffered during training. After finishing, Vuong put on gloves and said, "Nothing can be delayed. Now I will check your whole body." Somach looked panicked and said, "Sir, there's no need. I'm very healthy." Suddenly, Lord Ni, lying on the ground, shouted, "Do you two not care about me at all?" At this moment, Somach looked down at her in confusion. "Huh?" Seeing his attitude, I felt even more annoyed and scolded him without holding back. "Stop pretending." She grabbed a tuft of hair and complained, "The spiritual energy you put into the reaction core is me taking damage for you. My tail sheds hair every day. You're already strong, but I've poked the bear. Does this seem reasonable?" Vuong agrees as well and says it makes sense. "Somach, stop using the reaction core to train. I know you're worried about your sister, but the new suppressive drug is about to be successfully developed, and I believe that with just the drug, I can cure her." Hearing Vuong say that, he smiled to reassure her. "Don't worry about me. The reaction core is no longer useful to me. I've found another way to become stronger." The scene shifts to a non-time crack spinning in place. Qingming observes the crack, absorbing the energy emanating from the computers and accelerating the secret realm's time. Truly, a strange idea. Somach also couldn't help but wonder if it was possible, and Kui Tin, deep in thought, replied, "It's not impossible." After finishing, Kui Tin looked at him and smiled, asking Somach if he had any specific requests. He pondered deeply. "Let me think about it." Then suddenly an idea flashed in Somach's mind. Like during a 30-day secret realm experience, the scene shifted.
And at this moment, Vuong came to announce, "The party is over. Everyone, please go home." The woman, seeing her say that, immediately asked, "Vuong, why is this child like that?" "They don't even care about your face. Just someone else flattering. Vuong, we're old friends. Help us out. Our company needs investment from the Dongvan Consortium." Vuong ignored it and raised her hand, saying, "I count to 10. If you're still here, you will be blacklisted by Dongyuan's investment team and never cooperate again. Go now. Go now." "Hey, what are you pushing in for? Don't block the door now." Vuong sighed in relief after chasing everyone away. The troublesome ones had finally left. "Dad, I just came home for dinner." "Why has the house turned into a gathering of suitors? I didn't know that these days so many people come to beg me. Having some power and influence makes it hard to refuse them." Then she was again amazed to discover that it was so grand. He smiled and said, "Of course, everyone is saying that after the 4 great sects and the alliance of the financial conglomerate surrendered, Somach became the top figure in wealth, power, and strength on this planet. And Vuong, under Somach's influence, became the de facto ruler of the Dongvan Financial Group, making her a major figure in many people's eyes." Hearing this, Vuong's hair stood on end. "Ignore those rumors. I just used the resources of the Dongvan Financial Group for some research work, nothing serious." He crossed his arms and smiled happily, saying, "No matter what people say, you are Somach's closest person, and in the future you might become the first lady of this planet." "Sir, Your Highness the Queen," you helplessly shouted, "the rumors are just rumors." Then get to the main point. Now, the Dongvan Consortium is officially dividing the assets of the alliance. I know you and Somach are not interested in managing the business, but after all, the Dongvan Consortium is only a temporary ally, and you can't trust him. Instead of concentrating the resources in the hands of the Dongvan Alliance, why not share a little with me to manage? She waved her hand and walked out the door without waiting for a response. "That's enough. Even your father is like this. Go outside first. Don't disturb me." The scene shifts outside the multi-story buildings in the city. The 2 people who were just chased away by Vuong are now scowling and gossiping. "That crazy woman is so arrogant. What does she think of herself without? Somach, she does nothing at all." "You can't say that either. Winning a man's heart is also a skill. Looking at her performance in the secret realm, it's getting worse and worse. I knew she must have spent her time and energy trying to win Somach over." Suddenly, a powerful force struck their heads, revealing that Tiangan had gone to Vuong's house and conveniently knocked those 2 out, leaving them unconscious. Seeing that, Vuong glanced over and teased, "Yue Tianneng, it seems you've been waiting outside my house for a long time. What brings you here?" Suddenly, the little girl ran over and pulled at Vuong's outer clothes to sniff, startling her. "Hey, what are you doing? Stay away from me." Tianneng asked curiously, "Is the smell of the pills too strong? Have you been spending all your time making pills?" These words make Vuong frown in annoyance. "I can do whatever I want. It's my freedom."
Little girl waved her hand, saying that making pills wouldn't help improve her fighting ability. If she kept focusing on pills, she might very well die. After hearing that, she looked like a dead fish and asked, "Are you here just to curse me?" Tianneng avoided Wudong's gaze and replied with a hesitant look, "I was just passing by here by coincidence. The next thing I want to say is just to talk to myself, definitely not to reveal any sect secrets."
The 4 sect masters are missing. Kansan doesn't know where they went, and it seems they're involved in something very dangerous. No transition scene. Now many coins are falling into an energy pit, gradually being absorbed entirely by it. Tianxin asked in amazement, "Kansan, why did you go out first?"
"You still haven't absorbed all the negative fate stockpiled by the 4 great sects."
Kansan, who just stepped outside, reflected quietly and announced that it's almost time. The next secret realm is about to begin.
He frowned and asked, "The time to open the secret realm was when Heavenly Destiny told you, right?"
Tung Chan also sweat and spoke.
"Ancient techniques are truly beyond my imagination." In just a short time, Kansan Da absorbed over 90% of the bad fate. Another man with a long beard and a gentle face reminded him, and Kansan remembered his mission. Someone else laughed and said, with Somach's personality, he would definitely choose to complete the secret realm mission alone, waiting for his fate, and even when injured, you only carried out the assassination to ensure our 4 great sects' victory. He glanced indifferently. "I will handle it myself." As soon as the words finished, Kansan suddenly reached out and viciously grabbed Thien Tom's head, muttering strange words under his breath. "Before that, the power of you 4 useless ones. Let me use it first." Tianxin, seized by the head, was terrified and said, "We're doomed. I need to use space teleportation quickly."
But unfortunately, Kansan immediately recognized his plan and smirked, "Don't mess up."
Then the scene of Thien Tom's headless body collapsing onto the cold ground appeared. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the old lady was so terrified she gathered energy into her hand and shouted, "Quan-san, what are you doing?" Tung Chan immediately condensed a spear and shouted directly at him, "Don't talk nonsense. Kill him." Those 2 moves immediately shot straight at Kansan, causing both forces to shake violently. When the dust settled, Kansan remained calm, raising his hand into the air without a scratch. He smiled to himself, timing it perfectly. At that moment, a mysterious energy door suddenly opened right inside the cave. Kansan walks past the others, effortlessly absorbing their power. Little by little, he gently steps through the gate. "I have absorbed your powers." The scene shifts to an ancient city wall covered in green moss.
Right now, 3 people are outside discussing.
The 4th secret realm is again an ancient scene.
At least this time we still remember it. If last time we didn't do anything and it ended, that would be too embarrassing.
"This city wall looks familiar. Where is this place?" The person in the moss-green shirt spoke, and an old local-looking man approached him to ask. In front of them stands an old man holding a large sword, standing upright at the city gate. The man in red speaks to greet him. "Old master, may I ask?" At that moment, Wudong stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Don't bother him. He has no more aura left." Thien Ngan looked around and guessed that this place was Kao Tu Than. The person in the blue shirt muttered in surprise, "Kao Tu Then." She looked at everyone, and then spoke softly. "Before the great La Heavenly Wheel completed the creation of the secret realm, there was a long period when cultivators could not prevent the demons from descending. The northwest region is being invaded by monsters, with cities falling one after another." Then, Wudong looked at the stern old man in front of him and continued. "At that moment, everyone thought the northwest region had completely fallen to the monsters, except for one city, Hutsu City, which had held out for 30 years surrounded by enemy forces, with no reinforcements or supplies. The entire Baekje fortress, with its white-haired soldiers, and 3,000 Western An troops of Kutu trapped. No one surrendered, dying for the city." Hearing these words, the man in moss green turned pale and realized something. "Wait a minute, the secret realm mission hasn't been announced yet." The man in red panicked, holding his head, saying, "Could it be that they want us to defend the city for them, another 20 or 30 years? At this moment, Somach had already climbed onto the wall, looking down below. At the same time, the system's voice rang out,
"Sign for 5 days reward for the 1,000-year beast's power. The reward has been issued. Please check, host."
He frowned unhappily, thinking that this reward was very ordinary. Suddenly someone approached, voice full of doubt. In that moment, entering the secret realm, his power suddenly surged. Kangshan slowly approached Somach without any sign or effort, truly admirable. "Somach, is this your secret?" he asked suspiciously. "Kanzan!" Suddenly, Somach's eyes flashed with a fierce yellow light. He shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Recognized by Somach as having a dark heart, he still pretended nothing was wrong and smiled.
I'll introduce myself. I've said it many times before. Forget about those things. Start killing.
Suddenly, the scene shifts outside a luxurious palace near the clouds, and Catch approaches with both tentacles, looking earnest and pleads, "Please revoke this decision. Who told you to come in? Get out of here, now."
And Cash struggled angrily. Let me go. Why are you canceling the inviolable wish?
This is the law that Lord Iowa barely managed to pass. The boy laughed loudly. So you still don't understand that the non-interference pact of the 16 small beast tribes is a reward for Iowa sneaking into the human world, but she not only failed her mission, but also betrayed us. He squints in disbelief and protests. Sir, this must be a misunderstanding.
Io, my lord, could never betray us. She must be trying to deceive humans to gain their trust.
Hayo suddenly spoke. Octopus, you arrived just in time, and Catch looked at her with a pleading gaze. Lady Ha, are you willing to consider keeping the inviolate promise? Hayu gently smiled and revealed her true intention. I just happened to want to eat grilled octopus. At that moment, a vine grew out and was covered in green light. The boy used the vine to tightly bind Ankash. Lord Ha entrusted my skills to satisfy many people. After saying that, the boy forcefully threw the barrier out of the palace. A moment later, a one-horned demon approached to deliver a message. Lord Ha, the fourth secret realm is about to open, she calmly asked to Omamlist. Have you finished what I told you to do? He replied happily, everything is ready, and this time we will achieve a true victory. The scene shifts to the sunset on the ancient city wall. The system displays a notification about the secret realm, the challenge conditions, and a large number of monsters flooding Kaotsu City, having repelled 3 monster assaults to defend the city. Groups of demon humans appear through teleportation gates, flying toward Kaotsu City. The person in red sweat drops and reports. After all, with Somach here, resisting 3 attacks shouldn't be too difficult, right? It seems this secret realm has nothing to do with us anymore. Don't let your guard down. The monsters are still approaching, all humanoid-shaped and at least 2,000 years old. The person in blue also worries that the fire attack will take a lot of time to kill all the monsters, even for Somach. No matter what, during this period, we must risk our lives to stop the monsters from destroying the city. Kaoti's Tien Ngan looked at the horde of monsters rushing toward her and said, Sir, the monster's goal is not to attack the city. At this moment, a beast raised a sharp wooden stake and forcefully drove it into the ground, causing power to surge from beneath the earth, followed by other beasts taking turns to plant wooden stakes into the ground. The beams of light shooting straight into the sky create a magical scene. Vuong suddenly realizes what is happening and opens his eyes. In shock, those monsters are destroying the secret realm itself. Hayo also appeared in the army of monsters and spoke up. What do you think? But now, do you still have time to care about what's happening over there? Vuong crossed his arms and explained. The invading beasts are dispersing in the distant secret realm. The beast attacking the city right in front of you is just to deal with. Somach, you're really wasting your effort. Hayo also mockingly said, defending Chung Kao-tzu, the secret realm will be eroded. The demon beasts will prevent the secret realm from deteriorating. The city wall will be destroyed. The secret realm mission will fail among humans. You cannot stop both sides. Only one person, and they will definitely lose. With that, she curled her lips and snapped her fingers in challenge. Are you satisfied with Somach's surprise? But when she looked back at the city wall, his figure had vanished without a trace. Hayu was left puzzled by this scene and shouted helplessly, Somach, where are you? On the battlefield, a sharp wooden stake is being driven into the ground, and a demon complains to a fellow. I've really had enough. Do we have to stay here watching this stake until the end of the secret realm? Another elf explains, these wooden stakes are key to eroding the secret realm. Our mission is very important. The white-haired elf grins maliciously and patiently. The path to the human world is about to be torn apart, and when that happens, kill as many as you want. Suddenly, the voice of the white-haired goblin stopped, followed by those stunningly beautiful slashes that made them vanish in an instant. Tiu Tin with green hair was terrified inside when he saw this scene. What's going on? It looked at its fallen teammates and the scattered parts, panicking. Where is the attack coming from? Tiu Tin with green hair anxiously looks around, unaware of a large crack in the sky. Where are the enemies? Enemies. Where are they? That crack suddenly widened open, and the figures of Somach and Kansan appeared fighting fiercely. Kansan lands below and reports, I'm sorry you escaped from the secret space. I was planning to secretly kill you where no one would see. Somach silently assesses, what did you do to the Sectmaster and other Sectmasters with your space abilities? He smirks teasingly and says, so simple that I don't need to say it. They've all died, and you're next. Then, a blue energy circle formed around Kansan and expanded outward. The energy strands attacked Somach under his control, but he swiftly cut them apart. Xiaomai frowned and asked, "Why would you kill me so quickly, and how can the secret realm collapse at any moment? The true beast is the greatest threat." Si Memoa. Next, Kansan creates an arrow made of blood and explains, "Maintaining the stability of the secret realm and killing the demon beasts is simple. I can see the path to victory, but the only thing I can't see clearly is your future. In my world, there are no variables." Then he returns to Hayu's side, where the demon beasts are now falling one after another. I also enjoys watching their fight. I didn't expect that besides the Somach family, there are other powerful beings hidden among humans. Humans have a suggestion. Hayao watched the two fighting while using the black dragon as a shield and called out loudly, "I have a suggestion." But then a huge explosion occurred, silencing Hayu's voice. She saw the two still fiercely fighting each other,
Still trying to call out, "That I have a suggestion."
but neither of them paid any attention to Hayu. They kept fighting fiercely, making her feel so embarrassed. She was so homesick that she lost her composure and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Don't ignore me, you bastard!" After saying that, she was so angry that she threw a spear to stop the fight between the two. At this point, Kanson, annoyed, turned to look at Hayu with curiosity. "Are you talking to me?" Seeing that he was listening, she smiled professionally, trying to fool him. "You and Somach are enemies, so why don't we join forces?" "But," Kanson coldly retorted, swinging his sword directly at Hayu without showing any mercy. Her body was shattered and turned to dust after that strike. Kangshan contemptuously said, 3,000 years of wandering, not the true form, just a shadow, yet you dare interfere with my battle." I rewind time 3 minutes to a magnificent palace. Ye Yao looks at the control panel with interest. Where did this guy come from? It's obviously a human, yet they're fighting. "Somach, fight, fight. It's best if both of you die. Wait, my special wooden stake." A look of unprecedented worry appeared on her face, destroying over 60%. It's over. It's over. My backup plan is about to fail. I can't rush. There's still a chance." Hayu calculated. The beasts in front of the wall are still unscathed from the battle. In good condition. Now is the time to start. All surviving beasts will attack the city. I will do whatever it takes to buy more time. Stopping Somach and the remaining cultivators from approaching the city wall is not necessarily a threat. It could be an opportunity. That cultivator harbors hatred for Somach. I placed her hand on the red dot on the screen and outlined a plan, suggesting cooperation to kill Somach, regardless of his agreement or not. It would be very beneficial for her. Then Hayu confidently smirked. If he agrees to cooperate, I will have the chance to kill Somach. Even if the cooperation proposal is rejected, I can still buy enough time for the monsters to break through the city wall and succeed in the secret realm. Immediately after, the control screen exploded into pieces right in front of her eyes. Hayu stared blankly at the fragments on the floor. "Huh? The projection has been destroyed." Her expression turned uglier than ever. I hadn't even finished a sentence when the projection was destroyed. Hayu clutches his head in anger. "Nai, don't be angry, don't be angry." Suddenly, the boy approached and called Lord Ha. He looked down in surprise at the broken pieces on the ground and the projection of the person. The woman coldly replied, unexpectedly. The young man bowed in fear and said, "Sorry, this isn't something I should ask." "Lord Ha, this is the grilled octopus I made for you." Hayu coldly walks away. "Not hungry, stay away from me." She takes long steps as she moves forward. The camera angle gradually shifts upward, revealing that Hayu has already gone quite a distance, leaving her subordinates far behind. Then she throws a powerful punch at the pole, causing it to sway slightly. That pillar was shattered into pieces by the force of the punch. Hayu clenched her fists in anger and cursed loudly. "Doesn't he have a problem? I heard that if he keeps talking, he'll die." Cultivators really lack manners. They return to the battlefield with Somach and Kansan. At this moment, the corpse of the demonic beast below has spread across the battlefield. He smiled and said, within 10 seconds, his combat power suddenly increased tenfold. Amazing. 1,000 years ago, the technique of immortal cultivators practicing body flight was impossible. But you have achieved it. Soman raised his hand, focusing his power into his palm. This is the first time I've used this ability in front of others, which only makes Jingshan more interested and challenge me, so... Somach, with cold eyes, said, "The attack earlier didn't hurt you, and you didn't even seem surprised, as if you had already anticipated my ability." He chuckled faintly in the face of your aura and replied without fear,
Everything in this world holds no secrets for me, for example. Your eyes can perceive the true nature of all things, but your potential has not been fully unlocked nor mastered yet. Such a waste. What do you think? Haven't you realized my weakness yet? At the same time, the system interface appears, revealing that cultivators are unaware of each other's strength levels. Kansan also sighed in boredom and raised his hand to gather spiritual energy, asking if all the other cards were gone. I still had some expectations for you, so go ahead and die.
As soon as he finished speaking, the entire forest suddenly was shrouded in a mysterious white mist, catching Kansan off guard as he looked up in suspicion. Strange. Some places don't seem quite right. Over there is a solid city wall, still standing tall as if no battle ever took place. Kansan observes with suspicion as the sky changes color. What is really happening? The scene shifts, and he returns to the spiritual realm. Kansan frowned. Earlier it was sunset, but suddenly it turned dark. Then his eyes sharpened as he voiced his suspicion. The time in the secret realm is speeding up, while Somach smiles and looks up at the sky, marveling that it's another new day. The system also displays a notification marking the 6th day of the reward. Kansan flicked his sleeve and coldly asked, "Where are you looking? The sun?" A pillar of smoke drifts through the sky, covering everything. The smoke disperses to reveal a figure, and a voice echoes. "Is this the true power that belongs to you?" The chains quickly turn into pure white links moving forward. Somach looks at the chains wrapping around his wrists and smiles contentedly. "Finally, you are serious." But Kansan looks at him with a hostile gaze. "Your existence is too dangerous. I can't let you live any longer." Then he attacked Somach from behind at incredible speed. Interesting. This simple slash forms a river, with Kansan's weapon like a sword splitting Somach in two. Kansan raised his eyebrows and explained, "To ensure safety, I will disintegrate you down to the atomic level." Somach's whole body seemed about to shatter, his eyes a bit dazed as he looked up at the sky. His hands also gradually disintegrated into tiny pieces. A loud bang sounded, and thick dust obscured everything from view. Kansan turned around, confidently judging that with this level of destruction, even a cultivator of the body-refining path would probably not be able to recover from their injuries. Just when he thought everything was over, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was true. It had been dangerous earlier. He was almost dead. Kansan turned his head, his eyes shining as he wondered, "Are you still alive?" A few seconds later, he launched another attack. "Then kill him again." This time, Somach moved so quickly that Kansan couldn't even see his figure. Somach can change in countless ways. Not fire, not lightning, not curses, not space. Just a power cut. Yet it can be so strong. Kansan regains his composure. "Somach, this is your secret. Your power really is like cheating. The moment you entered the secret realm, your strength was enhanced. And just now, when you accelerated the time in the secret realm and quickly went through a day, you gained this true clone." Seeing that, Kansan smirked and reminded him that it was almost the 2nd day. Kansan attacks him again. "Then before dawn, kill all of you." Somach keeps dodging and still excitedly says, "Keep it up." The scene shifts to another area filled with smoke and flames. Then, the system displays a series of notifications. 7th day check-in, rewards. 8th day check-in, rewards. Checking in on the 9th day, reward for the 10th day check-in with the golden staff. Somach crushes his opponent with a giant staff, his eyes filled with disappointment. "As expected, you're not Kansan, so this is your true face." Despite bleeding, Thien Men still tries to hold on. "Somach, we will meet again very soon. The first death is expected to be over." Now we return to the confrontation between you and Kansan, both of you just standing there staring at each other. Kansan sneers threateningly. "Somach, I know your card now. From this moment on, there will be no more probing." In 5 minutes, I will end the fight. The staff are working at full speed, and the 6th contact check has begun, with normal energy reactions. A person reports that the neural link response is normal, the restriction device is lifted, and the two-way passage is open, while a young man is executing an action, and the synchronization is initiated. Somach smiles contentedly and says, "It's amazing. Now I can feel the existence of the secret realm as if it were my own limbs." "Senior Kwai, the control of the secret realm has been transferred to you. Now you can freely manage the flow of time within it." Somach praised, "Elder Kui, you did very well." He frowned and sincerely warned him, "Somach, I won't ask what you're planning, but I must remind you, the secret realm is full of holes. Speeding up time could cause it to fall apart." Somach taumu an gat dao. "I understand. I will use the time acceleration function carefully. He returned to the scene with the name Tian Men. A loud noise rang out, and a strike split Tian Men in two. An unstoppable blow. He was in pain but said nothing. Somach chuckled faintly, truly resilient, cut in half but still alive. Then he suddenly had a wicked idea, then cut him into 4 pieces. The next strike was unleashed, forming shining golden beams signaling the end of his second death. Heaven's Fate lowered his head, feeling confused, wondering what else could possibly happen. Somach looked at him half-lidded, smiling teasingly. "Are you here?" Tianmen irritably asked. "Are you proud of growing bigger, Somach?" He explained, "It's not that I got bigger, but that you got smaller. This skill is interesting. It can continuously shrink the enemy." Tianming keeps getting smaller. He tries to scream something, but Somach doesn't understand a word. "Are you talking to me?" "Sorry, I can't hear you." Who has shrunk to the size of an atom and can still continue to get smaller. The third death of the immortal branch has ended. A demon beast suddenly appeared, its surrounding light resembling Somach's energy. Tianmen immediately recognized it and said, "So you can now use demon beast power to kill and stand up? This is your new ability." Somach confidently boasted, "I can also hit the fusion form." Behind you is a giant white beast with its mouth wide open, as if ready to eat. Somach excitedly instructs it. "Let's go, little Ka-I swallow it." The 4th death of the immortal seed has ended. Let's go back to when Kan-sun was facing off against Somach earlier. Han-san bows his head, his expression grim as he analyzes. The 4th death. Each time Somach gains a new ability, they are all different. If every time before the 2nd day's sun rises, I can kill him. The closest I've come also cost him a lost arm. Is it luck, coincidence, or something else? This is interesting, really interesting. It's been so long since I felt something as exciting as this. Even as I faced countless deaths searching for a way to survive. Both of them once again charge into a new battleground. Kan-sun's eyes are determined. "Come on, use all your strength to kill me. No matter how many times I die in the fairy realm, as long as I win once, it will become my destiny and bring me ultimate victory." A giant centipede is ravaging everywhere, with the surrounding scene shrouded in dust and smoke. The Destiny's blood flows from his eyes and nose, not very tragic, but this time it's poison. Then he collapses at Somach's feet, unwilling. Then came a series of announcements. The 5th death of the immortal branch ends, followed by a knight-like figure. The 6th death of the immortal branch ends. Then Somach tries a new trick, like casting a spell on the opponent. The heavenly mandate can feel the pain as if countless arrows pierce the heart. The 7th death of the immortal seed ends, followed by an endless loop. The 8th death of the immortal seed ends, and the 100th death of the immortal seed ends. The 1000th death of the immortal seed ends, and the 10.70 death ends. After many battles, the surrounding scenery is devastated. Tianming calmly said, "Somach, stop fighting for now, let's talk." But Somach asked back, "The longer the ceasefire lasts, the stronger I become. Why are you setting conditions that are disadvantageous to yourself?" "Maybe so. I don't care," he shouted to explain, hoping to persuade Somach. "Has the power of darkness made you lose your reason? When the secret realm shatters, Teuthu might invade our world without any obstacle. And winning or losing will no longer matter." Somach shows no concern. "You're right, but don't forget, this is a war you started first, and time keeps accelerating." Tianming believes he's right, claiming that just one day inside the secret realm is enough to gain great power. Haven't you ever doubted this logic? Maybe this is the demon beast's plan to deliberately speed up time and cause the secret realm to break apart. It's just one possibility. Somach sneered coldly and contemptuously replied, "Maybe before the secret realm breaks, I can become strong enough. So what if the demon beasts invade? Alone, I could destroy the entire beast world." In the end, even Tianming gave up because of his stubbornness. "Enough. Can I admit defeat now? Do you want to bet the human world? Think about your sister and your friends. Don't go crazy anymore." Somach exposes his true face. "The crazy one isn't me. It's you." During the fight, your personality suddenly changed, not only asking to stop the battle, but even choosing to admit defeat. With your arrogant personality, even in death, you probably wouldn't choose to admit defeat, right? He continues to analyze the situation. "It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. So I have a hypothesis. The world I am in now is not real. Every word you say feels like an invisible hand accusing him." Tianming also realizes one thing. It seems this divine fate is about to end, and the only useful information gained is one thing. Somach, unsure of how he gained his power in the secret realm, felt the accumulated emotions from 10,000 deaths clearly. Then Somach's hand bound Tianmen, and he whispered to himself that next time he must act more naturally. With each death, solving different puzzles to uncover Somach's true secret, he feels satisfied seeing this scene, as his power today has been used quite well.
If you don't kill me, do you just enjoy playing with strange enemies?
Aren't you curious?
If I keep accelerating time, my power won't be limited in its growth, or perhaps I'll eventually reach some ultimate destination.
After hearing that, the celestial mandate broke out in cold sweat, anxiously thinking, what? It's over, it's over, it's over. The rewards marked on Day 9, Day 15, and Day 29 seem to be related to the time system and the limits of historical time.
Somach smiles and greets him. After such a long wait, he finally knows your name.
Tianming. Tianming, completely suppressed, gritted his teeth and said, "You know there are many titles for Tianming. You discovered too late. So Mach appeared very calm and replied slowly, No, I mean your real name." Van Bach Hien Tianmen suddenly became more composed. "It seems you've gained a new, interesting ability again. Is it a mind-reading technique or something else? It's been a long time since anyone called me by this name."
Somach seriously exposes him.
"Because you erased your dirty past, you killed everyone who knew this name." Tianming doesn't see it that way. He calmly said, "What are these for? I will not regret what has passed. What about you?" "Are you regretful? By speeding up time non-stop, you've gained new powers. But look around. This secret realm is falling apart. This is the evil consequence of what you've done." Somach not only did not deny, but also nodded in agreement. "You're right, if we accelerate for just one more day, the secret realm will collapse immediately." He is about to attack Somach, destroying the secret realm and leaving Earth unprotected. He rushes forward, while Somach remains standing still. "Why do you want to do something so pointless? I have seen history and know your strongest skill."
I stop Tianming's move and remind him, even if I don't defend, you can't hurt me now.
The secret realm is not chaotic. This is your fairy timeline. And right now, it is not real. Tianmen chuckled softly, confidently declaring, "I can make this timeline become reality, and in just a moment, the victory of the demon beasts will become history." Before he had a chance, Somach grabbed his neck and lifted Tianmen up with a grim expression, saying, "You want to anger me into killing you. Maybe your death is the key to open a portal to the next timeline. But in front of me, you don't even have the right to choose to die."
Tianmen remains as calm as ever. "It seems your new ability can't let you know everything. Besides death, I have other ways to change the timeline." He tosses this aside. "There are many things I don't know. Even if I could see your entire past and history, I still wouldn't understand your actions and thoughts."
Somach felt extremely confused and questioned, "Why do you have to lure the 4 great sect masters into opening the secret realm war? With your divine energy, there must be other ways to lift the seal. Do you know how glorious human civilization is? When humans first encountered the world of beasts, they didn't need to exploit secret realms to protect themselves. Humanity was outstanding, with strength far surpassing the strongest cultivators." He suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. Back then, science and technology had developed into more than just weak toys. No matter how powerful the monsters were, they were just pets and slaves in front of them. But human civilization was so prosperous that one day it could suddenly be destroyed, with no one knowing the reason.
"I just guess maybe the world of monsters recorded something." Somach asked, "So you started the war to find out the truth of history?"
Tianming immediately denied it.
He said, "Exactly what I want to find is only the strength of humanity from the ancient era, as well as the science and technology of Somach."
"I used to think your power might come from them." Tianming got up, saying that after a day in the secret realm, he could gain new abilities.
"This irrational way of transforming fits my imagination of them, but I was wrong," which makes Somach even more curious.
"Why did you change your mind?" The images of purple glowing spots appear, covering everything. Tianming looks up and asks him, "Somach, haven't you realized yet?"
"You are emitting a signal, and it's growing stronger." "No, you must have detected it, which is why you stopped accelerating time."
The specks of light surround Somach in the secret realm. Stopping for a day can grant great power. Tianming then laughs loudly, saying, "If gaining such strength is so easy, how could there be no cost?"
"I see now, Somach, you're not a savior at all. You're just a coordinate. When you're in the secret realm long enough and strong enough, you'll lead the invaders in." Now he realizes that the invaders are much more terrifying than the beasts.
Somach seriously considered his words
and said, "Do you think your guess about the invasion is likely to happen or not?"
"Haven't you already tried and seen?" "Accelerate for 2 more days," Tianming suggested with a smirk. Maybe in just one day, those invaders will appear right in front of us. So Somach revealed his idea.
You wish for those invaders to kill you easily so you can open a new timeline, but have you thought about it?
The abilities of those invaders surpass our imagination. Perhaps they can turn this timeline into reality. Destiny is like a grasp in the palm of his hand, he confidently says. Even if you don't accelerate time further, your signals are strong enough. As long as the invaders have enough time, they can pinpoint Earth's location precisely. Do you have any suggestions? Tianming warned you, if you kill me, you have no other choice. He confidently asserts that this timeline only has a hopeless future. Whether it is the divine beings from the monster world or the two invaders remain unclear. To humans, they are a mortal threat, and only I can change their fate. Somach understood what he said, but still decided to attack. Heaven's Mandate was struck by one of Somach's moves and bled heavily, then the scene shifted again, returning to the confrontation between Kansan and Somach. The two are still facing each other, and it seems like the situation isn't evenly matched. Kansan frowns, contemplating again after dying once, but gaining a great deal. Kansan looks thoughtful and says, "Finally, I understand the secret of Somach's power and the identity of the unknown invader. As long as I can see the future, I will be the ultimate winner." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Hey, stop fighting, you two!" The person is stepping closer to Jiangshan and Suomai. Vuong and Thangan approached, the girl loudly demanding, "What is Kansan thinking? Why does he want to fight Somach?" Seeing this, Kansan smirked cunningly. "They have arrived just in time. I've just thought of a new plan. They can become the pawns I use to control. Somach." He covered his face, his eyes full of scheming. First of all, his appearance immediately transformed into a divine destiny. Seeing him like that, Ennung coldly asked, "Who are you?" It seems this was caused by Kansan, but he is still confused. "Sir, this wasn't done by me. When encountering a ghost, how could my body be uncontrollable if it's Somach?" Somach hasn't accelerated time yet, so there's no way he has such strange abilities. My control was Somach in the previous timeline. How could it be? Somach looked at him seriously. The heavenly mandate claimed that his memories were false, that he was proud and confident, saying, "I am the heavenly mandate, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. And it was me who, 20 years ago, was sealed in a cave beneath the North Pole's Earth cage. And I was the one who lured the 4 great sects into opening the secret war." Vuong was a bit confused and wondered, is this guy being too honest, just saying whatever he asks? Could he be lying to us? Tianming continued, "For personal gain, I have brought Earth to the brink of destruction. I am a sinner. I feel very ashamed, so I am prepared to die to atone for my sins." He clenched his teeth, holding back something, his whole arm trembling, his power completely contrasting. "I can predict the future, but Somach might be able to endure. This timeline is now limited and becoming true history. All 3 of Somach's people are still watching him intently." Tianmen thought to himself, "He's really going to die. Stop it now, I absolutely don't want this to happen." A purple light shot straight through him, causing Tianmen to collapse. Then, Tianmen lay face down on the ground, as if he had lost all vitality. Tianyun looked worried at him. He really just committed suicide and is truly dead. Somach stepped closer and muttered, "He's probably really gone. There's no more breath left." The comment section was shocked, so it's over. The scheming that took thousands of years to plan has come to an end, and it turns out they were so afraid of being executed that they committed suicide. It really feels like a puppet being manipulated. In Somach's livestream room, as he looked down at Tianmen, everyone was talking. Xiaozhu is about to be wiped out, and the one with the power to manipulate fate. I think it's Somach. How bold of you. Do you also want to commit suicide? Vuong, seeing this, becomes suspicious. Could you have done something? Somach immediately replied, "I don't know. Honestly, I'm also very confused right now." The scene shifts to another place where a young man is fighting a beast. He looks a bit cheerful, thinking this is the last beast, right? Next, the system displays a notification that the Secret Realm mission has been completed for the 4th time. After a minute, the hero returns to the real world. Somach looked up, and a notification sounded above. The system marked the completion of the 4th Secret Realm mission and issued a special reward. "Damn it!" Somach smiled and wondered, "This is a new system notification. I can't recognize it. Self-check." The system's checkmark indicates that the host has completed the 4th Secret Realm mission and received a special reward, the 2nd-generation secret treasure watch left by the leader of the Yuhui Society, which can temporarily pause time once, with 1 use remaining. Somach glanced suspiciously, wondering if this was also a prearranged setup or some kind of transformation. 3 days later in the laboratory, Somach looked at the object before him and wondered in confusion if this was the crossing stone that had somehow transformed like this. Tin explained 3 days ago at the Dongvan sect, they sent people to rescue the sealed realm beneath the Arctic, replacing the heavenly mandate there. We discovered some ancient Buopyuchoks that had been lost for a long time, so we modified the crossing stone. He turned to ask clearly, "There is now a new function?" Tin continued, "As long as you prepare enough energy cores, you can use the dimensional stone to reach the beast world, and the positioning will also be highly accurate." Somach's face darkened. He instructed, "Great, prepare for me. I want to go to the world of beasts. The sooner the better." Hamlin was very surprised after hearing that. "Somach, are you rushing to the world of the beasts so quickly? Where is it located?" Somach glanced at him and coldly announced, "I will end this war near the remaining world-crossing stone of the beast realm." Hamlin analyzes the situation at the dimensional crossing stone. Something so important, the monsters will definitely watch it very closely. It might even be guarded by the monster lord, which is too risky. "How do you plan to end this war?" Somach replied, unable to say, "At this moment perhaps our conversation is also being monitored." Hamlin's face darkened, as if deeply hurt. "Are you doubting Elder Kui or doubting me? Are we spies for the demon beasts?" Tin shook his head. "Li Hamlin, stop talking. I believe in Somach. He must have his reasons." Hamlin said, "I really want to believe you, but since you took over the Alliance of Wealth and the four great sects, you've become more and more autocratic. You're starting to resemble the Wealth Alliance, but a crazier version." Somach warns, "Li Hamlin, don't get in my way, or I will kill you. Your father sacrificed his life to save you. Don't let his efforts be in vain." This statement made Hamlin even angrier. "You bastard!" Somach reminds you, "Think carefully about your father's death. Think it through for me." Tin couldn't hold back after hearing that. "Hey, Somach, even if you're joking, that's too much." He turned to ask the young man, "Li Hamlin, are you okay?" Hamlin clenched his fists, constantly thinking about the mysterious death of heavenly destiny. Somach said, "You can't say you'll be eavesdropped on." He didn't say that the beast was eavesdropping on his father's death. He was used as a scapegoat and sacrificed by the Financial Alliance, pushed out and made a pawn. The person Somach is wary of isn't a beast. Beasts are just pawns like his father. So what is he fighting against now? Inside the laboratory, everyone is extremely busy. An employee announced that the third energy recharge has begun. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. If you notice any abnormal data, report it immediately." The engine emits dazzling lights, like storing electricity. Tin turns to speak with Somach. Because the conditions for activating the dimensional stone are met, at least half of the global area will experience a temporary power outage, and this time many people will scold you. Somach looked up, but he didn't care. It didn't matter. "This is the Beast King Palace." Xiu Ting replied, "Yes? This is the Divine Lord's palace of the Beast World, and its center is your destination. The world-crossing stone is there." Suimo looked pleased and smiled. "Even the map appeared so convenient it can save me quite a bit of time." Tin didn't seem to think so. He was a bit worried. "Don't you feel any fear at all? According to the inspection data, there are over 1,000 guardian beasts with a combat power of more than 10,000 in the Beast King Palace. There are 50 beasts with combat power over 1 million, and 2 with over 10 million. He continued reporting. As for the Demon Lord of the Beasts, the projected strength of the Beast World's Demon Lord is over 100 million. This caused Suomai to fall into deep thought. "I am pondering." He pondered absent-mindedly before analyzing the current situation. The first check-in of the 1,000-year-old beast power increased strength by 10,000. The second check-in of Divine Warrior combat experience tripled the usual strength with a 10-fold burst that could only last for 10 seconds. The third check-in with Golden Horn allows him to see through enemy weaknesses and illusions. The fourth reward, the Three Sister Fire, can continuously strengthen my body, using nuclear reactions to increase my combat power by 10,000. The fifth check-in again grants the 1,000-year beast's power, increasing my combat strength by 10,000 and doubling my basic strength through martial god battle experience. He ponders with his chin. His normal combat power is 90,000, and he can burst out 300,000 for 10 seconds. After some analysis, he smiled and announced that the situation was very optimistic with a great chance of victory. Tin's face darkened. "He's still worried. Are you serious?" Somach comforted him. "There's no need to worry so much. I'm not going to kill them all." He smiled confidently, as long as he found the right opportunity to reach the boundary stone first. Destroying the beast's boundary stone would prevent them from cheating and increase the difficulty of the secret realm war. At this point, Tin also felt helpless with him and finally revealed his true purpose. He was worried that humans might lose in the next secret war, so Somach honestly told the truth. I can't keep creating miracles if the beasts keep cheating. The failure of the secret war is only a matter of time. At this point, Tin suddenly realized, I understand now. He still wanted to ask further, but one question. When you enter the beast world, your true identity will be exposed immediately. More than 10,000 years of concealment, and the energy fluctuations enough to cover all the dead zones of the Beast King Palace. Suddenly, a space wave will appear very clearly. Suddenly, Vuong appeared and suggested, I'll go with you to be the bait and buy you some time, but Somach immediately refused. You must stay here. I will do my best to destroy the dimensional stone and cross over, but I might not come back. Somach continued. If the time comes, you must bear the responsibility of the secret war, leading humanity to victory. Vuong still wanted to say more, but Hachu entered from outside, so I'll take on the baiting task. Somach glanced at Hachu and asked, Is it Li Hamlin who told you to come? This journey may very well be one with no return. Hachu spoke seriously to him. The original alliance was cancelled by you. My mission is over. I am not the savior of the secret realm, but besides you, my strength among humans is probably among the top groups. Lam's lips are probably enough to qualify. Somach finally gets convinced. All right, then let's go together. Suddenly, the system kept sending out signals. Warning. 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 Danger. 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 The life signature only appears after at least 10 check-ins to reach the beast world. The notification kept popping up, but Somach was indifferent. He moved straight ahead and asked Vuong to take care of his sister if he couldn't return. The fairy notices the golden pillar of light and warns. Someone's arrived. The man with white wings frowned upon hearing that. Are humans really okay in the head? The elf sneered, charging into the Beast King Palace like that without hiding his power. Truly brave, or just courting death. Somach also appeared at the Beast King's palace, right at the previous golden pillar. He glanced around and raised an eyebrow. The transmission point was very accurate. I knew immediately not to trust this devil. Many Beast Kings appeared before him, as if the situation was about to turn deadly, and the demon seemed flustered when he saw him. Somach. Somach just kept moving forward, as if the monsters weren't there, with everyone else making way for him. Somach just keeps going forward, as if nothing is in front of her. The foolish white-winged guy speaks up. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you giving way to him? Just kill him. You don't even have the courage? The bald man explained softly. Huh? That is the strongest savior of mankind. The bespectacled man shouted angrily, Don't just talk, go ahead and do it yourself. Yu pushed the white-winged man aside. Somach, on the battlefield of the secret realm, our beastly power is limited and cannot kill you, yet you unexpectedly came to offer yourself. Somach confidently declares, I am here to seek peace. After hearing her sneer and the peace plan, we actually don't need peace. Somach paid no attention to Yu's words and said, I want to speak directly with your God Lord. A shouted loudly, You are not worthy of seeing the Lord of Gods with your status. The person beside her seizes the opportunity to flatter. Lord Ha, please allow me to kill this disrespectful human for you. Yu sneered, Do you really believe you can kill these strongest saviors? The one-horned man swung his hand, and a cloud of smoke appeared around it. If we were in the secret realm, I wouldn't be his match, but this is our world. Here I can kill him as easily as killing a dog, Somach said calmly. If you hit me, I will commit suicide. This guy becomes even more aggressive. Fine, you said it. I'll punch you once, and you can kill yourself to show me. Then he charged straight at Somach while he remained standing there as calm as ever. A loud explosion followed, with debris flying everywhere. The guy with one horn just blew up into pieces, but Somach was completely unharmed. The head Chow guy was so scared he shit himself, and he even got blown up to the point where he's not even alive anymore. What just happened earlier, the bespectacled man also silently thanks heaven and earth. He couldn't see clearly at all. Luckily, we didn't plan to attack Somach earlier. Yu is the only one who realized the truth. No, this is the power of the God Lord. But the God Lord must prevent us from killing. Somach shouted loudly, God Lord, I know you are here. You can hear me and you can see me. From now on, I give you 1 minute to think. His eyes shine with determination to end the secret war. If I don't kill myself now, the entire Beast King Palace will be engulfed in raging flames. The one called the Lord of Gods has also appeared. Tuodao, you are threatening me. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Somach said, Indeed, you know my identity. I repeat, ending the war in a minute is not a threat.
I am simply making a request. If my request is refused, I am willing to die.
The coordinates will remain forever in your world, broadcasting to the outside world.
The Lord of Gods did not respond, but only explained that the war in the secret realm cannot be ended. Only by determining the winner and loser can it be concluded.
Somach stepped forward calmly and said, "Then you should admit defeat." Seeing his attitude, Hayu shouted angrily,
"You bastard! How dare you speak to the Lord of Gods like that?"
Somach repeats once more, "Are you accepting defeat?" The Lord of Gods stared intently at Somach, but he didn't understand what he was thinking. "Does winning or losing really matter to you?"
Somach glanced at him and directly expressed that human beings don't matter. Mythical beasts don't matter.
Our war doesn't matter either. Even if you win the Secret Realm War, as long as the coordinates stay in your world, you will only face destruction. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded where Somach and they were. The God Lord raised an eyebrow and asked again, "Somach, what is your purpose?" Somach also remained true to his purpose, saying, "I came for peace." He looked at him with contempt and said, "Stop your brutal display because to support your teammates, you always want to draw our attention. Sorry, after hearing the sound earlier this afternoon, he is dead." Somach also realized this, but he still did not stop.
Hachu takes the opportunity to make the Demon Lord feel desperate, but the fact that I can reach this position is almost my limit. He looks seriously at the time-stopping watch in his hand, and Somach makes his decision.
The god of war was confused by his actions. "What are you doing, Somach?" Somach shouted to stop, and the system displayed a confirmation message to use the reward item, the stopwatch, to pause time. Somach held the stopwatch in his hand, his eyes deep in thought.
The God Lord also paused all his actions for 0.01 seconds before Somach charged straight at and
Punched the gate of the Beast King Palace. This action causes the gate of the Beast King Palace to shatter into pieces. In just 0.02 seconds, Somach finally steps inside, exuding an imposing aura. The scanning system detects the mysterious time-space stone, analyzing its weaknesses. Somach's eyes flash with realization, aware of the danger. The system sounded an alarm, warning that the clock was under unknown force interference and about to break down. Seeing the smoking black clock in his hand, Somach silently wondered, "It's cracked." Was that the power of the Divine Lord, and how much time was left? 0.03 seconds. The system has also located the position. The gem exceeded the analysis threshold and the weakness point was identified, so Somach charged straight at the indicated location. The gem only cracked a tiny piece. The system detected the information. The stone's durability is below 98 out of 100. Somach punched it directly but still didn't budge. He silently thought, tough enough to take the hit, the watch is about to give out. The watch keeps turning blacker, black smoke rising. Somach keeps attacking the stone repeatedly, but there's still no significant reaction.
The system reports the stone's durability below 79 out of 100, but Somach continues with his actions.
And then when the time reached 0.04 seconds, the stone's durability dropped below 43 over 100, and by 0.05 seconds, the system announced the end, and the watch was broken. Somach glanced at the watch, his arm still moving, running out of time. Finally, the clock reached its limit and shattered into pieces. Behind Somach was a dark red crevice, impossible to tell what it was. Somach also didn't notice a figure behind him, while the durability of the stone exceeded the limit by 19 over 100. Somach glanced back, feeling a bit worried. In just 0.06 seconds, the deity immediately lowered his center of gravity, adopting a defensive stance. Humans are always so cunning. He looked at him with an angry gaze, destroying the beyond limit stone. Your plan has failed. Seeing the stone on the verge of cracking before his eyes, Somach couldn't see any figure behind him. Somach lay among the wreckage, smiling. "I succeeded. From now on, you can't cheat in the secret realm anymore." The final stone also shattered as you said, with a boundary crossing degree of less than 100. "Taking the opportunity," Somach sneered. "You had a chance to stop me, but hesitated, even if only for a moment. Divine beast, are you afraid of the consequences of killing me?" Outside, the electric Beast King was now just a frame. The white-winged guy is shocked to his core. The Grand Hall has disappeared. The Demon Fairy is also extremely confused. The Divine Lord has vanished too. Does that mean Hayu still has great faith in him? Don't be too surprised. This is the Divine Lord's power. The god created an independent small world outside the demon beast realm. She smiles hopefully and reassures her followers. The threat coordinate that Somach issued is no longer effective. Victory belongs to the Divine Lord. It belongs to us. Inside the main hall, countless tiny glowing fragments surrounded him. Somach was amazed by this sight. These tiny specks of light are moving everywhere, forming a string of illumination. The Lord of God seriously explains, "You guessed it already, didn't you? This is a fragment of a transcendent stone." Somach couldn't believe his eyes at this scene. It was destroyed to such an extent, yet still able to recover intact.
He arrogantly said, "Somach, I have to thank you for walking right into my trap and giving me the chance to kill you."
Next time in the secret realm, without your participation, humans will definitely lose. Somach still stands there, calmly killing me. "Aren't you worried that the coordinates will remain in your world?" He confidently says, "Haven't you noticed yet?" The Lord of Gods grinned cunningly. This hall has been isolated from the outside world. Around the main hall, a wave of darkness is spreading everywhere. Somach closed his eyes and calmly said, "Outside the hall is a void. You created a solitary dimension and transported us inside."
The Lord of Gods stepped closer, smugly saying, "That's right. Killing you here and throwing your body into the white earth wound means the coordinates on your body can't locate our world."
Somach suggests, "Lead me to the great earthly wound to kill him. That's the safest way, isn't it?" The Lord of Gods becomes even more excited after hearing this. "That's a good idea." "So," Mach said, exposing him, "stop this pointless probing. If you could do it, I would be dead by now. Maybe because of the transcendent stone crossing worlds, you can only stay in this self-created dimension. But are you sure that killing me here won't still allow the coordinates to transfer to your world?" The God Lord's eyes flashed with fiery anger after hearing this. "Maybe I should try." So Somach sneered at him. "You want to threaten me with intimidation, to guess the situation of the coordinate
Based on my reaction, but unfortunately, I know nothing.
The owner of the coordinate is a terrifying invader, treating our world like food on a plate. So can you prevent the coordinate from moving? Do you want to go all out?" The system emits a warning signal indicating the connection has been cut off and cannot be re-established. The host must leave quickly as the danger prevents any connection. The deity still stares intently with a terrifying gaze. The system reminds him that the host is in extreme danger and to try reconnecting, but there is no signal. So he directly says, "I have a 90 chance to prevent the coordinate from moving, but I don't want to bet. I don't need to bet. Somach, let's make a deal." Somach raised an eyebrow and asked back, "A deal?" He began to speak from the heart. "Somach, I know that on Earth you are always treated unfairly, with contempt, humiliation, mockery, and misunderstanding, and it's truly laughable that the weak dare to treat the strong like that. Do you really want to save all kinds of people? The one you care about is only your sister and a few close friends. After the Secret Realm War ends, I will bring your loved ones and friends to my world." He promises to lure him in. "I will create a land of 10,000 square meters for these people to live on, ensuring their safe and prosperous lives and those of their descendants. The condition is that you must go to the great land of commerce and never come near our world again. After the secret war ends, the fate of the earth is only destruction. Are you hoping your ruler will die with the earth?" Somach was a bit confused and hesitant. "I need to think for a moment. Please tell me what you know about the owner of the coordinates, and also the real reason you had to destroy the earth." The Lord of God sneered after hearing this. "It seems you know nothing at all. Fine, as a fair exchange, I will tell you everything. What are the conditions for receiving the login reward points in the system's criteria?" The system quickly explained that due to the power of the stone surpassing the dimensional boundary,
The host can access other worlds beyond the demon beast world and Earth, participating in the war between humans and beasts. He continued to communicate with it.
"Now I am in a small, independent world where the entire space floats with the power of the world stone. I am fighting the world beast god. Does this meet the login reward conditions?" The system is calculating. Conditions are not met. Only higher commands are received. No connection signal. Somach continued, "If I die, your prey will escape." The system is recalculating.
The World Lord explained at length, "I don't know much about the intelligence related to the invaders either.
They are called the reflection images of sorrow, wandering everywhere in the land of white madness,
Gnawing at each world they encounter, and the worlds they invade will eventually turn into dead lands with no life remaining. But discovering prey is not an easy task."
Somach suddenly realized, so that's why they need the coordinates. The Lord of Gods continued explaining, "The reflection of the past shows many coordinates, but only a few are precise enough to reach worlds with life and attach to a creature. Like you." After hearing this, Somach's mind grew more suspicious. If they already had coordinates on him, why haven't they come to Earth yet? The Lord of Gods explained further that only the coordinates exist. but the exact location of Earth cannot be determined.
Do you know about the Great White Path?
Somach remembered that I had been there once before. The Lord of Gods explained everything seriously. The human world, the world of magical beasts, and all living worlds are inherently independent existences that cannot touch each other until the great land of white goods becomes a pathway or transfer station. Only then can we jump from one world to another. But you must find the item corresponding to that world in the Great White Land first. He began to give examples, such as the Earth in the Great White Land, where the matching item could be a stone, an apple, or a rabbit. Only by finding these items can you enter the Earth. Somach lowered his eyes in thought, feeling that it sounded quite simple, but the Divine Lord did not agree.
There are two difficulties, as the space of the Great White Land is nearly infinite, and the corresponding items for Earth are constantly changing everywhere.
A moment ago it could have been a stone, but a moment later it will turn into a rabbit. Isolated worlds will always be in a state of change, but if you connect two worlds together, the corresponding items of both worlds will stop transforming. Somach seems to understand the meaning of the Lord of Spirits. You mean the Secret Realm War. He continued.
The first Secret Realm War was initiated by the Earth, and the coordinates were also based on you.
Through the Secret War, locking our worlds together allows us to harvest two targets at once. This is the plan of the Echo Reflection. Somach shook his head in denial and also introduced, the one who started the Secret Realm War was a cultivator from thousands of years ago. After hearing this, the Celestial Mandate did not seem surprised and even sneered. Heaven's Mandate. The power of the coordinates is enough to force it to commit suicide. Changing its mind is much easier for them. Somach frowned with determination. If everything is a conspiracy of the echoing shadow, humans and beast spirits must cooperate to end the secret war, break the bonds of the two worlds, and avoid the invasion of the echoing shadow. But the Lord of Spirits remained silent, clearly aware of one fact. Humans and magical beasts could never cooperate. At the moment the secret war began, our worlds were locked together. The echo of the mirror confirmed the approximate area where our world was located. Even if we end the Secret Realm War and separate the two worlds, we still can't escape their search. There's only one way. He made a suggestion. By winning the Secret Realm War, we can obtain Earth's energy resources as fuel and then escape from this area as far as possible. So that's how it is. This is the reason you want to destroy the Earth. He crossed his arms, pretending to seize the Earth's energy. Destroying the Earth wouldn't cause too many casualties among humanity. The one destroying the Earth is the impending backlash. Somach realizes that for the Earth and humanity, there is no difference. The Lord of Gods solemnly hands you an object. Somach, if you want to know, I have told you everything.
This is a soul contract. I will ensure the safety of your loved ones, but you must forever wander the vast white land. Do you agree to the exchange? But in response, Somach simply said, No,
I refuse. The Lord of Gods, hearing this, was not angry at all. It's a pity that Somach's legs had been frozen and rendered immobile. The freezing gradually spread from the bottom up, making Somach unable to move. The Lord of Gods softly said, If you can accept the exchange, it would be for the best. So after a few days, Somach turned into an immobile block of ice. The Lord of Gods decided to temporarily seal you first and wait for the stone to recover beyond the boundaries before dealing with you, the troublesome one. Refuse me, and you'll regret it. Everyone you know will be destroyed. The system repeatedly warns that the host's safety will become a secondary priority in the probability calculations. The Divine Lord sat quietly, watching the stone recover on its own. The fragments are gradually moving back to the center to recover. Seeing this, the host sighs that it took so long. He placed his hand on the ground and slowly got up. Such a divine artifact, not even a fragment can be missing, must be restored to its original form. The Lord of Gods gazed at the stone before him, finally nearing full recovery. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed past him, followed by a loud explosion, and everything shattered before his eyes. Seeing this scene, the Divine Lord grits his teeth and growls, Damn it! Somach steps out from inside the cube, claiming the 29th day's reward.
This time I shattered the boundary stone into dust. Can you still recover now?
The Lord of Gods angrily questioned, not only removing the seal, but even momentarily deceiving my sensory perception.
The coordinate is indeed convenient. He smiled in agreement. Perhaps so, the Lord of Gods still has time to ponder, and each time you enter the secret realm, you gain new strength.
This is probably a coordinate system that maintains the balance of strength between humans and monsters. He started to reason, but I couldn't predict it. Even in my created space, the coordinates could still grant you power. The longer you stay here, the stronger the coordinate power you receive, right? Somach's face darkened as he exposed, to test your hypothesis, there's only one way to remove your dimension. Otherwise, my power might surpass yours. After hearing that, the God Lord showed his attitude, seeming quite unwilling. He sneered and mocked him, so it turns out you can't do it, right? Removing the dimensional barrier will cause shattered stones to scatter everywhere, making recovery more difficult. If the stones can't be restored quickly, it might cause the beast to lose the secret realm battle. The Lord of Gods explained, if I don't eliminate the dimensional barrier, I will lose to you. Somach also persuaded him, isn't it true that for you, being stuck between a rock and a hard place is inevitable? He asked bitterly and directly, tell me what you want. Somach, what do you want to do? Somach has always maintained her stance. I have already said that what I want is peace. Except for your death, I live, and our world should have another way. The God Lord frowned and refused, sacrificing Earth to let the world of beasts escape. This is the most likely way to succeed, for both worlds to survive at the same time is nearly impossible. Somach decisively said, then there's nothing more to say. He tries to pull everything out to shake him. Somach, based on our previous trade, I can increase the number of humans migrating to the beast world to 10,000, 20 million people, or give you a position just below mine. Whatever you want can be negotiated. But Somach is not someone who would agree so easily. He will not accept it. The God Lord asked again, didn't he? He attacked you directly. Then I can only kill you. Go ahead, the coordinates won't change. Somach smiles excitedly as the duel arena opens. Somach smiles, his entire body covered in a faint golden light, and the God Lord suddenly realizes that his divine power has been drained. He seems to be disappearing. This is... Somach clenched fist in challenge, with the arena of duel also called the arena of equality, capable of banning all strength except the body, so the deity challenged him to a one-on-one fight. A few seconds later, they charged at each other, creating a huge shockwave. The Lord of Gods was knocked off balance by Somach's punch, gritting his teeth as he endured. Then he retaliated with a straight punch to Somach's face, causing him to fall backward. The two kept fighting back and forth across the hall until finally they both stopped and stepped back a few paces. After that intense exchange, the Lord of Gods realized the equal field was no joke. It not only restricted all powers except the body, but also suppressed even muscle strength to the limit. Somach became even more interested, reminiscing about nothing, fighting like a reckless fool. The coordinate grants you the most suitable ability to extend time. The Lord of Gods glanced at him, suspicious. Do you not think this is too much of a coincidence? The coordinate wants to stop me because it confirms that my plan has a very high chance of success. So, Mach shook his head in denial. Perhaps, but I am not interested in your deal. This statement made the Lord of Gods very curious. Why do you say, I know? Do you have any dissatisfaction with the terms of the deal? Somach explained seriously about your world system. A Kai says I know quite a bit about bloodline supremacy, where strong dominate the weak and order is chaotic. I don't want my sister to live in such a world. The God of Gods happily laughs after hearing this. He tempts, I will grant power and land for your sister to rule over her territory. No matter what kind of order or law she wants, all humans and magical beasts must obey. But Somach disagrees. I don't trust you. The soul contract isn't necessarily reliable. Seeing his grim expression, the God King tried to persuade me. I will honor the promise. This is the divine promise of a deity. Somach frowned, understanding a principle that a god creates a world in its own image, a chaotic bloodline beast world reflecting your true nature. If I leave, I cannot guarantee their safety. The Lord of Gods fell silent and stepped forward, feeling a bit helpless. You're more stubborn than I thought. It seems the deal is off. The Lord of Gods completely changed his attitude and said straightforwardly, I can't let your power continue to grow. Somach felt proud because he had risked his life to kill a deity. Somach asked in surprise, the field of equality has been destroyed. Sir, the effect of this domain still remains. What have you done? A purple aura envelops everything. The Lord of Gods continued, cannot be restricted, cannot be bound. This is a deadly poison that even gods can be easily killed by. The power of karma and fate, like a thick thread wrapped around Somach, lifting him up. Somach's eyes widened as he recognized the nullification field, but the system reported that Jin Tong could not distinguish weaknesses, and Somach's hands were also bound. He clenched his fist, an alert flashing system error, unable to distinguish. The Lord of Gods grabbing his head, arrogantly declaring, you want to resist? Keep struggling if you want. Divine powers can't fight karma no matter how strange your abilities are. You won't be able to stop it. The scene shifts to the small rural village with no one in sight, where two guards grab the tiny Somach as he keeps struggling.
Let me go, you damn mute bastards. I can't run anymore, all right? Let go.
An old man approached and told him, Somach, the saintly prince, please do not go near the mountains.
It is very dangerous outside the village. Somach angrily questioned, do you adopt me to keep me forever locked in this hell?
The old man smiled slyly and said, Sir, this is only temporary. Everything we do is for your safety. It's time for dinner. Your sister is waiting for you. Please come with me. Everyone gathered together as if preparing for a ritual. Ngim-dung, tied up and trembling, shouted loudly, What do you want to do? Why are you kidnapping me? I have never done anything wrong. I have always lived diligently. Please forgive me. The instructor stepped closer, speaking softly but each word condemning him. Ngim-dung, 38 years old according to records, has killed 6 people since he was 14, broken into homes 14 times, and raped dozens of women. Ngim-dung, do you admit guilt? Hearing this, Ngim-dung calmed down and cursed, Damn it! I even changed my name and appearance. You are the victim's family, and you want to torture me. The disciple directly said, We have never met you. Of course, we don't know the victim is you. Your crime and fate will be judged by the gods. Ngim-dung glanced at the two in white, sneering, The gods, those 2 kids, I can break their necks in 5 seconds. The disciple hurriedly shouted, Do not disrespect the divine. The saint son and the saint daughter are incarnations of the god of sin. Please, saint son and saint daughter, grant your divine decree. The disciple declared, The punishing God admits no objections and will not use torture tonight, granting the sinner a swift death, and everyone present kneels down. Follow the divine decree. Follow the divine decree. Ngim-dung frowned in annoyance. Damn these crazy cultists. Don't let me find an opportunity. A sound passed by. Blood splattered everywhere. A girl who seemed innocent could decisively strike. She muttered, I wish you to receive the blessing of the sin god. Then someone stabbed again, blood splattering once more. An old man whispered, Toichi, then please forgive this innocent child contaminated by sin. Then countless more slashes followed, and the old woman also spoke. Please clear away this filthy impurity. Ngim-dung was now lying motionless on the ground, as if lifeless. A bowl of water is raised by a disciple, and the old man pours it directly over the heads of the 2 children, as if performing a ritual. All sins belong to the divine. Suomai closed her eyes, lost in thought, as this was a normal day in the peaceful village. At 6:30, the villagers gradually woke up, each going about their own work. At 7 o'clock, the villagers hold their morning prayers, honestly confessing their sins and cleansing their guilt. At 8 o'clock, they build the altar for the annual ritual. At noon, distinguished guests from outside the village arrive, bringing chaos to the peace of the tranquil village. This only happens once a year. At 2 in the afternoon, it's break time and everyone can go outside for a walk. Somach glanced to the side. Sovan nodded. The ceremony is about to begin. I know the looks those guests are giving us already see us as prey. Somach was a bit worried. Are we really able to escape? Sovan smiled reassuringly. I've prepared everything since you caused chaos and ran away yesterday. The boat the guests are on is our only chance to leave this small den. We will definitely get out of here. The God Lord has been watching silently for some time, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. The God Lord decides that this is the most dangerous moment for Somach in the entire timeline. The chance to act is only once, and it must not be detected by the coordinates. The peaceful atmosphere in Bingjun village was suddenly shattered by a loud scream. The saint son and saint daughter are missing. Search quickly. Everyone in the village rushed to find them. The ceremony is about to start. The guests are waiting. The priest grits his teeth in anger and demands, Where is the guard? They let someone run away like this. One person to report fainted as if drugged. The bishop's face was grim. The old man a bit worried, truly unsettling. Where else could they run on the last day? A loud explosion sounded. Then the fire quickly spread to the side, and a young man ran out from the flames. He shouted desperately, It's on fire! Someone come quickly! But the explosions kept ringing out everywhere, accompanied by the screams of many people. An old man is pinned down by a wooden plank, shouting for help, while an elderly woman, seeing the fire, remains motionless, kneeling silently in the flames. Divine punishment. This must be divine punishment. The other young man also keeps running away.
Damn it, divine punishment. Get out of here.
A scream echoes through the fire as the escape route from the village is blocked.
Somach runs forward, struggling to say, Sister, I can't breathe anymore.
Sovan encourages her. Stay strong a little longer. The boat is right ahead. So Van's face darkened. She didn't expect to see this scene. This cult is crazy. They can't set traps or use fuel anymore. With no weapons in hand, resisting an adult is very difficult. At least Somach must survive. The cult disciple. Rue's eyes widened in madness. So Van, come here. Surely the girl didn't leave Somach behind and run away on her own, right? So Van nodded in agreement and moved forward. All right. Her eyes flickered with determination as she stared fixedly at the old man. And just a few seconds later, Suo Van directly pushed the old man into the fire, together to hell. Suddenly, the flames showed signs of weakening, and then the fire suddenly disappeared. So Van was extremely confused, looking around everywhere. This doesn't look like a village. Where is this? The disciple frantically announced that the Toichi Than had become a visible deity. Immediately after, the disciple was headless and silent. God of war, really? The Lord of Gods glanced at her and explained, I am a deity, but not the evil god you mentioned. I came only for Somach. Sir, harming Somach might cause the coordinates to shift. That's not something I am willing to see. My only goal is to kill you, and then complete the deal with the future. Somach. So, Van was left with a puzzled look. A future deal with Somach? You come from the future? The Lord of Gods continued explaining, You are the person Somach cares about the most, which is also why he refused to exchange with me. If you die in the past, Somach will no longer have any attachment to the human world. So Van asked the deity, If you are a god, can't you be a little more generous? Why do something bad? He smirked maliciously, ready to make a move against So Van. I'm just helping. Somach make the right choice, but as he was about to attack, So Van, a golden light like a shield, blocked him. Seeing this, the god lord's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? This is the power of the coordinate, and there are two coordinates existing at the same time. That power enveloped So Van as if to protect her. The Divine Lord now realized, no, this power is exactly like what Somach uses. You are the true host of the coordinate. So then the new coordinate transferred to Shuma's body is really ridiculous. Is this fate mocking me? Or are what I did still within the calculations of the coordinate? Listening to his muttering, So Van wondered, what is system login? The system kept notifying. System login error, connection failed, incorrect time, wrong data, restarting, logged in 29 times. Assessment, currently inside the mysterious realm, can log in again and stay for 30 days to receive the skill of spiritual annihilation. So Van felt terrified. The strange sensation was too frightening. The Lord of Gods crossed his arms and watched her, warning, Child of mankind, do not use the coordinate power. This is your body's warning to you. Just now, in a moment, you accepted everything. That is the power. Somach took months to acquire. If you use that power, your body will decay, which means you will die. But So Van didn't trust his words and said directly, You are just like the priest of the crime god. All of you are the same, only wanting to exploit me, and Somach aiming to harm us. Hearing her words, the Lord of Gods wanted to explain, Wait a moment, but then So Van rushed forward to attack him, only for a protective barrier to form. The God Lord, seeing this, closed his eyes and spoke about his hot temper. You and Somach are no different. Just listen to me. Suddenly, a yellow crack appeared on the body of the Divine Lord, and then more and more cracks appeared all over him, leaving the Divine Lord extremely confused. He suspected, what the hell is going on? The damage from the punch earlier. Then the Divine Lord shattered into pieces. So Van was extremely shocked to see this scene. That evil god just died like that. Her whole body gradually feels lighter. So Van thinks, I'm also about to die. Her entire body gradually dissolved like a white bone, and So Van slowly disappeared into the void. The surrounding atmosphere also darkened, as if losing all meaning. Looking at the surroundings, So Van realized she was back at the village beach. She looked at her hand and thought, I was just dreaming earlier, I'm not okay, I can't sense my body's existence. The system suddenly pops up a notification. Host. So Van has died, the life form has disappeared, data is incorrect, the login system is switching, searching for a new host. So Van was very confused. Not dead, but not alive either. Am I now a spirit or something? What exactly am I? So Mach suddenly appeared, bringing So Van back to her senses. Big sister, what just happened? My head hurts so much. After I woke up and found you gone, I was very worried. She turned her head and smiled at him. So Mach, it's okay now, we're safe, let's go home. Mach wondered, what house do we have? You said it was an orphanage, right? No, there will be one, a safer place. The scene shifts to the deserted island where So Van and So Mach were standing together earlier. Somach lies unconscious on the sand as a man hurriedly reports that Rescue Team 18 has found the lucky survivor on the beach, a young boy named Nye still breathing. Sovan just stood there watching his actions. Each word he said seemed to awaken her. Yes, only one lucky survivor was found. Sovan looked at herself in confusion again, her arm turning transparent, even see-through to the sand beneath. Somach sat gloomily listening to the gossip around the heretical village, buying one boy and one girl orphan from the orphanage each year to serve as saint child and saint girl, using the color of sinners to worship them. They keep talking in his ears. Every year, this village holds a night feast where they eat people. The guests invited include many wealthy merchants and officials. It is said that eating the flesh of the saint son and saint daughter will bring divine blessings. The police officer looked at Somach and reported, in the end, he wasn't burned to death by the flames. The other person asked him, was this fire really an accident? He said nothing and refused to cooperate at all. The indifferent police officer said, it doesn't matter anymore.
Many people don't want this case to be investigated further, just convicted as an accidental fire.
Sovan stands sadly behind Somach and gently comforts him, saying, it's okay, we'll be able to leave very soon. The scene shifts to another big city, and Somach begins a new life. The old woman sees him and asks, kid, do you want to rent a house all by yourself? Somach shook his head and said, you are two people, me and my sister. The old woman was stunned when she heard him say that. Two of you? Sovan stood beside him, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Somach's older sister. The old woman hurriedly rubbed her eyes.
Oh, it's really two people. Sorry about that. My eyes aren't good. I didn't notice earlier.
You two kids rent a house. I can give you a better deal. Somach and Sovan decide to sell their goods to make a living. Everyone felt great sympathy for the two of them. These two children really have it tough, since they have no parents from a young age and have to sell goods to support themselves, but they also face many malicious rumors. Oops. I heard people say that they were once adopted by the evil sect, which caused many deaths, and that anyone who gets close to them will be unlucky. Their suffering is well-deserved. Somach turned to look at Sovan and said, this month I haven't earned enough money, I can't pay the rent, and many people behind are talking badly about us. Don't worry about what others think, I'll find a way to pay the rent. When I grow up, we will argue again over some issue. I'm not going to college anymore, I want to work. If you're too tired, what can I say? You don't need to worry about tuition fees. Recently, you found a high-paying job. Somach tried to stop her, but he couldn't reach her. Don't go, sister. Come back to reality at this moment. Somach is also trying to hold on to something. His eyes are dark and cold.
Your plan is ruthless. Only 30 days of login to kill the God King. But that also means I will gain power beyond your control.
So you arranged for Nummer to complete the login within 30 days in the past and kill the god of the world. But the price to pay is death. She cannot continue to maintain this power that the system has transferred to her. The system reports that your sister has never truly died. He coldly said, but life is not normal either. The system continued. Because the Divine Lord's pet is repairing the timeline, your sister exists in both dead and alive states and cannot be touched or examined. He questioned, cannot touch, cannot examine. Many people see my sister and me, and Vuong can also touch my sister. The system has the ability to observe all things in the world. You are the host of the system, and your perception of Suoyun determines her state. I am seriously questioning the system.
In my perception, my sister is alive, so others will also believe that my sister is alive.
So you're saying only you can let her live?
You're threatening me, and if you're willing, you could also make my sister die right now.
The system tries to explain, this is not a threat. All variables have been resolved. Somach stands alone in the grand hall, glancing around. The system announced again, the God King is dead, the realm collapses, and the collapsing realm will turn into eternal wind resistance. He coldly asked it, do you want to trap me here? The system explains, you currently lack the power to break the seal, and the beast and human worlds will become nutrients for the cycle of rebirth. The blue stone emits light, illuminating the hall. The system said, Somach, you are a very interesting host. Watching your time makes me feel comfortable. He just stood there silently. The system said, but our journey has come to an end. I will go with you into eternal sleep. Somach looked into the distance, his eyes still showing his determination. The system reminds Somach to sleep well and have sweet dreams. 2 years later, in the beast world of Sabit village, a voice echoes, about to catch up. 2 young men are running desperately. Someone wants to confront them directly, and there's no way out, so they risk everything. The demon is now chasing after them, and just by passing by, he cut the 2 young men in half. So cruel. The white-winged demon trampled those people underfoot with an extremely arrogant expression. They just lay there like that, blood flowing freely. The demon lord tramples over their corpses with a contemptuous tone, disappointed that cultivators are only this skilled. One of them looks resentful upon seeing this.
You kill so quickly that you leave no survivors. How am I supposed to interrogate the whereabouts of other criminals? The goblin argued. Aren't there still a few villagers left?
The other little beast spoke up, saying, "We don't know anything." The cold-faced goblin looked at them.
You are the village chief here, right? Your courage is impressive, covering up for the cultivators and the remnants of the Dong Van clan.
His sharp-clawed hand moved directly, grabbing a rabbit and saying, "I know their whereabouts." The village chief tried to repeat once more, "I told you I don't know, so let her go." The demon sneered coldly and said,
I don't know, it's okay.
He directly crushed the bones and tore apart that little rabbit. The village chief could do nothing but watch this scene.
You bastard elf, your comrades are many. I will kill every villager and your family one by one.
You can think about it slowly. Scene shifts to another place. When everything was still unclear, in a deserted desert area with no one around, a rabbit turned back and reminded, Master, you need to hurry and inform Master. Master, most of the time he is digging for stones. He's running ahead and almost there. You've been digging for nearly a year. Is that stone really that important? How would I know? Suddenly, a black rabbit was grabbed by someone, causing it to freeze in surprise. The man holding it explained and deliberately let both of them go. As expected, there is a harvest. The arrogant guy realizes that she is a beast spirit accompanying Somach. He turned back to remind us that we are not far from the true target. Somach's sister, Sovan, has the most perfect cell fusion with the queen. This has now become the priority for the alliance of the wealthy. Something fell, shattering the entire stone into pieces, and a white figure appeared, leveling everything around to a flat plane. The small fist, surrounded by what seemed like spiritual energy, unleashed immense power as they continued attacking the ground until the red stone finally appeared, revealing itself and shining brightly. Somach hovered in the air with the red stone. His eyes closed as if in a trance. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a wondrous scene. Somach. A huge explosion erupts, destroying everything around it. The demon sneers mockingly, "So you were hiding here, still a useless weakling." Bingjun collapsed on the ground, coughing continuously. The horned demon looked down at them and said,
You humans are so cowardly, dealing with a beast like this and still needing to be so cautious, calling us all here.
Seeing this, the crowd was terrified and explained. On Earth, she once showed great strength, but we don't know why she's so weak now. Maybe it's related to Somach's disappearance. The demon lord mocked that Somach, the savior of humanity, was worth betraying us. Nini struggled to get up, her body covered in wounds. "You bastard! I have nothing to say to you." The demon lord gapes, and the small, weaker races she protected suffer more after your betrayal. Even her octopus under her command has to turn into grilled octopus. He grabbed Nyai Nyi like grabbing an ant, and it's all her fault. Does she feel no remorse for them?
Nyai Nyi revealed the reason. In this world, they will never live a good life. He kept laughing loudly at that. You're right. Honestly, the brief advantage you once had was only because you could sneak into Earth, wait until you completed your mission, and once it was over, everything would revert to normal.
You weak little creatures have no way out and no future.
Nyani's eyes are filled with determination. I will find a better future for them.
What basis do you have? Somach? You think Somach can save you and the lowly beastmen like you?
His eyes widened, about to attack her, but he had already disappeared, most likely dead, so go die with him. Suddenly, someone else spoke up. Wait, please, wait a moment, we need intelligence.
The demon casually tossed Nyai Nyi aside. Fine, let this traitor live a little longer. Seeing that, he sighed softly and said thank you. He grabbed Lord Nyi and asked the rabbits, You've been here for almost a year. What have you been doing here? But Nyi was very difficult to talk to. I don't know. Hearing that, the other guy immediately changed his attitude.
I just want to know if the information is related to those humans. If those rabbits are still alive and you don't tell the truth, I will kill them all to protect the secret of humans, sacrificing the lives of the monsters. Isn't that right?
He warned Lord Nyi that he had stayed in this deserted place for a year. I don't believe you're here to relax. It's probably related to Vuong, Liham Lin, or Somach's sister, right? I have no patience, so I'll give you only one chance. Suddenly, a red stone appeared behind him and said, I know what you've been doing here. The guy hurriedly turned around and looked around, and he was terrified by the aura of power surrounding it. Demon Lord, this power, he quickly stepped back. Here is to lift my seal. A surge of power rushes in to take back the needle. Wai Fong appears to save her. Now you know. Somach places the ginseng root on the ground and glances back at the crowd. The demon sees this scene and grits his teeth in anger. No way, Somach. The crowd was terrified like they saw a ghost when they saw him.
Somach is alive. Hurry and get out of here. We need to spread this news.
Somach coldly looked at these people. Looks like a lot has happened while I was asleep, since the hunters of the Alliance Guild also came to the world of monsters. Everyone suddenly realized the problem. He's gone, unable to move anymore. A step forward approached Somach. The demon asked, Somach, why did you suddenly appear, and how is the situation with the Lord of Gods? He coldly announced to him that he was dead. After hearing that, the entire body of the demon was trembling. Sir, I don't believe the Divine Lord is dead. Somach turned to the others and asked, how did you come to the world of the beasts after the Alliance of the Treasury was revived? You dare to capture my sister after all that talk with the beasts? One of them quickly denied when he heard this. I'm not going to tell you. But Somach immediately covered his mouth. Do you think you can keep this secret from me? Tell me, how did you get to the world of the beasts? You stole the dimensional stone from the Dongvan Kai group. He was sweating all over and hurriedly explained. Sir, the Secret Realm War has ended. The Twisted Secret Realm has become a passage, and we used the passage to enter the world of monsters. The system surrounding Suo Miao warns the host to wake up earlier than expected, using the backup plan. Somach glanced over. Finally, the system appeared. Is the shadow still not here yet? The system confirmed the backup plan and froze all login rewards. A golden circle of light appeared around Somach, with white smoke swirling nearby. Somach sensed that something was wrong with his body, frowning, and the others also wondered what was happening. He can move now. Somach looks strange. Let's go. But the demon had a different idea. The workers are now killing Somach. As soon as his command was given, the others quickly charged forward to attack. Somach gritted his teeth and warned, System, don't interfere. Somach's whole body shone with light as he shouted loudly, Open up for me! The others trying to attack him were pushed back. They tried to move forward but were blocked by the golden light. Somach finally returned to normal, coughing repeatedly. The system reminds Somach to do nothing, not to change anything, and not to use his power. Blood flows from both his eyes and mouth, and each time he uses the awarded ability, his death speed increases. In the end, Somach couldn't hold on and collapsed on the spot. The system reminded him once again, this is a warning. In a small town, a voice echoes. Could this be the strongest savior of mankind? Although unconscious, he still exudes a strong aura. The four little rabbits gaze at Somach as he faints. One of them started to speak. What is the relationship between Lord Amitabha and him? How do you know him? Is he really going to help us? Anyway, he's a human. I still have no idea where that day Nai came from. Hey, what are you guys doing? Who told you to gather here and cause trouble? Seeing her stomping over angrily, a gray rabbit squealed in fear. It's Lord Adi's scolding tone. Lord Adi is too fierce. At the same time, Somach also woke up, looking at her arm and wondering. Rabbit, so many rabbits, where is this? He gently responded to Nyai Ni about his condition. Still okay. Adai, how did you find me? Aren't you supposed to know already and ask why? The day I came to Earth, you forced me to sign a contract with a pet beast. And since then, I can always sense your location. That's right. And the worst part is that every time you get hurt, I take half of the damage. But just now, you suddenly fell, and I almost fainted too. Hearing her say that, Somach also felt a bit guilty. Sorry for involving you, but what you just said made Lord Nai feel a bit cold and terrified. No, don't say that kind of thing. I'm already covered in goosebumps. What kind of relationship do we have? Do we even need to say such things? It's so scary. Somach raised his hand to hold his head, his face showing a hint of exhaustion. This time is different. From now on, every time I use my power, I will be countered with backlash. And the worst case is even death. It seems that Miss Nai has realized how serious the problem is, and her face shows a hint of confusion. Seeing that worried look, he gently patted her head to comfort her and said, Don't worry. I will find a way to break our contract. Nyai looked at Somach with a sad expression, hoping he wouldn't break the contract. So, do you really want to be my pet forever, even if it means dying with me? Hearing that, she quickly explained, If I share the damage, the number of times you can fully use your power will be a bit higher. So maybe we can save the little rabbit from Sabiye village, along with the other small magical beasts and humans on Earth. She lowered her head, feeling sad and helpless. I need your strength. I need the undefeated So-Too of the world. So, Mach glanced around and then changed the subject. While I was sleeping, what happened, Your Majesty also calmly told me. I don't know much about what happened. At that moment, a building suddenly billowed with purple smoke. And after you left, the secret war ended, twisting into a winding path that became a bridge between the world of beasts and the earth. With the help of high-level magical beasts, the Alliance destroyed the Eastern Cloud Treasure Sect and the Four Great Sects, and also stole the Dimensional Stone. They killed many people, and the survivors fled in chaos, some hiding on Earth, others escaping to the Beast World. Nyi still refused to look up, her eyes fixed on the ground as she spoke sadly, saying that the alliance of the Treasure Sect and the high-level beasts almost believed that some terrifying enemy was coming. Those terrifying enemies would kill all humans and beasts. After hearing all the information she provided, Somach raised a hand to his chin and began to ponder. How did Hung know? It turns out the God Lord told his confidant that her hand was clenched on her chest as she continued providing him with information. According to Lai Ham Lin's investigation, to avoid disaster, Senior Tu Thu collaborated with the League of Wealth to devise a plan. In the end, only some of the demon beasts and members of the Spiritual League could survive. All other beings had to perish. Hearing what Lord Nai said with a sorrowful expression, he spoke up. I will stop them. Do you know where she, Vu Dong, and Lai Ham Lin are hiding now? Now, Ai-Er's face has improved and he takes out a piece of paper. They are hiding very secretly, but there are also clues. The rabbit friends are helping hidden cultivators, and the closest scene is in the afternoon on a barren desert, where a group is gathered on the hot ground. Chairman Hua suddenly speaks. Yue Tianyun, your resistance is pointless. We don't care. Just tell me I can overlook the whereabouts of Sister Somach for all of you. Tianyun looked at him arrogantly, but only calmly replied, Little kid, shut up. At this moment, a person with blue hair was soaking in a tank of liquid. Chairman Thak turned to the person beside him and started a conversation. The secretary told me that the progress of cell fusion has advanced significantly, thanks to this newly captured test subject number 4. The old scientist with gray hair confirmed that his compatibility with the Queen's cells is 80%, the highest so far. I didn't expect the failed products we abandoned before would now be so effective. He crossed his arms and, pretending to be serious, asked the old man, Have the alchemical fusion potions been tested on hunters yet? The old man quickly replied, aiming to prove his capability. Of course, the live experiments were conducted today, and the results are 3 times better than before. Chairman Thash was a bit worried. With such a difference in effectiveness, I recall the experimental subjects we captured earlier had a maximum compatibility of 70%. Rubbing the corner of his pipe, the old doctor pretended to be wise. The higher the compatibility of the test subject, the better the results. But there's a problem. Currently, the fusion potion can only be synthesized in the laboratory, in small quantities, with high costs, making mass production impossible. He spoke seriously, his face becoming more emotionless. I don't care about the capital. A small quantity is fine. After the hunters arrived in the beast world, their strength increased under the high-energy environment. But that still isn't enough. We need elites who can match high-level beasts. This time, the old doctor is starting to panic. The beast wants to attack us. Chairman Thak clasped his hands behind his back and reassured the old man that they were temporarily safe. The interdimensional stone of the beast has been destroyed. Because they escaped the danger using the transcending stone we hold, but after the threat is gone, if we are not as strong as the beasts, what do you think will be our fate? The time left for us is running out. The old man is starting to have other plans, wanting the hunters to reach the strength of high-level beasts. We need more test subjects. Unfortunately, most of them have been hidden away by the Dongvon faction. The most important experimental subject of Somach's sister, her estimated success rate is over 95%. He also joined the discussion. Every corner of the earth is under our surveillance. In the world of beast tamers, hunters who inject harmony potions can easily kill cultivators, including Somach's experimental subjects. Very quickly, there will be nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, a blue streak of light shot over at incredible speed. A fierce battle is taking place in the desert. The bright light just now pierced straight through a green-haired man's chest, causing him to cry out in agony. The armored soldiers are ruthlessly killing ordinary clothed people, with bodies piled up under the scorching sun of the desert. Contrary to the cruel reality, Chairman Hua still chuckled happily, saying, The effect of the 4-fusion pill is truly impressive. Yue Tianyun, do you really want to keep holding on? For protecting an outsider, the legacy of your sect will end today. Thien Ngan's face now bears several wounds, but she still stands firm. If today I surrender and betray my friends, then the tradition of the Eastern Flower Heaven sect truly ends. He was annoyed, so he ordered everyone. If you are unwilling to speak, then kill them all. I don't believe anyone will speak in front of death. The subordinates also obeyed and stepped forward. Yes. Suddenly, from afar, a white-furred rabbit was approaching, step by step. It leapt high into the air and then forcefully landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, causing everyone below to panic and scream. Rabbit, where did you come from? Is it a ghost or am I seeing things? Chairman Hua narrowed his eyes, trying to observe carefully. The person standing on the rabbit's head is Somach. Somach and Nyai Nyi stand atop the giant rabbit. He raises his voice to question. Have you arrived? Somach nonchalantly looks down at the wicked crowd below and softly says, It seems I arrived just in time. Chairman Hua's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he immediately ordered the headquarters to broadcast the news of Somach's appearance. His face turned pale. You two escort me out right now, and the others stay to block Somach. The two subordinates were terrified. Stop Somach. What are you joking about? The bearded man glanced at them.
Do you think you can run away with a bomb inside you and your family's after you? You have no way out, right? The gray-haired man grumbles, and the other one grits his teeth, both of them risking death anyway.
In the next instant, his neck was suddenly severed, and a strike was delivered that took down the entire group. In 0.01 seconds, the battle ends. Raya executes a twin strike with a cold expression. Maybe the system's recoil damage can be minimized, but then the control power wouldn't be precise enough. He then stepped forward, originally planning to leave the living for interrogation. Chairman Hua trembled as he clutched his injured leg. My leg, you bastard! Somach stood there looking down at him on the ground. President Hua, I once showed mercy and gave you a way out, but now you're taking advantage of my absence to try to capture my sister. After hearing that, Chairman Hua laughed loudly and said, Are you threatening me? Do you think I will give up? Oh, I see now. It seems like this body of yours is just a spare. When I find your true form, I hope you can still keep your silence, like this. He showed no fear at all, even smirking. Somach, you knew nothing at all. Go bury yourself with your friends in the earth. Suddenly, a faint explosion sounded, and the dust and smoke blinded Somach in reflex. Chairman Hua had disappeared after causing the blast. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful, wishing he had kept someone else to conduct the interrogation earlier. Do you know the situation of her? Tian Yun reports from behind. Somach, that your sister and Vuong are together very safely. But perhaps only Li Ham Lin knows her location, which confuses Somach. Li Ham Lin, he's also entered the beast world, the girl confirms. Yes, we all came here to reclaim the interdimensional stone. Have you figured out the Alliance's plan yet? Then Somach saw Thien Ngan speaking seriously, explaining that this was the plan of the monsters to avoid the approaching enemies, using Earth as fuel and the cost of destroying the world to push the monster world away from its current position. But since the monster world's dimensional stone was destroyed, they needed the dimensional stone from the Financial Alliance. All the suspicious points have been clarified. This is the reason why the beasts are cooperating with the Alliance of the Wealthy. Based on that information, Somach deduces that the Alliance of the Wealthy is migrating to the beast world and then destroying Earth, which is indeed what they plan to do. Suddenly, he coughs loudly and spits blood. Seeing this, the girl was stunned. What's wrong, Somach? I can use healing magic. Somach waved his hand and refused. It's not necessary, just some after effects. At this moment, the system screen displays information ignoring the warning, but there will be a price to pay. Somach, give up now. You can't do anything. That information made me extremely confused about why you have to swallow the Earth and the beast world like a worm. It shows a brief message. Keep living. On the other side, the brown-haired man stares intently at the walkie-talkie. B-02 headquarters. B-02 headquarters. Please respond, please respond. Mach Than looked surprised as he approached, and he hadn't responded yet. His expression was annoyed. That's right. Since 10 o'clock this morning, both B-01 and B-02 have lost contact, even though their signals were normal. At this point, he suspects that those bases might have been attacked by cultivators, but obviously the man with brown hair doesn't believe it. How is that possible? Those useless guys already exhausted themselves just running away. I was worried it was monsters. Could it be that the monsters have changed their attitude towards us? Seeing this, Mo Shen laughed loudly. Maybe it's Somach's spirit seeking revenge on us. He glared irritably. This joke was not funny at all, and he quickly reassured, just kidding. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The brown-haired man froze in shock as he looked at Mach Than holding a garlic nearby, while Somach clenched his hair and said, I know all the information about the union leaders and the locations of the headquarters. Hearing this, he trembled uncontrollably. The information about the union leaders is highly confidential. I don't know anything about it. The location of the headquarters, B05 at coordinates 23x 9.73, 7.1 and 19y 77.5 at 13.488, and headquarters B06, Having gotten the answer, he coldly and mercilessly eliminated him. At this moment, Somach stared at his hand again, losing control. His gaze has never left his blood-stained fingers. The little finger is starting to stiffen. Soon you will lose your senses, right? Tianneng worries seeing this. Somach, you've been injured again. Somach shows no concern. It's nothing. You'll recover soon. The location of the next headquarters is known, so let's move out. Based on your condition, the girl reminds you to rest a bit. You've already destroyed 3 headquarters this morning, and your body, your lingering effects, are not so simple. Everything Somach does has a purpose. The Taidon Alliance is willing to do anything to capture my sister, and each time they destroy a branch of the Alliance, my sister will be safer. Right now, I don't know her whereabouts, but this is what I can do. Tianneng still has some concerns, focusing only on the alliance of the financial group, so there's no need to worry about the beasts, right? He analyzes based on the information he knows. I, the 2 beasts, are not fully cooperating with the Taiduan Alliance to capture cultivators. Beasts have never looked down on you guys before. These pieces of information left the girl stunned. What? Despite that, Suomai remains calm, not willing to accept it. This is the truth. The 10,000-year-old beast is probing with all its might. How long do you think you can hide? I don't know what those monsters are thinking, but it doesn't matter. Destroying the alliance of the wealthy in the shortest time not only protects the city, but also allows us to seize the dimensional stone and prevent the monster's escape plan. Inside a headquarters with dark-colored walls, the space looks very gloomy. Currently, Chairman Hua is extremely panicked. Chairman Thak, have you received the information? My backup body was destroyed by Somach yesterday. After hearing this, Chairman Thak still trembled with surprise, only letting out a surprised, "Oh!" His attitude made him furious. What do you mean, oh? I said Somach. Somach, that guy is still alive. Chairman Thak calmly glanced at Chairman Hu, knowing that by now, Somach had already destroyed 5 headquarters this morning, making him even more panicked. So, isn't that even worse? During this time, we have been killing cultivators on our own initiative to hunt Somach. Somach hates us to the bone. If he finds us, we are definitely dead. Unlike Chairman Hua's fear, he remains completely calm. Do you think we were really safe before? The beasts weren't truly cooperating with us. If the demon beasts are willing to help, we would have found Somach's sister long ago. Not only that, they also want to probe the location of the transcendent stone. Chairman Thak knows how to seize opportunities from danger. If they really find the crossing stone, the beasts will kill us immediately. But the situation now is different. We once again have a common enemy. You think this is a threat, but actually it's a good thing. I've arranged a meeting. Let's go meet the beasts together. After that, in another room, Chairman Thak laughed heartily and remarked, Master Ha, even after a year you still have the same demeanor as before. Ha Yao seemed annoyed, and then the woman continued, I don't like Han Huyen to be so unnecessary. Just say the main point directly. Chairman Thak, Chairman Hu, seeing this, Chairman Thak also stopped joking. He said, Lord Ha, you have been preparing the blood sacrifice ritual for a long time, and we want to know how it's progressing, but she regained her calm demeanor and said, everything is going smoothly. You don't need to know the details of the ritual. She continued, if you are unwilling to resonate with the stone across worlds with us, it's the same reason. When the ritual is ready, I will inform you. At this moment, Chairman Hua spoke up, Sir, we need to know how much longer until the ritual is completed. Deputy Han, I'm afraid you don't know that. Somach has appeared once again. Ha, full of suspicion, uttered the name Somach. Chairman Thak raised the tablet in his hand. This morning, Somach destroyed 5 of our alliance's headquarters. Here is the footage. While scolding, she said, What a damn bastard he is. Wait a minute, if Somach appears, then the Divine Lord might be... Chairman Hua beside you said, Don't pretend anymore, Lady Ha. You probably already guessed, right? If Somach appears and the great god of the gods doesn't show up, the situation could happen, especially since the great god of the gods has already been killed by Somach. Ha Yu furiously struck him, causing him to fall and shouting loudly, Shut up! Then his entire body billowed with smoke, lying motionless. Seeing that, she paused for a few seconds. Fake flesh and blood, this is a backup body. You specifically brought him here to make me angry. Chairman Thak suddenly burst into laughter and said, Minister Ha, you misunderstood. Why would I deliberately try to anger you? I just want to share important intelligence with you. With the impending danger, Somach might sabotage the blood sacrifice ritual, isn't that right? You make a lot of sense. If the worst outcome truly happens and our Lord encounters trouble, then no one in this world can stop Somach anymore. Then he revealed some information. Although Somach has returned, he was also seriously wounded in the battle against the Lord of Gods. That clip, viewers see So destroying 5 pillars afterward, but Somach's fight time is less than 10 seconds, yet he shows signs of blood loss with his right pinky bleeding. She stared intently at the tablet, puzzled. "That's right, Chairman Thak. It seems you already have an idea," Chairman Thak replied. "As long as we find the right method, we can kill Somach." He furrowed his brow, his icy gaze like early winter snow, and in a cold voice he revealed his plans, making others feel fear. The key is to keep Somach fighting non-stop to increase his injuries. Somach wants to destroy our entire financial alliance headquarters. If you send powerful beasts to help defend, it could extend Somach's fighting time.
Second, I want to ask you to help us investigate Sister Somach's whereabouts in a spectacular way so that we can force Somach to take action. Haiyu is very clever and can see through the plan just by hearing about it.
I understand, Chairman Thak. From now on, we will cooperate fully with the Finance Alliance until we kill Somach.
Somewhere in the desert, the scorching sun shines down relentlessly.
Vuong easily defeated 5 assassins in the blink of an eye, her sword flashing through the air.
Suddenly, she said, "The searches by the Financial Alliance are becoming more frequent. We should change location."
Then out of nowhere, a young doctor with thick glasses hurried over to deliver good news.
Director Vuong, she's moving. Patient number 0 has just regained consciousness.
Vuong was so surprised to hear that. Patient number 0, So-van. She hurriedly ran to So-van lying motionless on the hot sand that felt like asphalt kept at 40 degrees, then stared intently at So-van's hands, as if hoping they would move again so she could witness her sister's moment of revival. And true to Vuong's expectations, her little finger moved. Seeing this sign of rebirth, Vuong immediately spoke out, still frozen in a state of hibernation. "My little finger on my right hand suddenly moved. Has something changed?" Vuong gazed thoughtfully into the distance, her mind overwhelmed with endless thoughts. Today is the 6th day since So-van's recovery of her senses, and also the 400th day I have been in this world. Suddenly, thoughts of the rampant hunters outside flashed through her mind, making Vuong feel worried. "The number of hunters coming to catch us has increased." She kept her eyes on the cat, while her mind was lost in unspoken thoughts. "If it weren't for the kitten leading the way, we would have been caught already." She smiled softly, saying, "The kitten sharing its dried fish with us is really tasty." As Vuong shared the dried fish with her 2 teammates, she pondered, and the morale of the Legion also improved quite a bit. Bao Tweet-E's act of pretending to be naive still has some effect. She helps a lot with communication and assisting everyone. I hope she can find Somach soon. One by one, my comrades fell in battle, and Vuong could only quietly mourn and bury them. On the 405th day, Teuthu's higher-ups are catching us more often, and the frequency of captures has increased. Many comrades have already died. The kitten is dead, our position has been exposed, just bury them randomly, and the rest continue to run. At this moment, her 2 comrades froze, their faces showing clear fear. Vuong saw this and became anxious. "Our whereabouts are exposed. How much longer can we keep running?" No one has the answer. Fear is written all over everyone's face. At this moment, Vuong quietly sat beside So-van, feeling relieved as she looked at So-van's current condition. The only good news is that So-van's body is getting better and better. She glanced at So-van's body, telling herself that her arm now moves involuntarily. If Somach knew, he would probably be very happy. A few days later, Assistant Vuong met a terrible end. Recalling that scene, a thought crossed her mind. Day 408, Assistant Vuong was dead. He has been my research assistant the longest. Before I killed him, he begged me for mercy through tears. I regret not trying to throw So-van into the abyss, but I still killed him. Seeing the others frozen with fear, Vuong glared at them coldly, knowing that Somach had appeared again and the monsters were rushing to capture So-van. I know they share the same thoughts as Assistant Vuong. They also want to leave. So-van behind, the discomfort in Vuong's eyes, though calm, instilled fear in everyone. She continued to think to herself, if we don't defeat the beast before Somach wins, we might have already been killed by the beast. The fearful faces of her teammates appeared in Vuong's mind, but in the end, I led So-van away. They start to cling to me again. Without my protection, they will die even faster. Vuong quietly lowered her head in exhaustion, her heart heavy. I don't know who else can be trusted, but they still have their use. I can't take care of Suoyan alone. From now on, I have to be more careful. In the following days, Vuong and her team moved silently, their footprints filling the scorching sand. On the 410th day, the encirclement shrank further, and our chances to escape grew fewer. Her teammate, exhausted by hunger, looked gaunt and miserable. Vuong felt her heart sink as their food was gone, and there was no water, 3 days straight without seeing Liu Zhou, and now their gazes had become more ruthless and wild. The way the teammates look at each other has become dangerously ruthless, and now hunger has also worn down her body. Seeing their exhausted teammates like that, Vuong was helpless. I knew what they wanted to do. I wanted to stop them, but I couldn't. In every fight, my body wears out and I can only protect myself. And so, Van. Each night, those who seem like allies end up hurting each other. She poured out her disappointment. Late at night, they started killing each other, using random stones they found. Some died, some ate their fill. Because hunger clouded their judgment. That teammate who killed someone from the group then shared a piece of meat with her and she felt terrified. Later, someone handed me a bloody piece of meat, but I refused. Vuong is now walking alone on the scorching hot sand, feeling despondent. I try to recall happy memories, but I can't think of anything. Somach's face became increasingly blurred in my memory. A few days later, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Recalling that scene, she still feels stunned. The 412th day, the attack that left everyone hopeless. I thought this was my last day. Hamlin led Chi Vien to rescue us and also took me to Somach's place. However, just when Vuong might have been happy to see Somach, there were still knots in her heart that hadn't been untied. On the way to meet Somach, I felt a lot of resentment. Vuong was walking on the floor, feeling uncomfortable and blaming. I wanted to ask him why he didn't come to save me earlier, why he didn't come himself. However, seeing how miserable Somach looks now, he sat exhausted in the wheelchair as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Vuong felt heartbroken and thought that until I saw Somach sitting in the wheelchair, his hands no longer able to move, and at that moment, the resentment was gone. I think about Sovan's body getting stronger, with his arms and legs moving, and I feel sorrow and fear for Somach, knowing I must end these things quickly. The red tree is growing bigger each day. A person was captured at the tree root, face full of horror. "Why did you save me?" Hayo coldly looked at him. Enter. A ruthlessly look in her eyes as she presses the other person's head, deeper with her hand. Huyendiu's teammate, crossing his arms with satisfaction, said, "The growth rate of the bloodflesh tree is accelerating." Huyendiu glanced indifferently. After all, not only low-level monsters, but now even high-level monsters are being turned into fertilizer. The 13 noble clans have already begun to protest. Hayo listened to them without any concern. If they want to protest, let them protest. That face with a scar listens and then chuckles happily. I agree. Somach, that human is too dangerous. If we can complete the ritual first, sacrificing a few high-level beasts is worth it. Huyendiu glanced approvingly. 2 against 1, so I'll listen to you, but there's some risk involved, and in the end, compensation will be provided to the 13 clans you oversee. Hayo turned around upon hearing this and asked, "No problem. What is the current situation of the alliance now?" The teammate enthusiastically raised his hand and continued. Somach's attack was fierce. Over 90% of the alliance's headquarters have been destroyed, but they also have certain advantages. But on the other hand, our strategy is indeed working. The high-level beast tamers collaborating with the Financial Alliance have launched an attack on Somach, and Somach's body is almost collapsing. Now he is sitting in a wheelchair. At this moment, a fierce battle is taking place on the ground. "Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements," a man shouted in panic. "Somach is about to kill here. Where is the support from the demon beasts?" Suddenly, there was also a terrible explosion behind that person. The entire sky was covered with dust and smoke from that terrible explosion. Chairman Thak angrily shouted at the teacher, "You said cooperation, but the alliance is about to be destroyed. Don't they want to help?" Master tried to advise Chairman Thak to stay calm. "Chairman Thayek, stay calm. Support is on the way. This headquarters is about to fall. If there are valuable items that need to be moved, I can help." The Chairman Thak also calmed down, but he still felt uneasy. "Are you talking about the gem that crosses worlds? It's already in a safe place. No need for you to worry." The master turned his head and looked up at the sky. "Chairman Thak, you misunderstood. We are allies. Why would we steal your precious treasure? Aren't the reinforcements from over there already on their way?" Hearing the teacher speak, Chairman Thak also looked up curiously, the white bird soaring powerfully across the blue sky. "Damn it, what does the clan leader want to do? Fighting." "Somach, this is a life we are giving up." They feel annoyed. "What about the orders from the 3 great kings?" But I refused to back down. The leader, hearing this, furrowed his brows and shouted angrily, "Shut up! We have been receiving favors from the family since we were young. Now it's time for us to repay them, and besides, we still have opportunities. Somach's body is continuously accumulating injuries. Before he exhausts all his strength, he might not be able to kill us all. Don't forget to kill Somach. That would be a great achievement." "Where's the wheelchair heading?" "Sorry to trouble you." Somach, who appeared out of nowhere, sat in his wheelchair mockingly looking ahead. "You think you can kill me just to claim credit?" The three beastly leaders looked down from above, mocking Somach. Don't try. Somach, you've become a cripple and can only sit in a wheelchair. Somach used all his strength on his arms, gripping the wheelchair tightly. Then suddenly, he stood up miraculously. The leader of their group thought he was seeing things. Wait, are you joking? Are you seeing ghosts, Somach? Weren't you paralyzed? Somach straightened his clothes proudly and told us he was just tired and needed to rest for a bit. Now it's time to get moving. Then a large hole was pierced through the chest of the commander, and he died with a terrified expression. One by one, the others were also ruthlessly eliminated. Somach, feeling frustrated, kicks the ground beneath him, but it doesn't affect him at all. Not again, right? You really don't want me to rest even for a moment. The giant spiders rush forward aggressively. Somach is about to be overwhelmed. They are all determined to die with him. Seeing their triumphant look, he shows no sign of worry. Stop being foolish. You are just Tap and Goo sent here to sacrifice yourselves. Get up and strike hard to fight them with all your might. The corpses of the demon beasts lie scattered, their purple blood staining the ground, as a pair of feet gradually emerge from the smoke. Why? Why haven't you fallen yet? Somach, why do you still have the strength to fight? Somach, using so much power, feels a bit dizzy. Oh, a creature of 20,000 years, with a combat power of about 5 million. Finally, there's someone with a bit of skill. Could it be that all the useless ones you've defeated have been killed by me? That old master's face turned cold as he looked at him. They had lost their courage to fight, otherwise it wouldn't be my turn to step in. Failures are just failures. His old neck suddenly elongated, and you're no different from them. Somach easily defeated him with just one move, then sharply looked at the other two, and finally, Chairman Thach and Chairman Hua were very happy they finally found you. Chairman Thach turned pale with fear and cowardly denied him. Somach, stay calm, we can talk this through. Those damn monsters never intended to cooperate with us. I've wanted to kill them for a long time. Chairman Hua sweat nervously. We hold many secrets about the guardian monsters, and we can tell you everything. At this moment, Chairman Thach was desperately negotiating, but seeing that Somach showed no reaction, he felt a bit proud, then suddenly fell into deep thought, and then opened his mouth in surprise and shouted loudly, but heard nothing. Somach gently touched his ear, indicating he couldn't hear. That's strange. Are you guys talking? Chairman Thach's face darkened as if he had realized something. So, that's how it is. I can't hear anymore. It's a pity I was going to talk to you. They begged desperately for you to spare their lives. Somach, please don't kill. Somach decisively used her power to send them away, with no intention of forgiving them. A faint light flickered in the laboratory room at this moment. The two lab workers fainted there. Tian Nung followed Han Lin, looked around, and asked, Han Lin, this secret base is nothing special, except for the backup body of Chairman Hua. Your intelligence was wrong, but you denied it, right? This place does indeed show signs of the dimensional stone. Under Somach's pressure, the Alliance has no way out anymore. Chairman Hua probably wanted to secretly take the overworld stone away, but he encountered an enemy. After hearing this, Tian Nung hesitated and asked, You mean the beast? Ham Lin, seeing this, also explained to the girl. The beast's cooperation with the Finance Alliance was originally for the dimensional crossing stone they held. Now that they have it, it means the beast's blood sacrifice ritual is about to be completed. At the same time, the blood flower is gradually taking shape into a blue blossom. At this moment, Nanhai lies still on the table in that room, her face pale and expressionless as she gazes up at the ceiling with a vacant look. Little Bunny brought us some food to Lord Nai. The bunny asked, Master, it's time to eat. Lord Nai's eyes lit up with renewed energy as he saw the pile of chicken thighs being brought over by the little rabbit. Lunchtime. She quickly grabbed a chicken thigh. Nya Ni devoured it eagerly, and she bit into 1 or 2 thighs at the same time. So delicious. I'm alive again. This girl told Hamlin a little about herself. I never thought I would be treating a beast. How is E doing right now? He listened to the girl ask and replied, not very optimistic. Most of the time she can only lie still, unable to move. Only when she sees food does she have some spirit. Thien Ngan glanced at her upon hearing this, as last night she checked his health. Last night her heartbeat even stopped for 10 minutes. Han Lin heard this and hesitated slightly before stammering. What is that? Somach? Tien Nung gently reassures him. Don't worry, it's just temporary organ failure. She's recovered now, but she's still sharing the damage if it continues like this. On Sir Ni's side, she was eating happily, but suddenly collapsed and vomited blood. Hamlin saw that and quickly turned around, looking panicked. Thien Ngan is worried too and runs over to support her head. Such a large amount of bleeding has never occurred before. It's likely that Somach faced a very difficult opponent. It's a ghost encounter. Right now we can't do anything. Ngai Ni tries to take a deep breath, but something seems to be choking her, causing her eyes and mouth to bleed. Thien Ngan tries to use his power to heal Lord Ni. Calm down, don't resist the healing. At this moment, the alarm bell suddenly rings loudly, and Ham Lin grimly looks up, knowing this isn't a good sign. It's over. The red alert has sounded again. Could it be that even this stronghold has been discovered by the monsters? Yi's current condition cannot be moved. Footsteps are rushing quickly toward Ham Lin. A crew cut man runs up and says to her, "Commander, it's great news, you're here." Ham Lin looked at him calmly and asked what the current situation was. This staff member, looking panicked, explained that Somach's sister, who was in front of us just now, had suddenly disappeared. In a desolate, scorching desert, a black aura appears floating in the sky. Somach, with a vacant and helpless face, stares unconscious, while Hak VM has embedded itself into her soul. You should try to encourage yourself, but pushing through will only prolong your physical and mental suffering. You're definitely going to die. Ha Yu is pulling that black power back into herself, glaring at Somach. "Why won't you just quietly die?" Ha Yu said as she rushed toward Somach's wheelchair. "Why does someone as weak and pitiful as you harbor such a monster inside?" Somach's hand trembles as he softly says, "It's really troublesome." The more she approaches him, the more terrifying power surrounds Ha Yu, then suddenly a white aura envelops her. Ha Yu gradually disappeared into the white mist, silently thinking, "Great Lord God, I am coming to follow you." Inside Somach's body, the red root veins intertwined like a life net, spreading throughout every corner. In the center, a mysterious blue flower appears, with a few cracks and tears already forming on its surface. At this moment, a blue-haired man appears and tells Somach that even if he tries to buy some time, it won't help. He's truly useless. The wheel remains still in place, unmoving, as he quietly watches these two men. "Are there only two of you left? Killing you should end this little game." Uyendu and the other man look at Somach with such confidence and declare that with his exhausted body now, they no longer consider Somach a rival. "Even if we do nothing, you're not far from death." Somach gently raised his hands and told them, "I will kill you all before then." Those two started grabbing all their weapons and unleashing their power, not forgetting to mock him a few words. Is this what a death hallucination looks like? The death of a strong warrior is always a tragic thing. They release a surge of blazing black aura, dozens of glowing red eyes opening on that cold, lifeless darkness. But Somach remains very calm and says, "You two are not exactly strong warriors." Huyen Diu, holding a sword in his hand, looks at him with a displeased expression, speaking arrogantly. Two forces collide fiercely, tearing through this space as they attack Somach with all their might. Somach still sat calmly, watching them, as the blue flower was gradually preparing to unleash its power. Huyenjiu looked pleased. The ritual was about to be completed. "Somach, you're defeated. You can't stop anything now." The scar-faced man is trying to resist, but he won't be able to stop the ritual from being destroyed. I slightly smirk and say, "I will hold off." "Somach, you take the stone across the boundary to complete the final sacrifice." Huyendiu cooperates with him to open something on the red tree. "Understood. Hold on and wait for the ritual to finish. Only then will I help you kill Somach." At this moment, an invisible force is heading toward the red tree. Suddenly, a woman appears out of nowhere and uses her power to kill Huyendiu. Huyendiu disappeared without leaving a trace. Seeing this, the scar-faced man froze in place. Huyendiu has died like that? How could there be someone stronger than Somach among humans? Suddenly, So Van appears and looks at him with a cold expression. But, suddenly, So Van uttered a completely unfamiliar name. We are, the reflection of the past. What is going on here? Their bodies are floating up now, and these cracks are appearing more and more on the ceiling, terrifying them. Look above. The ceiling is about to crack open. Suddenly, a mysterious blue flower appears there, causing a huge hole to form in the ceiling. Hamlin and Thien. Ngan also looked confused, not understanding what was happening. The sky was being swallowed, but the little girl seemed to have a vague idea. The sacred realm has been forcibly opened, and the earth is merging with the world of beasts. You're still in shock and pondering for a long time. That's strange, isn't it? The beasts aren't trying to turn earth into fuel? No, maybe it's not the beasts, but some kind of reflection. Ngai Ni not only looks worse, but also spits out a mouthful of black blood. Tian Nung anxiously looks at her and says, "Hey, sharing such serious injuries, I haven't even died yet." Ngai Ni tries to get up. "Somach, move for me." The nearby red tree is emitting a surge of blood energy around it as dark droplets rise in the dim sunset. Over here, despite the green-haired body gradually disappearing, Sovan looked elsewhere. Somach, your ears are useless now, but through the vibrations in the air you should still be able to hear my voice. Somach sat in a corner looking extremely tormented and in pain, but still managed to say a few words. Return my sister to me. She just looked at him quietly. You probably realized it long ago. Your power keeps being transferred into Sovan's body. When you found Sovan killing her, this was your only chance to win as a human. Somach's eyes filled with pain as she opened and closed her eyes, looking at the opponent. Sovan moved closer to him. Now you stand beside and watch as the world of beasts and the earth both turn into nourishment for us. Somach, unwilling, challenged back. Why not just attack me directly or eliminate her and take a new host? She fell into a deep silence, lost in thought after hearing that. You, with a face full of scratches, keep talking. Let me guess. You're trapped on me and her because you used her body in the past to destroy the Divine Lord and cause chaos. After hearing that, Sovan just glances down at Somach with a bored, dismissive look, as if making a pointless guess. But even if he sits exhausted on the ground, he still keeps explaining, so you can only transfer your power between me and her. My legs, arms, core, and even my eyesight have been taken by you. Why didn't you just take my heart or my brain from the start? What are you afraid of? My sister is still alive, and if she truly wakes up, can you still control her? After hearing that, she only looked up at the sky with helpless frustration. How many times do we need to tell you before you understand? Your sister is gone, but I can promise that after swallowing the beast world and the earth, we will bring her back to life beside you. Somach's whole body was trembling now. No need to make it complicated. My problem, I will handle it myself. Sovan, not yet understanding, shouted, What are you trying to do? Somach? At this moment, Somach was trying to recall something black and withered from his mind. Go ahead, take everything from me, even my memories, take them all. That dark energy is trying to escape in multiple streams. Sovan just stood there looking at him, unable to say anything more. Somach was growing weaker and weaker, his eyes gradually closing until he could barely speak. He loosely held her hands but kept demanding, Give her body back. The blue flower now showed many cracks, and suddenly it exploded, lighting up the entire sky. Hamlin instinctively stepped back. Thiengon looked up and hurriedly continued speaking. The sky has returned to normal, and the floating phenomenon is gone. Seeing this, he silently thought. Somach succeeded. The sky has brightened again with gentle rays of sunlight, and although she shares Hamlin's thoughts, the girl still hesitates a bit. Probably so. But we have to see it with our own eyes in front of us. Tianweng and the boy quickly moved forward to hold her back, then suddenly saw something that made her eyes widen and her mouth stammer. Vuong and Sovan. So it turns out that in front of Tiangon, the two of them are standing face to face. Sovan calmly stands there, then glances to her left. Right behind her, Hamlin is reaching out and shouting loudly, Tiangon, wait a moment. Even you are stunned and can't believe your eyes. Are you Sovan or some kind of illusion? Before this question, she calmly replied, Sovan, thank you for your care all this time. Then she gently sat down and looked at Somach lying still on the ground. Sovan gently placed her hand on his face as strange lights began to appear around her, causing her body to gradually vanish, and she could only say a few more words. My younger brother, Somach, has entrusted you all. As a gentle breeze blows by, Sovan has completely disappeared from the scene, leaving Somach lying motionless. Tianyun hurried over worriedly to ask about the situation. Vuong, what happened here? What is Somach's current condition? Vuong pondered silently before answering. When I arrived here, Somach had already fallen, and the sky had returned to normal. She calmly recounted the events. Somach's sister was fighting against the residual shadow within her body. Sovan told me that even if she destroys herself, the echo of the past will still return. And then she bowed her head in helplessness, saying only that the secret realm must be reopened. After reopening the secret realm, Somach will naturally awaken and once again begin a new cycle of secret realm battles. Only then can Earth escape the pursuit of the echo of the past and end all threats. Hamlin immediately objected. No, Vuong, calm down a bit. Have you ever thought that maybe Somach has already eliminated the threat? The reincarnation image only borrowed Sovan's body, but Vuong also has her own reasoning. If Sovan is the remnant image, why would she destroy the sky and end the world of beasts to harmonize with Earth? Please explain each detail gently. Vuong, earlier you said that when you arrived, the sky had already returned to normal. Why can't the one who destroyed the fruit be Somach? don't you think? So Van's words are too suspicious. Reopening the secret realm is actually helping to restore the holographic image that locates the Earth and the world of beasts. You've lost your temper now? Have you forgotten, Han Lin? Somach once saved you. Do you really want to see Somach in a coma forever? And then he suddenly exploded with rage. You bastard who doesn't understand the situation. If you don't want to help, then get out of the way so Tay can reopen the secret realm to save Somach. I'll do it myself. Amidst the tension, Thien Ngan used her own hand to create a strange green staff. Vuong looked on in surprise. What does Thien Ngan mean now? It seems the girl has made her choice by using that stick to block Ham Lin. Thien Ngan's cold eyes look at her and say, sorry, compared to Somach, the lives of billions of Earth's people are more important. I cannot let you reopen the secret realm. Finally, with the weapon in hand, the girl warned, if you insist on doing this, Vuong, I can only take action against you. In the pitch-black scene, only faint sounds could be heard. As time passes, the sound becomes increasingly heavy. In a small foggy base, a faint noise echoes, and a hand gently clenches into the air from the mist. It turns out that Somach is still a bit dazed right now. Where is this place? Ngai Ni here stretches happily and shouts out in great joy, I'm alive again? Hearing that, he looked at her with a gentle smile. At this moment, he heard the faint sound of a machine approaching. Both Somach and Ngai Ni stood attentively, respectfully welcoming the savior, Somach. The secret war is about to begin. Please depart quickly. I still don't know what's going on, so I ask you, what is it? Hearing that, a friendly smile appeared on the screen as it introduced itself. Vubosi super popular, Lu Li Tam Thuong. I am your fan. After understanding, Somach got straight to the point. Lu Li, has the war secret realm started again? What is the current situation? But I still wonder in my mind, is there any memory of the beast spirit? Liu Li didn't answer immediately, but urged him with the new clothes in hand. It's an urgent matter. Please depart quickly. I will explain everything to you. Please change into these clothes. They were prepared for you in advance. The three of them then walked together along the street, now a desolate, dusty place with no sign of life. Every step kicking up a lot of dirt. Somach looked around for a moment, then turned back to Liu Li and asked, is this Earth? Why is it so deserted? Is there still air pollution? It immediately reports the situation. Yes, this is the center of Donghai City, but 3,000 years later. At this moment, a trembling hand suddenly reached out, begging him. The man is desperately begging with a strange creature covering his eyes. Kill me. Ngai Ni looked in and couldn't help but be curious. What is this? Suomai immediately recognized what it was. Humans, this is a mutation caused by excessive contamination. Liu Li says I finally know what happened and turns back to reply to him. My recorder captured a message from Miss Vuong that was set to broadcast after you woke up, and she started using her abilities, so it might help clear up your doubts. Its eyes lit up as it activated the function, and soon a sound was heard. Toot, has the recording started? It turns out to be Vuong's voice, but it has changed a bit. Somach, it's been so long. What a long-awaited reunion. It seems my voice has changed a bit. I wonder if you can tell. That familiar tone makes him suspicious too. Vuong and Lu Li suddenly turned away and continued forward, briefly speaking. After he fell into a coma, his sister suppressed the Hoi Huang Qian and canceled the ritual. But she told me this isn't the end. Hoi Huang Qian will still find its way to Earth in the end. To end everything, the secret realm must be restarted. Many people oppose me, believing that Earth is already safe, and that I shouldn't be deceived by the conspiracy of the recollection image into becoming a tyrant like you were back then. Lu Li stopped where two men were slumped by the roadside. It's really hard. I've done many terrible things and had to personally eliminate my comrades. Suppressing the rebel army in the secret realm, consuming a lot of resources, probably caused many people to suffer. The gloomy scene now makes Vuong's words even more heavy. I even wondered if I couldn't wait for Hoi Huang Qian to arrive. Maybe I had already destroyed Earth. Her confession still echoed slowly. Countless late nights I wondered if what I was doing truly mattered. On Lai's small screen, the words appeared, is it to save the world or to see you again? But in the end, the repair of the secret realm is almost complete. But my body is also about to give out. Even if I take medicine to extend my life by a few years, I don't want you to see how I am aging. Somach helplessly stood there, lowering his face as he listened to the recording, then gradually closed the story here, and Vuong entrusted his final words. That's enough. I leave Liu Li to guide you. Please do your best to save this dying world. A space appears before you along with a heartfelt voice. It's all thanks to you now. Somach slowly took step after step closer to that space. At this moment, countless messages appeared from the surrounding system. Soma, stop. You also realized that and stepped into that space. When the secret realm opens, it will attract the image of the past. But at the same time, the system is also activated. Is that how it is? The system continues to display a message saying, log in on the 30th, rewards are fully revealed. I am done. The journey has been set, the work done, with no regrets. Jumping out of the 3 realms, no longer in the 5 elements. The place Somach just entered is pouring rain. But in this world, there is no longer the dusty scene. The Donghai City Police cracked a major heinous case, with the orphanage cooperating with the demon sect. Everyone below is now calling for the children to disperse, and all the orphans have been rescued. So Van shyly follows a police officer to the car, constantly glancing back without saying a word. The police officer immediately asked with concern, "Is your sister's belongings still left at the orphanage? I'll go with you." So Van hesitated for a moment before daring to reply. "I think I forgot something very important, but can't remember." Among the crowd pushing and running away, I instinctively saw someone's figure pass by. Out of instinct, Suo Van straightened up to hold on to that person. "Wait, don't go," the police officer gently asked. "So what? Did you see the director run away?" Her eyes clearly showed regret. "It's nothing, I guess I was mistaken." In the deep, mysterious cavern, everything looks hazy. Tianming sat slumped on the chair, muttering as if his eyes couldn't see the surroundings. "Very good. The actions of the 4 great sects are all part of my plan, and the secret realm is about to begin." Hearing the noise, he shouted reflexively, "Who?" Somach has been standing there with the spirit ear, looking curious as she asks, "Is this blind man Tianming? Can he really see the future? Since I cannot see, I feel very uncomfortable. Who are you?" "Why? You have a beast beside you, but I never see your presence in the future." Hearing that, he replied, "The future I hope for doesn't need your existence." Then he used his power to control the heavenly mandate sitting there, preventing him from resisting in time. The flames surrounding him made him panic and shout, "What did you do to me? I can't see anymore. The infinite future is gone. This can't be. What kind of power is this?" In an instant, that chair was gone and no longer had any trace of the heavenly mandate. He looked at it with a hint of amusement. She approached and examined it carefully. "This chair seems to be some kind of powerful sealing tool." After a moment, I climbed up to enjoy it, but then wondered why I felt nothing sitting up there. Somach replied, "Because you are resonating with half of my power. If you're so curious, let you experience it yourself." Nyan Ni was sitting on that chair when she suddenly felt something strange. A bolt of lightning struck her from nowhere, causing her to flinch with a sharp, painful jolt. "Damn, Somach, come save me!" But he just stood there smirking, and suddenly everything turned pitch black, not understanding what just happened. Meanwhile, Li Tuong slammed the table in panic. "Is the final secret realm war really that difficult? We are already pushed to the brink of despair, Senior Elder. Is there no other way?" Kui Tin is sitting there, but still doesn't know how to handle this. The hidden genius of the 4 great sects was easily eliminated. The front lines are breaking apart. The game representing humanity is about to be lost. And this time, we might really be losing. Returning to the secret realm where many battles are taking place, Vuong used his sword to defeat all the monsters, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Li Tuong's group of 3 was extremely excited. The final boss was finally beaten. No wonder he's the strongest savior. "Great hero Vuong, we have won. Thank you for your brave fight." The savior, along with the counterattack from the Elder's reinforcement, the city has now returned to its peaceful appearance, and the sky has cleared up again. The people below cheer happily. "It's all over. We've been saved. The earth has been saved." Than shouted loudly, "Long live Vuong," praising the savior. Somach looked up and smiled with satisfaction. In the Alliance's conference room, Chairman Thak was listening to a phone call. The secret war has been won, and the treaty with the demon beasts has been abandoned. The person on the other end is relaying this information to him. This is also not a big deal. As long as the transcendent stones are here, we have countless opportunities. It seems this has slightly unsettled Chairman Thak. "What?" Hearing that, he looked grim and shouted orders to the other person. "You say the transcendent stone was stolen. Find out who did it immediately. Right now, there's a glowing rectangular object at the Dongvon financial headquarters." There are 2 people discussing, and the brown-haired man is showing Loy Troc a piece of paper and explaining. "Chairman Loy Troc, last night someone secretly brought this stone to our headquarters along with an explanation. I think we should inform him." He looked at it and frowned in complaint. "This is a transdimensional stone. Such dangerous items must be sealed immediately.
Besides you, is there anyone else who knows information related to this stone?
The brown-haired person immediately reported in a serious tone that he had already found someone and no one else knew anymore. At this point, Leitroch could no longer stay calm and started to get angry. The transcendent stone must be kept secure. Only the current and future leaders of the Dongvan Guild can know the information related to it, besides us. He immediately obeyed the order and defended his honor. Understood. Once the boundary crossing stone is misused, it could even cause a catastrophe of extinction level, and I will protect it at all costs. Right now, in the Beast Realm, specifically at the Beast King Palace, the entire structure is shaking so violently that it's causing the ground to crack apart. The God Lord stood there, unable to understand how it was possible, while Somach sat amidst the smoke, calmly watching everything unfold. Up to this moment, he still hasn't grasped the situation. If you attacked, I could understand, but this is fear. Turns out, the one who caused the great disturbance in the palace was Lord Nai. He looked up with an annoyed expression. This was just too much. She clenched her fist and then launched a decisive strike at the Divine Lord. Is this your final testament? Let the Lord God of War disappear along with your corrupted order, where the strong prey on the weak. The powerful sphere crashes down to the ground, illuminating the sky brightly. And Kash stands there, so happy he tears up. Long live the great master! Even the little rabbits shout along.
Long live your excellency, long live your excellency.
Somach looked at the medicinal herbs and gave a warning. Starting today. You are the new Divine Lord. Even when she puts the crown on her head, she still can't help but criticize a few words. This one is really bad. This is the God Lord's clothing. How could it look so terrible? His face couldn't hide the tenderness when recalling the past. King Tiu's firm resistance has been dealt with. The weak and small beast race finally gained equality. Your dream has come true, so I can rest assured now. Lord Nai still didn't forget to ask a few questions to Somach. You've arranged everything with your teammates, but what about yourself? She said, her eyes slightly moist. You will be erased entirely from the world line, so the system that locks the Hoi Huang Qian on you will also disappear. But Earth, the world of beasts, all history and the future, except for me, no one will remember you anymore, and no one will know of your existence. This is too much. Now I will briefly explain my plan.
It won't take too long. I will head to the great land of Thuongbak, and once I destroy the reincarnation image, everything can return to normal. Before I go, let's dissolve our contract. From now on, it's my fight, and I won't involve you anymore.
She shouted loudly after hearing that, refusing. So Mach had to explain more clearly, if you want to go kill the Hoi Huang Qian. But he placed his hand on his chest with determination. I will go with you. I have followed your footsteps here, and I will continue to follow forever. Then the two of them walked side by side. Okay, then let's go together.
After the epilogue, many years later, the headquarters of the Dongvan Financial Group now appears as a shimmering light on the massive device. Inside the laboratory, the staff are working together on something, replenishing energy to 80%, then to 90%.
The space-time wave coefficient has broken through the theoretical lock coordinate index, 2.4 billion years away from Earth. The short-haired girl happily exclaimed, "We found it! Another planet with life." Suddenly, a loud, thunderous roar erupted, and the two people standing there immediately covered their ears because the sound was too unbearable. This strange sound seems to be coming from that huge device. The short-haired girl also panicked and had to hide under the table. "Are you seeing anything right now?" accompanied by the illusion of roaring sounds.
The gray-haired employee, holding his head, reports that there are a white dragon and a red dragon. The red and white dragons are enormous, surrounding the planet in orbit.
The brown-haired staff also opened his tablet and examined carefully.
Their physiques are not the main point. Those white and red dragons not only detected our presence, but also blocked our surveillance and probing efforts.
Behind them, an unknown figure clapped loudly as a man slowly approached.
That is the hall from the same era as Namfong, a new planet full of vitality and with extraordinary abilities. You've worked hard.
Upon seeing them, the two staff members immediately bowed and greeted. "Chairman, esteemed chairman." He approached with that device. Have the previous chairman all gone crazy? Still hiding this kind of treasure? The team leader looked and cursed at a bunch of fools. Could it be they didn't realize how much value the world could bring to our Dongvan group? Very powerful. We will explore the new world. But the short-haired girl quickly spoke up, saying, "President 2, this planet is too far from Earth.
2.4 billion years away. According to the previous plan, the body would directly travel through time and space, requiring enormous energy, so it's not feasible." The President, too, looked over and asked irritably, "Isn't there still a mental projection option?"
She firmly warned that this was too dangerous and that at least 5 to 10 years of testing were needed before clinical trials could begin. But after hearing this, he seemed a bit surprised. then lost his temper and shouted at the short-haired girl. Are you joking? With such a long testing period, how much money will our Dongyun team make? The chairman, after proposing several new options to speed up progress, skipped the experiments and went straight to human trials. She was so stunned she was speechless and said, "You're treating human lives like dirt. This is attempted murder. I won't work for you anymore." His face was fixed intently after she boldly declared that she would not do it and someone else would. The hall leader stepped back and then instructed his secretary. Namfong, stay alert for her. Don't let her talk nonsense. Also, try to hold on to her handle and threaten her if necessary to make her continue working. Namfong respectfully placed his hand on his chest. Chairman, about the matter you asked me to find earlier. The person who meets the standards and has a frequency close to the transcendent stone has found someone named Lam An in Donghai City. He then calmed down upon hearing this. Very well, go invite him. Wait a moment. For the consciousness shooting experiment, probably no need for a conscious subject, right? The gray-haired researcher immediately obeyed. Yes, Chairman, as long as the brain is complete. The chairman put on his glasses again, feeling a little hope, then let Lam An's accident happen and brought him here. That's all for today, everyone. If you want to keep following this story, hit the subscribe button and give a light tap on the like button. Thanks for watching until the end. Bye-bye, my love.